And I'm live in this video. I'll be playing Chuck Langenberg, late TI Chuck Langenberg audios. Chuck Langenberg was a total video, and he passed 2013, I think it was. He was a Todd video work to get the word about gang stalking, and I do believe that he was a real Todd video, and real Todd videos are few and far in between. And Todd videos knowing the truth about gang stalking have the courage to stand up and speak out, even though this risk involved, you can expect to get harder, harder, or even rarer. So Chuck Langenberg was a real Todd video, and he was working to get the word out before dying. And I do believe the poem took him out. And I'm going to play Chuck Langenberg audios in this live stream. Chuck Langenberg audio starting at 1. And this is live stream to my new Rumble channel, Mike's Todd Video Truth and Solutions. I'll start by posting a link to Chuck Langenberg's website. Gang stalk is real. I've been told it for more than a decade. Most online TS will call them now. That's my new Rumble channel. Mike's Todd Video Truth and Solutions. And it's a channel that will be dealing with gang stalking. From gang stalking, focused videos will go there. And this is a link to Wayback Machine archives backing up Chuck Langenberg audios. They still remain to this day.
Recorded live. Number 120-297 at TalkShoe.com. This show is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any part of this call of the MP3 recording and any text that I entered into the accompanying text. You do not need permission, and no notification is needed. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click the top left Live Now button to see which show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 10:40 a.m. on Friday, June 8, 2011. This is episode number 3001. I have on the phone with me Loco in LA, and can you hear me, and how are you today?
Yeah, I can hear you, dude. That intro's a little long. It's 10:40 p.m., not a.m.
I'm sorry. Thank you. 10:40. Yes, 10:40 p.m.
on 12:40 a.m. in Louisiana. Are you free Washington?
All right.
Anyways, I just wanted to say I couldn't use my PIN to log in under Loco in LA because it's being used in another call right now, which is not. I mean, whatever.
Yeah. No, I have a question for you. It's pretty informal, but
I mean, I might have an answer depending on what's the question, but I'm not giving you shit.
I
gave you too much information before, and I had to learn new trends all over again.
Totally understand. I have a question. It's up to you. I appreciate. But you had me remove 3 calls that we did, and
dude,
I'm asking.
Keep harping on that. Like, you talk about this shit every time I see you. Like, yes, you removed my calls from your show.
But it's in the. But this is in the. This is in the recording, and it's never been recorded. I've never had you on a recording. This time, I'm not going to remove it. I'm just asking why you had me do that, please.
Because I wanted to. That's why. So.
Okay. So what's been going on with you since those calls were in the fall of 2010, and here that was close to 2 years ago. What's new going on with you, please?
Oh, same shit, different day. Nothing new. It's all the same. Different day.
You made the comment the other night that we're on different sides of the fence. What did you mean by that, please?
Oh, I just mean like I said, 75-25, maybe 25%.
So you think I'm? Go ahead.
I give all these guests and all these people logged in. Maybe we might have 2 real people in here looking for valuable information. The rest of them are just fishing. I might even know at least one of them, or they might think they know everything about me.
But so
that's what I learned
what's
about
on your
these calls. It's nothing but fucking shills and phonies.
A lot of shills and phonies on these calls at TalkShoe.com that are targeted individual oriented.
If there's any real targets listening to this that's on this call, don't tell these people shit. Don't tell them a fucking thing. Don't get on these calls and think you can build trust with somebody and you can trust anybody from any of these calls with anything. You don't want everybody to know. I never did.
Let's have some more on that because I totally agree with everything. I'm sorry?
I'm not trying to elaborate on anything. It's
okay.
Cut and dry.
It's pretty cut and dry, and I am totally with Loke on that one. So what's been going on with you in the last 2 year and a half since we've talked?
My computer. I was reading this news story earlier. This is so funny because, like I said, this is real around here. Somebody whatever. They need to kick in my door and fucking see me. Is what they need to do. If they're gonna do anything, that's what they need to do. Anyways, I had put up a story earlier about this woman that was shot. The car fired 11 shots into a car, and it just fucking switched to a tab all by itself. Isn't it amazing? It's just I did that.
But I mean, targeting wise, in your life, what's been going on? Do you mind telling us?
Oh, chemical warfare in many ways.
So you're still being harassed?
No, I mean, yeah, but it went more back to overt. Like, not overt, but they think they're overt. I'm seeing fucking familiar faces everywhere. They just don't know how familiar they really are.
Okay. And people are, but so they think they're harassing, but it's not bothering you very much. Is that the size of it?
Oh man, you know what? It's like, what can you do? What can you do? You know?
So what's new with you? What's new in the last year and a half? I haven't heard your cheerful voice in a year and a half. I'm just curious,
Cheerful
what's
voice. I
new,
sound
please?
cheerful right now.
Uh, figure of speech.
Nothing's new. Yeah, I'm sure it might be real fucking cheerful for you. You could be getting paid real well for this conversation right now.
I promise you, I absolutely have my.
I didn't come on these calls for like at least a year, maybe more. I don't even know. I don't keep track of time. You know, I didn't come on these calls, and I come to one call 2 weeks ago, and with my name and what did Guest 28 say? Never mind. I'll pull it up. Hold on, I'll pull it up myself. But
whatever.
I come on these calls 2
muted.
weeks ago. I come on these calls 2 weeks ago. You didn't have a show, and now all of a sudden you got a show and you're doing recordings again. Dude, you're so fucking obvious, man. Come on.
I can tell you what happened. I can tell you that in January of 2012, my show got shut down. My show number 87161, but they left the recordings, and for 4 months, I logged in, I listened, and I monitored other shows. I did not have my other show.
Let's pay attention here to the convenient timeline. Van first comes to Talk Shoe, like what, 2 weeks before I got on Talk Shoe? And then, and everybody knows my computer's hijacked. So, I mean, me getting the links that I got that brought me here to start off with, I'm sure that's no coincidence because those don't exist. You got a show 2 weeks before I come here, and you're doing recordings, and then, like, all of a sudden now you're doing recordings again. I'm just saying, like.
I can tell you that, I can tell you what spurred me to start the show.
What's been going on with your targeting?
What's been going on?
Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Sure. What I can tell you is, by the way, I want to tell you about my show. I want to respond to what you just said. What happened was Renita had a great call up till about 3 weeks ago, and then all of a sudden she used to record, but all of her calls disappeared, and now she's under the thumb, it appears, of and her calls were really down to earth, and she recorded, and there were 5 to 7 great recordings, and now they all disappeared, and she's under the thumb of freedomschs.com.
Oh, is this is this your first call period?
Pardon me?
Is this your first call period? You know what? I just want to say right now that it is Saturday, June 9th at 12:47 a.m. in Louisiana. I'm looking at this catalog right now, and it says 10:53 a.m. So I don't know what's really going on with this, but
where does it say 10? I don't see that 10:53 anywhere.
I'm gonna go get off the phone, so I'm not distracted.
Where does it say 10:50?
LA, and I'm logging off at 12:47 a.m. Saturday, June 9th.
And this is Chuck in Vancouver, Washington, and I show 10:47 in Vancouver, Washington, and I have restarted my call, but I wanted to continue. I may have lost Loco. She's certainly welcome to call back in and continue. But what happened was Renita's calls went away, which I was really upset about because they were so credible. Because her calls were so credible, but they all disappeared. And that is what spurred me to restart my calls. Not so much only that, but that her calls now are no longer what I would call down home. They are far-fetched. And Loco just typed into the chat room chatgrabber.com. So you can enter chatgrabber.com and enter this call number 120297. And then select out this date, which would be the top one, and you can listen to this recording. That is the end of this recording. We're going to click the end button. And I don't know.
Talk Shoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck. My nickname is Van or Vancouver, Washington, U.S. Welcome to Talk Shoe Show number 120297 at TalkShoe.com. Anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission, notification, or attribution. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right of any TalkShoe screen and search for Vancouver or 120297, or click on the top left to see if the show is live now. The time out here, and I should have had this ready to go. The time out here on the West Coast is 10 after 12 a.m. on Tuesday, June 12, 2012. And I have on the phone with me Lewis Ewing, who also has a Talk Shoe show number. Lewis, can you give us a real short description of your Talk Shoe, real short description of your Talk Shoe show, and what do you have to say?
My Pro Se Winners Talk Show is just a group of individual pro se litigants. Lloyd Smith, Kurt Riggin, Matt from Michigan, Michael James Anthony. These are guys that have a track record of winning cases without an attorney. That's what pro se is. Go to
okay, and let's leave it at that. Now, the real question that we just talked about was your issue with your daughter, and can you give us a rundown of what happened? Conspiracy theories and all, please.
My daughter allegedly died of sudden infant death syndrome, which I think is total bullshit. There's no such thing as coincidence. I do not believe in coincidences. I believe that my daughter died as a severe allergic reaction to erythromycin, which for some reason...
And how do you spell that real quick? How do you spell that real quick so that people can Google it or what have you, please? Oh, that's right. That's right.
Right there on the board.
Continue on it.
There it is. There it is right there on the board. Erythromycin. Erythromycin.
Okay, spelled ERYTHROMYCIN. Now, please continue.
Erythromycin is a synthetic antibiotic. And what I discovered is you're not supposed to use erythromycin unless you have an established and proven allergic reaction to penicillin, which is a natural antibiotic.
Now, you talked something about slow acting and fast acting, and where the one is they can give you a shot, and another is they can rub it in. Go ahead and let's have that. I'm trying to keep this interview moving, please.
But Russian Jews are known. Their scientists are known to have perfected slow-release poisons, undetectable poisons. And they introduced the erythromycin by rubbing a small amount in her eyes. And I talked
now, how do you know that? I'm sorry, I'm being a pill here, but I'm just saying, how do you know that? Were you there? Go ahead.
Yeah, I had just barely walked in because I just got back to the hospital from visiting my boys who were being babysitted while my ex-girlfriend was at the hospital. And when I walked in and I started talking to her, all of a sudden the doctor came in behind me, was examining the baby, and all of a sudden I turned to look at him again because, like, why was he, like, spending so much time? And he was rubbing something in her eye, and I yelled at him to stop. What was he doing? And he said, it's no big deal. It's just an antibiotic. And I said, she doesn't need an antibiotic. She's not sick. And
now you're one of these guys that wanted. Let's hear the one about the birth certificates, about your previous two children who got out of the hospital without names, and let's hear that, please.
I got both my sons, little Lewis Jr., and Phoenix. I got both of them out of the hospital without giving the hospital names. I got no birth certificates, no fingerprints, no thumbprints, no nothing.
This is what, a couple of 3-4 years before the other.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And why did you do that? That's because you're one of these guys that doesn't. Go ahead.
I don't believe in having state issued IDs. I don't need the government's permission to exist. I don't need the government's registration of my name, and I have a right to my privacy. My sons haven't committed a crime, So there's no need for them to be booked into jail and be fingerprinted and footprinted and birth certificated and registered in any kind of index whatsoever. It's none of the state's business.
And how many years ago was this, please? And let's not give any names. Let's not give any names of any hospitals or anything else.
Yeah, she died.
But how many years ago was this, please?
This was on June 9th, just 2 years ago.
Okay, and
she died 29 days later, and her eyes were red. Her eyes were red and inflamed, and the hospital told us
when she died, and so they were red and inflamed in the hospital, or when she died, please.
From the day that they rubbed that stuff in her eye, her eyes wouldn't stop hurting. She always rubbed them, and then the redness.
And she was just an infant.
She was just an infant. The redness went away in one eye, but it didn't go away in the other eye. And 29 days later, the hospital told us that she died as they believe a severe allergic reaction to anaphylactic shock. I mean,
okay.
And she died of anaphylactic shock as a severe allergic reaction to the erythromycin.
Okay, and now I'm so sorry to bring this up, but I heard you telling this story the other night, and now you feel that this might have something to do with you. The reason. Tell us the targeted individual implication of what you just described, please.
Well, I'm a government resistor. I drive with no license. I distribute flyers that teaches people how to drive without a license, no insurance, no seatbelt. You can smoke pot legally.
So you're on the. You've annoyed them big time.
Oh, I'm a big annoyance to the state. I mean, yeah. They don't like
here in the state of Washington.
They don't like people. Cops call people like me a constitutionalist or a patriot or a freeman because I drive without a driver's license.
Now, does anything else happen? Is there any other reason? Now, we've got two examples. One is that you drive without a license. One is that your youngster died. And is there any other reason why you might be considered, why you may have provoked them, targeting wise, please?
In 2004, Kurt Riggin and I beat the largest marijuana case in the state of Washington ever won by a pro se litigant. Kurt got busted for multiple felony counts of manufacturing marijuana. We're talking 166 pot plants, all over 6 feet tall, the best purple bud you'd ever smoked in your life. We beat it.
Okay, we don't need. Okay, and any other reason why you might have provoked the law, please? Any other reasons?
Because in their eyes, in their eyes, we practice law without a license. We are not attorneys. We are not members of the bar. We never went to law school, and they can't have that. They can't have people who are not members of the bar.
Okay. Any other examples of things that you have done to really annoy them, to really get under their skin? State.
I've stopped 4 major tax trials on 3 different federal circuits.
Okay. Now, you're making some pretty big accusation that we're making. That I believe it was an accusation. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that we're talking about potentially they intentionally killed your daughter, or they did that on purpose so that it would happen sometime later. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, the one other thing they're mad about is when I had my first son at the hospital, little Louie, my ex-girlfriend tested positive for drugs, and they actually had plans to kidnap Louie, and they arrested him for 72-hour hold, and then another 72-hour hold. They tricked her into signing away her parental rights, and then they took our son, down to what's called a PIC facility, where.
How do you spell that? P-I-C? How do you spell that, please?
P-I-I-C.
P-I-I-C, a facility. Okay, and what is that, please?
That's a place where I've discovered that they sell babies for $150,000 to $250,000 to Canadian citizens.
Okay.
And this thing is owned by an LLC
Yeah,
in Washington.
let's not give any names because I'm trying to keep my show here from without getting sued, and we haven't used any names of any doctors.
Right.
But
Right.
are you saying that they literally? What else do you have to say about this PIIC facility without giving their name?
They fraudulently claim babies are drug addicted, and they pump them full of morphine, even though they're not drug addicted, to give the appearance that
Now,
they are
how do you know they
drug-addicted
pump
babies.
them full of morphine? How do you know that, please?
Because they did that. They did that to my son.
And how do you know that, please? I'm asking a tough question, but I'm just asking you to go with me, please.
Because the doctors and the nurses told us that's what they do to all the babies that go to a PIC facility.
They pump them full of drugs in these PIC facilities so that it demonizes their parents.
Yeah, to cover up the tracks that maybe that the kids didn't test positive for drugs. And so if you try to go test later, they're going to test positive for drugs, and they're going to say, oh, no, the babies were drug addicted when they came here, and we had to put them on morphine to bring them down from drugs. But all the nurses at the hospital said, my baby was healthy. It showed no sign of drug addiction. My baby boy was 10.5 pounds when he was born.
Okay, now I'm telling you, I've gone out on a limb here, and I hope I haven't risked the show, but we haven't given any doctors' names, any hospitals or anything like that. But do you have any other hand grenades that you want to throw before we terminate this interview, please?
They assigned a German Jew police officer named Teresa Berg who failed to investigate that.
Okay, hang on. Let's keep the religion out of this, please. Thank you, but please continue.
Yeah, well, they assigned that particular lady who refused to investigate the doctors. She didn't investigate the warning labels on Tyson packages.
On what kind of packages, please?
I found out that the warning label on
how do you spell that?
Warning, like a warning label. She refused to investigate the warning labels on the erythromycin. She failed to ask the doctor if he read the warning labels.
She was essentially okay. Any other hand grenades you want to throw before we end this off?
You're not supposed to give erythromycin to newborn babies.
Okay. Do you have anything else? By the way, why don't you give the Talk Show the number of your show before we end off here? What is the show number, please? I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, hold on. It'll take me a second to grab it out of my computer.
Sure.
I haven't actually memorized it yet.
Okay. Once again, this is. Go ahead.
My little girl was poisoned.
Okay, we're killing this conversation here. That's right. Let's leave it off. Do you have anything else that you want to say before we terminate this interview?
No, I'm just gonna post.
Well, let's not post it. Let's see if you know what the number is. Let's say it on the recording because a lot more people are going to hear it on the recording.
120418.
Okay, so the Talk Show number 120418 is Louis Ewing's show, and that's called what again, please?
Pro Se Winners.
Okay, and you're on, when is it presently on, please?
Every Friday at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Okay. Anything else that you want to say before we call this recording to an end?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay, Louis, this is the first time I've talked to you. I've heard you a number of times on various shows. Thank you. Once again, my name is Chuck, and this is the end of the recording.
Recorded.
Hello, my name is Chuck. My nickname is Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to Talk Show Now, TalkShoe.com, show number 120297. This show is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission, No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or go to the top left live now, click on that. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 4:25 p.m. on Thursday. Goodness, June 14, 2011. I have on the phone with me Puri Deolana. We haven't spoken since December 25, 2010. How's it going?
It's going pretty good.
All right, and so you called out of the blue. What inspired you to call in, please?
Yeah, I just had a feeling that you'd be on, and I was correct. You were on, so and I haven't gotten on talk show in ages.
So now, are you still living down in the panhandle of Florida near Elgin Air Force Base?
Relocating.
You've relocated.
Avon, but yeah.
Okay, now we were talking about this interview number 1067 on TalkShoe call number 87161 that we did on December 25 of 2010. Mm-hmm. What do you have to say about that?
Oh, well, I haven't been messed with those aircraft quite in some time, so no, that incident, they stopped doing that, at least to me. Those are drone aircraft, small drone aircraft that were unmanned, dark green, and they were actually engineered by an off-branch of engineering students that some of them intern at a corporation called Suns Microsystems, which is a computer technology system.
How do you spell that? Suns, S-U-N-S? How do you spell that, please?
Microsystems.
Oh, Sun is
S-U-N-S, like okay. Suns Micro, M-I-R-C-O system, okay, S-Y-S-T-M-S system.
What else do you have to say on? Okay, you were talking and doing so great. I just go ahead.
Nothing much. I haven't been harassed by necessarily any technology as far as mainly what they've been using is laser lights, all that stuff. I will say that I do actually have evidence of, and I have kept with me in a plastic baggie. One time when I walked, this was a while ago too, maybe about a year ago. I don't know, somewhere around then. I actually found a small microchip on the ground about the size of half your fingernail or your big thumb fingernail if you're looking at it. And I actually have it saved, and I actually have pictures uploaded, and I actually still have the evidence with me, and I cut the chip in half, and you can actually see where the copper is and all that stuff. And I found it on the ground during one of my runs to the entrance of the EOD base.
Okay, tell me more about this. Tell me more about this this aircraft that was stalking you. As I recall, you were like a block outside of Elgin Air Force Base in the Florida Panhandle.
It was Eglin Air Force Base, and it's off branch of Eglin Air Force Base. It's not actually.
How do you spell that? E-G-L-I-N?
E-G-L-I-N, yes. And it's off branch of that. It's an off branch of that, which is actually an EOD base. They actually have a bridge that they put up now over that before the entrance of the base because they're doing highway reconstruction. That's a whole different story altogether. But yes, during that time period, before any of that was going on, you have neighborhoods that run along that strip called Range Road. And you have neighborhoods
that
run
along
that. It's
called what was the name of that road, please?
Range Road.
R-A-N-G-E, okay. Please continue.
And anywho, the neighborhoods, about the fourth one down, is where about 9 to 11 something at night, whatever those times were. That's when I had one of the aircraft hovering right beside me on my left shoulder, and it was literally in an entrance to one of the neighborhood streets. And yeah, anyone could have seen it, but no one did. But yeah, it was.
But they were, as you put it, they were showing off their toys or something like that.
Yeah, they were showing off their toys. Now I think they have had repercussions as far as FFA go and all that good stuff because they have not.
As far as say that again, there's been repercussions. How so? Please repeat.
Because the FAA, which is a Federal Aviation. So that's why I think they've kind of shut those down. I haven't seen any of those types of aircraft or drones or anything like that being shut off. Now I have seen laser lights from those previous incidences. That hasn't happened, but more in the future they have had different types of laser lights shown. But other than that, no, it hasn't. I haven't been really harassed in that manner, and I've been once I kind of left that area, it was pretty good. Besides the people trying to come up to me and ask me, people that I know weren't necessarily that good for me, trying to come in and find things about me. Like, for example, I was with someone of special ops, and I'm like, well, why would someone like that want to be with someone like me? Not to say I'm like that boring of a person, but at the same time, you got, I know those people and they got better things to do And so for someone to make that decision, I knew that I was being watched. And intel was assessed. And the guy even said he was in intelligence. And I'm like, oh, fucking great, because they're in units. Special ops, you happen in units. A group of 12 people to one group. However, that doesn't happen. It's usually 7 to 9 because they're shorthanded. And you have everyone that knows all the basic knowledge. But at the same time, you have everyone in the group that's specialized. You have one intel person, one weapons person, one communications person, and so forth. So you have like Echo, Fox, all that good stuff.
But you weren't just something the cat drug in. Your dad was Air Force officer or something like that, as I recall, or what?
Yeah, I won't give
what was the deal?
On that. I won't give it too much information on that because I don't want to drag other people into it. But yes, it was a pilot, to say the least. But yeah.
Okay, so that might be one reason why they're stalking you. What would you call it? Stalking, surveillance? What do you call it?
I would call it surveillance. I mean, I had been left alone for a while. I do consider myself a psychic, and I do think that has something to do with it. I have been approached by military before at a metaphysical event to literally ask me questions, come out of nowhere. I was harassed one time at a metaphysical event a few years ago by a man and a woman, both in their middle ages, both Caucasian but not pale. One was 6 foot. The woman was like 5'4", 5'5" maybe. She had dark brown hair, almond eyes, and the guy had like gray bluish eyes and dirty blonde hair. And they boxed me and they started questioning me. They came out of nowhere and he was asking
They boxed you on the road in your vehicle or on foot?
In the metaphysical event, when I was, the metaphysical event was inside. So I was actually with 2 friends and we were just having a fun, time, whatever.
So here we are. You're down in Florida, and they had some metaphysical event down there. Was that primarily
they have one every
military
year.
related, or what was it?
No. It's a metaphysical event. It's like not military related whatsoever. It's a metaphysical event, which means you have things like alternatives such as Reiki and stones and psychic readings, aura pictures, people that make jewelry. I mean, a bit of everything.
Now, do you believe in all that stuff and those psychic readings? Do you believe in all that stuff?
Okay, let me put it this way: you have like any field, you have the genuine people and you have the con artists. Believe me, there's a ton of psychics out there that are full of bullshit and con artists, and there's also some really good ones. I know ones that work with FBI. I know ones that have nice jobs and do what they do. So believe me, there's really legit ones out there, and then there's ones that are full of shit. And it's just wading through all that. And you got to think about it like this. Everyone has the ability to be quote-unquote psychic. That's not knowing what number from 1 to 10 you're going to pick. It's a lot more complicated than that. But, for example, you have kids that play soccer. A lot of people can play soccer, but it's to what degree? So you have kids that are playing soccer recreationally for fun. That's one thing. Then you have people that are on the varsity team, so they're a little bit better. Then you have people that are on the college team, a little bit better. And then, of course, you have the professionals. So
okay, but we're getting into the psychic thing.
So, yeah.
Some of it might be.
It's a metaphysical event. The metaphysical festival has a lot of different people. It brings a lot of different people together.
How many people were there? 100, 1,000? How many people were there?
I would
a dozen?
say definitely a few hundred. At that time. So, like I said, it's a pretty.
And what city was this in? What city is this in?
I won't say what city, but I will say that it was in Florida at the time.
And how did you happen to be invited to it? Do you mind telling us?
It was
once again, this is a public domain interview. This is public domain, unedited. Anybody can have it. So it's up to you on what you want to disclose.
Yeah, this was an open venue. You had to pay, but it was an open venue other than that, so anyone can get in. Now, some of the other ones I've been invited to other metaphysical and psychic events, which you cannot just be invited in. I mean, you cannot just come in. You have to be invited in, kind of, premier groups, if you want to call them that, for lack of better term.
Now, why do you suppose you were invited? Because it's fairly well known, I'm guessing, that you're a psychic?
Yes, partially. However, I don't do readings or anything like that. Now, at that time, years ago, no one knew really what I did besides my family and a few close friends, and even then, people only knew if I did a reading on them. But I still don't do readings for the general public. I go up to people and tell them what they need to tell them, but I don't put my name out there, so to speak. But anywho, these 2 people, my friends were getting their aura picks done, and I was standing by the white table waiting for them. And there was a wall behind me, and these 2 military personnel, like I described earlier, came in on the right-hand side through a door, and they literally just came right to me, saw the orb pick in my hand, and said, "Oh yeah, you got this done. We're getting to get this done too."
What
Like,
about your hand?
talk.
What was that? What they shook your hand? What was it?
An orb picture in my hand. It was something.
What does that mean? Orb picture? Help me out, please.
It's a type of, basically, when it's at one of these events, it's a machine, and it basically takes your picture and the colors behind you and all that stuff, and it's your aura. But I won't get into that.
Oh, aura.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So anyhow,
okay.
I just did it because I knew my friends. You know, I wanted them to have a good time, whatever. So I got that done. I was just waiting for them.
Sure. Now, getting back into the targeting part of this, we talked on December 25, 2010, and we talked about this issue, and you had a number of examples. What examples do you have about that sort of thing that may have happened to you since that call, please?
Yeah, so hang on. Okay, so back to what I was saying with the two military individuals that came up out of nowhere. And he didn't ask my name. He didn't say, "How were you?" There was none of that type of conversation. He literally, after he asked about the orb pick, saying, "Oh yeah, I'm going to get it done," whatever, which they didn't because I saw them leave after they questioned me. He said, "Okay, how long have you been able to read people? How often do you read people?" He just started asking me a slew of questioning.
How old was this guy? I mean, was he 20? Was he 60?
I told you, they were in their 40s. They were in the
40s,
middle age. So, and I already gave you their description. But
Sure.
They were in full uniform too, and they didn't have any conception of space because they were like an inch in front of me. They were using an authoritarian tactic by their uniforms and the lack of space. But I kept calm, and I answered their questions. And then I was like, well, fuck, this guy's asking me all these damn questions. I need to ask one back. So I was like, okay, well, he was like a captain of ranking of some sort. I don't remember, but I asked him point blank, since he was asking me all these crazy questions. I said, well, then, with your abilities, you know, do you manipulate your soldiers to do things, basically? And without hesitation, this guy said point blank, he told me straight up that, of course, yeah, I manipulate my soldiers, da-da-da-da-da. And I was like, what the fuck? And then, after that, he walked off and disappeared. And the woman didn't
put
say
an
anything.
end to that conversation.
Yeah.
All right, so. And that was how long after December 25, 2010, when you and I last spoke, please? Do you recall, or is that open?
I want to say that was maybe March of maybe that was before. I'm not sure. I can't. I'd have to go look back in my logs.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Ago. It was in the first quarter.
Ago. But I will tell you that lately, like I said, the only thing that's happened lately from previous to now would be the microchip that I found that I still have.
And you mentioned that microchip off the air. Why don't you briefly discuss that and how you think it applies, please, on the tape?
Microchip I found when I was actually jogging, and it was before I got to the base, and it was actually like covered to where it looked like it would be just dirt, but then I saw, it's kind of shiny. So it actually has, it's like I said, very, very small, like half of your big fingernail if you were to take it. It's round, it's circular. It had a brown strip that went around the circumference, and then the top was like a copper color with 3 rings. And then when I cut it open, you could actually see the green chips on the inside with the copper wire running through it. I actually have pictures, and I also have it, like I said, still in a plastic bag. And at the time when I was dating this, whatever you want to call it, special ops person, they were special, all right. No, just kidding, special ed. But no, I asked him. I actually showed it to him, and I said, well, can you tell me what this is? And he's like, yeah, it's like a chip of some sort. And I said, well, what is it? Who can I send? And he's like, I really don't know. Maybe you should send it to is it CID or DIC or something? Basically the Army equivalent of investigations for these sort of things, of course, because they were Army. But it was just retarded. I was like, really? No one knows what the fuck this is? So, I mean, everyone knew it was a chip of some sort because of the holes and all that, but no one knew.
Didn't look like it came out of your average PC or anything like that, huh?
No. I mean, even he didn't know what he was, and he was a weapons expert, but turns out these people don't do the same thing. They don't even pick out their damn bullets anymore. They have people in the, like, it used to be the snipers that pick out their own bullets and all that, but now they actually have people that specifically their job is to pick out the certain types of bullets for the soldiers and all that. So times have changed with what people have to be knowledgeable of and what they don't So it's quite interesting in that respect.
So what else may have happened targeting-wise since December 25, 2010, when we last spoke?
Just random people coming up to me. Even the house I'm moving into, it turns out FBI used to live there. And I've had other types of interesting individuals come up to me, whether they are military, whether they, for example, one of the other people I knew, I met him randomly, and turns out his step brother is really high up in the DOD, which, if you don't know what that is, it's the Department of Defense. And he was talking about all this different technology and how they have a satellite, and how his step brother actually let him use one of the satellite things because he was an aircraft mechanic, and let him use one of the satellites. So
some aircraft mechanic is got access to a satellite, or what's that about now?
Well, yes, because not access to it necessarily, but his step brother let him play with it for like not that long. I mean, just like for one thing. I mean, they were watching him when he was doing it, but it was a satellite basically, because he's like, okay, stepbrother, who was like one of the high people up in the DOD, and the guy was like, okay, well, how good are your satellites? And the stepbrother's like, well, I can show you how good our satellites. And he's like, what do you want to see? And he's like, if you could view anything, what do you want to see? And he's like, my next door neighbor's house, which was kind of funny. And so they actually zoom in not only to the next door neighbor's house, but they can zoom in to the driveway, to the car, all the way to see the plate tags clear as day. So the technology they have is quite amazing, and what they haven't released out to the public yet. And just all these people, some of the high-profile people that I'm running into, is like uncanny, to say the least. So it's kind of being wary of that, I guess you could say.
Now, your parents were your father, I think you said, had a high-ranking position. Do you think they did anything with you to give you special powers, or do you think it just?
No, I don't think that. I think it's just the way it is. My aunt was very gifted in that sense. I think there's no rhyme or reason for it, at least as far as I know. But no, I don't think they did anything as far as that goes.
Okay, and now I've seen you around maybe once or twice, hardly to believe, since you quit hanging around here in early 2011. What, based on what you know, and you do seem to know a lot more than most of us do, what do you have to say to targeted individuals? What advice do you have to give, please?
Well, keep strong, know your sources, document. If you want people to believe you, you better have good documentation. Keep all the evidence, document from times, all that. Don't let it get to you. I know people go crazy, but really, you need to build your own strengths and your own networking community. The more surface area you can cover and the more public you make yourself, that's having the right friends, having the right family, and really getting support. I mean, not going crazy with it, but just letting them know you're okay. You have to have a lot of these people, they get themselves in bad situations because they're unemployed. They're kind of just staying as a hermit, which fine, but you're also letting yourself access to easy target, because people are less likely to mess with you when you're out in the public eye, because people are going to see it. People are going to note it. Like, for example, if you you abducted someone that had no contacts, no one might call in a report until 3 weeks later because no one knows that person. So Sure. They don't know that Bobby is missing. Whereas if you have someone in the community, goes to work every day, eats at X restaurant, sees family or grandma every week, and that person doesn't show up, you better believe that there's going to be calls within the hour or something pretty fast. So
but in your case, you've definitely been targeted, but in a different sense. You've had like highfalutin intelligence sources asking you questions, and they don't always identify themselves, I guess. Is that right?
Well, to an extent. I think some of them identify themselves, and most of them are pretty blunt. It's knowing, at the end of the day, you just got to know that everything you say is public, and that you got to be okay with that, and you got to don't have any dirty laundry hanging out there, and you won't really have an issue. The thing is the truth definitely is helpful, and if you can be blunt and honest with these people and say, hey, this is what it is, this is what it isn't, and know when to shut a conversation off with these people and just walk the F away, then you're gonna be fine. Really, you will be. And I don't, even if you have a lot against you, it still doesn't matter because there's a lot of people in history. Take, for example, Harriet Tubman. She's the honest, she.
What was that name again, please? I missed that.
Harriet Tubman.
Harriet
Tubman.
Okay, you mind spelling that, please?
Harriet Tubman. Remember the slave that underground tunnels?
Okay, all right. Anyway, go ahead, please.
But what I'm saying is, she went against the tide. She was a woman, she was black, and she freaking let slaves, she helped them escape to the north, and she was a spy. People don't know that a lot about her, but she was actually a spy. So she did all these things against the common societal norms. So at the end of the day, it's just all about what you believe you can do, no matter what the majority of society is thinking, because quite frankly, that just does not matter overall. And that's the advice that I have to give to PIs. And live a healthy lifestyle.
Now, we've been on like 20 minutes. You know that this show is primarily about targeting and targeted individuals, TIs. Mm-hmm. And do you have anything else that you want to say to that audience, because they're going to be listening to this recording?
Worry a reasonable amount, but don't over worry. The moment that you start going like super X to the 10th exponential power paranoid, you're just letting yourself fail, quite frankly. So I believe that you can have a healthy bit of anxiety, but don't let that supersede your own health benefits. Otherwise, you're just going to be drowning. So remain calm, unless you think someone's going to kill you, then, if you think someone's going to kill you every day, what's the point of living, quite frankly? Because then it's what is the point, I ask you. So
okay. Once again, anybody who's listening in, I encourage you to go to talkshoe.com, show number 87161, and find recording number 1067. It was a recording with Pura Delana is her pseudonym, and it was very interesting. It talks about weird UFOs. And you know what was interesting, by the way, is at the end that was my last interview for about a month and a half. That TalkShoe shut down shows. I don't know if it's related. God knows why it happened. Anything last that you want to say, Puri, before I told you I'd keep this interview fairly short, and I thank you for calling in. But anything that you want to say before I push the end button?
That's it.
Okay, Puri, thank you for showing up. Thank you for consenting to an interview. I'm going to go ahead and hit the end key and do that right now.
TalkShoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nicknamed Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com, show number 120297. This show is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click the top left button to see if it is live now. The time out here on the West Coast is 5:05 p.m. Today is Tuesday, June 19, 2012. I have with me on the phone right now Jeff of Chelsea, Massachusetts, and he is going to interview me, and I'll leave it open the door. How are you, Jeff? And the ball's in your court.
Not a problem. It's the first time I ever interviewed somebody, and though I don't have my own show, this will be like me having my own show, and I'm going to interview Chuck from Vancouver, Washington. Chuck, how are you doing?
I'm hanging in there, and I'm looking forward to this hardball interview. I've interviewed you a couple of times on my old show, number 87161 at TalkShoe.com, but this is the first time on this show that I've been interviewed.
Okay. Now,
sorry for the long answer.
No, that's fine. Let me start off with the basics. And another inspiration I have is I might reread some or all of the questions I talked about in the chat room to get it on recording, though, so people can think about it. But first, we're going to start off with the basics, the roots. Everything in life has roots. Trees have roots. and when you're looking at a problem, you always have to get to the root of the problem. So, Van, do you think your gang stalking was a result of the workplace, and what kind of work do you do or used to do?
I used to do computer type stuff. I was workplace mobbed. I do believe that my mobbing or harassment precedes that by many years. I do believe it runs in the family. I do believe that cousins in other words, I believe it goes potentially, in my case, my gang stalking and harassment may go up to the grandfather level.
Wow.
I cannot prove that. They don't send you registered letters about that. I'm just guessing. I've seen certain incidences in the family that I believe that's the case.
Wow. I figure we at least established the foundation and the workplace mobbing. And so forth, because once people know the testimony, because there is always a common thread among people who are gang stalked, and I'm not going to ask you for dates and so forth, because that would be irrelevant.
You can ask anything. The worst it's going to have, you can ask me anything, say anything, do anything.
I know.
But no, that you feel like. All I can do is say no, thank you.
No problem. So what kind of things happened to you when you were workplace mobbed?
Happened later on, like within a year before I left. People, I would say 2 or 3 people were always in my area and harassing, and I didn't put it together. A couple of people that I worked with were involved with it. Once again, I didn't put 2 and 2 together. This is actually the first time I've ever talked about that situation, and they would deny it. I'm just telling you, one thing that you learn when you are harassed is that it went back before you started to think about it, and I didn't really start thinking about the harassment until they went quote unquote overt. In 2000, in like April of 2006, but now I'm talking about 1997, that it may have gone that far back. And also, there was time back there in the 90s where I had a cop living across the hall from me, where I lived. And just recently, a few months ago, I moved from a place that had a cop that lived right next door to me. And the guy before him died in the apartment, believe it or not. So when things like that start to happen, when odd incidences, let that raise the red flag. Maybe you're marked. Maybe something is going to come later. I'm giving you long answers, but please continue, Jeff.
No, I'm listening. But okay, now you say that this goes back to your grandfather. Was your grandfather?
Possibly. I say possibly. I have no. You're not going to get a registered letter. You're not going to ever know for sure.
I know. I mean, I'm not 100% positive of how it happened to me, but I have ideas, and the video gang stalking on it's on BMO. That guy is right on. But my question is, do you think your dad or your grandfather was part of a politically incorrect group, whistleblowers, angered the wrong person? The usual stuff.
You just don't know. And by the way, I do want to respond to the one that Jeff was referring to as http://vimeo.com/18103-517. That's a 20-minute audio video. I have never talked to the guy, and I just gave that so people can listen to that. Anyway, I don't know why. I just heard so many times in answer to your question. I don't know how it comes about. It just when you become marked, you don't know it right away. You do finally catch on, but if it starts to happen to you earlier in life, things that used to happen, they catch up with you after a while. It's not necessarily anything I did wrong. If it's something that happened a couple of generations ago, I would not know It's not anything that I did to bring this on. I think that's important for TIs, for targeted individuals, to understand that it's not necessarily because you did something wrong.
Oh, okay. Because I figured they'd be talking the dinner table, stuff like that. But and anyways, let's go forward.
Sure.
When you became overtly stalked, were you able to find a regular job afterwards, or do you work mostly for yourself?
I was already working for myself when I became overtly stalked. It that's when they really went overt in April of 2006, but they had actually started like maybe a couple of years earlier than that. The weird things started to happen to the point where even the woman that I was living at just wanted to argue about it. Well, people argue anyway. It's just a weird thing started happening. Things that happened. I was living in my RV at the time. I had to like move the RV like regularly. When
Wow.
things like that start to happen, that's something to think about. I had that RV parked in like 4 or 5 spots, by the way, and just something to think about. When those types of things start to happen, it might be a clue, and just wake up to the fact that maybe there's more to the story than just bad luck.
Well, the definition of science is that the same is that for something to be a science, it has the same procedure has to be repeated, and you have to get the same result using the same technique. That's science. So when a person's being really gang stalked, you know it because there's a whole bunch of people doing the same thing, using the same tactic, getting the same result, which is driving you batty. And
Yeah, the gang stalking, though, per se, what I would call it, they went great guns back in April of 2006. The dogs came out. I mean, it was happening at the store like 4 to 5 different times at the store. It was happening when I go to the video store. Um, People prior to that, people pulling out in front of me all the time. God, it was to the point where they call it sensitization, I think,
yes,
where, honest to God, people who would be riding with me in my vehicle would make the statement, "Man, you are so careful of a driver." Well, the reason I'm careful is because people are pulling out in front of me, and you just think that's the way it is.
oh yeah,
There was this.
that's just, you were getting the verbal sensitization. I get more of the visual sensitization, but it's still the same thing. It's to sensitize you to a certain stimuli, and then when they do it, it's basically we're keeping an eye on you.
Hmm.
So that's
I wasn't thinking though that people were keeping an eye on me as people were pulling out in front of me. It was a lot of times at one intersection or a couple of intersections, people pulling out in front of me all the friggin' time. I go, wow. It's like every time I come here, and you don't get it. Well, just be it known. Let that lodge in your memory if anybody is listening in. That that may be a clue of things to come.
Yeah, well, that's a good point, and also too, I think it's gonna be more overt. But let's see here. At least you're making money to pay your rent, so that's a good thing.
Yeah,
Um,
it helps.
you know what else too is the secrecy. Why do you think there's so much secrecy with this? Because you do have Russian defectors, you do have defectors that come from communist and Islamic bloc countries. What makes this so secretive that your average Joe on the street would want to do this?
Yeah, I don't know. I've only known. By the way, I started to be overtly stalked. I mean, like I said, the dogs came at me, and I'm getting to your question, but the dogs came at me in April of 2006. It was 4 years later, in May 2010, that I finally discovered the term organized stalking and gang stalking, and I finally started to YouTube those. So I've only known about this issue of organized gang stalking for 2 years. So yeah, absolutely, it's a secret. It took me 4 years, and when people make this statement around here, Well, everybody already knows about it. Everybody does not know about it. It took me 4 years to come to the conclusion that that's what this was. And when I read it on Gang Stalking World, by the way, and I finally found it.
Wow.
Gang Stalking World. Actually, where I found it was on the Portland Mercury. It was on their blog, Portland Mercury. That's Portland, Oregon. And they had a description. It almost sounded like I should have written this. You know, it was written by a Canadian kind of a guy. And he said, what is happening is you are being gang stalked, a term that's called gang stalking. And he wrote, and I've seen that term restated and rehashed many times. I've seen him paste that same text into many blogs. So he has done a great thing to help to get the word out, this guy.
Now, one of the main authorities of gang stalking is this woman named Eleanor White, and I love her comic strips. What's your personal take on her comic strips? Do you think there's crazy talk in there, or do you think it's sound? Because people who are listening are going to be grasping for straws.
Yeah, and that's Eleanor White, spelled W-H-I-T-E, I think. I like the heck out of her comic strips. She does them from like about 25 each, 25 of them from Peter the Perp standpoint, and another 25 from Tommy the T.I. or somebody like that. And it's like every one of those things, like comes close to mirroring me. There are a couple of three things, and I don't want to get into what they are.
No, don't.
Because I try to avoid the far out talk. That there are a couple of three things in there though, in her Tommy the T.I. that I find a little far fetched. And if any reason that I was ever to give them any credibility, it would be because she took the time to put them in her comic strip. That, honest to God, that's the only reason that I would ever, you know, they're so far fetched. But that's only 2 or 3 of the 25 strips. The other 25, it's like a textbook on perping. Peter the Perp from the Perp standpoint, and Tommy the T.I. from the T.I. standpoint. They're pretty good.
And also too, do you know any other authorities that would be good for beginners who are recently being stalked, who can grab onto it where there's no crazy talk?
I don't know. I don't know. The only thing regarding the crazy talk, let me just address that for a minute. If it doesn't, to the people that are out there listening, and they're going to hopefully be listening to this in 100 years, or you know that this is public domain and it is yours, you own it. Please republish it in 100 years. But the people that are listening to it, if it's not happening to you, if it sounds wacky, it probably is. That's been my personal observation. Everything that happens to me is completely explainable. I have never found anything that I can't visualize from a realistic perspective as being real. I mean, from earthly, let's put it that way, something earthly. No, none of this wacky, woozy, you know, far out stuff.
Now we'll start nailing some of the questions I asked in the chat room, and now we will begin with, you've heard of Leon Trotsky. He worked with Vladimir Lenin in communist Russia. He was the second in command, and he has a quote: "You may not be interested in war, but war is interested in you." And what's this have to do with gang stalking? Well, do you think that there are people who are in neutral? And I'm going to rephrase the question a little bit. Do you think people who are in neutral, but can be threatened or drafted into it? In other words, we have this scumbag over here. We don't like him, and we know that the talents you have, like being a locksmith or surveillance and so forth, we want you to fix this guy. Do you think that most people are neutral, or do you think when the screws are really turned, do you think most people would cave in, or tell them to go blank themselves, or lash out?
I think here's the deal. Just something that I know nothing about, like a locksmith. If you're a locksmith, the perps know where to find you, but you can't go out and find them. That's the first thing. And there are an endless numbers of perps out there that can harass you. So you really don't have any choice but to play ball. If you're not already a perp when you got in there, you don't really have any choice but to do what they want you to do in the first place. And then there's the guy's car, his family, his business taxes, his home. I mean, they can shaft you in any number of different ways. Essentially, if you're a locksmith, I hate to pick on them, but you're the one that brought them up, Jeff. What I'm saying is, I don't think you have any choice but to play ball. I don't. Can you trust a locksmith? I don't know. I guess you can. But if you're a target, they're going to get into your place when you're not there. God, I just hate to say that. It sounds so incredible. I'm just telling you. They want you to know that they've been there. They'll leave stuff behind. They'll move stuff around. So they, in my case, the last place I live, I don't smoke and I never have.
I don't smoke
There was
either.
a cigarette butt one time in the unsmoked in my restroom. They wanted me to. They left it there. They wanted me to know. God, I flew off the. I saw that in there. I mean, I was really annoyed about that. I walked around spitting and cussing, and I was really ranked about that. But that's the effect that they wanted. I almost called the cops. I almost did, because my place had been, and I didn't do it. And it's now that when I got into once I understood after May of 2010, once I understood about this gang stalking thing, the last thing you want to do is ever call the cops. The last thing you ever want, because they're going to say, "You sound crazy. We need to send you to the bunny farm, and they'll come and haul you." I really, that's never happened to me. But I have heard about it enough times that I believe it. So it's a good thing I didn't call the cops about it. Never ever call the cops if you're a TI, if you're a targeted individual. There you go.
No, this gets better. Basically, I have another question here too.
Sure.
Is why don't people think critically when they get any gossip on someone, or when a person receives gossip, why don't the average sheep take the bogus information at face value?
That's a good one. God, I can't wait to answer that question.
Yes.
There's this guy here, and I'm not even going to say his name.
No.
That he's a perp, and he's got a show here on Talk Show about perping. Oh, we're so misunderstood and walked on and all that, and he's one of the disinfo agents. But this one time, I logged on to his show as a guest, and I'm just listening to him talk, and he took like 5 facts about me, and he distorted every friggin' one of them. And he did that by adding information, by leaving out facts, by distorting, it's just like 5 completely different lies, about me. Pardon me?
It's called spin.
Yeah, 5 kinds of spin. So I don't know why people, and they were good. I'm not sure if he took a class, if he got the talking points from somebody, an expert who took the class. I'm just telling you, it was totally, I'd heard that before, that about the spin about people, but it was never about me. This time, those 5, it was just like rat, tat, tat. And I don't think he knew I was listening in as a guest, or I don't think he'd have done it, but he showed me their hand. He showed me the perp hand when he did that. It was incredible. And even today, he plays so innocent. And that's the thing about the perps and many of these shows around here is they play so innocent. Oh, they hurt. Oh, I can't believe you're saying that about Chuck or Van or whatever you want to call yourself now. Oh my God. How could you call me a perp? That hurts, man. That really, I'm telling you, he's acting.
Wow. Now, because you see, I know our school system has dumbed down the generation of children, but even older people are in on this, and that's my main question, which is about thinking critically and being able to discern the BS from the truth, and calling people on their gossip, because not all gossip is true. I mean, a lot of gossip. I mean, Bruce Lee said, "Believe half of what you see and none of what you hear." And I always go by that medium when somebody says something about a person. I keep it in the back of my mind, and see if there's a second and third witness, and see if there's concrete proof. That's how investigators do their investigating. What?
Sure. I mean, the one thing, I mean, I concur with you there.
Yes.
But one thing that is totally amazing, because I spend a lot of time on TalkShoe.com,
Yeah.
where we are now. You're interviewing me, and we're using their resources. But I spend a lot of time in the chat room and listening to the conversation, and I just see guests coming in all the time. They don't even have a login name, and that's fine if the show host wanted to enable that feature. They just have a guest. But I have seen guests. They log in like in twos and threes, and they slander somebody. Usually, if they're slandering somebody, you know that person is probably a target.
Yeah, you're right.
There's a reason why they're doing that, and they're mobbing. They're mobbing up on them, and I'm not sure where. I guess it was the that here is just a plain old guest making comments, and they sound so good.
A troll.
Yeah, they're trolls, or whatever you want to call them, but they're slandering and they're mobbing. It's incredible, and it never ends.
No, here's another good one, which is this inspiration actually came to me. It's not in the chat room, which is a person can be sued for slander. Means something you say about a person. Let's see here.
Libel.
Yeah, libel is something that's written. Aren't the perps and the handlers afraid of getting their pants sued off of them if that perp or victim is able to prove that he's not all the things that they say? At the very least, to open themselves up.
I don't think they're worried about it at all. From what I've observed here, when I've been, I spent a lot of time on TalkShoe.com. From what I've observed here, anything goes. Pretty much it's up to the host to mute somebody if they're out of line. And I have seen usually it's guests. But even the people that aren't guests have a pseudonym login, so it could be J Doe or whatever, and type stuff. And not only that, but people that know how to circumvent this system on TalkShoe, there can be 3 or 4 J Does. So, I wouldn't recommend. I don't know how to do it. I don't want to know how to do it. What I'm saying though is I've seen that happen. You can actually tell, and I'm sorry to get technical here, but you can tell by the user number. I've not seen that the user numbers would be different, but most people aren't going to know enough to look at the user numbers. What I'm saying is that you can be a guest or you can be a login. Is very rare that somebody uses a real name. So pretty much anything goes here.
Yeah, I'm just throwing that out there, and I'm not even talking about TalkShoe. I'm talking about just on the street and workplace mobbing and that kind of stuff. Just like the guy on BMO. I don't even know his name. In fact, I mean, this guy's good. I mean, and basically, it's a video to help explain and expose a form of torture known as gang stalking. But anyways, I'm gonna get back to these questions because I really nailed some really top notch questions out there that would benefit the people. Right here. Do you think a lot of perps are drawing a paycheck or some kind of perk for perping?
I don't know. I think the higher level ones probably are. You can kind of tell who they are after a while, but you can't prove. You can never prove it. They generally drive fairly nice vehicles. I mean, the higher the ones in the higher echelons. I don't know how that works, but the one thing I do want to say, let me just say this: little commercial for myself. This is Chuck. I'm on TalkShoe.com, show number 120297. You can find me there. You can find these recordings there. But I want to record. I want those perps. I want anybody, essentially TIs or perps. This show is about organized gang stalking. I do want to interview perps with real voices, not in the chat room and not with voice changers that are calling in. I'm talking about with a real voice that's not phonied up. Because I'm already I already give up on the fake stuff because they game the system. But when they have to use their real voice, it's a little bit of a different deal. But I want to interview those people. I want people, maybe they went to the doctor and they know they have only X weeks or whatever to live.
Yeah.
Hopefully, while their mind is still working, they'll give me a call. I'm on here right now as of June 2012. I'm on here like every day for large chunks of the day and night. So give me a call. And if you push if you call in to this phone number that's on the screen, and let me interview you, it will be in the public domain, and it will go live.
Unlike yourself, because you hang out in talk show, I listen to a lot of Patriot radio, conservative radio, even a lot of mainstream stuff when I get a chance. But I've kind of cut back on it. But there's a pastor named Pastor Lindsey Williams who in fact worked on the Alaskan Pipe Project, and he was a chaplain to all these elite oil men. And what's this have to do with somebody dying? When you talk about somebody who has a few more weeks to live, the thought came to my mind, which is Pastor Williams and this anonymous person who is giving him information on what's going on in the world. So I figured I'd just throw that out there, because when somebody doesn't have too long to live, or so forth, or are so old they're tired of it, they do spill the beans.
When you're ready, anybody that's out there that wants to spill the beans, you call me. If you want to talk about this issue of organized stalking or gang stalking, I'm the guy to talk to, as long as it's down to earth stuff, because I will not kill the recording if it sounds legit, and if you're not gaming the system. There are no other shows out on that I have seen on TalkShoe that TI, the targeted individual shows, that most of them are not legit. They're under the umbrella of FSCHS, and they're illegit. They're against targets. What I'm saying is you won't get a legitimate opportunity to be interviewed, to spill the beans. And not only that, but what will happen is perps will call in and disrupt the call. They'll start doing it in the chat room. It's incredible. But what I do when I'm doing, well, you're interviewing me, but when I push the go button, the first thing I do is shut down the chat room, so that takes the minds off of the chat room and onto the interview, because this interview is going to live 100 years. And the other thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to destroy the interview. If it's legit, I'm not going to zap it. And that's one thing I've seen about the stinkheads at freedomschs.com is they will kill any content that gets the word out, the legitimate word out about organized stalking. That's their purpose in life, is to not get the word out about organized stalking. So,
well, this is why I'm banging out all these questions, because I know it's going to live forever, and I know it's going to be a textbook for future victims to at least think about this stuff. And one of the questions I put in the chat room that continues with the line of drawing a paycheck is like a promotion at work for burning a victim. So in other words, a perp burns a victim, whether it's verbally or otherwise, and then all of a sudden, lo and behold, he gets a promotion. Like there's a group of Freemasons at work. I mean, Freemasons do this in the court of law. Like if you're a lawyer, defense lawyer representing a real scumbag, that defense attorney does one of the Masonic hand signals with the judge, and that scumbag gets off the hook.
Yeah. So and you can never prove it.
No, you can never prove it unless you know the signals and I know some of the phraseology they use. I mean, Freemasonry, especially in a court of law, that stuff is real.
Yeah,
But
I think so.
But anyways, let's see. What about hazard pay for the purpose because the victim lashes out? I talked about some of the legal stuff that a victim can do, especially if the victim knows a private investigator in their family, or knows a couple of really top-notch attorneys, or an Indian tribe or something like that. In other words, would they have a close knit relationship with somebody that can do some legal damage? But you know what would happen if the perp what would happen if the victim had military training or something, and so forth, and decided to lock and load them? I'm not endorsing it. I'm not endorsing this. I'm throwing this out there as a thought for perps listening, because you know the perp will hit a victim, and that victim might be unstable. So,
yeah, well, you know, one of the things when I first started my shows back in late August of 2010, there was an endless crew of people, and they not only wanted to talk crazy, but they wanted to get me talking about. It seemed to me pretty obvious that they wanted to get me talking about anything that had to do with guns, knives, anything weird. Anything weird like that. They wanted to get me on the record to see if I had tendencies like that. And essentially, what I did back then is I shined them on for a while. Then I started to mute them. Now they don't ask so much anymore, but the perps want to get targets to incriminate themselves. And you can bet this: if there's one perp that's harassing you, there is another one that's backing him up, and he's probably filming you. So if you're a target, if you're a TI, a targeted individual, the chances of them having you on film breaking the law is really, really pretty high. I'm not a lawbreaker anyway, so I don't have to worry about that. But
me neither. But and then I put in the chat room. That's why I would never be a perp, because if I was a perp, that would be going. I'm serious. That stuff would be going through my mind. Or what would happen if I was harassing a minister, for instance, who was an otherwise good person, and I know deep down inside that minister is a good person, and that you know I might not live long if I keep messing with the minister, because I might stroke of a heart attack or something. You know, you just don't just don't touch a minister in that kind of aspect. I mean, you know, these if I was a real bad guy, thoughts like that would be going through my mind of the consequences, whether physical, mentally, or otherwise. And
yeah, let me just tell you something about those perps. I think a lot of perps are. It's not just. I mean, it's cops, it's firefighters. They're essentially paid. It's municipal workers. They're expected to participate to some degree. It's on other professions like locksmiths. It's even people in churches. You don't know that they belong in those churches. But regarding oh shoot, I lost my thought. Regarding the shoot, I lost my thought, Jeff.
Ministers, no, that's okay. I got this. A perp has to look in the mirror at his or her immoral activities and know.
That's what let me pick up where that is that those perps, you know, you may take the bait once when you're just John Q. Doe and somebody's trying to get you perp your neighbor. They want you to participate in harassment of your neighbor down the hall. But if somebody commits off themselves, you know, and you know, if you participated in that conspiracy to where they committed suicide, you are in on it. Now you participated, pal. You gotta now if you believe in your maker and what have you, then one day you're gonna have some explaining to do. And if you don't knock it off right now, if you continue to participate in that sort of thing, essentially you are a killer. And what I'm saying is that I am making no holds barred that people that participate in the harassment of other people first of all, they may have believed the lies. They should be smart enough to know that. But even if they weren't, you still, if you participated in the murder or the suicide of somebody else, then you got some explaining to do. And by the way, that really shuts up a lot of perps who come into this chat room when I say that.
Oh yes, because they might not know what they're doing, or
they never thought of it, that they were part of a conspiracy to kill. But that is what this program is about. They want people, for some sick reason, they want targets to off themselves. I guess they have parties. They think that's like real cool stuff. I can't even imagine the mindset that goes with that of victory, you know. I've heard, by the way, I have heard, and I'm sorry, Jeff, I'm jumping all over, but I just wanted to interject this one thought, that Satanists, you know, from the very offset, I had heard that Satanists were involved. Not all of them, just a chunk of the people that are involved. They have covens, and there's 13 people in each, and I guess that's the maximum size. And they like get off in it. That's what they look just like you and I and everybody else. You don't know who they are, who you're dealing with. Go ahead.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, a lot of corporations have witches and New Agers and stuff like that. That what you're saying makes sense.
Yeah, I never would have thought so, but it's started to maybe make sense to me recently. Now that I think of some of the stuff that they do, it's pretty incredible that a human being would do that, and they just think it's great. It's not just cats and dogs that they kill; it's literally people.
Oh, of course. I mean, William Schleblin is a good name to look at in that aspect. The former Satanist who came to Christ and so forth.
How do you spell that last name?
I can't spell it off the top of my head. I'm not going to run and grab it.
That's right. But people find it if they want to Google it.
I'm just throwing it out there. But the thing is, a lot of these workplaces have New Agers, government places have New Agers, and occultists. So what you're saying is a true statement. Now, let's see here. Let's see here. If perping is this bad in good times, in other words, when people are making some bacon, when people aren't feeling the pinch, you know, stuff like that. If perping is like this in bad times, what will perping be like when the average person has no money coming in? In other words, when there's a collapse in this country, and the country goes belly up, which I believe will happen because we owe Red China our lives basically, with trillions of dollars in debt, and so forth. What would happen to the average person? Would they get worse, or would they get better?
I think possibly. I think though that probably. I can't imagine how much worse can be, but I think they'll make do. I think they're pretty bad. There's a lot of them. They're extremely well organized. It's incredible. It's above the government level. It's above state, county. It's above U.S. level. It is a worldwide protocol. There is no. I've heard the comment said. I'm jumping all over here, but I've heard the comment said, you know, on like some TV show. Some cop will say, I'll have you followed. Why, there will be no place in this world that you can go to get away from me. You know what? There's quite a bit of truth to that, because it's all over. This organized stalking is all over the free world. It's in Canada, U.S., Australia, New Zealand. It's over in Europe.
Western industrialized countries.
And in supposedly in China and Russia and thereabouts, you know. So evidently there is no place that you can't go. And that is the amazing thing, that when people think they're going to get away from the stalking and harassment, as I did early on before I clued into what's going on. It's called gang stalking. But before I clued into that, you think, well, if you just move, it'll go away. You know what? It won't. It will follow you. You will be harassed at the next, whether you go to a different zip code across the river, to a different state, to a different country.
But here's the caveat. When you're in the big cities, it's worse. When you leave the big cities to go out to where it's less centralized, where there's hardly any union workers or government municipal workers, where it's more farms and so forth. You're not going to get the crap.
I think there's some truth to that. I don't know because I've primarily just been in the populated area of Vancouver, Washington, and Portland, Oregon since I became a knowing target. That's where it's. But I do believe what you're saying, that when you move out and about, when you go out to the outback, there's less people. They're amazingly sophisticated people, though. They're amazing. Where are they coming up? Where are they? John Q. Doe, where are they coming up with all these friggin' people?
Well, I'll take that towards the end because
Sure.
of my security background and so forth. I can give some insight on that. But this is an interview with you. We're going to keep
Please.
on the interview right here. Let's see here. Because of the financial collapse, everything evolves. I mean, you have what's called microevolution. I mean, which is an animal or a bird will adapt on a very small level to adapt to their environment. I don't believe in evolution because I'm a Christian, but born again. But when it comes to microevolution, I believe in that. And since everything evolves, where do you see perping going to in the next 20 to 30 years?
I don't know. You asked that in the chat room a while ago. I don't know.
I know, but since this is on the record, I'm throwing it out there since it's being recorded.
Sure. Sure. I'm telling you, I don't see it getting any. Well, I don't know. I was going to say I don't see it getting any better, but I wouldn't be on here trying to get the word out, because I am trying to get the word out to targets, the targeted individuals that don't even know they're targeted yet. They don't even know. And when they learn that they're targeted, the first thing that's going to happen is they're going to go out and find some schmuck organization like freedomschs.com. They're going to give them their name. That'd be the worst thing you could do, is give your name to somebody like that.
Oh.
But where is it going? There's got to be the chink in the armor. There's got to be some way to get the word out about this.
Because
those people out there that are stalking on the street, they're not only stalking real potential criminals, they're stalking people for revenge. You annoyed me. I'm a important person, a politician. I'm the fire department, or I work with the cops or what have you, or my brother is in this secret society or what have you. It's not just about lawbreakers, and they're using the same resources for the lawbreakers as for harassment, for getting even. They're harassing people, and they want them to know they're being harassed, and they don't want the people around them to see it. They want it to be invisible to everybody else. They'll talk. It's called directed conversation. They'll talk about
theater.
Things that you know what they're talking about, but the person nobody else will know, but you'll know they're effing with you.
Now, have you ever heard of the term called swatting? SWATING.
I heard about that the other day. Help me out a little bit. What does that mean?
Yeah. I'm typing it up on my computer. Basically, roughly, it means if a person doesn't like you, they'll call the police department and say, Vancouver just murdered somebody, and he's screaming Heil Hitler, and he has blood everywhere.
So they're calling the what do you call it? The police, the SWAT unit. That's why they call it swatting.
And you'll be.
I had never heard that term before you brought it up the other night. Swatting, where they call the SWAT, the police SWAT on you. To F with you.
Yes, and you'll be none of these, and you'll be sitting back there watching American Idol, eating popcorn. You'll be none of these, and all of a sudden, bang! The SWAT team comes in through your door, and you make a wrong move, and Clyde with the MP5 blows you away, and he says, "Oops."
Yeah, I have heard that. I have heard that term. That's one thing that they do. They use legitimate resources on you.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
I,
totally
found,
amazing.
I found it right here. Swatting. Swatting pranks starting around 2002 increased in the use of internet technology to carry telephone traffic, created a new practice, dialing public safety, and there's a one on conservative bloggers, and this is being aimed at conservatives, like like anybody that really goes against the grain, and it says right here, Fox News, right here, but this about gang stalking, but this is part of it. I found it right here. It's so great what you can do on the internet. Conservative bloggers taking precautions over swatting attacks. Conservative bloggers are on heightened alert following a string of so-called swatting incidents and are taking precautionary measures to ensure they don't fall victim to potentially dangerous to the potential.
Yeah, well, if there's a way to harass somebody, that's what this program is about. That's what it's all about. Swatting is probably just another new term. Another one. Oh, what the heck is?
I'll define it. I found it right here. Fall victim to the dangerous prank as the political blogosphere prepares for the heated election season. Swatting refers to a hoax in which an
That's right. We're on an interview here, though. That's right.
Yeah, in which an anonymous prankster falsely reports a violent crime at an unsuspecting person's home, prompting a police team to respond to the location, believing a dangerous situation is at hand.
Okay. Can we get the short version? Okay, let's keep this thing going here. I'm sorry, Jeff.
I'll do that. Right here. Do you think they will? Do you think they, meaning the government, the police, stuff like that, will arrest PIs in this police state, or just plain kill them?
I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be a place to. I think we're getting there. I don't know.
I don't
think that. I don't know. I haven't got a thought on that.
And then right here, like a purge of TIs. Then let the rest of the average. I goofed. Basically, this has happened in history. Hitler's Germany or Stalin's Russia or the Dark Ages under the Catholic Church, and because Stalin had his purges, he purged his internal cabinet several times, even his leaders, and so forth. And this will go public, I believe, and basically this will be the signal for average people to toe the line.
Well, here's what I think. I think we have an opportunity. It hasn't happened yet, and I think we have an opportunity to get the word out about organized stalking. I think if most people knew that they were being gamed, that they were being told lies and exaggerations to perp and to harass people, I think if most people knew that, they probably they wouldn't participate. You know that, and so we have an opportunity right now in June of 2012. We have this opportunity to get the word out about this issue of organized stalking, and that these guys, you know, that it's not. They're saying you're a bad person, that people should participate in the perping of this person. He needs street justice.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what they're saying. But they're doing it to get even. They're doing it to get that person's assets. Yeah. What have you? It's illegitimate.
Oh yeah. Just like the state wants the farm to run a highway through public domain, and so forth. And I found another thing I put in the chat room, which is it talks about do you think the concept of perping will be fully public? In other words, if it's fully out in the open, and the chilling effect, or the chill effect I put in, will be people saying, I cannot give my opinion because it will ruin me. Plus the sheep will say, everything is fine, the president is good, you must leave. I do not want to be stalked and then taken to a camp. I'll add concentration camp. So
yeah, I don't know if that's gonna happen or not. I just it's totally illegitimate. When it happened, when it started when my relationship started going downhill in 2005, when I started having to move many times in my RV that I was living at the time, like every 6 or 8 months, something would happen. When I finally, I can't prove it, And I don't want to get into the laundry list of things that went wrong with the RV, but lots of things went wrong with the RV, and I literally had to get rid of it and move back into an apartment. And when those things started to happen, I didn't get it. I never got it until 2010. I finally realized, and then you know what? Then the harassment increased. As soon as you discover that there's this issue called gang stalking or organized stalking or mobbing, as soon as you discover that that's not coincidence and that it's not you, it's a protocol that's being used against you. As soon as you catch on, and like I did at the PortlandMercury.com, when I found that on gang stalking, when I found that, my harassment increased amazingly a lot to a highest. I would call it to a highest harassment ever, if that were such a thing. And I'm changing the subject on here. What else you got there, Jeff?
Oh, no, I got plenty because I want the people out there to think.
Please.
Another thing I put out there is what causes a person from your experience, are the handlers FBI, Homeland Security, Freemasons, big corporations with deep pockets? Who would you say would be the handler?
I don't know, but I want to interview them. I'm sorry, that's not the answer you were looking for. The answer is I don't know. I don't know who is involved in doing that. One thing I want to tell them though is I want to interview you, and I'm the only guy that I know. I don't know anybody else that wants to get this word out like I do. And you can find me, and you know my voice and my attitude and what have you. What I'm telling you is that everybody, all these other TI shows on TalkShoe are shills. They're dirty. They don't want to get the word out. But if you want to get the word out, I'm the guy to call. Okay. If I knew of somebody else, one day, Jeff, I hope to have that. I hope to have that. Actually, my interview number 1016 on TalkShoe show number 87161 is of guest 7, and she was a perp. I mean, she did participate in the as she said, she got a kick out of it. She participated, and I want 100 like her. But if anybody's out there and you're listening to me right now, my name is Chuck. The TalkShoe show is 120297. Give me a call anytime. Don't tell anybody that you're going to call, by the way. Do not key it into an email or anything. Don't mention it to your dog. Nobody. It's just you, yourself. You call that number 724-444-7444, and you key in 120297. That's area code 724-444-7444. Call ID number 120297. And then pound sign.
Okay.
And follow give me a call. I'll interview you like you've never been interviewed before, and you won't be derailed by the perps who want to derail it. It happens. I'm telling you, it happens all the time. When there's a good topic on some of these TI shows, when there's something that's too good, it's getting the word out too well, somebody calls up to derail. It happens nearly every time. Go ahead, Jeff.
All the people in the chat room. Oh my goodness! I mean, we must be making a real dent here. But anyways, right here. What is the common thread? In other words, the common denominator that causes a person to be a TI? Is it A, speaking against the government? B, I'm gonna say this verbally because I'm better verbal than writing. Irritating the wrong person, or C, going to certain events like the Tea Party, or belonging to the wrong groups like the John Birch Society or any conservative or anti-government organization, what they consider subversive. I mean, or like you said, they just want your assets. I mean, plain and simple. And personally, I hate the way they use the term vigilante justice, because when you think of vigilante, you think of some desperate you think of some desperado that that's just an evil, murderous person, and the court can't get him as cowboy justice. And everybody knows that this guy.
Yeah, it almost sounds noble. It sounds like it's from the cowboy days, you know.
Cowboy.
But,
cowboy.
Essentially, it may have started out to be a good idea if the guy really had it coming, you know. But what I'm saying is they've subverted what it was set up for. They have they use and abuse, and they want your assets. You know, everything that you just said are reasons why people. And the one thing that you did leave out, though, is it's generational too. These guys are so sick, they want to wipe out your bloodline.
Yeah,
you don't have to believe me. I'm telling you, anybody that's out there listening, if you don't believe me, then don't. I'm telling you.
I believe you because you know that makes that to me makes sense. I mean, I'm the reason why I'm throwing out the vigilante part is because when I was a kid, especially when I was a kid, I used to read comic books like The Punisher, because you know the Punisher went after bad guys, and this is why people like Charles Bronson and people like that, because the bad guys slip through the system, and you know the bad guys get.
Oh, I remember that series. I never thought of that. That was a long time ago.
Chuck, the Death Wish series, and that's why I'm throwing it out there to the audience, because that's what people think of when they think of vigilante, which is the daredevil, the Punisher.
What I'm telling you, people out there that are listening though to this, there is a protocol in the world, and it's called organized stalking. I'm telling you, people get put on a list. Some people may deserve it because they were in prison or because they made threats about national security or what have you. But some people are put on the list out of revenge, and they don't get a trial. They just get put on a list, and they're screwed with by the same resources. And if you participate, if you're one of the neighbors down the hallway that participates against, if you're the one whose phone rings and says, okay, walk out, same time entry and exit is what it's called, walk out, just to harass the person, to the point where the last place I lived, like literally every time, I don't care what time of day or night it was, every time I walked out and came in, there'd be somebody out there that primarily came out of about 4 units. By the way, when you participate in that, that's not to say that it's legitimate. Now, you may hear a story, they may show you a picture. Look at here, and he's a pedophile. They love to call everybody pedophiles. So I hear. I don't know what they're saying about me. They don't want you to know. And not only that, but if you are a neighbor down the hallway, or if you are in the block watch, the first thing they're going to tell you is, now don't talk to him, don't compare notes, because if he hears that they call him a pedophile, he can say that's not true. I'm not.
Exactly. Well, wait, no, because I like when I do even when I do an interview, I love getting into history. Back in medieval England, there was a group of people, and it's called the Star Chamber, and basically it was extrajudicial justice. You know, that's roughly because I want to keep the flow of this show going, not to bore people.
Sure.
But basically, look it up on Wikipedia, the Star Chamber, not the movie with Michael Douglas, though that's pretty good, and you see a modern version of the Star Chamber, but the ancient version of the Star Chamber, they basically just killed you or did some kind of extrajudicial justice, and that was the end of you. And it started, and it was the Star Chamber was an English.
But what we have today is mobbing and stalking and harassment.
Yeah,
it's totally amazing.
That said, at the Royal Palace of Westminster until 1641, it was made up of privy councillors as well as common law judges, and supplemented the activities of the common law and equity courts in both civil and criminal matters. The court was set up to ensure fair enforcement of the laws against prominent people so powerful that the ordinary courts could never convict.
And that all sounds good. And that all sounds fine and dandy. But in this case, they don't even tell the person being harassed. They don't even tell them that they were that they had their trial. They weren't invited. No, you don't know that it was a fair trial. How are you going to have a fair trial when all they want is your assets, or because they want to get even with you because you did the American thing. You spoke out about an injustice, but that got you listed. That got you harassed for the rest of your life and possibly your family too.
Oh yeah,
That's pretty rotten, and they didn't give you a trial for that.
This is where the kicker is. When you read something, there's what's called the kicker, which wraps it all up. I'm seeing what I sense as the kicker. Court sessions were held in secret with no indictments, no right to appeal, no juries, no witnesses. Evidence was presented in writing. Over time, it evolved into a political weapon, a symbol of misuse and abuse of power by the English monarchy and the courts.
And what term is that on? Is that on Wikipedia? What was that under, please?
Yeah, Wikipedia. Just
under what term did they search to find that, please?
Oh, the Star Chamber. That's all.
Star Chamber. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I have not heard. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Now, as I was saying before, let's see. The purpose was made public. Basically, when it comes to extrajudicial justice and so forth about speaking, you know what? The person could be killing a patriot like myself who would do no harm, who's not a threat to security, and so forth. And this is what I'd be thinking of if I was a perp, which is am I harming a fellow patriot? Am I harming an otherwise good person? I mean, because you see all these prominent people dropping dead like flies, like Andrew Breitbart and other people. There's a patriot named Chapman. I forgot his first name. Robert. I think his name is Robert Chapman, and other people like that. I mean, patriots are just dropping dead like flies, and
nobody knows why, but.
Natural causes like Andrew Breitbart, which is the more prominent one, died of a heart attack. But I'm just saying this off the top of my head. I mean, there are weapons that can cause, and I'm not talking the crazy talk. I'm talking poisons that can cause a person to have a heart attack. I mean, these are old spy weapons used back in the 1950s. Tapping.
So what else you got question-wise? What else do you want to hammer me with?
I'm sorry.
Preferably out of the blue.
No. Okay. Basically, I'm gonna wrap it up with this because I've interviewed you for a while. I just want people to think about this. There's good people out there, and also you can use your iPhone to take a picture of somebody, send that picture on Facebook. Spread that portrait of the person all around, and if you're close enough to the person, get an audio of what he or she is saying. These iPhones and these smartphones are very amazing devices. You can text, and depending on how good it is, you can screw a person just by taking a picture of them and getting their audio. So the surveillance is out there. You can do research on your own on the internet. And look up micro cameras and microphones. You can stick in a radio. You can buy this anywhere. This is not James Bond stuff. So we do have the technology to create the new world order.
And I am looking for the silver bullet, so to speak, from a metaphoric standpoint. I'm looking for the answer to that. I don't know, honest to God, Jeff, man, I don't have a clue what it might be, but it doesn't stop me. I do focus on a lot of things that are bad, but I am really looking for the answer to that. I don't know what it is, but if you know what it is, come to my show and tell me, please.
I forgot something, and I have to see if I covered everything. It's crazy. No. Basically, when the system does collapse, do you think that perps will just say, screw it? We have nothing more to protect. I mean, because look, the Stasi. I'm gonna give you history. You can find this on YouTube. The German Stasi in East Germany, which was based upon the Cheka of the Soviet Union, the people just got sick of it, and they had a peaceful protest, and they just barged right in, and they looked at the files of everybody that the Stasi checked up on.
And that was pre-internet. Now we have the internet, and it's a lot easier to. Now we have cell phones with everybody on the street. We have satellite surveillance.
I'm gonna look this up right. I'm gonna look this up right now because I like being factual when I talk. Stasi, East German Stasi, East, and you can find a lot of YouTube videos on the German Stasi, East German, ERMAIN, Stasi, STASI. I think I got it right here. And you know what? I mean, if the Stasi wanted to fix you, like if one of the party heads wanted your girlfriend or something like that, I mean, you'd really get screwed royally. I mean, and it was the secret police, and right here, Ministry for State Security, and that's what it stood for. And one of the more prominent people who was the head of it was Erlich Miki, and basically they ruined a lot of people's lives. And when people went in there and they shredded files towards the end, they shredded files, and they're still putting the files together to find out what these people did. I mean, people actually got real jail time and you know, beatings and stuff like that, and so forth. But
so have you got any other good tough questions that you want to hammer at me there, my man?
I'll wrap it up with this. Like East Germany unifying with West Germany and East Germany collapsing and so forth. Right here, between 1950 and 1989, Stasi employed 274,000 people to root out the class enemy. Look this up on Wikipedia on your own.
Sure.
Do you think Americans, being spoiled as we are, when the country collapses, do you think Americans would demand to see files written up?
You know, the one thing about, you know, what I'm hearing is that it's not just people that dress nice. I mean, I'm talking about it's ex-convicts. I mean, it's homeless people. There's a lot of people that are involved in harassment and perping. You know, so it's not just your t-shirt wearing guy walking down the street. It's a lot of people, a lot of groups. It's nearly many groups.
I found this right here. Stasi informants by 1995, 174,000 have been identified, which is approximated 2.5 of East Germany's population between the ages of 18 and 60. This is some pretty good stuff. And there were Stasi informers and so forth. It'll actually blow your mind. And
you know, another thing that's akin to that is, you know, Martin Luther King, one of the greatest Americans that ever lived. People were perping him back in the 60s. You know, this was, and supposedly they phased it out. It was called COINTELPRO, and supposedly, but they didn't phase it out. They just renamed it, and they're still doing it. Well, it's bigger. It's more sophisticated.
You just put a memory in me. There's Operation Phoenix back in the Vietnam War, and their purpose was to root out the Viet Cong through an assassination program. And there was and you're right, COINTELPRO, and you know, Martin Luther King got assassinated too, by the way.
Yeah, that's right.
Along with Malcolm X. And
by a lot of his you know, people that would have claimed to be patriots, by a lot of people who were of his own race, mobbed him and harassed him. Essentially did what's happening to targeted individuals today. He was a great man, and yet look what happened to him.
And I'm saying this roughly. You also have patriots like Douglas MacArthur and people like that who died suspiciously. You know, in other words, anybody that speaks out against the government of any shape, way, or form, even if you're super high level up, they make you look like a nut, like Joseph McCarthy, So it doesn't matter whether you're on the left or whether you're on the right. I happen to be on the Christian conservative side, but they just want people to shut up, watch football, drink the beer, and just do as they're told and say everything is okay.
And if you don't, they mob you. And the people that are in the mobs, the people that are participating, do not know why they're there. They don't. They may hear the story for some justification, but like I said, I will say one more time: once you are involved in perping somebody and that person offs themselves or dies suspiciously, you can fairly well assume that you were in on that and you participated in the conspiracy to kill, which makes you a killer. If you are a gang stalker, if you're a mobber, you're a killer. Think about it.
Oh yeah, yes, and also too, what was I about to say? Also too, I mean, I'm not going to die of suicide. I'm not the suicidal.
Me neither. I'm not ever either.
So just to say that on the record, Rick Wiles, who coined the term Arkancide, which means it's murder that looks like a suicide, and he used the term which I got a kick out of called Arkancide. Think about that one. I will. This interview is being wrapped up. It's been roughly an hour, a little over an hour. So do with it as you wish. I hope I.
This is interview number 3005, by the way, on TalkShoe.com. Show number. Oh goodness, I can't remember my show number. For crying out loud. 120297. TalkShoe.com, show number 120297, interview number 3005. Jeff, thanks for coming on. The best kind of the interview in my mind is one with no script. I did get like half the questions you typed into the chat room. The rest of them I got blindsided on, and that's the best kind in my mind.
Yeah, it wasn't scripted. I just played it. I played it by ear. I don't script anything. I have a basic outline in my mind, and I just go with it. And anyways, I'll let you go. Have a good night.
Okay, and that is the end of this interview. Thank you for coming.
Talk Shoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com, call number 120297. This show is being recorded, and anything that I say, well, you can consider to be in the public domain. Alda wrote the content that I'm going to read, and she did make the comment that it's very important to get the information out there, and I'll be reading that. So I don't consider that what she said is in the public domain, but please feel free to copy any part of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click the top left purple button to see if there's a show presently underway. The time out here on the West Coast is 12:30 p.m. on Saturday, June 23, 2012. The page that I'm going to be reading is on http:/sites.google.com/site/targeted stalked terrorized. Once again, I'll repeat that: http://sites.google.com/site/targeted stalked terrorized. It's entitled, "Are You the Victim or Potential Participant in Domestic Terrorism?" by state and corporate sponsored tactics. Subnote has this site is not complete, still being updated daily, but getting the information out there, she says, is more important than waiting for perfection. There are three columns on this that I'll be reading. The first column is this happening to you? The second column is, are you a member or of any of the following? And the third column is, are you being pressured to? So I'm going to read the first column. Is this happening to you? Where neighbors, friends, coworkers, management, law enforcement, strangers, and or retail personnel, you receive unexpected, abrupt rudeness and or suspicious mistrust of you. Next, under is this happening to you, is sudden loss of relationships with known people, deceitful approaching, people go fishing for personal information for no reason, noticeable petty vandalism, sabotage, damage, destruction, or theft of property, repeatedly misplaced or moved items in the privacy of your own home that reappear later out of nowhere. Numerable repairs, accidents, obstructions, and delays, a sudden influx of noise and traffic, and people into your home or work area, where it did not happen before. The public, flash mobbing. Google that term, flash mobbing, or crowding with malicious, harassing intent. In the workplace, mobbing, harassing, rigged workstation, and compromised workspace. Vehicle floating box or mobbing, where you are surrounded by their vehicles who box you in, slow you down repeatedly, or pull out just as you approach. And in my case, I might add, after it happened about the fourth time, the person in front of me slammed on the brakes for no reason, causing an accident after I was tapped into her. Continuing to read on, are these you begin to realize once or twice it's a possible coincidence, but repeated acts of stalking, harassment, sabotage, vandalism to property becomes professional tactics deployed on purpose. If so, you may be the unwitting victim of target or an innocent target by state or corporate, educational, or citizen-sponsored organized terrorist stalking. She goes on to write, have you noticed constant disturbance or trouble with telecommunications, including the landline or cell phone, increased stoppage, timeout, loss, signal or reception due to unexplained electronic interferences, cable, satellite, modem, or wireless router, abrupt and continued malfunction or complete electronic failure, household appliances included, an ongoing need to repair or replace electronics and appliances over a short period of time again and again, unexplained, amplified, solid, or repetitive, extremely high or low acoustical frequency noises. If so, you may be the victim of warrantless and due process experimental electronic warfare. The next column, entitled, are you a member or an employee of any of the following? I'm going to skip the top paragraph here, but the following are religious groups, block watches, private security companies, tourism industry, financial groups, utility companies, public health organizations, educational institutions, technology, transportation, community groups, and many more. She goes on to say, you may be asked to participate without due process, warrant, or court order, legal documentations to violate the targeted individual's fundamental basic rights and liberties guaranteed to all equally. If so, you may be the victim of a professional recruitment and manipulation of false flag operations, and that's hyperlink, by the way, based on tainted fruit of poisonous tree, and psychological operations, abbreviated PSYOPs, spelled PSYOPS, Google that term. And because they just might be spying on you and your organization or members within, there's a couple of hyperlinks on this page that I gave the URL of earlier. One is to an ACLU, and one is to a Dr. Martin Luther King link. Are you, the third column, are you being pressured to slander, disrespect, deceive, laugh at, mock, or provoke a target? Continuing to say, are you being pressured to invade the privacy or space of a target, stalking, crowding, mobbing, following, giving the target's locale away, a scene in a public setting, to participate in whisper, noise, or pointing, harassment, or setup campaigns? Are you being pressured to use keywords without knowing what they mean or what it represents to the target as they pass by, to wear the same colored clothing, to drive by or near the target's house, to walk up or stand by the target in a public setting, to make some demeaning comment about the target or others, noticing that the target's state of mind? Are you being pressured to provide unpleasant, unfriendly, misleading, evasive, fraudulent information or service, to lie about the target to others, or make up stories to further victimize or facilitate the negative, false impressions about the target? Were you given the address, vehicle ID, phone number, email, photo of the target in order to complete tasks? Were you asked to drive by the target's home whenever you were in the area, or idle vehicles loudly, play music at all hours of the night, and so forth? Were you asked to show up by foot in a group, walking a dog, pushing a child in a cart, or other missions. Have you been called or text message to show up for a flash mob? Once again, Google that term, flash mob, in a public area where the target is. Were you given access to a social network or website that depicted the target in such a negative light if it compelled you to join forces? Were you asked the target's private, were you asked to access the target's private account at work and to alter data in that account? Were you told to impersonate the target or a legitimate legitimate representative or company, agency, or office, knowing that it would be committing fraud? Were you bribed, threatened, or coerced in some form to harass the target? Were you told it is just for a good cause, it's for the greater good, or because the target deserved it, even though you knew you would be violating the rights or liberties of a fellow citizen? Or were you told it was just a harmless game? Do you know all of the legal reasons? Do you truly know the reasons you were asked to participate? Do you have copies of any of the documents that were presented to you? And did you take them to an unbiased outside source to validate, verify, and vet the legitimacy and the legality of the documents before you participated? Were you asked to sign a non-disclosure confidentiality statement? Were you told all of this is a secret? And if so, you may be the victim of recruitment by state or corporate, educational, citizen-sponsored, organized terrorist. And that is the end of this recording.
Talk shoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck. My nickname is Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to Talk Shoe. Call number 120-297. This call is being recorded, and anything said on this call will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any part of this MP3 recording file. You do not need any permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or 120-297, or click that purple top left live now button to see if the show is underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 10:30 p.m. on Tuesday, January 26, 2012. And I might also add that in the chat room, there are some comments from this person who is going to go by the name of TapQ. And those are in the public domain too. And TapQ, why don't you take the lead? What do you want to say?
Well, thanks for having me, Chuck. I appreciate you taking the time to talk to me this evening. And just to kind of pick back right up where we left off before we started recording this call. I was just saying that this is a topic that is kind of new to me. I clicked on the TalkShoe link to find out kind of what a targeted individual is, and you've been, educating me, letting me know what's going on, and I'm just trying to understand more about the topic and why one might feel that they are a targeted individual, what would constitute proof that one is a targeted individual, and why one might actually be a targeted individual. So if we can jump right back to that, can you tell me what might be some of the reasons?
I mean, the reasons why I think, as we talked earlier, and now we're getting it in the recording here, I came up with a list one time of like eight different incidents where I was outspoken, where I might have annoyed the wrong person, and I would have been put on. What could have brought this harassment on? And I did come up with a number of people, but I think it could possibly also be it runs in the family. I think it could be, and it runs in not just my family, possibly cousins' family, that it actually possibly goes back a couple of generations. That's what I have to say. I
the
can't
sins
prove
of the
it.
father, so to speak.
The sins of the grandfather, potentially.
Okay.
You don't know. You don't know. You're not, like I said earlier, you're not going to get a registered letter that says, "Dear Chuck, from now on you're going to be, you're going to be harassed." You're just not going to. It doesn't work that way. You just one day the wrath of God comes down on you and you start getting harassed. What else do you have to?
Okay, you say the wrath of God. So is there any are there levels to the degree of harassment that a targeted individual might experience, and is there any direct correlation with the degree that the person that's doing the targeting may have been wronged by said individual? You know what I mean?
Well, first of all, you're assuming that it's one person. What I'm telling you about is it's a total protocol. That it's a total protocol that it follows you across the river, across state lines, to different cities. Well, when you are truly targeted, it wasn't just I've never been incarcerated and I never will be, and I never will do anything wrong. But supposedly, we talked earlier that people that get out of jail, they're told you're going to have an eye kept on you. In fact, if you want to be an eye keeper, they will offer that to them. But people that are TIs, that are targeted individuals, they don't get that for themselves. They're just it happens to them one day. And for me, that day was April of 2006 when it started, and it was like the wrath of God. It was just amazing. It was every time. Go ahead.
What happened?
Oh, it was every time I went to the store. It was trying to take apart. And I'm talking about every time I went to the store. I'm talking about like 8, 10, 12 times. I don't know, a number of times in a row. People would swipe the parking spot in front of you. So it wasn't just one isolated incident and people walking out in front of a pole. And just as you're ready to walk in the store, somebody would walk out in front of a pole. As you're walking down the aisle, they study you.
Was it one particular day, or was it the entire month? I mean, you say April.
I'm saying it was like I can't even remember. It was like that was just one example was in the store. But let me continue with the store because I want to get this on the recording. When I'm walking down the aisle, there'd be some little old lady reading a label on a can and pushing her cart right in front of you. And I'm not talking about one time. I'm talking about every time you go to the store. You get this one product off the shelf, and there's somebody right there, and you don't think about it until they push their cart right in front of you. And then when you get to the end of an aisle, there's somebody there. And then when you go down the next aisle, there's another product you want. They know where you're going to go, what route you're going to take. They're there. They F with you. And it's totally amazing protocol. When I go to the self-checkout lane to check out, it was like every time I couldn't get the cash, and I couldn't find the lady to give me cash for my cash back on my debit card, what have you. And it was like every time I'm talking about, it was at the video store. It was like literally walking down the street, and that was just, and this went on for like 4 years, from 2006 until 2010, until as I may have indicated to you earlier, until I discovered the term gang stalking. Gang stalking. Google that term. Go ahead.
Was it different stores, or were you continuing to go back to this? I mean, I'm
it was generally. I mean, that's a good question. It was generally just one store that I went to every time. They knew they know your habits. They know what store you're going to go to. They're waiting for you there.
Yeah, but if it went on for 4 years, wouldn't you think that you might want to change stores at some point? And I'm not trying to be facetious. No,
you're not. I don't think so. I don't think you are. I mean, to the point where what they did, they eventually they ruined the RV that I was living in. They ruined the truck that I was that I had been pulling it with, and so I moved into an apartment, and then the harassment follows you there. You think you're going to get away from it by relocating. When you are a targeted individual, it will follow you. The harassment will follow you.
Did you start over the period of the 4 years recognizing the individuals that were, harassing you? I mean, was it?
No, I didn't. That's what I thought. God, where are these coming up with all of these frigging people? How do they do that? I mean, you don't. The one thing I want to say, though, to anybody who's listening into this, they don't make eye contact with you. I never really thought about that until just recently. yeah, I'm a pretty polite guy. I'd say excuse me or whatever, even though it might have been their fault. The fact is, we bumped into each other, and they never say no problem or excuse me back. They just ignore you. It's like every friggin' time, and you think, God, this is totally amazing. So if you're a targeted individual, a TI, and there's somebody listening into this public domain recording, Google that term, gang stalking, organized stalking. That is what's happening.
Is there any possibility that, it's just that's just the way people are? I mean, I experience the same types of things that you talk about going to grocery stores or any busy store. And in fact, it's one of the primary reasons I try to avoid
No, I'm not
going
just
to
talking
places
about the
like
grocery
that at
store.
all
I'm talking
costs.
about walking down the street. I'm talking about walking into any kind of a store. Well, I'm just talking about. It's not just a grocery store. It's like literally everything. It's like in the hallway where I lived.
Is it
The
everywhere
last
you go?
Not everywhere you go. Sometimes it'll be 3 or 4 times in a day. Sometimes there might be a couple of three, not very often though. You might get a couple of 3 days off and you think, oh God, this is great. It's over with. But guess what? It comes back.
Do you find that the days
So,
off tend to be days when you're not dealing with other people?
no, I mean, just walking around.
Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck. Now, this is part 2 of 2 from Tap Q's call that got terminated. I don't know why a few minutes ago. I'm responding on this call to his text questions before the last one. Anyway, my name is Chuck. Nickname is Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain recordings, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click the top left purple button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 5 minutes to 11 p.m. on Tuesday, June 26, 2012. This is recording number 3008. Now, I had Tap Q came into the chat room and asked me some questions. I'm going to respond to those questions. I've still got them on my screen here. He said, I'm just browsing the above shows. I thought I'd call him to see what you're talking about. He says he's from South Carolina. He says he's not sure he's following me. And are you saying that prisoners are released or having tabs kept on them by authorities? And I said, that would be this is my recollection of what I said. I said that would be my understanding that yes, they are kept tabs on after they get out of the joint, and that would make sense. He said, "Did you annoy somebody? And is their goal, in my case, is it their goal in life to destroy you?" And I said, "Yes, I think so." I had come up with a list at one point of like 8 people. I thought, who could have brought this wrath on me? And I came up with a list of 8 people that I may have annoyed. I sorted them the most likely on the top, the least likely on the bottom. But when I look back on it now, I do think it does essentially precede even my father. Because it's present, I think, in cousins' family also. Are people simply being watched? I said, I think so. And in some cases, they are being watched, or they're worried about the prospect of them being killed. And I said, at one point, I do have to say, I did worry about that. But early, kind of about the middle of my tenure of being harassed, I did talk to somebody, and she said, have you ever thought of that? Have you ever worried about being killed? And I said, I got to thinking about it. I said, no, I guess not. I never thought about it. You always just assume that is because people are making angry faces because they're acting in a threatening manner, that's going to worry. But I never had experienced any outward risks of that. Although lately, since I've gone live on these talk show calls, I probably get about one threat a week. By the way, I don't think I said that to him. He said, so are targeted individuals in fear of their lives? I said, I think it would depend on if they're outspoken, if they're trying to get the word out about it, or if they're just taking the abuse that they're given. Because he has seen people that have had their reputations destroyed. It ruins their business. They lose everything just because they annoyed the wrong person. How were you harassed? I said I was harassed in the store like many times in a row. Every time I went to this particular store on exit 12, Fred Meyer store in Oregon on exit 12 on Interstate 205. And it was like every time I went, like perhaps a dozen. I don't know how many times. I really don't. I didn't count. It was just when I went to take the parking spot, somebody would swipe it away at just the last second, and even swipe away the next parking spot at the last second because they knew what kind of a spot I wanted. When I went to walk in the door, somebody would always walk out in front of a pillar at just the last second, and I would say okay, and they would never acknowledge me. I would say excuse me because I'm a fairly polite guy, and they would always ignore you. They would never respond in kind. And I thought, God, that's weird. Maybe it's a full moon out tonight or something. When I was walking down the aisle, um, uh, and I was ready to grab a product off of the shelf, just as I was ready to grab it, some little old lady would push her cart right in front of me to break my train of thought. I would say, excuse me. I would take the product, And once again, this wasn't just one time at the store. This is like every friggin' time I went to the store, and you think, how can this be? How can this? Pretty soon you begin to realize you're being harassed. Either that or you could think it's going on in your head. But I never thought that it would happen when I got to the end of the aisle. Somebody would walk out in front of me. When I went down the next aisle to grab a product off the shelf, same thing. Somebody would always cut off my forward motion. It was just amazing. It was clearly orchestrated. It became very clear after a while. When I went to check out on the self checkout lane, it was the same thing. If I wanted cash out of the machine, I could never get the cash out of the machine, and I could never find the cashier to get that from. He said, well, maybe some people are just being rude. He typed into the chat room because once again, I am responding to his chat room comments on this call. And I said, I never had that happen before. I'm the same guy, always was. He says he sees a lot of things that I'm talking about, and he just chalks it up to a crazy world. And I said, well, I would too, but it's like every time. So there was clearly something going on that I had never heard of anything like this happening to anybody. It was a complete new experience for me. He said, other than inconveniences, how has it affected your life? I said, potentially with customers, with gaining new customers, potentially driving the car. I had and I've talked about it on another recording here. Somebody, like, for no reason, like 3 or 4 times, maybe more, I don't know, going south on I-5 before I got the exit 12 in Oregon on I-205. Somebody just slammed on the brakes in front of me, and the guy behind me tapped me into her, and she got like she nailed that for. There's hardly any damage to her vehicle, but she got like, I don't know, $1,500 out of it, and another $1,500 for whiplash for visiting a doctor. And I thought, God, that's weird. I said to the insurance adjuster, eventually I did have to get rid of that truck. I had to get rid of the RV that I was living in. he says, you know, a lot of people are having trouble finding employment in the economy, in this economy. Life sometimes is a son of a gun. And I said, well, I never had any problem before, but I don't have any more to say about that other than I hadn't had it happen before. He learned in life not to focus on the negative things. Just keep your head above ground. And I said, you know, I could do that if I wanted to, but in my objective here is to get the word out about organized stalking, and that is what I want to do. You know, I've read forget the name of the book, but you know, and basically what I wanted to do is to get the word out about organized stalking, about gang stalking. And if you Google those terms, organized stalking and gang stalking, that is more important to me than worrying about myself. You know, he said you should count your blessings. Well, I believe our ears responded to that. He said if it's real and it's not killing you, it'll make you stronger. Don't let it cripple you or be paranoid. I said, well, you know, once again, I want to get the word out. That's my objective in having this show. He said he's not a he said, if you are not a religious man, ask God for your guidance and maybe he'll listen. Once again, it's not about me. At this point, I want to get the word out. This is uh, a protocol that I was not aware of. In April 2006, it began, and I didn't find out what was going on until May of 2010. And once I found out that there was this issue called organized stalking, and you can find that on the Portland Mercury blog if you search for that. And I found uh, essentially a 2 or 3 paragraph write up by a person named Gang Stalking, a person from up in the French district in Canada, and he wrote this write up, and I've since seen it. I have since seen it. Those very words published on many blogs across the internet, and I realized that's what's happening. It fit me to a T. I was being organized stalked, and once again, I googled the term gang stalking, and I found it. But one thing that I really found that was really pretty, that made me raise my eyebrows further, was when you read about organized stalking, gang stalking on the Google blog, or rather on the Google that Google linked you to. So much of it was crazy talk that never, you know, none of this stuff ever happened to me. Anything that ever happened to me was completely earthly, and that could be completely explained. And so it became pretty obvious to me after a while that the plot was even thicker than I originally thought it had been. That there was an infrastructure in place that was to stop the word about organized stalking from getting out, because there was all this other stuff flooding the channels about all this crazy talk. And I thought, wow, this is really weird. And then I found talkshoe.com, where I am right now recording this, and I found that in May of 2010, about 4 years, almost to the day of when this took off with me. And then at TalkShoe.com, I found there's all these other shows, many of which were centered around freedomschs.com, and most of them were crazy talk. And clearly, they were driving the TIs, the targeted individuals of gang stalking, away, and they were talking about these other wacky stuff that are unearthly, that are not what I would call earthly. And I'm not going to get into what those are because they're just crazy talk. And so once again, the organization that was supposed to be leading us out of this horrendous issue that we're in was working against us. It appeared to me they didn't want to talk about organized stalking, which I believe is the only thing that's real here. They wanted to talk about all this crazy talk. They just take it for what it's worth. Don't give them your name though. He said some people may think you're crazy. I said I couldn't really blame anybody who thinks this sounds crazy. But there is this issue when people get out of when people get out of the joint, when people get out of jail, they're going to have an eye kept on them. I never really thought about that before. I never had any reason to think about it because I've never been in jail. I'm never going to go. But what I'm saying is what's happening with gang stalking is those resources that are they're harassing and stalking and mobbing people out on the street are also being diverted to people who merely crossed the wrong person, who annoyed the fire department, police department, who sued a municipality or what have you. They often find that they get stalked and harassed, and they can't prove it either. You know. Uh, anyway, I'm not saying he's crazy. I was just listening. He says he's not a Freemason. I guess I had taken a pot shot at them. But he's seen some videos. They're a scrumpy group, devil worshippers. I said my understanding is yes. Once they get up to the 33rd degree Freemason, that's when they begin to worship the devil. Believe it or not, that's pretty weird, and really doesn't fall into the realm of this talk show. But I'm going to continue reading on. Said he watched a video the other day where Alex Jones, the talk show host, went to the Bohemian Grove and they did a ceremony called the cremation of care. So I wrote that down and I will have a look at that cremation of care. Bohemian Grove, Alex Jones hosts the keywords where you would, it was a mock human sacrifice. And I said, my understanding is that there's some pretty bad characters that they don't just they don't just sacrifice cats and dogs, that they do it to humans too. It's pretty disturbing stuff. From my perspective, everything he says, everything you're saying seems plausible, but extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. And my comment to him is, you're not going to come up with proof about this. But I have not stopped. It has not stopped me from trying to find a way to get this word out. Let's see, but all evidence is anecdotal, and believe it, you need proof. I think basically people are afraid to talk about it. I want to say that people who it is happening to, if they speak out about it, their assets, their children, their anything dear to them, their job can be compromised. The bad guys can go after it, and it's just something to think about. And I don't have a number of those issues, and so I am feeling that it's an obligation to try to get the word out about this issue. He said, "Here is what I would do." He would ignore it. He would focus on his daily life, and I said, I could ignore it and focus on my daily life, but my objective is not for me so much as to get the word out about organized stalking, because I was completely unaware of this issue until 2006 April, when the dogs were unleashed on me, and I walked around for 4 years being harassed, and I had no idea that this was a protocol that was real. And so now I'm mad. Now all I really want to do is get the word out about this issue. And so once again, it's not about me. He said, maybe keep a camera with you and keep it running at all times. I said, I did that for a short while. I had my camera, and I'm kind of half glad I did, because I have on film the incidences of the harassment, but it's still not proof. And besides that, when you go around taking pictures of everybody, you look like the one who is doing the harassing, rather than the other person. So while it might be true that it would make sense to have a camera with you at all time, it doesn't make you look particularly stable. At that point, I realized that we had a live wire on the line here. I talked to him and I said, can I have your permission to use your comments in a recording? If so, please state so. And he said, yes, I can. I said, this would be a public domain recording. There would be no compensation, and the recording will live forever. And he said, okay, no problem. And can you, okay, dude, he's, okay. Just a guy in my comments. At that point, he called in, and that is on recording number 2007. Once again, this is recording number 2008, and I'm going to call this recording to an end. and thank you for listening.
Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nicknamed Van or Vancouver of Washington, USA. Welcome to Talk Show number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need any permission. No notification or attribution is necessary to find more of these public domain audios. Go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen. And search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click on the purple top left button on the top left of your screen to see if the show is live now and underway. The time out here on the West Coast is 3:05 p.m. on Monday, July 2, 2012, and this is recording number 3009. Okay, this is what I call a chat summary from a visit I had to my chat room yesterday afternoon, Sunday, July 1, 2012, and I have highly edited this, I might say, but I believe I've retained the substance and the integrity. And I'll start off by addressing why I would do a chat summary about a white separatist. And the answer is because Martin Lindstedt of Missouri, the self-proclaimed white separatist, is a TI, a targeted individual, and TIs are what this show is all about. As you listen to my reading of this, please ask yourself if you think TIs exist, and if so, does the government have an obligation to surveil them everywhere they go? And if there is an infrastructure in place to follow him, 24/7 by 365 worldwide, a surveillance infrastructure that exists right where you live, in your workplace, in the streets, in the church that you go to, everywhere, and where the psychiatrist used to isolate him for 3 years. But also, please ask yourself if these very same surveillance and harassment resources are abused to get even with innocent people, to gain control of their assets, to compromise their children, to wipe out their bloodline, to use them for medical experimentation. So anyway, let me begin. Siegfried, this character, entered my room, number 120297 on TalkShoe.com yesterday afternoon. I've seen him in my room before, and I asked him, are you an M-Buster? And he said, no, I'm not an M-Buster. I'm a DSCI Christian. That stands for Dual Seed Line Christian Identity. He had to explain that to me, by the way. He says that Pastor Lindstedt is his pope, and he is free speech. You can say whatever you want on his show. He doesn't mind, except that there's no flooding. And I replied, by the way, I do the same thing on my show. I appreciate dissent, but not flooding of more than 2 or 3 lines in a row. Siegfried says Martin's call is on in a few hours, Sunday, July 1, 2012 at 9:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's called The Dick Show. His talk show is number 111132. By the way, you have to remember that number because it's an unlisted show, so you won't find it any other way. One way to go to that show is to use an existing URL and replace the show number in the URL line with 111132. Siegfried said Martin's previous show was kicked out of TalkShoe because of his feuds with DSCI folks. Once again, DSC file equals dual seed line Christian identity. TalkShoe has no problem with racism itself, Siegfried claims. DSCI doesn't preach. Above all, Wiggers, by the way. That stands for 2 words combined, white plus the N-word. And the N-word does not come from my lips, I'll tell you that much. TalkShoe deleted his previous show after legal issues, but his show number 111132 is new. They deleted his old show while he was still doing an episode. 1 minute, he said, he was on. The next minute, his show was all gone. And I replied, I've seen that happen when TalkShoe shut down multiple targeted individual shows at the start of January 2011. Right in the middle of the show, it would no longer appear on the Live Now page. Thus, it would not get new traffic for that show or any previous calls. By the way, this did not happen to the 4 or 5 stinking FreedomSCHS.com shill shows. In other words, FreedomSCHS.com, the crazy talkers, the shill shows remained, and the purge and survived the purge of the TI shows of anything that they disapproved of. At which point they couldn't control FSCHS is looked at as controlled opposition. They exist to deflect the interest away from targeted individuals, a topic which they flood with laughable, crazy-sounding talk to send people laughing and walking away about the TI issue. But anyway, for some reason, TalkShoe.com reactivated all of the targeted individual shows a month later in early February of 2011. Now, I do want to take a second here to say that I don't blame them. I don't blame TalkShoe, as they would have only been complying with the demands of the higher-ups. But Siegfried continues, Martin is a targeted individual, a TI. He spent 3 years in a nut house on false charges. Siegfried says but in the end, they let Martin out with no charges. Read the short article. Now, I want to say that web address is too long, so I'm not going to read it. But you can search the Anti-Defamation League's website. It's at www.adl.org and search for Martin Lindstedt, spelled L-A-N-D-S-T. Let me redo that. L-A-N-D-S-T-E-D-T. There's a one-page write-up along with his picture. Siegfried goes on to say, you can find also find information on his website called whitenationalist.org. He has spent 3 years in the nut house for nothing, all doped up and all. Siegfried continues, but Martin is strong. He knows no fear. His grandchildren are still gone, though, and he speaks a bit unclear because they knocked out his forefront teeth. He did say that in court. Siegfried goes on to say, Martin told a local prosecuting attorney that he prayed every day that God and Muslims would use biological warfare on the U.S. That insulted the judge. So instead of jail, they doped him up and put him in the nut house for 3 years, and they released him without charge. Siegfried goes on to say, above all, the problem is Uyghurs, not Jews or blacks, spelled W-H-I-G-G-E-R or W-I-G-G-E-R, which stands for white plus that N-word that I don't say. Now, I'm going to interject something here. You might ask yourself, since I am not a racist, why am I giving airtime to this subject? And my answer to that is because Siegfried came into my chat room, number 120297 here at TalkShoe.com, and stated that Pastor Lindstedt is a targeted individual, a TI. And that issue, the issue of TIs, is what this show is all about. But in any event, if anybody has surveillance coming, it would be Pastor Lindstedt because of the threatening statement he made. However, many TIs are being harassed because they spoke out about a politician, the police, a city official, or the wrong important person. And the TI's family is being slowly eradicated, sometimes generations later, or harassed because the crooks in power want their assets on the cheap for pennies on the dollar. In these cases, the harassment resources are being misused and abused for illicit and reasons that I've stated above. Siegfried asked me, did I spend time in jail or in the nut house? And I answered, no, never. I do not plan to do anything to ever merit those issues in the future either. However, I have often heard, and I've come to learn firsthand, that the perps regularly provoke targeted individuals, during which time the TI is filmed to gain evidence to film any possible lashback, and the film evidence would be used to incarcerate that person in jail or a mental institution. So obviously I don't recommend that. Siegfried asks the rhetorical question, so if Pastor Lindstedt isn't a TI, then who is? He goes on to say, call Martin Show when he's on. He might let you on and talk to him. And my reply is, after listening to his show yesterday afternoon, Sunday, July 1, 2012, I can assure you that I will not be calling his show. But he does sound like a TI to me, and if anybody would merit close scrutinization, it would be him. See, you, the listener of this show, you can ask yourself, is targeting a reality on every street corner, workplace, church in the world, under every bridge, the dams, the important buildings? And I, Chuck, am here to tell you yes, and it is huge. In fact, since my overt go live date began in April of 2006, I've had numerous specifically different groups harass me, and this is just in the limited area that I travel. And these groups differed depending on the location I was at. So I can only imagine that harassers would differ for different targeted individuals, such as different races, religion, professions, economic situation, etc. But these were just in the limited geographical area that I travel to. So this harassment and surveillance thing is huge, is absolutely massive. And you, the general public, can't see it because the surveillance is subtle. It's meant only for the target to see it, but invisible for anyone else that may be nearby. But once again, please ask yourself, are the harassment resources being dishonorably abused on the innocent targets for ill ends? And that's the rub. The system is corrupt. It may have started out pure, but it's corrupt now based on conversations I've had for nearly 2 years in these chat rooms. So if somebody says this sounds wacko, I say, number one, they may be perping, they may be in on it. Number two, it does in fact sound off the wall. Or number three, they may have been turned from a TI into a perp. And sadly, that happens all the time. But Siegfried goes on to say, referring to Martin, he writes a lot, mostly on his forum at whitenationalist.org, or go to that URL and click on forum. I asked Siegfried about a guy named News Guy on TalkShoe show number 99598. Siegfried replied, News Guy is Jewish and a conservative, and Martin is a DSCI, so they are not friends. But Martin calls into News Guy's show almost every night, like News Guy's show yesterday, or 2 days ago, on Saturday, June 30, 2012 at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Once again, News Guy's show is 99598. Siegfried asked me for the second time, if you are a TI, why haven't you been to jail? Do you work? I work on the web, I responded. And as I indicated earlier, I have not been to jail nor the funny farm, although the perps have continually tried to provoke me into doing something rash that would have sent me there had I lashed back to get even. If you are a TI and you are listening to this, do not do anything to get even. Remember, where there's one perp, there are more, and one of them is filming you. You can book that. Siegfried changes the subject. Blending in, like the movie They Live. You can watch it for free. I said, somebody told me about that one time in my chat room, and I watched a trailer that I got from YouTube.com. When the guy had sunglasses on, he saw one thing, but with the sunglasses off, he saw something different. To view the video, search YouTube.com for They Live. But I suppose what you're saying is the target can be actively harassed and anybody who's nearby will not notice it. Siegfried responds, yes, that's it. But it's a good movie. The 90-minute movie is a free URL, and I'm not going to read it because it's so long. But I'll paste it into the chat room here on TalkShoe.com, show number 120297, this is episode number 3009 of July 2, 2012. Or you can go to TalkShoe.com and search for They Live and find the 90-minute movie or that 2-3 minute trailer that I told you about. I am also going to paste a link to my old TalkShoe.com show, number 87161, recording number 1082 of Shannon, who took the government on in Texas and he became targeted. Siegfried changes the subject. Most white supremacists are TIs, but since they know no fear, they really don't care. Fear is a fundament of obedience. If you fear, you are chained. Your mind, fear freezes the mind. Fear stops you from evolving. It makes a prisoner out of your mind. I found that profound, although I did mumble the reading of it. So it was at this point that I decided I wanted to do a reading of this chat log, and I started. And I stated, Siegfried, please copy and paste the following statement. I, Siegfried, created these statements herein, and I relegate them to the public domain. He replied, all I can say is public domain. But that was good enough for me, so I consider this entire chat summary to be in the public domain for all eternity. Siegfried went on to say, Churchill called it an ugly truth. The fear is the fundament of obedience. If you have power, you are the law. So with no power, you're screwed. It's like the movie 1984, but 1,000 times over. Technology has made harassment easy for them, but the mind is endless. I said, I requested, can you please provide a bit more of a description, a one-line description of DSCI, which means dual seed-line Christian identity? How would you prefer that be said to people that are recording? And Siegfried replied, I don't care what what they might or might not think of DSCI. It doesn't matter what they think. That is very liberating in itself. People always worry about what other people think. I don't. I am sincerely asking you, I said, to please define it in one line so people who listen to this show can be informed. You can't define certain things with words. One has to feel it or not. You want to educate people. I don't. So it is your thing, not mine. Then I replied, one more thing. It just seems to me that the white separatists in these TalkShoe.com rooms not only don't care about TIs, but actually pile on. What do you say about that? Siegfried replied, since they are TI, they tend to be somewhat sociopathic, dysfunctional, into confrontational. It's no big deal. Now, I must say, I'm taking a time out here. I find that statement by Siegfried to be amazing. They've actually got him believing that targeted individuals are nuts and have it coming. But in any event, as far as Siegfried is concerned, he could care less about TIs. And part of the reason why I say they have it coming is because most of the people that hang out in these so-called rooms are actors. But in my opinion, I'm saying this, in my opinion, 1/10 of 1% of TIs have wised up to the protocol of harassment that is happening to them, as they're in different stages of escalation, sometimes harassed for a lifetime. I ask, can you really paint the other 99.9% with the brush you just described? He replied, what they think is their perception, not mine. And what they think doesn't bother me. It's their truth, it is. But for me, it's mine. Perception is reality for each individual. I said, my opinion is they have no idea and no truth. They have been harassed, and it is a secret protocol intended to sound crazy. And there is a worldwide infrastructure behind the harassment to inflict it. And this does sound crazy until you think about it. But it is the harassment protocol that is crazy and sociopathic. It's not the TIs. Siegfried, by and large, ignored that statement. He said 20% are leaders, 80% are followers, and they don't care anyway. Many TIs, I'm saying, are paid back. They're eradicated for what their parents or forefathers said or did. There is no 2080. My assertion is that the vast majority of TIs are in the dark about this protocol, and there is a queue 100 miles long of TIs in waiting and not knowing it. And targets are at various stages of escalation. Because as I have indicated on other shows, my harassment did slowly increase over the years to the point where there was a go live in 2006. They are being screwed with by perps who ask no questions and dispense the harassment to whoever they are instructed to inflict it upon. Some of the targets on the harassment list are payback targets, being softened to obtain their assets for pennies on the dollar. But you seem to feel there is integrity to the list. I do not. Siegfried had to go, though, and he did not respond to that. He replies, anyway, Lindstedt is about to start. I have to go. Cheers. Thanks for your visit, I said to Siegfried, and off he went. And that is the end of this recording.
Talk Shoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van, or Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to Talk Shoe Show number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go permanently into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any part of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen. And search for Vancouver or 120297, or click the top left purple button to see if it's live now. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 9:15 p.m. on Tuesday, July 3, 2010. This is Tuesday, July 3, 2012. This is episode number 3010, and I have a person on the call right now that I'm going to we're going to just have a discussion. She goes by the name of Caller X. And how are you this evening?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. Thank you. Now, I've never heard your voice before you called me.
I am new to the call. Yes.
Okay, and you can I just ask you? You have indicated you don't like to be referred to as a targeted individual, and yet you encounter mobbing. Do you mind just for a second describing a couple of situations that you've encountered?
I unfortunately have gone through a situation with an ex person and my ex's friend, so to speak. And unfortunately, I'm dealing with a situation where I'll get, I've been in grocery stores where I get shoved into shelves saying I should watch who I'm talking to, or I'm walking down the street. Next thing I know, I've got like some girl with her camera in my face or something crazy like that.
Okay, other examples. These are great examples. What other sorts of things happen to you, please?
I'm just trying to think. It's so hard to. It's a lot of that kind of thing, basically. I've gotten lots and lots of harassing telephone calls. One time I took a trip across country, and every single state that I was in, I would get a harassing call with that area code in it.
Like on your cell phone, you mean, or?
Yes, it would just be like.
What else?
Random call. That's stuff like that. So just kind of, a lot of hang-ups, a lot of, just calls, just out of the ordinary on holidays or birthday or, something crazy. I had my car vandalized. I've had the windows in my house broken out. I've had all kinds of things happen. And all of these are as a result of the stalking that I'm dealing with. And as a result of the stalking, I'm not only dealing with my ex, but I'm dealing with my entire ex's network. So in a sense, that makes me a TI, I guess, which is why I don't really like to go by that term TI because I don't.
Meaning targeted individual. You prefer to avoid that.
Well, I avoid that because of all of the other stuff that I read or that's surrounding that. I know who my stalkers are. I know it's, not, some network that's way out there, part of the government out to get me. I know that this is my ex and her friends, and they're using social media in a very negative way. And it's not just happening to me. It sounds like it's happening to a lot of people. But unfortunately, I believe that some people think that technology is not as advanced as it is, and so they're assuming that what's happening to them is more clandestine than what it actually is. It's just an evil use of technology.
So it happens online too, then, huh?
Yes, it would happen online to just about anybody. So,
and what sort of go ahead? What sort of damage in the cars, if I may ask, please?
The radio was stolen out of my car, but the car was vandalized in such a way that it was just obvious that it wasn't just a mild radio being,
Like they didn't want the radio; they wanted to F with you. Like they wanted to ruin the ruins.
Yeah, they destroyed the car. They pretty much vandalized the car. I had to have the entire center console replaced.
Okay. And what else? Anything else that you want to say before we get on this topic that we were going to talk about?
No, those are enough details. I mean, those details are already in the public domain, so to speak. So anything else I try to keep to myself for now.
So now, how did you come to find this quote unquote community here at that hangs around Freedom SCHS or around TalkShoe.com? How did you come to find us?
I didn't really find you per se. I've kind of known of the existence of TIs, and I've kind of been monitoring the whole situation because it parallels what I'm going through, and it's just kind of, in my opinion, something that's interesting. But what I don't find interesting, or my question to you was, why aren't you all networking together to deal with this situation the way that the people who are mobbing you are doing? And that's what I don't understand. And that, to me, is the difference between, identifying with the TI culture versus, not. Because why would someone want to actually, associate with the whole TI culture if there's, if you guys aren't doing anything except for, talking about your experiences, and that's pretty much it. If you're not going to work together, then what is the point? You will always be
and
targeted.
my
You will always be targeted if you don't work together to actually.
Okay, and my answer to you earlier, before we went on this recording, is the reason why we don't work together is because the dirtbags at freedomschs.com, essentially, who are orchestrating this quote-unquote community around here that hangs around at TalkShoe, they have the ability to, they have, like I would call them, a cult of people, and they're not real people. I mean, they're real people, but I mean, they're not real TIs. In my opinion, they're dirty. It's a dirty cult. In my opinion, they make stuff up. They make up crazy stuff. Now, how can you make peace with somebody like that when the only organization that supposedly the premier organization kills off other organizations, gets their calls killed, floods their calls with crazy talk, and does crazy talk on their own calls. And essentially, they're the only game in town, and they make sure it stays that way. And that's my answer to you.
But they're not
what
the
say
only
you?
game in town. I say that they're not the only game in town. You're our game in town, and here I am.
And here you
Here
are.
are the other people who are here listening to you, so they're not the only game in town. So it's not all their fault. And it's not, they're not the end all and be all to the quote unquote TI community. And even if you don't want to deal with an organization per se, why aren't people banding together individually? And I understand that there's a fear because you don't know if you're dealing with a perp or this or that or whatever the case may be. But I mean, there are like some really fundamental strategic things that, people who are in the TI circumstance can help one another with. Like, for instance, if you say you're being followed around in the streets by your neighbors or whoever the case may be, so why don't you band together with another TI and let them follow you around with a camera so that you can get the proof?
That just sounds too logical. What I'm telling you is the number one thing on the top, I'm going to answer it too. The number one thing at the top of the list from my research, I'm going to answer this. That I've been a knowing TI now, a knowing targeted individual now for 2 years, is they want to isolate you. Is that anybody you try to hook up with, you are immediately isolated from, and they're extremely proficient at doing it. I'm just telling you. And the other thing is that people who you do team up with, they will plant people in your life that are perps. Have you encountered that type of thing?
I don't know, to be honest with you, because it's very hard to get to know another person who, quote unquote, calls them a TI, calls themselves a TI, because they're so fearful of your intentions, or they're fearful that you're a perp, but there's like no litmus test or any, certificate that you can give somebody to let them know that, no, you're not a perp.
And I think the closest thing that I've come to is, do they do things that help TIs? Do they do things that help to get the true TI word out without wacky talk, with that really help you? And my basic experience with the many perps around here that hang around here on these shows at TalkShoe in the targeted individual quote unquote community are they do not help. They talk crazy, and B, they do not help you. They will say nothing. They will do nothing. I don't know that they can help. One way you can help spot a real TI is, are they really trying to help? That's my answer to it. It's a long answer. I'm sorry.
I know it's a great answer, actually, because it's kind of a catch-22 situation. Then, because what we're trying to do right now, what you and I are doing right now, is having a dialogue about trust. And how do you actually trust a different individual when you're in this circumstance? And I think it's a valuable dialogue. I hope people out there are listening who are in this, because at some point, if you're going to want to move past this experience, you're going to have to trust somebody. You're going to have to do it. And if you don't, if we don't figure out ways to figure out who's trustworthy and who's not trustworthy, then you will always find yourself in this circumstance. And not to mention the isolation part of it. A lot of the isolation, or a part of the isolation, all they have to do is get the ball rolling. You'll do the rest on your own in terms of isolating yourself from people, because you can't trust anyone. You don't know who to trust. So as a community, the question is, how do you move past that feeling, because those little seeds grow, and it's unfortunate to see so many people.
Totally got more questions, but if anybody has the answers to these questions, I wish you'd please come on my show anytime and talk to me. It's an open show. I don't have a schedule. I'm on here all the time during the daytime. Please come in and talk about how to do that. What I can tell you is that the majority, my experience has been as a TI, or a targeted individual, is that the majority of the people who you run into, the plants are planted, and somehow they're infected. They're I don't know if infected is they're told the stories about you. I don't know how they do it. I want to know how they do it. By the way, I really do want to know how the super perps get to your potential friends. You know, I've seen it happen like at the drop of a hat. You know, you're having a good conversation.
But it could be a self-fulfilling prophecy as well.
I'm telling you, I'll give you an example. The other day, just a couple of days ago, I was somewhere, and I was sitting at a table with two guys having a great conversation with two guys that I never have talked to before. One of them got up and left, and when he came back, he whispered into the ear of the other guy, who like bent over right in front of me and talked to a third gentleman on the other side of the table, and just carried on an endless conversation, whispering in his ear. It was a whispering campaign. So the guy who left came back. He whispered into the guy's ear. He bent over and essentially ignored me and carried on a long 30, 40 seconds conversation, which is totally rude to do that. What I'm telling you is this was at a church that I go to. Mm-hmm. These two guys were ushers, right? And I'm telling you, and I'm really letting the cat out of the bag here. That's as identifying as I'm going to get. But these guys appeared to be, they didn't know that I was a TI. They came and sat down next to me. This third gentleman came and sat on the other side of me. And that's an example. These guys, they changed at the drop of a hat. Now, that could be all my imagination, you know, that person number one came back, talked to person number two. He whispered in his ear, who turns and bends down right in front of me and talks to person number three, and carries on. And 34, I don't know how long the conversation was. I eventually just got up and left. It was so long. That's harassment. I don't know, but you can't prove it.
Well, see, that's the thing, too, because I had a situation, just to name, or you could have been projecting, just to throw that in there, but I had a situation where I met a gentleman who was a quote-unquote TI person, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, I know I'm not a perp. I can probably sit here all day long and tell you I'm not a perp, and you'll never believe me, but I'm not. And so when I met this guy, you know, he seemed like he was decent, but to be honest with you, as our conversation went on, we had lunch. As our conversation went on, he started getting a little weird, and not weird in a, you know, violent way.
At any time did he get up and leave, or did he get a text message, or did he talk on the phone call?
No, none of that happened. But I could just tell that I was not dealing with somebody who was well. Okay. And when I say well, I mean I'm not trying to make a judgment on him, because I know that this experience is very stressful, and it can be very It can just really mess with you. But this gentleman, it was the conversation that he was having. It was just a little bit off, so to speak. And any rational person, when you encounter that kind of thing, you're gonna back away. But when I did at that point, I'm backing away because now I'm protecting myself from this person who I'm now realizing is not.
And what was it that he did?
He then basically turned around and said, "Okay, you're a perp. And I went to the bathroom. So when I came back, he thought that somebody had infiltrated me, and nothing of the sort had happened. But he left our meeting convinced, because I told him, you know, I'm a very upfront person. You know, I don't think this is a good idea. You know,
so this wasn't a chance meeting. This was a meeting that you had planned with this individual.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly.
Okay. And that's that's something I want to say too to anybody who may be listening. Anytime you make plans, something is potentially going to interrupt those plans. And, you know, the thing that was good about the conversation I had with these two gentlemen was it was completely unplanned. But as soon as they got interrupted, as soon as one of them had to leave and come back, it all changes. But what's even worse than that is if you make a phone call or have a conversation, if you have an appointment, it's and you're a targeted individual, it's gonna the potential of something happening to mess it up is
See,
increased greatly.
That's where you and I differ, because nothing messed up my conversation or my lunch with this gentleman other than
But you just said you went to the restroom, and when you came back,
I went to the restroom. When I came back, he accused me of being a perpetrator. When I basically, that's my point, is that in his mind, exactly what you experienced from those three gentlemen is what he experienced towards me. And I know for a fact that I didn't go into the bathroom and talk to any FBI agents.
No. While you were gone, I was suggesting that someone might have approached him while you were gone. But you've also said that you.
No, the whole conversation before this was. We had the conversation. I said, hey, I don't think this is a good idea. They were too different. Yada yada yada. I went to the bathroom and coming back so I could say the goodbyes. At that point, that's when he was like, "Are you, perpetrator or whatever the case may be?"
And this was another TI, supposedly.
Exactly. Because remember, at this point, it's like unless you're willing to actually connect and start organizing, because I'm in the organizing phase of my experience. That's what I'm doing. I'm not sitting around waiting for anybody to come and rescue me. I'm going to rescue me. And to me, that's the difference between whether or not you're going to stay at TI or not. No one's going to hand me any deals about doing this to somebody else. I would never do that. But my point is, with this gentleman, in his mind, he will always go away thinking that I was some sort of perpetrator. I was out to get him. Somebody told him something about me, and none of those things happened. That was all in his mind.
Okay, and I got that now.
He didn't get control over his mind. And
but you had some other topics, and I'm trying to go. I'm trying to keep this conversation going. But you had some other ones written down. What other subjects do you want to bring up, please?
No, that was pretty much it. Just, the organizing, learning how to organize and help one another, and being sure that, you don't allow yourself to become paranoid and delusional or allow people to accuse you of that.
I'm just telling you, I've been a knowing TI for 2 years, and my experience is that I never had any friends before 6 years. I never had any problem making friends 6 years ago before this all kicked off. But 2 years ago, and I went through it for 4 years completely in the dark, when I finally found out on the internet what TI meant, my targeting went up, that your ability to make connections and friendships has essentially totally ceased. My personal opinion is that the ones that are not friends are either going to be scared or driven away somehow. I don't know how they do that. I don't know how the perps get to people like at the drop of a hat. Like, how did they get to the gentleman that left the table and came back? How did that happen? That was
but my point is, it might not have been anybody. It might not have been the situation that you thought it was. And so my advice to any TI or anybody who's going through this is check yourself first. Check and make sure you're not twitching at the table or doing anything crazy. Or
yeah,
whatever.
I'm telling you, my experience is that just about everybody that you come into contact with is going to get gamed. You can do all the checking you want, so you can formulate your opinion that I must have been twitching at the table or something like that. What I'm telling you is, I already told you, personation. What do you have any other subjects?
No, I mean, I'm not trying to argue with you or try and.
I don't want to argue. I just want to know. You had 3 or 4 different subjects written on your paper. Do you want to bring up any?
I didn't have a paper. I'm sorry. I was just wondering about the TIs and organizing and trying to move beyond the experience and that kind of thing.
What I'm telling you is if you come to talkshoe.com and you find these TI shows and you find what I consider to be a scumbag operation of Freedom SCHS. They're by and large perps. They are, and don't give your name out. Anybody who's listening to this recording, don't give your name out for a couple of weeks or a month. Give it some time before you give your name out, because you can't ungive your name out. They're probably going to know who you are anyway. Just give it some time to listen in on some calls. You know, when they start talking about things that are they're wild and woolly and wacky, that might not be the kind of person that you want to team up with or get together with.
Right.
Okay, do you have anything else to say before I terminate this call, since those other topics that we talked about are not...
Well, what were the other topics that you were...
I don't know. Do you have... Because I'm getting ready to terminate this call. Do you have anything else that you want to say before I shut her down here?
No. Just good luck to everybody. Be safe and, take care of themselves.
Okay, thank you. That is the end of this recording.
Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Vancouver, of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to Talk Shoe, call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said by either one of us will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy or republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or 120297, or click on the purple top left live now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here in the West Coast of the U.S. is roughly 10:20 p.m. on Saturday, July 7, 2012, and I have on the phone with me Newsman of Talk Shoe Show. Sorry, I should have had this ready. Number 99598. He's got his show on Talk Show. It just ended a few minutes ago. He's on every Saturday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Newsman, what do you have to say? The ball's in your court, man.
Well, thanks for having me on there, Van, or Chuck. I'm really glad to be talking to you finally after all this time. And, it really is very interesting, because this whole concept of the targeted individual is one that I never really had a name for, but was one that I have experienced before over the years in viewing different people as they've been targeted. But I wanted to ask you specifically, Chuck, first off, when was it that all of this did start for you?
Well, when I noticed it, actually, was in April of 2000, right about tax day here in the USA, April 15 of 2006. And I knew I was being screwed with. It was totally amazing. And I didn't catch on. And I'm a good internet searcher, but I didn't catch on until May of 2010. So I went 4 years, and it's like the search results were gamed. But I hope I've answered your question. So I caught. It started in April of 2006. I finally caught on in May of 2010. That's how secretive it is, and that's how difficult it was for me to find out about it.
Now, before you were being targeted in 2006, were you politically active in any way?
No, I would say I've never been politically active, but I have been outspoken. Generally, if I didn't like what a corporation was doing, I would say it. If I didn't like what, I thought it was like the American thing to do, to speak your mind, but it turns out that that can work against you. On the other hand, I do think it does go back to my much earlier years, like my 20s. In other words, 40 years ago, possibly. And you can't prove it. You can't prove that things were like that were happening. But I'm talking about like 3 accidents in the span of a month and a half. That everybody's going to say that wasn't their fault. But these accidents were setups. What I'm telling you is, and the individual was a family member that was carrying my insurance, and I think he was a TI, and so it's kind of like they got 2 for the price of 1.
Now, when you were being vocal about corporations, What was the extent of that?
Well, getting on the internet, and I'm not going to mention the corporations at this time. I want to answer your question, but I do want to tell you, like, I came up with a list of about 6 or 8 incidences of times when I've been outspoken, and I kind of arranged them in descending order. The extent of it was, though, that I was like on the internet, and I was ranked. I mean, I was really hot. I was angry, and I was letting the cat out of the bag.
Okay.
Using the internet.
And you were using the internet. You were like, were you posting on message boards? Were you sending emails to these corporations?
I actually I started out. I posted on the internet on a web page, which is still there. Last time I checked, and I never said anything that wasn't 100% true. I really never. But they don't care about truth. What they care about is shutting you up if you're speaking out about them. So I used. Go ahead.
These corporations, they were pretty big to be.
It was essentially one big corporation, one very big corporation, who I was very outspoken about, and they were totally gaming the system, and they were totally doing it in plain sight. I mean, anybody who had their head where the sun shines could see what was going on, but they were so clandestine about it that they were really good at kind of like hiding it. I mean, they just made use of every capability in their powers.
Now, when you were being vocal about this, how vocal were you? I mean, was there more than this? I mean, how there had to have been something that pushed them over the edge. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got. There was kind of a person that talked to me about it via email. And he just said, well, you don't want to talk about this. You can't prove it, this and that. And every time that person talked to me, it angered me, because he was essentially just shut up. Just shut up is essentially what he was saying. And every time he did that, I improved the document. I probably improved the document, I don't know, 6, 8, 10, 20, I don't know how many times. I really put a lot of effort into outing them.
Did these documents, did they make a lot of exposure on the internet? Did they get a lot of play or a lot of press?
No, but the fact that they're out there, the fact that it was out there, it was essentially one document that continued to improve. And, look, I'm not a professional writer. I've definitely improved that over time. But the fact that it's out there that people can search on, today with a Google or what have you, they can Google it and it'll come right up.
And when you were yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. When you were looking at these, when you were discovering that these strange things were happening to you, what were the strange things that you were finding out?
Let me give you an example. Like on the night of tax day, 2006, I got home and I was living in my RV at the time. And I got home to my RV and my lock on the RV had been jimmied with. It was kind of like somebody had put sand or salt or something in there. It was really hard to get open. I was lucky to get it open. And when I got in there finally, I heard this high-pitched, whiny squeal. I'd never heard anything like it. And it was hard to, and who'd have known whether that was associated with it or not? You don't know. You don't get a registered letter saying your lock got jimmied with, but that was the kickoff. And another kickoff is like when I would go to the video store or to the grocery store, where I was actually harassed. I mean, the way I looked at that was the term I was looking for on the internet. To me, it was harassment. It wasn't stalking. stalking is something that weird guys do to their ex-girlfriends. I was not being stalked, but it turns out that that's what it's under if you look at it on the internet.
Right.
Am I answering your questions? Okay, go ahead.
Oh yeah, definitely. You're answering the questions. So your lock was jimmied and you were being stalked. And
at the video store and the grocery store. At the video store and the grocery store.
Right. And what were these things? What kind of things were happening to you at the video store and the grocery store?
Let me give you the grocery store because that is the most damning. And that was a place where I went so often, like 2 or 3 times a week. I'm guessing. I never kept track, but it was like every time I tried to take a spot in the parking lot, somebody would swipe it away at just the last second. And I wanted a certain kind of a spot. And what I find out later is that they surveil you. They know what you're looking for. I wanted the kind of a spot where I could pull through, where I could pull in one way and out the other, so I could actually leave going head out. That would be the first thing. The second thing, and I spent too long on that, the second thing was as I was walking into the store, somebody would walk out behind a pillar at the last second, and I would go, excuse me, because I'm kind of a polite guy, and they would never make eye contact with you. The other thing is when I got in the store, there were a couple of 3 products that I always bought, and there would be somebody like reading a label on a can or something, and they would push their cart right in front of me at the last second. And just as I got to the end of that aisle, somebody would walk out right in front of me just as I get to the end of the aisle, and I go down the next aisle that they knew I was going to go to because I was going to buy that product every time I went to the store, and that sort of thing. And if this would have happened just one time, no big deal. But this happened like every time I went to the store. Like, I don't know, 8, 10, 12, 14, 20. I don't know how many times I didn't keep track of it. And pretty soon you get to realize you're being stalked, you're being harassed. So I started to look it up on the internet. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, go ahead. You were looking it up on the internet.
Yeah, I couldn't find it. I honest to God, I mean, I really wanted to find out if this is happening to me. My thought was that it was happening to a lot of other people too, but I could not find it on the internet anywhere. And it literally took me 4 years to find it. I finally found it on I forget the exact URL. I should have had that ready. It's at the portlandmercury.com. And if you Google the term on the portlandmercury.com, it's on their blog, though, where somebody had left a feedback, and I'll paste that into the chat room here at talkshoe.com on my show number 120297. I'll paste that URL where I finally found it on post number 6. And I said, that's it. And the guy who wrote it said what is happening to him, and he was referring to the previous 5 posts, is what he is encountering, what many of us online are calling gang stalking. It was really well written, like 5 or 6 paragraphs that described essentially what was happening to me, and I've never looked back.
Wow.
But that's how I found it.
So going back to the corporations, now the corporations that you were being very vocal about, I know you don't want to name the names.
That is correct. I don't know why, but I just don't.
Well, what is the industry that they were in?
Yeah, I just don't want to. I'm sorry, I don't want to get more identifying than that. I'm sorry, but I mean, they just didn't want to be talked down. They looked at it as they were being talked down, but they were clearly being illicit. I mean, that's what they were doing.
Were they
retail?
Involved with the government? Okay.
No, I don't think any more than any other retail establishment would be involved with the government.
Okay. but it just seems a little strange that like maybe like a retail establishment, even if it was say Walmart or Target or something big like that on that kind
Yeah, it is somebody really big. Yeah.
Okay, but if it was something along those lines, it just seems a little strange that they would want to.
I know. I could make it not strange, and I'm sorry, I'm just not ready to name them yet. I don't know why. I'm just not ready to name them yet because I can't name them without outing myself, and I'm not ready to out myself just yet. I've gone live with my first name Chuck, but I have not. I used to go by the name Van or Vancouver where I live, and I did that for like a year and 10 months, and then finally I decided when I go live with this new show that we're on now, that's got 10 recordings so far, that I'm going to go live with my real name, my real first name anyway. It's a step in the direction of full exposure.
Now, how long have you been living? You've been in Vancouver for how long?
Probably 6 years that I've been stalked. Probably about 7 years. I came down from the Seattle area where I lived before that time.
Okay. So, have you ever engaged in any of the recreational drugs?
No, nothing. No, nothing. Nothing. I have never done any drugs. Never will. Never broken any laws. I'm a straight legal kind of a guy. I'm just outspoken. No, I've never. The answer to that is no, absolutely not.
Yeah, that is interesting. That is very interesting.
But you speak out. Let me tell you, if you speak out about a corporation, expect to be. You better do it on the sly, and you should, and you might get caught anyway, because these guys have immense resources, and it's just little old you to anybody who's listening in.
Right.
But I was honked.
Is the targeting continuing?
Actually, what is interesting, I was thinking about it. I restarted that's kind of a little bit of a longer answer. My last show here on TalkShoe was 87-161, and I had that on for a year and a few months, and I was like literally harassed just damn near continually. It continued to happen to where they shut the call down. TalkShoe.com shut the call down, probably because who knows why. You don't need a reason why, but because of potentially profanity. But they shut down a lot of TI shows, a lot of targeted individual shows. The shows that they shut down, by the way, were not affiliated with the scumbags at Freedom SCHS. So if you're under their umbrella, which is an illicit umbrella, by the way, because they're targeters, they're out netting new targets. And if you show up, you get driven off. They tried to drive me off. One of the individuals at freedomschs.com tried to drive me off early on when I went live with my call at the end of August of 2010. I think I answered your question and then a whole lot more. Let me throw the ball back at you. Did I answer it, though?
Yeah, it does seem to be very complicated, to say the least, with what's going on here. And, it just seems that, well, okay, because I don't know if you really have answered the question if the targeting is continuing.
Has the targeting continued? Yes, it has continued. I'm glad you got me back on the line you wanted to go on. When I restarted this call at the beginning of June of 2012 here, just a month ago, that essentially, now that I think about it, the targeting has stopped. They're kind of like they're looking for Plan B. But before that time, it was essentially the people in the stores, the harassment where they want you to know you're being harassed, you're being surveilled, and they want you to know you're being surveilled and harassed. but not be able to prove it, and they don't make eye contact with you. And anybody who's being harassed and stalked should keep that in mind.
So it has stopped. And when do you think that it did stop? In 2010?
No. I mean, it went. In fact, if anything, when I discovered, well, keep this in mind, when you discover the term gang stalking, when you finally discovered the term gang stalking in May of 2010, it actually increased. And then when I found TalkShoe 3 months later, it increased again. And then when I started my show a couple of weeks later, it increased again. And then when I decided to really go great guns at the scumbags at Freedom SCHS, it increased to the point where you cannot prove anything that I just said, but it increased to the point where I think I was like food poisoned when I consumed food out of my apartment here in Vancouver, like on 3 occasions in early December of 2010. And in fact, if you listen to my recordings on TalkShoe show number 87161, if you listen to them before that time, pre-December 2010, I sound like a normal guy. My voice is probably shaking a little bit, but it was really bad after that. I mean, that's all I can tell you. What else do you want to know? And you get, tough as you want to get.
Yeah, because it started in 2006 because you were complaining about these different corporations.
That could be. It could have been going on probably before that time because I started the complaining about a corporation. It might have been other incidents that were involved. And I think it might be like I know this is crazy, but like a point system. Like where you get 2 points if you mess with your doctor, and you get 4 points if you mess with something else. So if you want to be outspoken, it's like they're making buck on you. It's like they've got this pool of, I don't know, but I'm just telling you what it feels like. They've got this pool of people that they can screw with. They've got so many dollars to harass people, and and to decide who's going to be the chosen ones. There's a point system, and my bubble came to the top of the bottle on April 15, 2006.
Okay, so it may have started before 2006, but looking back on it, you really kind of became aware of it in 2010, and you're looking back on it and you think that it started in 2006, maybe even before.
Yeah, I want to say, before in 2006, I hadn't had a parking, or rather a citation, a driving citation, just like a decade. It was just unheard of. I'm a careful driver, but for God's sakes, I went like a whole decade, and all of a sudden, like in early 2006, this is before my targeting went live, I started getting pulled over all the friggin' time. It was like 3, 4, 5. I don't know how many times it was. I don't even remember what they were about. It was just constantly getting pulled over. Never got a ticket, except for one time I did get a ticket after the targeting went live. I did get a ticket. That's like the only one I had. But and also another thing is that in like 2005, they the weird things started to happen. Like I essentially split up with my girlfriend, and they will now. Things that I found out since are that they will work over any relationship that you have. That's one of the things that they do. Way before that, I had in the mid '90s, I think, I had a cop that lived right across the hall from me. And just keep that in mind, anybody who's targeted. If you've got a cop that's living across the hall from you, and if they're outside, it's called same time entry and exit. And he was just like always outside. I never thought about it. It's just he was a good old guy, he didn't make any qualms about what he did for a living and what I care. It felt kind of good having a real life cop living across the hall. And also at the last place I lived, 7, 8 months ago by now, I had a cop living right next door to me, and that's, and I tried to tell him that and it was like, oh God, that I was being harassed, and I knew he was in on it because he was always out there. I was slowly coming to the realization that of what was going on, So,
now things that you brought up, I wanted to backtrack a little bit about them because you said this statement, the targeting went live. What did you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
It went what somebody here calls go live in April of 2006, and that is when they want you to know, man, and granted, before that time, you were pulled over a lot and what have you, but now they want you to know. On tax day 2006, that's when they went live. And they went live, I mean, every time I go to the video store, there would be somebody blocking the path that I wanted to go. It is every time I went to the video store because that's what they do. They surveil you. And if it happened once, twice, 3 times, I mean, it happened every friggin' time I went to the video store. And every time I went to the grocery store, and when those kinds of things continue to happen, that ought to be your. But I believe I've answered. Your question.
Right, because when you're looking back at it, that's when you realize that's when it went live.
Yeah, that's go live. As Alda is her name. Alda calls it go live, and that's a good thing to call it because that's when they turned up the heat.
Now, who is this Alda?
She is a targeted individual that lives in California that I met, quote unquote, here on TalkShoe at TalkShoe.com, and essentially I recorded her 3 times, I think, on my last call, 87-161. And I mean, I believe she is a real TI, but a real targeted individual. What's funny is, and I'm going all over the place here. I don't mind if you just interrupt and get me back on where you want to go. But one thing, they have a way of taking what I would call a pure TI and compromising them, and I don't know why she's never started her own call. She's got her website is sites.google.com/site/targeted stalked terrorized, all one word. Let me repeat that. Sites.google.com/site/targeted stalked terrorized. And she has a lot of information. In fact, I thought enough of it that I did a reading of that site on one of my recordings here.
Okay. Now, when the cops were pulling you over all the time, what were they pulling you over for?
I don't know. I don't remember. It's like, and they didn't give me a ticket. Well, did you know you're not supposed to? Yeah, sorry, And I guess I talked my way out of it, but it just continued to happen. And it wasn't like I didn't start. Yeah, I don't know. It just.
Right.
I don't remember. I'm sorry. I can't be specific on that one.
Okay. Now, when you were how old when all of this happened?
When this started to happen, roughly, I'm in my 60s now, so I would have been like 55 or thereabouts. Probably about 54 when they started to pull me over. 53 when I was up in Seattle, and came down here, and it had started then. But way back, even before that, even back when I worked for a corporation, I was what you call workplace mobbed, and that is where a couple of different, and you can't put your finger on that. You literally can't prove it, but there were like a couple of the people that worked with me, and a couple of other different people that were always in there. Just ask them to leave, and they'd leave, but sure as heck they'd come back the next day. It was like they were effing, effing with me. It was just amazing, and now that's a reach. What I'm saying is what have just described is a reach, but I think that possibly those are involved too.
So
you don't know. You can't. You don't get a registered letter that says, "Dear Chuck, here's the way it's going to be."
Right, but it just seems to be. It seems to be very interesting that you wrote some things on the internet about a corporation or corporations, and then you've been stalked for maybe 6 years.
Yeah, for 6 years go live. 6 years go live.
And you've been harassed for 6 years. It seems to be. I mean, it seems to be a little strange, a little unusual to say the least, that you would be.
Well, let me address that, because I think once you become stalked and harassed, I think it's for good. I think people that participate in that sort of thing need to know that that the target is in it for the long haul, and they don't know, the people that are doing the stalking and the harassing. They don't know whether the person that's involved is of noble intent, who's spoken out, who doesn't have this harassment coming, or if it's a bad guy. They don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I never interviewed them. I'm hoping they'll call in, though, and I can interview them, but I think they'll put themselves at rest by doing that. So I think it's the same forces that are involved in this. The same forces are involved, whether they're payback victim or payback targets being paid back, and I mean being paid back, or somebody who they have a legitimate concern about. I think it's the same band.
So it has stopped, and how long has it stopped? How long has the harassment stopped?
I would say for the last month, since I've gone live now with my new show. I really never thought that it would. It never entered my mind that it might stop. I don't have any. I have no illusions that it's not going to start up again, because it had stopped three times while it was going on. Like, it would stop for a couple of 3 days, and you think, God, it's over. Thank God. Where you could actually go to the store like a normal person and not be screwed with, or you could literally walk down the street and not have people stepping out in front of you. There's 1,000 stories I could tell like that, like people stepping out on the street, people clogging the street, always in the same place, and many times with different people.
Yeah. Because it seems strange, because maybe if somebody was to if somebody were to target you in a different way, I mean, usually sometimes it's like people hanging up on something, calling and then hanging up, those types of situations.
Yeah, I went through some of that when I was up in Seattle. I went through a lot of that, a lot of hang-ups, a lot of people with wrong numbers that were rude, and you just think that's life in the big city, and it may have been. You don't know. By the way, I get a lot of calls on my cell phones here. A lot of course, I publish my numbers, so I don't make a. In fact, while I said that, why don't I say what the number is here?
Right. But and you've never done any drugs.
Never, not a thing.
What do you think of the psychiatric industry, or the psychiatric community?
Well, that's one thing that I think perhaps they steered clear of me, because I've made a note to you that I hung around with the space cult of Scientology for about 5 weeks. It was a number of decades ago, and I just literally, you have to be rude to them. To get rid of them, you have to be rude. You have to get in their face, and you have to literally threaten them. You have to threaten to sue them, and if you threaten to sue them, they will go away. They will disappear. And I thought, God, that's great. They've disappeared. But what do I think of them? I don't have any respect for them. I probably thought more of them before this started to happen. But I don't, because they're in on this. If you tell them about it, they know about this protocol. They know about this targeting, and they're actually. Go ahead.
The psychiatric community is aware of this.
Oh, absolutely. The psychs, the cops. I saw an attorney about it when it first started to happen in 2006. I saw a couple, 3, 4, 5 attorneys, and they don't know it. And I found out, well, there's different kinds of attorneys. So I stopped in to see this one attorney, and he took and I put my business card down on the desk, and he spun it around and he looked at it, and he as soon as he saw my name come up on the screen, I guess because it was facing at him, he literally got sweat beads on his forehead. And that's the one thing to keep in mind. This protocol of harassment and stalking drives people to their knees. Another one, I mean, he literally started yelling at the top of his lungs as soon as he saw my name on that screen. As soon as I showed him my card and with my name on it, he came unglued and he started walking around. He literally had sweat beads on his forehead. Smoothest attorney, and the reason I finally picked him was I realized, oh, you need a criminal defense attorney. You know, not that I have a lot of cash to throw at somebody like that, but he said, I suggest you see a you need to see a psychiatrist. And he started walking, pacing like as I've said before, like a schoolboy, back and forth. Another one, I talked to somebody, I talked to a healthcare worker that just on a routine visit for myself. And
yeah. Hello.
Sorry about that. I have to turn this phone down. But go ahead.
No.
Go ahead. Somebody just tried to messing with me. They're calling, trying to interrupt this call. What do you say?
You were saying that somebody was calling you or something like that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Somebody just called me on the cell phone number that I publish, and I just muted the phone so that if they call again, it'll be muted, so that we can put the priority on this. So just letting you know what happened there.
Okay, but you were saying about the psychiatric community. Now, the psychiatric community is aware of this TI protocol?
Oh, absolutely. 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 The cops are aware. The psychs are aware. The healthcare worker that I saw, they're aware. She was the healthcare worker that I talked to, and I said, I'm being harassed. And by the time I saw her, I had actually wised up to the term gang stalking. And what I didn't realize at the time was you don't want to mention this to healthcare workers, or they'll have you committed. They will have you committed if you claim to have this type of thing happen to you. They will do whatever they need to do to have you put away. And I didn't know that at the time, so that meeting would have been right around May of. Shortly after May of 2010, when I discovered that. Now that I think about it, or I discovered this term on the internet.
Right. Have you ever? I mean, have you ever come close to being committed?
No, nothing like that. Never, ever. No, I've been gainfully employed all my life, and self-employed now, and for the last number of years. So no, it's never been an issue. But I understand that a lot of people have had that type of thing happen. But I think what they do, I think they're just gonna harass the living crap out of you. You know, if you're targeted, they're coming at you. So go ahead, ask those questions, those tough questions.
all right, because that's the whole thing. I mean, it just seems to be, it's just a little, it seems to be, okay, you found out in 2006, well, it started in 2006, and you look back at 2010, you realize that this has been going on, and now it's stopped for about a month or so.
Right, since I started the show up again.
Right. But why do you think that is, that they're not targeting you anymore?
I think it's because I have no idea what goes through their minds, but I think it's because I'm raising so much cane about it, and I'm a lot more proficient at raising the cane than I am. I mean, if you listen to my recordings on 87161 and listen to my recordings now, more matter of fact, I'm more I don't put up with a lot of nonsense, which happens to you, by the way. There's a literal army of people that don't want the word about organized stalking to get out. There's a literal army of people. And by the way, they on TalkShoe, they center around Freedom SCHS. They center, and what they do, they crazy talk. They talk about wild, crazy, unachievable, wild and woolly stuff. But I don't encounter any of that. I just have encountered people, boots on ground people that have been involved in the harassment.
Yeah, and now that you have not had this targeting for harassment for a month, but there's no real way that you can see that it's going to end. But
yeah, I would have to say I have had some same time entry and exit. I have had some from my abode here, where I'm living. I have had some as each time when I come, or not each time, but many times when I come or go. There's always
thinking, whatever you wrote about this corporation, whatever corporation or corporations it was, I mean, this must have been some sort of a scandalous thing that you were publishing about them.
Yeah, it was absolutely true. It is absolutely true, and it's in plain sight. And anybody that has their head where the sun don't shine, I mean, anybody that is looking for it can see it. And I'm so sorry that I'm not gonna say who it is right now.
Right.
But
what kind? Yeah, but it was in retail. We understand that much. But I mean, what kind of things were you alleging about this retail corporation?
They're shysters. They put up signs that are intentionally fraudulent. They put up signs that can be taken two ways. They're so well worded, and that you assume it to be this, but in fact, it's that. I don't know how to say it any more clear than I just said it. That there's ways to write a sign that sound pure. Go ahead.
Like a bait and switch. They bring you in for something, they advertise one deal, and then they bring you in, and then they say, well, that deal is over, but here's something else.
Or they put it up early and take it down late. I haven't read that write-up in a long time, but it was like 6 or 8 different things that they do that are all different. They're all scandalous. In each one, and that's one of them, was to put it up late or take it down early. Put it up before it starts and leave it up after it finishes, and that way, when it gets up to the checkout register, it rings up at such a price, and they're not looking. The customer, and they're going so fast. They're going so fast that the customer is not really paying attention. And you don't really notice it until you get out of the store. But when you get out of the store, it's too late. Oh, well, that's okay. It was only $1 or $2 per item that I bought, so never mind. And the next time, it's the same thing.
Wow. Yeah.
But
it just seems. Yeah. Okay. It just seems that I mean, okay, that's just something that look, a lot of people have complained about over the years. It doesn't seem to be anything so scandalous that would require you to be targeted and harassed for like 6 years.
I don't know whether a lot of people are going to write a web page up on it, though, and improve it every time they hear about it. I don't know of a lot of people who are going to put so much effort into outing what they're doing.
Right. And did you name any names? I mean, besides the corporation itself, did you name
No, I did not. But because that's not pertinent, is because the people that are there are doing their job. You know, they're just working their 9 to 5 or whatever it is that they're working, and it's not their fault. In fact, they kind of are half apologetic. You know, this isn't the first time they've heard it. You know, it's like, yeah.
Right, I'm thinking about the people within the corporation who may have created this scandal and created this scheme.
Well, I'm saying it's like up at the head office.
Right. Well, I'm thinking that maybe you may have named names on that level.
No, I never named names because I never wanted to get sued. It's just, you know, they're going to deal with this, and I do really do.
You got harassed for 6 years. I mean, it probably would have been better if you got sued. Because at least if you got sued, you would have been.
Well, they wouldn't have anything to sue me on because I was telling the truth. You know, what I'm saying is this couldn't have been the first time they heard it. And the guy who, again, was I should have saved the emails, but who was talking about, really, you don't want to do this. Yeah, he was almost trying to talk me out of doing it. You know, F you, man. You know, you guys are dirt. You know, it's like, well, yeah, but, you know, it depends on how you look. I don't know. What I'm saying is, to me, it was non-negotiable. You know, there's one other thing I want to say about that corporation. Let me say this because this is really pertinent. When I got back to Vancouver from and finally sold off my RV, which they killed, by the way. You don't really know, but like 6 things went wrong with it. When I got back to Vancouver, I thought, God, where could this be coming? And it followed me. It followed me from one RV place to the next RV place. My RV died when I finally got back to Vancouver. I thought, God, where could this be coming? I wonder if it's these guys. So I took the document down, and you know what? The targeting went away. It went away for like 3 months, and I don't remember the exact months. That probably a couple of 3 months off duration, and then I got to thinking, God, if that's true, if that is what they were doing, if they were effing with me, if they effed with, you know, now I'm mad. Now I'm really mad. So I put the document back, and I put twice as much work into polishing it and making it so that it could only be understood one way. And again, I'm not a professional writer, but I worked on it hard.
Right.
But and by the way, when I put the document back, when I reengaged my harassment of them, the harassment of me continued in kind. So I'm pretty sure that it is that corporation, but you don't know, you know. And the corporation probably doesn't know. They weren't into the day-to-day detail of it. They just said, okay, we have so many brownie points to use, and we'll use them on Chuck. You know, he's our guy.
Yeah, so that guy was calling you and trying to persuade you to take it down? Is that what you said?
Yeah, it was some guy via email. I don't know why why I even allowed myself to get into a discussion with him. You know, to an email discussion, you know. I don't even know why I did that. I don't know if I have the emails or not anymore. And who knows whether he was with them or somebody. It was probably with somebody else. It was kind of like he was trying to just talk some sense into me, trying to talk me into stop this, you know, stop. It was he played like a guy who just found this document that I had written, and I was big tough Chuck, you know. I wasn't trying to hide who I am. Because at the time, I didn't realize that you better watch it. I didn't realize that. I didn't know about this thing called targeting.
Right.
I had no concept about it.
So this guy from the corporation actually contacted you.
You don't know if he was from the corporation, or I assume he was not. I assume he was with somebody else who was just trying to get me to shut up. Just trying to get me to shut up, and that really infuriated me.
So it was somebody who was, so you don't know who it was, but it was somebody who was just trying to say to you, hey, take that thing down that you were writing about this corporation.
Yeah, and again, when I got back to Vancouver, I did take it down. The harassment went away, and this was pre May of 2010, so the harassment did go away, and that really infuriated me. And you can't prove it. You can't prove that this guy was working for this corporation in a way, or for the who knows who he's working for. You don't know that. You don't know that the corporation knew anything about it. They just said, "Hey, shut this guy up." Is the way I took it.
Yeah. Right. Now, before we were talking a little bit about mental health and about the psychiatric. You have gone to mental health professionals before, right?
Never, ever. The only health professional that I saw was somebody about another issue that I had or whatever you want to say, but it was not anything to do with mental health at all. No, I've never ever been to a mental health professional ever.
Okay. Well, all right. Because
go ahead and get as tough as you want. Go ahead, come at me.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm thinking that maybe what do you think of the whole thing, the concept of the mental health profession?
I don't know. To tell you the truth, I thought more of them before this thing started than I do now. And the thing that I hear about now is that they're in on this organized stalking, that they know about this organized stalking, that they participate in it, and they intentionally don't wise up people. So what do I think about them? I think less of them now that I'm wiser. Post May 2010, since I've researched more into them, I think less of them than anything. So.
All right. It just seems, well, okay.
Go ahead, get tough. I don't care.
Well,
I'm asking you to. I want you to. There's people out there that are listening. They want you to get in my face right now. Get in my face, please. I'm asking you to.
Yeah, because the thing is like, I mean, if you've never gone to a mental health professional and you are somewhat scared of them, or you believe that they're in on the whole thing. I mean, normally people, if they have a situation like this, they would seek some sort of outside help on this, and you're unable to because of the situation that you're in.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't have an issue with it. I've never seen them. I'm gonna do my best never to have to see them. What I can tell you though is, if anybody who Googles the term gang stalking or organized stalking, that is going to be one thing that they're going to find. That if you speak to a mental health professional, their objective is to get you thrown into the funny farm. That's what I've heard. So I would have no reason to talk to them. What was interesting though is when I did mention.
They would probably diagnose you with some form of paranoid schizophrenia.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot.
Because I'm not a mental health professional at all in any way whatsoever. So I'm not, this is completely a layman's perspective that I'm giving. But if you did speak to someone who did have some knowledge about this and had degrees in this, and you saw them as a professional, they might diagnose you with that.
Yeah, they probably will. That's my understanding, is that they probably will, and they will damn well know. By the way, they will know what that they're full of crap. I really believe that they will know. In fact, their job may depend on diagnosing this guy with some disorder or whatever. I don't have a lot of faith in their integrity. Let's put it that way. So, and I'm not even talking about the Scientology crap from a long time ago, because
you were only in Scientology for like 5 weeks. I mean,
yeah, but that was a long 5 weeks. I'm telling you. But what I'm telling you is they continually run down the mental health institute. You know, they continually, and I think that is probably part of the reason why, if they've got some makeup of me on the screen, why they're laying low on me, because they know I'm tough-minded and they're not going to get out of me I don't know what they want, but they're not going to get it. Once again, if you Google those terms, this is not just this targeting. If you Google these terms, it happens to a lot of people who are outspoken. That's one thing that they have in common, is that they're outspoken people who are not afraid to speak their mind. And I had no idea that you could be stalked and harassed and mobbed. I had no idea. And the people that are doing the stalking, harassing, and mobbing, they don't know why. They're sick on somebody and they just unleash, and they're good at it. Another thing I should point out is that early on, back when it first started, I went out and got a camera, and I took pictures of them. And they hate it, by the way. When you shove a camera in their face, they absolutely hate to have their picture taken. And so I've got a number of pictures. So I have no doubt that I was being harassed or mobbed. Although, if I were to try to use that film in a court of law, people would say, this looks like, and they would say, quote unquote, life in the big city to me, except it's every time you go to the store or get to the end of the aisle or walk down that certain street or walk out your door of your apartment, and there's the last place, and there's people in one of 4 or 5 units that were always coming and going, or like in this place, when I come and go, there's always the same couple of people. Yeah, but that could be coincidence.
Because a lot of that stuff would be circumstantial evidence. Like if you were to that same court of law, they would. Yeah, you're not gonna. We're talking about professionals they're professional head screwers here. That's what they do. They're professional head screwers. And by the way, I want to interview them. They can call me Chuck on TalkShoe.com, show number 120297, and I'm on all the time. Yeah. Here in July of 2012. Go ahead.
Now the whole thing is like, if you were to, I see. The thing is like, okay, all right. If you were to you can't go to a mental health professional because you don't trust them, and
oh hell no, you can't trust them. If you talk to a mental health quote unquote pro about this issue, you talk to them about this issue, they're going to have you commit. You are going to be committed if you talk to them about it. There's no way you're going to get out of there without getting taken in.
But maybe you could speak to somebody who might be able to. Maybe, because it seems to me, like if you were stalked, if this started 6 years ago, and you were somebody who just wrote something about a corporation, and you weren't naming specific names, you were just naming practices that the corporation was doing.
Yeah, it wasn't just naming practices. I mean, it was down and dirty. It was some really dirty stuff. There was some verbiage in there that's really incendiary, and I was pretty good at it. I'm a lot better at it now, but I was pretty good then.
But like, what else is that we're talking about instead of just practices like the bait and switch type of thing, which is very.
What I'm telling you is they make a hell of a lot of money on that. That's how they make. That could be the difference in bottom line profit. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm telling you, it was huge. I'm telling you, anytime they ran a sale item, it was a scam. Right. I'm telling you, it wasn't just some bait and switch. I mean, it was big money, big dinero.
Okay. And so for that reason, that's why they had to silence you.
It was payback time. I guess, I guess it was payback time. I don't know. You can't prove that either. You really can't prove anything. What I'm telling you, though, is gang stalking is real, and it is huge. And, God darn it. Keep going, though.
Because I could understand, like, some gang stalking going on for a specific time for somebody who is outspoken about a specific issue. And maybe
what I'm saying is there's no specific time about it. What I'm saying is it happens. When it starts to happen. It happens. As I believe it now that I've studied up into this for almost 2 years that I've been aware now. It happens for life. They're literally going to F you to death. That's what they do. One thing I do want to say something on police and on publicintelligence.net. On publicintelligence.net. I wish I knew I'm going to read this real quick. publicintelligence.net/FBI-suspicious-activities-reporting-flyers. Let me say it again real quick. publicintelligence.net. FBI suspicious activity reporting flyers, and put a dash in between each one of those words, and you will find there's like 20 to 25 different types of flyers? Situations. Pardon me. Okay. 25. Yeah, let's not get into it right now. But yeah, there's 25 different flyers that are out there, and I can only assume that there's a ton more that people are stalked and harassed and mobbed. What I'm telling you is just look that up and make up your own mind. It's not just me. This is something that I just found out about in the last 4 or so days ago.
Interesting. Because that will be something to check out and maybe talk to you a little bit more about later. But I don't know. It just seems to be, I mean, if you can't get the help, but then you're just. I mean,
let me say that about the help. All avenues, when this happens to you, when you are a TI, a targeted individual, all avenues to help are cut off. You cannot get help, and not only that, they cut off your relationships with in my case, with my girlfriend, with friends, you're essentially, you cannot make friendships. When you're standing there on a street corner and you're striking up a conversation with a stranger, it's like you're literally, now I don't blame you for raising your eyebrows on this, because this does sound a little bit wacky, so it's up to you. And it's up to the people that are listening to this MP3 file, which, by the way, once again, is in the public domain, what you're saying and I'm saying, for all eternity. So they're going to be listening to this 100 years from now and deciding on whether this type of thing happens. Right. When you're being harassed, it's go ahead.
It is a tough situation, because normally the type of operation that you're talking about would only be normally associated with governments targeting specific political activists and that type of thing. But in this situation, we're talking about a corporation that's targeting somebody who was just talking about
corporation with deep pockets, yeah.
Deep pockets, yeah. So this is something that and you're talking about their business practices.
What I'm saying is there is an infrastructure in this country, in this world, actually, because you literally can't. I moved from one city to another in Oregon in my RV. When I moved across the state line, across the Columbia River, back up here to Vancouver, it followed me. When I went from one apartment building to the next and to the one I'm at now, it follows you. All you're going to do by moving is deplete your financial reserves.
Maybe what you're talking about is a concept more than more than anything else.
Well, what do you mean by that concept?
Well, all right. In your specific case, it's a corporation that's going after you because you spoke out about their practices. But
they're the ones that put I think they're the ones that put the hex on you. They're just using an existing infrastructure. This infrastructure, those people it doesn't have that corporation's name on their ID badges. It's just the people. When I go from one area of town to another, when I've gone, rather, from one area of town to another, the harassment has followed me. When I've gone down to Portland.
Right, but this could be something that can be applied not only to your case, but to other people's cases as well. Political activists, police activists, what have you. People who are generally outspoken about issues.
Yeah, I think when you're in a certain area of town, the chances of me being in a certain area of town and a political activist and a police activist, what have you, the chances of it being the people in this quote-unquote gang or whatever you want to call it being the same people are pretty significant. But the other thing that I want to say is that I have seen, I have sensed, 6 different types of people that were involved depending on where you're at. That if you're on Main Street in Vancouver, or if you're down in Portland on the Max, or if you're on, literally another time I talked about, I'm on I-205 going across the bridge and you're mobbed by cars. I mean, there's different types of people that are involved in it depending on where you are.
So what are the 6 types of people?
The 6 types of people. One would be the kind that was down on Main Street in Vancouver. A lot of unemployed people, probably. Another type would be people in my last apartment building in the hallway that are fairly well-to-do because it was a nice joint. Another type would be people that looked like they were working stiffs. I mean, they had plaid shirts on at a bus stop where I was at. They didn't look. They looked employed. They didn't look homeless. I'll tell you that. Another one was when I moved my RV from where it first kicked off, the go live, if you will. When I moved it, and my landlord flipped on a dime. Got really angry with me all of a sudden. God, what is this all about? I haven't said anything. And it was a landlord from hell. So I moved out. I moved to the next place. And RVs are fairly easy to move somebody in. So they moved 2 in next to me within a month. Same time entry and exit. Same thing again.
So this seems to be this seems to be a situation. So there were 4 that you've already named. What are the other 2?
Another one would be out at the Vancouver Mall. That would be the 5th one. Another one would and those were, I'd say middle-aged. I was gonna say yuppies, but middle-aged. It's like they got a message on their phone that says "Show up to this eyeglasses store," And as soon as I walk in there, the place floods with people. Is that weird or what? Another one was the kind of people that were blocking the exit at a video store. When I was walking out, they were 25-ish with short sleeve shirts, looked like they stepped out of a church training or some insurance company or God knows what.
You ever hear the whole concept? There was this thing that came out a couple of years ago with the what was it? They were using SMS to coordinate
flash mobs.
That's it. Thank you. Yes, flash mobs. I mean,
so anybody that's listening, I want you to Google that term, flash mobs, because in my estimation, that's what happened. Another one was at a church that I went to. And I go there like at midday, and like one day though in particular, like a whole bunch of people flooded in. Like, God, what was that about? So that was like 3 situations. One was at the video store. One was at the eyeglasses store at Vancouver Mall, and the third one was sorry, I lost it. But I forget. Oh, at the church. You know, it was where people would just show up, poof, out of nowhere, and I mean a gaggle of them. I mean, it's like, God, it was like the people that were standing in front of the door. I literally couldn't open the door at the video store on Highway 99 in Portland South, Highway 99 South in Portland, and I literally had to push the door slowly and then put my hand on the shoulder of a couple of guys to push them. There was like half guys, half girls, and whew, they all split in different directions, and they disappeared. I thought, God, that is weird. That is effing weird. And I got back to my vehicle, and I sat there and I rubbed my eyes, and I thought, God, did I just see that? And there's nobody there to be seen. They were just all gone. That was the weirdest one of all, and that was really early on in my stalking and harassment. There's just people, and I'm not saying that they were all that they knew what they were doing. Those people that were participating, they didn't. Well, they knew that they were head screwing, and they were like enjoying it, and they were keeping a straight face. And the other thing too that I wanted to say about that leaving the video store that one time was when I went in, I rented my video or two, and as I'm walking out of the door, there's like 20 people blocking the door, standing outside, all talking to each other at the top of their voice, nose to nose. The craziest thing you ever saw, and they're carrying on conversations with God knows what they were talking about, and then poof, they all disappeared. Craziest thing you ever saw, and that's a flash mob. And actually, you know where I got that term? I explained that to one guy at a convenience store that I used to go to, and he said that's a flash mob, and I'd never heard that term before. And so I wrote it down on my hand right away so I didn't forget it. And I got back home and I Googled it, and sure as heck, that's what was happening. It was a flash mob. And then I realized that guy eventually, he got turned into that testing 1 2 news guy. News guy. News guy.
Yeah, for some reason I got hung up on, and then I had to call back in.
Okay, well, I was talking about a flash mob.
Yeah, I heard everything that you said because I was just in the chat, but I was listening to what you were saying. So it is.
Okay, I'm glad I looked back at the tube then because I unmuted you. Please continue.
Thanks. But, you know, that's the whole thing with the flash mob. That did come from something. You know, it is very interesting to see that these concepts get applied to what you've experienced on some level. You know, it is very interesting to see this, but you know, it is very. I mean, it is very. At the same time, it is still head scratching to understand.
I know. I don't blame you, man. I don't blame. That's why I want you to be as tough as you want to be, because people are expecting that.
Yeah, because
people listening to this recording 100 years from now are expecting you, newsman, to really pour on the coal. So I'm not asking you to take it easy on me.
Okay, because that's the whole thing. I mean, listen. I mean, if somebody is saying, all right, listen, I can understand this if this is a political activist, left-wing activist, right-wing activist, but this guy was just talking about different, practices of some company somewhere, some chain store somewhere. Why are they going to target him for 6 years to silence him? I mean,
they're going to target you to death, man. Well, that's what I think. I think when you get put on this list, you're on it for eternity. You're going to die this way.
But that really doesn't seem to be something that they would target you for 6 years and drive you into some sort of place where you are isolated from everybody, and because they could just as easily at this point, for example, there have been people who have had their information posted on the internet, pictures of themselves posted on the internet, and they've been able to take down websites very successfully just through copyright control arguments. And so what they could do, so there are different mechanisms for these corporations to just silence you without having to drive you into some sort of place where you're isolated.
I don't know what it would be. I was not going to shut up. They pissed me off so much. I'm still not going to shut up.
Right.
It took me 4 years of my life of being targeted and harassed and stalked and mobbed. It took me 4 years to finally catch on to the term gang stalking. Google that term, organized stalking. It took me so long, and I'm not just going to shut up about it. Most people would. And by the way, I think a lot of people do shut up about it. And a lot of people have showed up here on TalkShoe.com on these shows, and they show up on like the skank calls on Freedom FCHS, and they talk about it, and they get mobbed. They get driven away with crazy talk. These people over there, they start talking unachievable nonsense, crazy talk, and they're driven away. And I decided no crazy talk on my call. I'm not letting them talk about that off-the-wall nonsense. If it doesn't happen to me, it doesn't get talked about.
So you think that these guys, like the Freedom FCH, which is also another talk show, and they're not really an organization, are they?
They claim to be. I think they're paid perps. I think they're a bunch of paid scumbags. That's a scumbag operation. They're on like every night with hidden calls. I'm going to read some numbers here. Call number 66339 is Derek's Saturday night call. Filthy Joe's nightly call Sunday through Thursday is 89899, and his is hidden. You got Jay Wojciechowski as a call, and Nigel. And I really do consider all those people to be perps because they talk about the wackiest, farthest out stuff. And none of that crazy stuff ever happened to me, and they get so annoyed with me for not being willing to accept their story, and I just don't believe it. I think they're liars. I don't think they're crazy, by the way. I think they're making it up.
I mean, just to briefly get into it, because really we're focusing on you, but I'm curious, what kind of crazy stuff are they talking about over there?
Yeah, I'm just not gonna. I'm not gonna get into it. And the reason I don't, I know. You can talk yourself blue. I'm not gonna get into the examples. Okay. And the reason I'm not is because that just makes my call another crazy talk call. So I learned early on not to talk about just to let people know. If you're listening to a call and they're talking about some wild and woolly, wacky stuff, everything that I have said is earthly. It's far-fetched, I'll grant you that, but it's earthly, it's achievable. The stuff they talk about over on those crazy talk calls is way off the deep end, and they do it nonstop. And if anybody wants to show up and talk about normal stuff like I'm talking about, they get flooded. They get flooded away with the wacky talk. That's their job, as near as I can tell. That's their job. That's their purpose in life, is that there is not only this thing called organized stalking, but it is a secretive protocol, I think, by and large, by secret societies that inflicted on people. And they don't talk about it. There's no talk about it. The same people that essentially killed Martin Luther King Jr., one of the greatest Americans who ever lived. The same people that killed him are the same branch of people that are doing this. They don't talk about it. You don't hear the details about it. But
because that gets into some really weird conspiracy theories. You know, I mean, if you're talking about things like that, I mean, you kind of like you open up a whole new Pandora's box of things about secret societies and Illuminati and all that.
I didn't say the I word, but what I'm telling you is, I thought, where in the hell are they getting these people? How can they do that? How can they come up with all of these effing people nonstop? Every time I go down this street, there's people that clog my pathway. It's like, and they're always different, and they never talk to you. Right. How do they do that? How did and I think a lot of it is churches. Believe it or not, I really do. I think they tell lies to the churches, to the people that are involved. You know, to get them to participate. Well, this guy is a pedophile and he has it coming, so you should join us and harass this guy because he's a bad character. And after all, you wouldn't want your kids. And let me tell you a story. I want to tell you a story about this one guy, and I don't know his name, but it was down at Esther Short Park. And I ran into him one day, and he lived in one of the buildings there, and I lived in another one. And he talked about he was talking one day. It was like he was whipping a line on me. He showed me the perp hand. Now, this guy had stalked me on a number of occasions, you know, so I knew he was a perp, but I was carrying on the conversation. And he was talking about the fire extinguisher at the end of one of the hallways was missing. And we do want to stop the fire extinguishers from disappearing, don't we? You know, and we do want to, you know, it was kind of like he was building up the ammunition. He was laying the line on me. It's like he forgot who I was. But he was kind of like, it was like he was trying to recruit me to become a stalker. You know? Yeah, it was like the craziest. It was like, I don't know why he was doing it. It's like he slipped, his mind slipped when he did that one time. There was another guy, and he's in this room right now, and I'm not going to say his name, but one time he was in his room. He's a perp. He's with freedomschs.com. And one day he was telling stories about me. And every story, like 5, maybe it was 4, maybe it was 6 stories. He'd just go from one to the next, to the next, to the next. And every story had an element of truth to it. And he'd mix it with lies and omissions. He'd add lies and he'd leave things out to paint me in the worst light. And I thought, God. And I was logged into his room as a guest. And I'm listening to him tell these stories, and it was like he screwed up. He showed me the perp hand. He totally screwed up and he took things that I was actually proud of, my proud achievements, and he would make them sound bad just by exaggerating and by leaving things out. That's how perps get. That's how they recruit other people to join their cause. It was an amazing thing. So there's like 2 people that I seen, 2 perps, clearly perps, no doubt about it, that showed me their hand. Why they did it, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's up to you whether you.
That is interesting. That is very interesting. I'm thinking that there's a lot of stuff that you've brought forward, and it is very, very fascinating to say the least. And we'll have to definitely think about this, what you're talking about. And, you know, so it really is. Even though this is applied to you, this can be applied to other people and to other situations.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. What I want people to know that are listening to this is that it's not just about me. I can't be bought now. There's no way. I want to get this story out about organized stalking, that it does take place in this world, and that targets, unfortunately, and I hate to say this, but they are turned into stalkers. Targets become stalkers. And when they do, they're not coming back. That's been my experience, and I'm in a unique position here because I've been hanging around TalkShoe.com on these shows every night for a year and 10 months now, give or take. And most of the time running my own show, and a lot of times listening into the other targeted individual calls. So I come at it from a different perspective, and I've had the opportunity of hearing these two scumbags spew their stuff. The one who was, it was like he was trying to recruit me, and this other guy who was slandering me, not realizing I was sitting there listening to him. I don't know whether he wrote that script himself or whether somebody else wrote it. It's like somebody took a class. It's like somebody can listen to an achievement of somebody and say, well, how can we turn that negative? Let's turn that negative. Let's make him, paint him in the worst possible way. That's a totally amazing thing.
Right. That's very, very interesting. Well, Van, Chuck, I really appreciate this. I mean, I think that this has been very good, and it's been very enlightening, and it really gives a lot of insight into what you've been going on, and what you've experiencing, and we'll just have to maybe do some more follow-ups on this as well.
Okay, and once again, my name is Chuck. This is TalkShoe show number 120297. That's TalkShoe.com. It's, what is it, July 7 or something like that, 2012. And call me anytime to get to let this happen. Is there anything that you want to say about this news, man? Any other questions that you want to ask?
Not any more questions right now, but I'm pretty sure they'll have some follow-ups on this.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and hit the end button on this recording. That's the end. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Talk Shoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com, show number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click the purple top left live now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the West Coast is about 7:03 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Today is Wednesday, July 18, 2012. This is episode number 3014. Okay, now here's the deal. I'm going to do a chat room reading. This is not going to be very polished, but that's what you've learned to live with here. Here's what happened. First of all, my objective is onefold: to get the word out about organized stalking. And part of what happens on these TalkShoe calls, TalkShoe.com calls, is we get a lot of perps that come and go in the room, and in fact, they dominate the room. Anyway, one of those people who I call a perp does not consider himself to be one. I asked him, Ant, are you a perp? And the Ant Farm Wants You Dead replies, no, I'm a TI, a schmuck who is a TI. It just comes natural. TI in Idaho asked him, but why be like them? I used to be an internet troll as a teen, Ant says. Ant, where did you learn how to do what you just did? You logged in as just because, but it was your voice. He replies, I figured it out on my own, Chuck. I will not tell the secret, or else Nimbusters will use it. TI in Idaho says, why don't you come out into the light? I reply, and I said, I bet you were a smart one too, Ant. I never said you weren't smart. You're just a dirtbag. Like someone closed my neck, he goes. They know the secret. And now you see two ants on the screen. Two Ant Farm Wants You Dead on the screen, which is totally unusual. I do not know how to do it, by the way. The top one is 3,054,116. The bottom one, you, Ant, is 2,931,198, and that shows that you have two shows. So you were an internet troll. How did you do that? Ant replies, it is the cool thing to do on the internet when you're a teen. Everyone that does try to do it, although he is, as I recall now, in his late 20s now. Are you being, I say, are you being sure that everything you are typing is going into the public domain? Are you? And he says, well, I don't know. I don't want to be displayed on the website that shows up in Google. I said, Ant, I repeated myself, will you put everything you're typing now into the public domain so that I can publish this for all eternity? Go ahead, he says. I say, thank you. This is very, very powerful spoof that you've caught on to. How many people have you pretended to be? I don't know. I don't normally do it, he said. I stopped doing it a long time ago. But when I figured it out, I would impersonate just because. That's a user here. Just because, as a joke. And I replied, so you just did it a minute ago to show TEI in Idaho, TEA Idaho, number 3.30,000,57642, that two logins were possible on the TalkShoe.com system. Yes. And how many times have you impersonated me, Vancouver? And he said never. And who else have you impersonated? And Ant replied, I don't remember. This is, I think, one time I impersonated Chrissy or Derek. Note that they are from freedomschs.com, who I guess are not friends of Ant's, but I would doubt that. Just to prove to TEI Idaho, will you impersonate him for a minute, please? It would take too much work, he said. But I can impersonate anyone, like I saw, just because, but setting it up takes a while. And I'm saying, okay, so let the record show that right now there are two, the Ant Farm wants you dead, in the chat room right now. The first one, number 3,054,116. The existing one is number 2,931,198. And thanks for the demonstration, I said. And boy, I have to interject here. I sure hope that I'm not breaking any of TalkShoe's terms and conditions, but I'm skating thin ice here. I do realize that. Anyway, and I go on to say, and would you please type something under the new login? And he does that. He says, click my details. I have just unmuted the top Ant, I say, and he types, see my name. The other Ant is not me. He said, yes, I see that there are two Ant Farm. The Ant Farm wants you dead. The top one is blue. The bottom one is gold, by the way. Evidently, they can't control the colors of them. There's a glitch. I changed the name TEA Idaho. Wish that guy had changed his name. So what kind of a kick do you get out of doing this sort of spoof? Ant, are you there? I said. He doesn't reply. Why are you doing it right now and admitting it to me? Yes, I saw the top Ant left. Ant says, it was never a secret that I can clone Nix. I do not know. I did not know it could be done until 3 or 4 months ago when you first began demonstrating it. Ant says, has anyone ever, I asked, has anyone ever lost their life because of this sort of thing? Ant, what is the worst thing that has ever happened? Ant, are you there? I said. Hello, Ant, Earth to Ant. Ant said, how many, I reiterated myself, how many other talk shows do you have the ability to do this? In fact, no one is doing my trolling. Ant, once again, this bio, I'm going to take a time out here and tell you that this chat log is tied to this recording, and I'm botching the recording magnificently, but this chat log is tied to this recording, and on TalkShoe.com, on ChatGrabber.com, show number 120297 on this day. Aunt, where did you just go? Did the phone ring? Did you get an email? Did somebody knock on the door, etc.? He said, I was giving my dog medicine. Let the record show that I was speaking to Aunt Farm once you did. What does this mean? That you were paid by your handlers, I asked. Aunt, who is him? I am not following your conversation. Let the record show that my ability, he says, let the record show that my ability to clone next does not involve anything illegal or and I typed in, let the record show that guest number 6 through 11 just showed up in the room, as so often happens once something interesting starts to happen around here. But once again, what do you mean when you said they handed him cash for a job well done, please? I say to Boise, the TI in Idaho, you are jumping right into the thick of it here. I hope you appreciate the magnitude of what you are witnessing. And I say, Aunt, do you consider yourself a perp? And he says, no. I said, what kind of a kick do you get out of pulling such a prank? If I become compromised, he replies, I'd kill myself just for fun. To your question. I said, what do you mean by if I become compromised? He said, he replied, if they tried to control what I say, the perps, I would kill myself. Wow. I'm just reading what's in the log, folks. Aunt, where did you learn to duplicate other logins on the TalkShoe.com system? He says, I figured it out intuitively. How many other people know how to do it? And he says, I don't know, but at least one. Today, I first witnessed someone else doing it. It took me more than a year to catch on to it. I said, how long have you had this ability? I don't remember. He said, I'm thinking to myself, in what room did you witness somebody else doing it? Please. And he said, in here, the ant clone. Really? Somebody was cloning you earlier today. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying somebody is screwing with you? He said, yes. And do you have any idea who that person might be? And he said, no, it's probably a nimbuster. So once again, how many other people do you think have this ability on the TalkShoe.com system? He said, there's no telling. I said, referring to the fact that I type fast, I said to guests 6 to 13 to eat your heart out. I took typing 2 times way back when. That's why I do have the ability to type pretty fast. And have you ever done this spoofing on behalf of another person or another organization? And he replied, no. I said, Aunt, do you consider yourself a perp? And he said, no. I'm going to open up a chat now, I said, for guests 6 through 13. Any funny stuff, and I'll quickly mute. I'll be right back, said Aunt. I'm getting a Coke. For the record, I'm chat room interviewing, and I said this to the new people that showed up. Ant Farm wants you dead, number 2,931,198. Here comes the URL, and the URL is in there, and it'll be on the chat log. Could you recap what's going on here, Chuck? Said guest 10 who showed up. I said, I'll recap the chat log in the public domain. Is number, but people who are listening to this recording right now already know what's going on. Pray tell guests 6 through 13, where are you from? How did you hear about this interesting discussion that is going on? Where is the URL at? But nobody answered. He just came from talk to you randomly, said guest 10, but the rest of them didn't answer. For the record, the entire discussion is in the public domain. I said, Ant consented to it earlier in this chat log, and anything you type will go into the public domain. Please know that. My name is Chuck. Pseudonym of on TalkShoe of Chuck of Vancouver, WAUS. I'm a TI, a targeted individual. I have been aggressively harassed for 6 years. Surely somebody must have some hard-hitting question about these to ask Ant about his abilities when I refer to perping, but he doesn't see it that way. Ant said he is getting some dinner. Loco in LA showed up, and I said to her, I'm in the chat room right now. Anything you type will go into the public domain. Once again, anything you type or anyone types will go into the public domain for all eternity. Let the record show that Loco just left the chat room, by the way. I don't believe you, guest 3 said. I have seen Ant do his spoofing before. I don't no, I'm just reading, folks. I'm going to stop allowing guests in the chat room. Let the record show that 19 and 20 just showed up. I was guest 3. I'm not Ant. Who are you then? I said. The ant farm wants you dead, to the one, the ant farm that's blue now, not gold. And that's one thing that they do that does happen on this TalkShoe systems. They often, when they're duplicates, they are showed up as 2 colors. It's not hard to do. Anyone with an IQ over 80 should be able to figure it out. Would any other chatters please comment something that is short and meaningful? So why am I being muted? Guest 3 said. Guest 3, I'm so sorry, folks that are listening to this, but just hang in here with me. I'm going to go to my profile page and look for my name. Would the Nimbusters among us please say what chat room URL you were just at where you heard this from? Nobody answered. Let the record show that we have now 3 Ant Farm Wants You Dead. The third one, number 2,349,262, looks suspiciously like Nick, who I refer to as Filthy Nicky, but goes by the name Nick Spinner. Yes. You can have fun impersonating everyone. For the record, I'm going to mute the top 2 ants. Please say what you will first for the next 60 seconds. Now that I am no longer muted, said guest 8, I will ask a couple of questions. Chuck and Ant are the only big lie. You two have some reality TV or sci-fi show. My reply to number 8 is, let the record show. That is a fair question, I said. I pledge that I am a loner. I am not affiliated or compensated by anyone, was my reply. Let the record show. I also said that Ant, number 2.34,262, just showed up, and I quickly muted him or her. Tap Q showed up, who I did an interview with. I think it was number 3006 or 3007. May the record show that I said that Tapshoe just showed up in my room. He actually interviewed me on number 3007 and 3008. He said he watched an interesting video on the cult of Scientology, that they're sure to have the targeting system down to a T. And I said, I'd like to hear about that sometime, but right now something else is going on. Please do bring back that in the future. I will do that, he said, and he laughed. Once again, I assume that there are Nimbusters present. I said, would one of you please say what URL you were just at and where you heard about this to come here? Guest 7, I just said, I just like Ant's voice. I said to guest 7, I just like Ant's voice changer too, but my confidence is very high that I'm communicating with the real one at the moment, and that was based on the user ID. Let the record show my confidence high that the third Ant is Nikki. So at least a few people must know how to do this spoof on TalkShoe. The Ant Farm Wants You Dead. Do you have anything else to say before I terminate this chat log? And I asked him again and again, and he did not respond. And that is the end of this recording.
TalkShoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy or republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkTo.call screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click on the top left Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the West Coast is about 7:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Pacific Daylight Time rather, on Monday, July 30, 2012. This is episode number 3015. I have on the call right now. I'm sorry. Why don't you identify what pseudonym you want to go with, and how are you tonight, please?
Oh, I'm fine, Chuck. You can call me Snuffers.
Okay, this is Snuffers then. Now, how long have you been a target, and can you tell us how it all started out, please?
Well, I think I've been a target my whole life, but I know that I've been a target since approximately 1998. That's when I really figured out stuff weird was going on, but I had no idea about gang stalking until last summer, probably August, September. I finally kind of got the word and then started looking things up on the internet and stuff and found out that this was something serious going on everywhere.
It's been going on since 1998, and here it is, at least. And here it is, 2012, 14 years later.
Yeah.
And you found it out a year ago.
Yeah.
How did you find it out, please?
Well, I just finally started typing stuff into the computer about being followed by strangers and stuff like that. And then I caught onto the phrase targeted individual. And then that's what got me off into the whole gang stalking, targeted individual, learning about. And I had no idea this was going on with people all over the place. You know, I just thought, okay, I got families that are into some crap, and, you know, I'm probably on somebody's S list because of that.
Now, when you say you have family into crap, can you tell us what that means in a nutshell? Nothing too incriminating or anything, but...
Well, the biggie is my father was a master mason in the Scottish Rite, and we just never got along on that topic. I used to call him the Grand Pula, and, you know, I had no idea what power they had, or I wouldn't have done so much to stick the hornet's nest, but I didn't like the fact that he was involved with it. I saw how it took him away from my mom and the family, and I was very critical of it, and that obviously made him upset.
But you have siblings that are targeted too, so it couldn't, you know, don't you? How many are targeted out of how many siblings?
I think all of us. I really do, but I think my sister and I got the brunt of it. I think my brother got off a lot lighter in the whole thing, but I don't know. I can't get them to really all talk to me about any of this. You know, I try to talk to them, and they just don't even want to discuss it. They'd rather just say I'm being nutty and that I should forget about things and move on and find a hobby and, you know, all this stuff. And it's like, come on, we have some weird family history here. You know, like I mentioned in the chat earlier, all of a sudden, as soon as my sister's 10 years older than my brother and I. And I think something went on during the 10 years in between my sister and I that just totally blew my family apart. I don't really know what. And then, like I said, my dad, when we were kids, got involved with this Freemason stuff and started going away from the family and such. And I think it got to the point where, you know, I think my dad just girls are kind of worthless. And so we were put on the block.
Now, can you give your approximate age?
I'm 50. I just turned 50.
Okay, and your sister is roughly your age, too?
She's 60.
Okay.
And then my brother's really close to my age. He's like 49, going to be 50 in a month. So.
And then you said you had another one that was 10 years older or younger or something like that?
I have a sister that's 10 years older and a brother that's like a year and a half younger.
And are they targeted? What do you say about that?
My sister for sure, definitely. My sister definitely from putting together things. She's been mobbed out of a couple of jobs. She got mobbed out of a state job just before she was up for her pension. She was working a little
food store job, and they set her up to get her kicked out of that. And
she was working a little what, please?
A little job in a food store. I'm very sorry if I sound flurry. I had jaw surgery.
No, it's not. No problem. You had what kind of what jaw? Kind of?
I had cancer in my jaw. So if I sound a little funny, I wasn't even supposed to be able to talk by the time it was over, but I beat those odds too.
So you're doing pretty well. I wouldn't have even noticed it.
Thank you.
Now, what sorts of things happen to you when you're targeted?
When? In the beginning or now? Now it's just like, now I just get basically mobbing comments when I go out. I mean, it's definitely died down a lot since I've gotten back here. But I've died down a lot since I've gotten back here. It was way crazier in Las Vegas, and it was way crazier up north when I lived in an apartment up north.
Yeah, so what sorts of things happened in Las Vegas? And did you live in the city thereof or out in the sticks? Or?
No, I lived in the city.
And what sorts of things happened in Las Vegas? And was that more than a year ago after you figured this all out, or what?
That's what helped me figure this all out. I didn't know what was going on. In Vegas, I still had no idea that there was such a thing as gang stalking. I didn't know there was such a thing as gang stalking until after I got back down here. So even
when you say down
here,
you mean back in the Midwest.
Right. And back down toward the city. I lived in a little town, village up north for 3 years, and that was really a nutty place. Very, very strange, old school Catholic cult kind of concept mixed in with a lot of Freemasonry, and then
Catholic,
I was there.
Cult? Did you call that CULTS?
CULTS, yes.
How do you? Could you just elaborate on that a little bit? I have not heard that term before, please.
You never heard the term cult?
On Catholic cults, I had not heard.
You should. All you got to do is Google Necedah Shrine, and you'll.
What kind of a shrine was that again, please? Can you spell that?
Necedah. Necedah is a small town in Wisconsin. They had a big apparition thing going on in the 50s. And a lot of the remnants of them people are still up there and breeding and doing their thing. And people should really get up there and see it. They have dioramas set up with like Jesus standing with George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. I mean, there's just some very weird things going on up in.
But getting into the gang stalking of it, okay. So, what sorts of things were happening to you in Las Vegas, or in Vegas, please?
Vegas was the trickiest. Vegas was where I was first nailed with a helicopter light.
Okay. Now, when you say, go ahead, explain that, please.
Well, it was going, it's very hot in Las Vegas, so it was night when I went out. You have to go get water there. If the water in Las Vegas is very bleachy.
Yeah, so, let's stay away from the water. Let's get into this organized stalking.
I was going to go buy some water. You had to go get good drinking water from a machine, and you would take your gallon jug and you go to this machine that was across the road by a store from me, and then you put in your quarter and you get your gallon of water. Well, it was like 2 a.m, and I was off to go get my gallon of water, and all of a sudden this helicopter came in and put its light on me when I was
at 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. And did that just happen one time, or was it many times, or?
It happened 2 times that I got hit with a helicopter.
Okay, now what other sorts of, that's a good example. Now what other sorts of things happen gang stalking wise in Vegas, please?
I got out of one of my jobs there. I worked in a phone room, and I was just like, work that I had done, I was not being given credit for. I had some guy tell me that I was fired when I wasn't fired, but they told everybody I was fired. So then when I showed up for work, everybody was like, what are you doing here? You've been fired? And it's like, I wasn't fired. And then I wasn't fired.
Okay, so that's then the phone room. And what else? So let's get some more examples, more, please. Let's have lots of examples, please.
People, like I have long hair, people messing with my hair, like they'll come up behind me and they would flip my hair and...
Okay, that's an example. What else, please?
In Las Vegas?
Yeah, in Las Vegas. What sorts of things did they do to harass you or to gang stalk?
A lot of times they were trying to get me to like end up taking their money. That was a weird thing. I would you know, you hit casinos after work or whatever, you know, and I'm not a big gambler. It was always like penny slots or something like that, you know.
Yeah.
But like I go walking by, going to leave, and I'd have people like at a blackjack table or something. This place where I used to go to a lot, you had to go by the blackjack tables to get to the door, and I like blackjack. And there'd always be somebody, well, not always, but a lot of times, there'd be some guy sitting there, and I'd be walking by to get to the bus and be like, hey, you want to play? And they'd hold money up. Like, they were going to give me money to play, and you just know that's a setup. So, of course, my answer was no.
Okay, and what else? Other examples of things that happened in Vegas of the stalking and harassment,
please. In Vegas, and this is going to sound nutty, and this is where I lost you the last time, and I hope I don't lose you again.
What? Yeah, go ahead.
There was a smoke detector in my apartment, and it got to the point where I noticed that at certain times, at certain words, certain places, it got to the point where I could almost talk to this smoke detector. Because, you know, they have that little light, this little light that normally just stays on unless there's
trouble. All
right,
so why would you be talking to a smoke detector, please?
Just to make sure that I wasn't crazy. You know, just like, okay, I know there's something wrong with the smoke detector.
Well, this is starting to sound crazy. I just don't know why are you talking to a smoke detector. There must be, I'm trying to get you to clarify why you would be doing that.
The smoke detector would, like, blink at certain words, and especially when I was married at the time, and I'd be talking to my husband, and like when the conversation got to politics, because I'm kind of outspoken in that, it would start like blinking, you know, and like, but it wasn't like the battery was dead, because at first I thought, okay, this thing is blinking, the battery must be dead, and then my husband's like, no, it's a hardwired smoke detector. It's part of the whole building. It's not an individual one with its own battery.
And we're spending a lot of time on this smoke detector.
Well, that sounds weird, but that was a lot of it. Was just, hey, something's weird with the smoke detector. Hey, I can get to the point where I'm having freaking conversations with a smoke detector. What the heck is going on? And that's when I figured out that this thing's got to be wired and people are behind it.
So somebody's effing with you, you mean? Somebody was on the other end of some switch.
Right.
Okay, that I get. All right, what other examples, please, of things that happened in Las Vegas, if I may, please?
Well, that's where I got the cancer. I ended up getting cancer out in Las Vegas. Yeah.
Okay, what are the things that are
well, then, like,
stalking related?
Well, like, for part of this cancer, I had to go into Los Angeles to see a doctor at UCLA. And because I was sick, I couldn't drive it. So we were going to take a Greyhound. Okay, so then we get to Greyhound Station, and 4 buses between Las Vegas and LA are canceled. No reason. There wasn't any, you know, sometimes mudslides or fires or something like that will stop traffic between.
But that doesn't necessarily sound stalking related. I'm trying to get
it was weird. It's the one time that I needed to get on those buses to hit a doctor's appointment.
Okay, so what other examples? All right, so we got the buses. What other examples?
I was so sick, then I just got out of Vegas. Okay, and then when we.
But what else happened? I want to. While we're on, hang on, I need to cough.
Okay.
While we're in the town of Vegas, so what are the things that were stalking related? Please.
Followed around. People coming up to me at the bus stop saying comments about, like I said, basically I'm into politics, so they say things, you know, kind of like trying to get me to argue with them. Little junk like that.
And this happened how many times, please?
Oh, almost constantly. Almost
really?
Constantly. This has been going on for so long that.
All right, so
like
you showed up at a bus stop, just waiting for a bus, and somebody. Were they different every time, or the same person? Why?
No, they were different. They're definitely different. There was only one person that was like a constant in this, and I didn't know it at the time until I ended up back up in Wisconsin, up north, and the same guy that was bugging me in Vegas ended up being up north in this little podunk town, you know, that I really, you know, I mean, what the hell is the same guy that was in Las Vegas bugging me doing in this town in this state of Wisconsin? I mean, what are the odds, you know?
Wow. Okay, now that's a weird one. All right, so that couldn't have been a cheap one for him. But how many people do you guess?
Finally, I asked him. I confronted this guy up north, and I said, I recognize you from Vegas, and I could tell I freaked him out by coming up and saying that. I said, I recognize you from Vegas. Why are you following me? And he goes, because I'm your defender. And I'm like, what? I never knew this person, never met him. And I'm your defender. And then it ended up he was behind the stalking.
Now, was this the guy that was your constant harasser in Vegas, or no?
He was an occasional harasser in Vegas, but I noticed it because I thought he was kind of cute. No, I was married and wouldn't have gone anywhere with it.
Okay, all right. So now, how many people in Vegas? How many people do you guess would have wanted to argue about politics at the bus stop?
Oh, right. It was going on a lot. 20. I mean, it was like, it got to the point where it was like all the time. And then, I mean, I like paying attention to politics and I have my views, but it's not the only thing I'm going to be rapping about with strangers.
And these were different people every time, and this is over a period of how many months, please?
Except for the one guy that ended up being up north. I probably ran into him.
Yeah, but this is over a period of, I got that part, but this is over a period of how many months?
Oh, over 4 years.
Over 4 years, 20 people over 4 years, or was it all stacked mostly within it?
No, it got progressively worse. When I first got there, it wasn't that bad. It was just a couple of weird things, like they took my cat, and I had to fight to get my cat back. Little weird things like that in Vegas.
Now, when you say they took your cat, where did they take your cat? To the Humane Society, or?
No, I got it back, luckily.
Where did they take it? Where did they take your cat?
Yeah, I don't know. I got her back, but she was a very old cat. I mean, she ended up dying not too long after. She was a very old cat, and I took her to Vegas because.
So you don't really know that it was stalkers per se. That I'm sorry to be so antagonistic, but you don't really know that it was stalkers per se that kidnapped your cat. Maybe the cat just decided.
They took it. She was a very weird little cat, and she was very old, and it took me a long time to get her to even like to lay by the door in the sun. But I knew the sun would feel good on her hips, so I got her to the point where she trusted laying in the door. She wasn't a cat that was going to run away or anything. And the door was open, the cat was laying in the doorway. Next thing I know, the cat's gone.
I know, but I still don't get how you associate that with the stalking. I don't get it.
Because I saw the guy that worked for the apartment place by those stairs. And then the next thing I know, my cat's gone. So I'm like, put two and two together, the house guy took the cat.
And how long of a period of time was the
It took me 4 hours to get the cat back.
Okay.
And all
right. Well, what other examples, cat aside? Let's move on from the cat. Then, what other examples of stalking?
Little things like that ended up being.
Let's have some examples of those little things, please.
Well, we got the cat, we got the bus stuff, we got the smoke detector, we got the guys at the gambling tables where they kept trying to get me to take their money. We got the cancer, we got the bus thing. That's another thing about the cancer, too. I kept going to doctors, and, you're on this insurance plan, so there's only certain doctors that I was allowed to go to. And I go to this doctor, and I'm like, listen, dude, this isn't lupus. Something is wrong. Could you take a biopsy? I want to make sure it's not cancer. No, he wouldn't do it. No, he wouldn't do it. No, he wouldn't do it. I go to the plan. I'm like, listen, this doctor's bogus. I got to see another doctor.
All right. What are the sorts of things in Vegas, though, if I may, please?
Well, that's pretty much it, because then I got sick, and it was just getting the heck back. First fighting to live, and then
go ahead.
Out of there.
So now you're back in the Midwest, and what sorts of things are happening there? Other than that's pretty weird, that one guy who showed up from Vegas, and he said he was your protector?
My defender.
Your defender.
My defender. And I'm like, what do I need a defender for?
And what did he say to that? What was his answer?
He just laughed. He just said one of these kind of deals. Like I'm like, what do I need a defender for? Especially since by then I was up in the CETA. I'm like, what do I need
All right, so what are the sorts of things? What are the sorts of things are going on back in the Midwest, please?
Well, okay, in the Midwest, an amazing apartment opened up magically just in time for me to move into.
Okay.
And at the time, I was still married. And so we moved into this apartment. It was for senior and disabled, and he was a senior, and I'm a disabled, so it worked out. And it was just a cluster. That's when I really, I mean, all the weird stuff in Vegas. Okay, hey, Vegas is weird. I put it all out of my head. Whatever, that was in Vegas, you know. Now I'm in small town Wisconsin. I got a couple of friends that lived up around there. That's why we were in the area to begin with, was because I had a couple of friends that lived up around there. So we ended up living up around there. And we
okay, yeah, but I'm trying to keep the focus on the stalking and the harassment. What sorts of things are?
That started like from the get-go in the CETA.
Yeah, let's have some examples, if I may, please. Let's have some examples of the sorts of stalking and harassment that are occurring back in the Midwest.
Okay, well, a lot of the stuff like you were talking about your apartment building, we were going through the same thing. You couldn't go out.
Let's have the examples, please, from you.
Okay, the banging on the walls from the neighbors. Mine wasn't tapping. Mine was banging. It was like bang, bang, you know, banging on the wall from the neighbor.
Okay, and what else, please?
Weird comments from people who never knew me. I've never seen them before in my life, but they would know my middle name. They would know where I went to school. They knew that I lettered in volleyball when I was in high school. You know, and I get these comments, you know, oh, lettered in volleyball.
Like, I would call that directed conversation, use a $20 term, but those are some good. Now, how did they go about letting you know that you lettered in volleyball or so forth and so on like that?
Like, there was only, in this little place, there was only, like, you had to drive to other cities to go to do any major shopping. There was only, like, a little gas station convenience store set up in the town. So that's where you had to go, like, to get your day-to-day little stuff. And then you had to go to a big city to do your big shopping. So I went into this gas station one time to get a couple of packs of smokes. You know, and I'm new to this little burg. I didn't really know anybody except my couple of friends and my husband there. And that's what I got. I went to get this pack of cigarettes. Oh, lettered in volleyball, eh?
So just out of the blue, some guy says that.
Yeah, this wasn't even a hello, how are you? You're new to town.
So they were outwardly effing with you.
Yeah.
Well, how about another example or two? I'm sorry to be so pushy, but by the way, we may lose our connection. If we do, I'm sorry. But please, and that'll be the end of the show if we lose our connection.
Like a loon here, but
no, you're not. You're not. I'm glad I'm being so persistent, though. I'm pressing for a clarification.
Well, it finally got to the point where they wanted to jail me. You know, they ultimately want you to end up. I wrote about this in your chat room here. And the CETA was also the place that, from the minute we got there, every night at the same time. Now, they only had one cop at the time in this town. They ended up now having, they might have a cop now, but by the time I left, they didn't have any police. But they only had one policeman there. Every night at the same time, that guy would be sitting by my car, in his car. You know, he was in a police car, sitting in the parking lot, in front of my car. So, like, if I would have wanted to leave, I would have had to ask the policeman to move his car so I could go. Looking up at my apartment every night. It got to the point where I told my husband, I said, I don't know what
he was not just parking his car out in front of your place, but he was also doing that and looking at your apartment.
Yeah, he would park his car, like, okay, like, it would be, like, blocking my car in. Like, there was a parking space, and then he would pull up to where he would be behind my car that was in the parking space. Then he would get out of his car and stand by his car and be looking up at the window. Every night. And it got to the point where I was like, what the hell? I mean, it's not like we're doing anything.
We talked quite a bit, and I took some notes as we were talking earlier, but you said your sister was mobbed out of her last two jobs. Why don't you cover that briefly, please?
Yeah, well, she worked for the state, and I don't know the whole story about it because she will not talk to me about a lot of this stuff. She doesn't want to. I don't know whether she doesn't believe it or she just doesn't want to deal with it, but she just won't talk to me about it. I also think that she's I think she kind of turncoated in on me now, but that's beside the point. She worked for the state of Wisconsin for...
You mean she's become a perp,
Yeah, I think so.
Please continue on with her situation.
Well, like, she worked for the state for almost 10 years, just to the point where she was going to be vested for her pension. And then, bam, she ends up getting into trouble with a couple of coworkers. This is all I know. I don't know the details, or I give them to you. All I know is she ends up magically, all of a sudden, getting into trouble with coworkers, and she's out of her job. And
just magically, no. But you said she lost her last 2 jobs. What about the other job, please?
The last one, she worked at a food store. Okay, we live here because my mom is elderly, so she was taking care of my mom, and then I moved back to kind of help her out because it's too much for one person. Yeah. But so she was working part-time because she was taking care of my mom. My dad was still alive at the time, and she would work like 4 hours or 3 or 4 days a week just for some tin money, nothing major.
Sure. So what about her job perping?
Well, all of a sudden, she had this guy, one of these stock guys, the guys that put the bags, food in bags and stuff, like stockers, not a stalker, but he could have
stock, S-T-O-C-K. He was a stalker.
Right, he was a stalker. And he started like knitting on her, he started like haggling her or something. I don't know the whole details, but I know that it was getting very much stressful for her. And I tried warning her then that, hey, there's people that do this for a reason, and don't let them get to you, and yada, 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 trying to get rid of pep talk.
And what was their reply to that?
Well, she kind of went along with it then. She was like, yeah, I can't let them get to me. I need some money, I got to have this job, gets me out of the house a little bit, yada, yada. I don't know the whole story, but what ended up going on, and her story and their story are all different, so who's to know? But what ended up is apparently she touched this stock guy, and he used that saying that she assaulted him, and so she ended up getting fired for assaulting a fellow employee.
Wow, okay.
But she didn't assault him. I mean, she didn't, go and beat anybody up or
no, of course not. Now, you had made the comment earlier when we talked. Do you think teens are doing this stalking on vacation? Why don't you tell us why you feel that way, please?
Well, the last couple of times up here, they have these double coupon days, So you go shopping on double coupon days to get double coupons. So they know when people are going to be shopping. At least they know when I'm going to be shopping, And I was 2 times ago, it was this kid. It was like a gang of kids. So it was like 3 or 4 of them. And they walked by, and I heard the one guy said, "That's her. She's on drugs." As I was looking at cat food. I'm like, okay.
How in the hell would this guy know if you're on drugs or not? Did you know this guy?
No, never saw him. I don't have anything to do with kids in this town. I mean, I raised mine, and I don't have any friends with kids or anything. I don't have anything to do with the kids in this town,
Yeah.
And, yeah.
So, 4 kids come up. One of them says something derogatory about you.
She's on drugs.
Okay, what else about kids?
The next thing I know, one or two of them, there was 2 boys and 2 girls, and I guess the boys were trying to show off or whatever, they were picking on me or whatever. This one would be like, okay, like I go down the aisle, he'd stay at the front of the aisle, and then like stand there and look at me, and then if I looked at him or looked his way, he couldn't duck in, like duck away, like just wanting me to see him, and then ducking away. And that lasted the whole rest of that store trip. So that was that store trip.
Now, is this just one time at the store? Was this a number of times at the store?
This last time I went to the store, it was 2 teenage girls. And no matter where I went, they would be there giggling. Just giggling, not saying anything, to me or about me that I could hear.
Okay, now, this is 2 incidents in a store. Any other incidents in the store, please?
Totally. One time I made the mistake of saying out loud that I was going to go and get some smokes. Man, I got up there, and normally we're
like you were talking with somebody on the phone saying that, or
my sister. See, my mom's got this EDT thing.
She's got a what? EDT. Electronic.
So I always treat this.
What does EDT stand for, please?
EDT. It's one of those senior things where they push a button and they're connected to people that'll call 911 or something for.
Okay. So your mom's got that. All right.
Right.
So now.
And there's this box on a table, on the kitchen table, that's constantly, they're connected. So I always assume that this place is wired. So I very much try not to ever.
The place that your mom lives at.
Right, and I do too. Yeah.
Okay.
It's 3 homestead. And
All right.
so I always figure this place is wired, so I try not to ever state my intent. Plus the fact, like I said, I don't necessarily trust my sister anymore, you know?
Sure.
So I try not to let people know what I'm doing or where I'm going. Well,
All right,
I
now,
made
go
the
ahead.
mistake of saying I'm going to go get cigarettes. Man, the next thing I know, I go to go get cigarettes. Not only are there 4 cop cars in the parking lot, just kind of watching me, you know, but I go in the store and there's already like 3 or 4 customers max. There was like 20 people in there. All of them buying like one can. Nobody getting gas.
So I would call that like a flash mob, perhaps.
Yeah.
Give me, how about some other examples like that? What else?
Boy, the mailbox, when I first moved down here, the mailbox was plowed out. Somebody took out the mailbox.
Was what? Plowed out?
Yeah, they plowed it down. They like knocked down the mailbox.
Oh, okay.
We had to get a metal rod and stick it in cement so it wouldn't happen again, you know.
And how many times did you have to do that to the mailbox? Did it happen again after that or no?
No, we did it right.
All right, what else happened then? Stalking related or harassment, please.
The very last thing is just like last week or so, out on the front porch where they got to come up the driveway to get to. It's not like we're right on the street. I have some herbs growing in plants, in pots, you know.
Uh-huh.
All of them, they weren't killed, but they were all like uprooted. They were like, it's like they grabbed the plant and just pulled them up out of the dirt and then left them be there.
So, and these were your plants that you had put your time and effort into planting, and somebody ruined them.
Yeah, well, they tried. I mean, I got them in the dirt. I keep my eye open on stuff around here because
of all
that.
So what other sorts of harassment have you been involved with or has been used against you?
Well, I had, I could go into the fact that my son has apparently mated with one of them. So
mated? You mean, in other words, he became
he's
boyfriend,
intimate
girlfriend?
And has my grandchild, and I don't. And this girl went off on me physically. And the charges were. It was a very weird, long story. I went there to help them out because, okay, they now have 2 kids. And after the first one came, when the second one was coming, they didn't have anywhere to go. So I'm like, yeah, okay, I was down here, but I'm not.
So, but you said your son had mated or became her boyfriend. How do you know that she was a perp? And why don't you tell us about that, please?
Well, because she started off, she's been very much lying from the get-go. Little things. Like when I went to go live with them, they wanted to know if I was going to bring my cat. And I said, no, there shouldn't be really cats around with her being very pregnant. You know, it's not good for pregnant women, cat waste.
Yeah.
And with a crawling baby, you know, you don't want them by litter boxes. I said, no, my cat's going to stay here by Grandma's house, and, you know, I'll come visit him. You know, he's not going to come live with you guys. Well, then she gave me this big, long story about how she's got a cat that she really, really loves and really, really wants to have live there.
But the perping, I'm trying to get you to talk about the perping.
Well, that's a key thing. It's like, because then when I ended up, perping? Well, okay, here's what happened with that. I was living with them, helping them out. The new baby was 10 days old. It was a Friday night. They were having a couple of people over. I knew one of my son's friends. They had some beers. I asked for a beer. He gave it to me, and apparently that set her off. Because the minute those people left, she started physically assaulting me. And I couldn't do anything because she was holding my granddaughter.
Your daughter-in-law starts assaulting you.
Right. With the baby in her arm. So I couldn't fight back or I would have hit the child.
Right, of course.
My son had to leave work. He came to help me out. The cops were totally in on it with her. And
how do you know the cops were in on it with her?
Because I'm the one that ended up getting charged for disorderly conduct. Although they dropped all charges when I wouldn't take any kind of deal because I wasn't guilty. But they wouldn't listen to my son and I saying, she's the one that started this. I had pictures of police, even took pictures of my arm. The one cop said, this all defense wounds. But apparently this one police
but this led you to believe that she was perping you.
She assaulted both my son and I and put my grandchildren in danger. She never got...
I mean, maybe she was just a little bit eccentric and a little bit on the loony side, you know.
No, this goes on. It's still going on. I'm just hoping he gets to his senses. But now I don't have much to do with any of them. I mean, she's made it... She won't apologize. She's made it very hard for him to bring the children around because it's such a scene, you know? I mean, she's got her...
All right, I'm trying to get some other... How about some other examples of the perping that you've encountered, please?
Well, I one time I was at this little up north, that one and this one I'm going to tell you about it too. That they were really trying to get me into a cell. They use these. Now I know you don't like wacky talk, and I don't think that this was anything more than tricks. Okay, just simple electronics and stuff. But they were messing with my stereo, and they were flashing stuff on the wall of my apartment. Weird. I don't know if I should say this out loud, man. Weird scenes of homosexual oral sex being performed in silhouette.
And they're flashing, like they have some kind of a gizmo that they're flashing that on your wall.
Yeah, like a movie. And I was like, they're trying to drive me nuts.
Well, I don't think that's wacky talk. It's certainly doable. I mean, it's wacky in that the perps do that sort of thing, but that's doable. What other sorts of examples have they done to you, please?
Well, the last biggie when they tried to put me in a cell was I would go to this pub once in a while with my hubby there, and sometimes without, you know, it was a little place. You could come and go. It wasn't any big deal, you know, but to go shoot a game of pool. Well, last time up there, they had, the whole place was packed, which instantly I thought was very weird. And I could go into the whole cast of characters of people in that bar, too. There was some weirdos there, too. But the whole place was packed, which was very strange. And this girl came up, and apparently she was claiming that I had insulted her months prior. I'm like, oh, okay. Very mad at me. She came up like screaming at me, you know?
So some girl that you never met, or did you know her? Had you seen her in this place before? Or?
Yeah, no, I had seen her. I knew her. I mean, we weren't friends or anything, but, you know, and we didn't talk. We weren't friendly, but we weren't unfriendly, you know. Well, apparently we had shot pool some time back, and I said she sucked. And that's what she was saying to me. I'm like, well, if I said it, I'm sorry. If you took offense, I'm sorry, but you know what? When I screw up, I say I sucked.
Let's get into the perping.
She said, okay, I accept your apology. All right, cool. Okay, I go to the bathroom, to the bar. I come back out. She's standing there. She clocks me straight upside my face. With everybody there, like they were all on red alert. Like I knew if I hit her back, I was going to get jumped or arrested. You know, it was like the whole place was packed on purpose. This was all a setup. She cracks me upside my head. I was like, what? You know, I did go make a stance like I was going to pop her back, but then the lady behind the bar, like, stopped that one quick, you know?
All right, so what other examples of perping that I would call it?
Boy, that's all I can come up with. I mean, if you want to count in a few strange phone calls, I've gotten a few weird calls where they play music, in, like a song. And it's not the same song, so it's not like there's any meaning to it, you know?
Are you getting any directed conversation at this new location you're at in the Midwest?
Only at the store when that kid was like, that's her, she's on drugs. You know, like that. But other than that, not really. But like I said, they've got me to the point where I pretty much don't do much. You know,
got you to a point where what again, please?
Where I don't do much. I don't go out much. I don't do much. You know?
Now, why do you not go out much and do much, please?
Well, I don't like this crap. I don't like the fact of thinking that everywhere I'm going, every time I'm out someplace, somebody's keeping their eye on me. You know?
So what makes you think that? If I may please ask that. It's a little bit antagonistic, but I apologize, but.
Well, what makes me think that is because it's what happens.
Yeah, why don't you give me a couple more examples? So please, I'm really liking these examples. I would appreciate it if you give a few more.
I don't really have that much more. I really don't. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
All right. So other than Las Vegas and Wisconsin, other than Las Vegas and the Midwest, where else have you been that this type of thing has happened?
This is all I've lived at. I've only lived in Wisconsin and Nevada.
Okay.
Yeah, I grew up in Milwaukee. I mean, I grew up in New Berlin, then I lived in Milwaukee, then I went to Las Vegas, and I came back to
Now,
New
when you
Berlin,
were in Milwaukee, did anything strange happen there?
Well, no. You know, I don't know. I'm just finally getting to the point where I'm starting to think about things that were going on as I was raising children. You know, I mean, I was so busy. I was basically a single mom. I always worked 2 or 3 jobs. You know, I mean, I can say things like, okay, when I took the father of my kids to court and they ordered him to pay child support and they said there would be a warrant out for him until he paid it. And
yeah, but I'm trying to get into the stalking. That's what I'm trying to get into, the stalking issues.
No, you know, I really don't know. I've just started to try to figure out if stuff was going on back when I was raising the kids and I just didn't notice it.
And you can't, are you saying that you can think of such events or no?
I can think of weird situations, but not outright stalking. Not where I had people, maybe it's because I just don't notice, you know? I mean, I'm just like, I don't notice a lot of this stuff, especially back then before I knew all this was going on. And I was busy with the 2 little kids. You know, if we went out, I was busy watching them. I wasn't worried about people watching me.
Now, you had said earlier, I wrote the comment down is when we were chatting in the chat room before we went live on this call, you had said earlier, nothing left to lose. What did you mean by that?
Well, you know, I think my oldest son is in on it now.
Now, what makes you think that? Now, keeping in mind that this call is going in the public domain, so I don't think you want to be too identifying. But
I know. I've talked to him about this too. It's just all of a sudden the basic disrespect, the broken promises, I understand that some people do some of this stuff for just to keep the frustration level going, and I kind of think that's what's going on. There's absolutely no reason for him to be being like he is, and it just started recently. I mean, he's 31 years old. We've had an awesome relationship, and then all of a sudden it's twisted to where it's getting kind of weird. I'm not liking it.
But that happens with a lot of parents and their children. What would make you think that it's stalking related?
You know, I can't tell you. So maybe I shouldn't even go there. I just have this feeling that something is
asking weird. The kind of question people are expecting me to ask. I'm doing my best.
Oh, okay.
And earlier we talked about, you brought the issue of blackmail, and all I wrote down was blackmail. Do you recall what that was in relation to?
Oh, they were talking about perps. I said, you know, you got to be insane to be a perp. Which I agree with. I think you got to be nuts to be a perp and do this to people. But I said, well, I think a lot of perps, from what I've heard, I don't know if this is true. I don't know any perps. I'm not a perp, but that they get blackmailed into doing it.
Now, where did you hear that, if I may please ask?
Yeah, I don't know. Just off the internet somewhere.
Somewhere along the travels, yeah. Okay.
It's just somewhere in one of them sites.
So perps may be blackmailed, do you think?
And how many? With that whole Freemason angle in my family, I mean, that could be a huge possibility because I know for a fact that that's how they work.
Okay. All right. We're getting ready to terminate this interview. Do you have anything else that you want to say before we call this thing to a close?
Well, just number one, I want to thank you for doing what you're doing. I think it's very brave. And for another thing, I know it sounds nutty, but I appreciate you not treating me like a nut.
Well, I haven't heard anything that I have not heard it. I want to be on the record for saying this. And to anybody that's listening, my name is Chuck. This is TalkShoe.com, show number 120297. It's July 30, 2012, and I have not heard anything that you have said on this interview that sounds far-fetched, because this is a far-fetched issue. But I have not heard anything that sounds nutty, per se.
I appreciate that, because it sounds nutty to me.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is. It's a far-fetched issue, but on whether people are stalking. So, what advice do you have to give to potential stalking victims,
Boy,
such as yourself, please?
I'll tell you, the biggest thing that's gotten me through all of it is to try to
Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van or Vancouver of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com, show number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. In other words, you own it. Everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is currently underway. The timeout here on the West Coast is 10 after 11 a.m. on Wednesday, August 1st, 2012. This is recording number 3016. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read a feedback that I entered into Farah's show, number 93584, over a year and a half ago. I wrote every word of text I'm about to read, and I last updated it on February 13, 2011. And within the text, it clearly states that the text is put into the public domain, and here goes the reading. I wrote to her, "Good luck in keeping your story on mark." I would listen to your first two messages, and I would classify what is happening to you as gang stalking. Good luck keeping the gangs in this community at TalkShoe who flood every call with crazy-sounding talk. When I say at TalkShoe, I'm talking about the TalkShoe TI calls, by the way. A small army will gang up on anybody who challenges any piece of their nonstop crazy talk, although they may fabricate other reasons for the attack. Early on, knowledgeable and rational-sounding people will attempt to con you out of personal information, such as forcing their name onto you, even though you didn't want or ask for it, and then acting as though that entitles them to pressure your info for them, or else this complete stranger calls you paranoid and acts surprised if you don't provide it. Whatever you do, don't give your name out until you know what you're doing here, by the way. This is a con job by a perp, and there will be many more to come. Some perps are easy to spot right off. Others are extremely skilled and patient. They won't slip up or become obvious for months. I was shocked by the amount of time, skill, and gang size, the team size, and seamless organization that they expended into building my confidence. And con is capitalized, by the way. You will continually hear advice that you should spend your time on less effective activities, which don't get the word about gang stalking out as well. But I believe in the open talk resources that are displayed in the recordings that last forever and not just heard by the few people who were listening in when it was said. You get more bang for the buck and infinitely more coverage in the same amount of time when you record, like I'm doing now. The resources that the dark side expends here is in order to derail and distort the gang stalking message seems immense. On top of continual head screwing, part of the PSYOP, spelled PSYOP, part of what they do is intended to divert your attention away from getting the word out about gang stalking. Some perps will befriend you and become your new best pal, partly to extract information which will later be used against you. The perp gang's job is also to keep you repeating yourself in order to wear you down. You can use this opportunity to improve your game, but be sure to record the subject matter before you get tired of it, so that TIs can targeted individuals. TIs can benefit from the wisdom of your recordings for years to come. Some people estimate that 40 to 90% of the TIs perps are TIs perps, and TIs who have become perps, who hang around this so-called community, are in on it. Many arrived here as legitimate sounding TI, but they now snitch. In other words, they sold out, and they're now perping for the dark side, and there's no turning back. I wrote that a year and a half ago, and I feel even more strongly about it now. They did it in order to lessen the targeting on their family, who they mention in many conversations. I feel for the children of these TIs turned perp, but I care more about wising up everyone about gang stalking. Occasionally, a TI who has sounded rational all along suddenly joins the dark side and begins participating in their new obligation, low-level perp. In Talk Shoeville, that in the TI shows at Talk Shoeville, that means crazy talker. Conversely, high-level perps specialize in character assassination, name collection, subtle threats, recruitment of TIs, and people into perping TIs, disinformation, constant distortion, and manipulation by bystanders. Manipulating bystanders to engage them in harassment of TIs. This is a tough landscape, and there's never an official announcement when a TI falls to the dark side. One day, they just begin spewing out crazy talk in every conversation. I think getting the word out about gang stalking is our best chance, and the only way to do that is to record the whole true story and say onto the recording, each recording that is in the public domain, if you have the right to do so, such as I do now. So the content can be used freely and not buried because of unknowns and some copyright legalese by some self-anointed experts who think gang stalking can somehow be presented positively when it's sanitized. Remember, their job is to stop the word from getting out about gang stalking, but if word does get out, they want to make it sound as crazy as possible. Non-stop crazy talk is their continual objective of this PSYOP, once again spelled P-S-Y-O-P. Google that term, PSYOP. Lastly, there are hordes of TI perps, targeted individual perpetrators and handlers who continually assassinate the character of TIs and conspire to ruin any rational sounding gang stalking message. Just like on the street, the gang stalking occurs in cyberspace too. If your message has integrity, and if you're to successfully disseminating it to a wide audience, then you are a threat to them, and they will never stop discrediting you, just like they've been doing all along on the street, though. It's nothing personal, but they'll make it look that way or sound that way. It's just their pathetic job to attack you or subtly threaten others to manipulate you. Don't fall for it. You're up against the full resources of the U.S. government, FBI, mafia, CIA, intelligence quality. Whatever you want, the perps want the opposite. Every loss for you is a victory for them, and vice versa. Good luck getting your story, keeping it on mark, and disseminating it wisely. I am placing this text in the public domain, Vancouver. Okay, now search for, once again, Talk To You show number 87161, which is a disabled call, or this call right now, which is number 127290, and either one of those numbers in the top right corner of the screen. And that is the end of this recording.
Talk show. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van, or Vancouver, Washington, USA. Call number 120297 at TalkShoe.com. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click the purple button in the top left which says Live Now to see if the show is presently underway. The time at the present is 11:35 p.m. on Thursday, August 2, 2012 out here on the West Coast. This is interview number 3017, and I'm talking to King Perp, spelled K-I-N-G-P-U-R-P, and that is just That's just a coincidence. It's got the word perp in there. And how are you? And can you give us a brief rundown of why your name is what it is?
All right.
Please.
Yep. My name is King Perp because I'm from the North Star State, Minnesota, and there's a football team, the Vikings, and we're the Kings, and we're purple, so Purple Pride. King Perp.
Okay, so it's just a coincidence. All right, now, we had talked about bots, and that was the one that really got me going. I've been taking notes while we were talking, but once you tell us about these bots, and now you're 19 years old, and tell us about your what's been happening to you perping wise.
Okay.
You've been potentially harassed.
Okay. Well, it started out about a year and a half ago. I got in a car accident, and I ended up moving out of my parents' house and into my own house down in the Minneapolis, in downtown Minneapolis. And so I was living around there and stuff, and I was kind of researching, about the freedom, sovereign movement, that kind of thing. And, making some, heavy duty shit on the internet, just talking kind of hard, about how I feel about the government and how I, what position I would be in. And
hey,
stuff.
Can I just ask you to lighten up the profanity just a tad because I'm trying to keep my middle of the road rating at talk to you, but please continue.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Sure, no problem. Please continue. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, and so I'm living down there and just doing my research, and I'm a big guns rights guy or whatever. I believe people should be allowed to have guns and whatnot to be able to protect themselves.
So you're a guns rights guy. You're outspoken. You're not a government fan.
No.
And you've been outspoken about it on the internet. In what way have you been outspoken, please?
Well, it's just more posting, with different, with a persona or two on the internet, just talking about, guns, Patrick Henry style revolution, stuff like that might have been a possibility, back in, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. Stuff like that is when I, first started talking about it.
Really? And, so you started this when you were like 13, 14 years old?
Yeah, I was pretty young when I got into politics and stuff.
Okay. And what else? Go ahead.
I mean, I was just living my life and stuff. And what really interested me one day is when I came home and there was marks on my door, looking like someone, broke in or whatnot. But the door was still locked and stuff, so I went in and I looked around and nothing was missing, and I didn't really think anything of it.
Okay.
And then about maybe a month later, I come home after being gone for like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and my door's kicked in, and I'm like, oh my, what's missing? Is all my stuff stolen? So I go look around and nothing's taken, and that really takes me aback. So I'm like thinking if somebody, broke into my house to steal stuff, they would have stole something, because there was some valuables in there and whatnot.
Didn't you say you had a lot of money laying around there or something?
Yeah, I had money laying in there that would easily be found. So,
but they didn't take that money. They just were giving you a wake-up call, or what? What do you think?
Yeah, that's what I really think it was saying, hey, we know, who you are. We can do this when we want to. And just kind of more letting me know and trying to tell me to shut the fuck up. Excuse my language again.
No problem.
Shut up, is what they're trying to get me to do. And so, I kind of backed off then on the internet and was kind of more, playing the back burner. But that's really when, the COINTELPRO that I posted a link to on the chat, it really struck a chord with me with seeing how the forums were being manipulated. Because I really liked using forums to just talk about different stuff, learn new techniques for, like I was big into jet skiing and paintballing and stuff like that.
Yeah, but you mentioned that they were manipulated and that annoyed you. Can you tell me in what way the forums were manipulated?
Well, it was definitely to control certain, political persuasions per se, it'd be like, let's say you make a 2-3 paragraph, thing outlining your position on a certain subject. It would just be flaming with just nonsense, just absolute nonsense.
Gibberish, a gibberish reply to what you said.
Yeah, barely coherent. Like, doesn't even make sense what they're trying to say. And it's almost like they're trying to bait you into reacting and into, getting them. They're trying to get you into their type of thing. And it's always trying to distract from the message you're trying to get out.
So do you think that these were people that were doing it? Or you mentioned the concept bot or robot. What say you, please?
Well, this is why I think it's really software and not, humans behind it for the most part, is because the amount of manpower it would take to do something of this operation on the computer would just be massive. And that's why I think, I've played video games and there's something called a macro. Okay. And a macro is just doing repeated motions on a computer. It just keeps going through a cycle, So all I think they developed this program that can take what you say, will pick up keywords and then respond and then, try and control the conversation or, like a lot of forums, you can only see 10 posts at a time. So they would try and, if you make a post and let's say a thread is 190 pages and you make this big long post showing how their position is bullshit, they'll just spam a bunch quick, boom, onto the next thing. So your whole entire thing is not even seen.
So you're pushed to the second page. You're not on the main page that most people would see. So they
exactly. Yeah, they'll even try and get you on the fourth or the fifth page. Is really the goal, is to get you just completely out of sight. And that's why they'll just spam pointless topics, pointless threads. And another thing that they really do try and focus on is the moderator positions and the administrator positions.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Oh! You mean they're trying to spam or bot the moderator? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no. What I'm saying is you have the moderators or admins that are in charge of a specific website or forum. What they'll try and do is they'll try and get large post counts. So they'll get certain accounts that will get large post numbers, so then they can get moderator or administrator status, and then they can actually boot people off and ban them from the website.
Oh, so you get people that are well-spoken or that are outspoken or that have a particular viewpoint, and you get them booted.
Yeah, they just go out and ban them. And
now, have you seen that? Has that happened to you or have you seen that happen to others who?
Yeah,
were
that's happened.
Outspoken?
Those have happened to friends of mine who are outspoken, on the internet, who are really focused on, blowing through a lot of the bullshit. They just wanted to get through it, and show what's going on, and those people would get banned, and it'd just be for really, really pointless stuff. Like they'd say it'd be for, attacking a user or something with, or like threatening them or something like that, and it's not. And it's just like they're banned off, and that's that. Okay.
So, and you had used the concept of they discredit people. Now, how did they do that on these forums, please?
I mean, it'll be more just like saying, "Oh, you have, where's your proof?" It's more like just they pick certain words. Like, let's say you write 5 paragraphs, right? They'll take 2 sentences out of that, and then just go off on that, say, "Oh, this is, you're just complete bullshit," and have maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 accounts all agree, boom, 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 boom. So it looks like the majority is against this person. And so they're trying to go with the almost group mentality.
That's how they discredit. They discredit you because they get 5, 6, 7 people who are essentially all bots, right?
Yep. Just fake accounts, not a real person.
What else did they do like that? And also, while you're on that mission, talk about COINTELPRO aspect of all this. Whatever you take, whatever spin you put on that.
I mean, that's really kind of what I'm going over right now is the COINTELPRO. I mean, they have a lot of different techniques out there that they do. But I mean,
okay, but that's all right. No, but anyway, so you're 19 years old. You've been doing this since you were 13 or 14, and so back when you were a kid living at home, and then you got into the freedom movement. Why don't you tell us about that, please?
Well, I actually got involved with the court system when I was like 16, and I got brought through it for some small little misdemeanor, I think, of disorderly conduct. And so I got to see the system and how it worked and how I knew I should have got off of how it was presented to me in school and on TV and whatnot. I should have been gone out the door, but that's not how it was. And so I knew there was something else going on with this court system.
And what do you think that was going on with the court system, please?
In my mind, what the court system is there for, I honestly don't know. It would be my answer right now. I'm still involved with litigation with them and trying to get past all, their control over me. I think they have 9 misdemeanors against the name that I use right now. So that's currently outstanding. And they keep pushing it back and pushing it back and pushing it back.
What do you mean by pushing it back? What does that mean, please?
Well, every time I go into court, they're trying to get me another court date off in the future. Like, I just went to court here, and what is it? It's now August, and they're giving me court dates at the end of October and stuff. And that's just, it's not even the full trial and stuff. And they won't even, it's crazy what they're doing. It's just absolutely crazy. And it's all over. Yeah, and it's over, silly stuff like minor consumptions and stuff. And, I look at these people, and some of them, are old enough where, the drinking laws used to be where when they were my age, they could go to the bar and have a beer. Yet they're telling me I can't have one because it says,
Let me zoom in on something else you said earlier. Okay. You talked about stuff being moved around in your place. How many times does that happen, and what sorts of things did they do, please?
I mean, I would have keys go missing. What else? I mean, especially when I was in school, it'd be it'd be a USB drive, where I'm supposed to be bringing this in, and they know, that this is what it's supposed to be. I'm trying to think. I mean, a lot of it wasn't really face-to-face encounters. I haven't had a face-to-face encounter, I don't believe. It's all been over the internet or them hitting me when I'm not home is really what it is. And it's just, it's little minor stuff. Keys being moved around, papers being moved, food being moved. I don't even know what else to.
And this was this is one situation. So you think they have the keys to your place, or what do you say, please?
Yeah, it maybe they had the keys to my place, or they have some type of universal like janitor's key or something. I don't know.
Yeah, master key or something.
Yeah, I have.
So how many times do you think they've been in your place? Would you guess?
I'd say at least 6.
Okay.
And that's
all right.
And that's with them. I'd say it was 2 times that they made it obvious, and the other times are just me guessing without proof. And I think they're good at doing it without proof.
So now, how did you find these shows here on TalkShoe.com? These targeted individual shows. How did you find those?
Well, I just saw. I was looking through live chats because I just got off with another one. Dealing with, claims and stuff like that with court. And I was just kind of bored, and I saw the targeted individual, and I thought this really intrigued me and interested me because of what goes on with the forums, and then plus my door being kicked in too and that kind of stuff. So.
Okay. Now, do you have anything? We're going to get ready to terminate the interview here, but one thing I always try to do is, do you have anything else that you want to say that might be pertinent to targeting of targeted individuals?
I believe that it's really about your mind, and I'd say,
really about your what? Really about your what?
Your mind. It's about the control of your mind, and they're trying to get you off your foundation or your base of of like rootedness or assuredness. They want to get you out of your element and into theirs. You know, where you're more.
This is not making any sense. So why don't you clarify that for me, please?
Okay. It's almost like the true power really rests in the individual that they're targeting. Okay. And that's why they use these certain techniques, I believe, is because they really don't want to step up to assassination. Once they, you look at Breitbart, right? Everybody knows Breitbart was assassinated. Everybody does. You know, if you know who Breitbart is and what he was doing, they don't want to be assassinating how many.
Why don't you just tell us real brief, so that we don't get off on that tangent. Why don't you just tell us real brief what it was he is and what he was doing?
He was just he was working on a new documentary, you know, kind of outlining how the government works and a lot of stuff. You can just go Google him, Andrew Breitbart, look up his whole story.
Brightt?
I think it's Breit Bart, Bart.
Okay, all right. So that's enough on him. What else do you want to say then? Anything else before we end off this interview, please?
Regarding
the issue of targeting and targeted individuals.
This is really what I want to drive across. Okay, is when I almost feel like I'm having a hard time coming out and saying it, but the power really lies in the individual that they're targeting, and they don't want you to know the amount of power that you have inside. There's a lot of controls in the system as it is, you know, and I believe that.
Why don't you clarify that? They don't want us to know what power we have. Why don't you clarify on that? Because I don't quite get it. Please expound.
We're born with an imagination which is immense. You know, this just like when you're a little child, you can dream these beautiful, beautiful things, you know, and they try and take that out of you through the schooling system and whatnot. And it's about, I think, connecting with that inner imagination.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm about ready to terminate the interview. I have no clue where we're going with this.
Oh, okay.
What the hell does that have to do? I'm just asking you for whatever you think. It almost sounds like you've turned into a perp. Honest to God, right now, yeah, it almost sounds like that because I have no clue what you're talking about.
Oh, I'm talking. It's like when you go into court, you know, you don't get a lawyer and just give all your power away. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it's not about letting them have the power and let them control your lives through what they're doing to you. You control your life. They're going to do what they're going to do. Like you were explaining to me before, what are you going to do? Just punch everybody? You know, I don't know.
Yeah, you can't punch everybody. I made the statement that you can't punch everybody who is in on the organized stalking, but you have indicated that you've had that happen on the street, maybe.
Yeah, I think in the grocery stores, maybe, you know, but I don't really go out much more. I really don't go out much, you know, and if I'm going to go out, it's to a friend's house. It's not, you know, really public places. So I don't know. I'm more the internet guy, you know. That's more my domain, you could say. So.
Okay, so like King Perp, what else do you have to say before we hit the terminate button on this interview?
I just say, you know, good luck to everybody, and hopefully we can solve this issue and bring out these people who are committing these acts out into the open. And, you know, that's what I would like the whole thing to be, a big light shine on it and actually blow up, you know, blow up in their faces. So if it's really what's happening.
All right, and that's the end of this interview.
Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nicknamed Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to Talk Shoe call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to make a copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the West Coast is about 5 minutes after 1 a.m. On Sunday, August 5, 2012. This is episode number 3018. And guest 19 asked me, here's the deal, and the gist of this recording. Guest 19 asked me a simple question. Chuck, what have you learned about cyber stalking since you've come to TalkShoe? And I said, with some help of some other guests in the room, by the way, you can't believe everything you see online. The perps have the keys to the castle, and that is a big advantage. I've learned that 75 to 90% of the supposed TIs here are TIs turned into TI perps, and they will never own up to it, and they will act head effingly hurt if you say it. I've learned that all normal avenues of help are plugged with scumbags such as Freedom SCHS, who are great actors and getting better quarterly. It's almost as though they have quarterly performance evaluations to make sure that they do improve. They improve their subterfuge. This is a great question. What have you learned? And that should be asked of other pure TIs, because perps are forbidden to be honest about anything that will help real TIs. Perps will never admit that some TIs are turned into perps, like many of them did. Real TIs who have not sold out want to disseminate progress regularly. Any real TI who wants to get the word out would not have secrets, as it would only deprive other real TIs who are non-perps of the same. To put it another way, now we're not talking about where the keys to the house are and things like that. We're talking about the big picture stuff like are in this paragraph that I'm reading right here. To put it another way, by keeping big picture secrets from perps, you also keep those secrets from other non-perp TIs. So you should, I say, just sing out loudly and often. Any TI, another thing I learned is any TI who has dependents or assets or something to lose, or if they're starving, will possibly sell out other TIs at the first chance of eliminating their own targeting. Perps are killers. Yes, that's right. That's what I said. Maybe call them slow killers if you want, but they're killers nonetheless. They're killers of TIs. I've learned that perps have no soul. I do not know how else to put it. Even in church, sadists will screw with TIs, even and head screw TIs while pretending to be covertly unaware. Perps just mess with TIs all the time, and that is the end of this recording.
Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van, of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoeShow.com, show number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click on the purple top left Live Now button to see if this show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is about 1:10 a.m. in the morning of Monday, August 6th, 2012. This is episode number 3019. Okay, now this is the text that I entered into TalkShoe call number 89899, episode number 759, dated Sunday, August 5, 2012. That's just yesterday. That call is put on by illegitimate false front organization known as FreedomSCHS.com, which stands for Freedom from Covert Harassment and Surveillance. I visited their TalkShoe call, which I often do. But when the moderator, Joe, acted surprised that only 30 people were in his chat room, I couldn't help it. I felt compelled to speak out. What follows is the text that I entered into that call, and which I clearly designated 2 or 3 times the text that I entered as texts that are in the public domain. I was logged in as a guest. Now I realize that Joe was probably baiting me, but I typed at the end of the chat room a number of times. Hey, Joe, I said, you stinking piece of filth. The reason there are only 30 people here is because this is a hidden call at TalkShoe.com. Then I explained the concept of hidden to those people who were in the chat room at that time, but who may not have been aware of what hidden meant. I continued typing into the chat room. On most TalkShoe.call screens, click the Live Now button on the top left corner of the screen, and you will not see the show that you are in listed because Stinking Joe has the hidden flag set on the call. Joe of Joe and FSCHS do not want to get the word out about gang stalking. This is a filthy operation, I said. I continued on. Dirty FSCHS, freedomschs.com, has this call hidden because they do not want to get the word out about gang stalking. They are killers, just like Ant, who is another shell who was in the room at the time. Ant uses voice changers, so I would never record him, but I did a chat room reading much like this one a few days ago on my call number 120297, episode number 3014. But anyway, continuing on with this call, I said, click the Live Now button on the top left of the screen, and you will not see this call listed because the stinking freedomschs.com has the hidden flag set on the call. And by the way, I'm pretty sure that Freedom SCHS scumbags have many, many other hidden calls that are all TI related and all hidden, but you don't know what they are. Now, I've been hanging around the targeted individual, the TI rooms at TalkShoe.com nearly every night for 2 years as of this month. And believe me, Joe knows the crap that he's pulling, so don't let his accent fool you. He knows he doesn't do anything by mistake. Then I said, Joe Dixon, the moderator of this call, 89899, has just admitted, and by the way, he had that name, was his login name, has just admitted that he's put the hidden flag set on this call so that it would not appear on the Live Now button when it was clicked. However, FSCHS was not being taped, so there's no proof that he said that. But he claimed it was for the ears of the poor children that might be listening in during these late hours. I'm not buying it. They're burying the concept of targeted individual on purpose. Now, I hope you understand the significance of what I just said. Joe of freedomschs.com clearly admitted that they intentionally have hidden calls, such as the one that he was on, which means they do not try to get the word out about gang stalking, and of course it's for the poor children. I spoke to another person in the room who I will only refer to as A. I said, what are you doing wasting your time in a hidden call like this one with filth that do not want to be get the word out about gang stalking? By the way, Google that term, organized stalking and gang stalking. But A ignored me. I asked again, why do you ignore me? You have such I asked such a logical question. Why do you hang out in a hidden room where they hide the word to get out about gang stalking or organized stalking? I say Freedom SCHS is a killer operation. They could be getting the word out about the slow killing and gang stalking of targeted individuals, because that is, in fact, what happens to them. But no, the killers at freedomschs.com have a large organization that does not want to get the word out about this atrocity. I continued on, typing into the chat room. When Judgment Day comes, you will have to answer to God on why you spent so much time not getting the word out about the slow killing of targeted individuals. DirtyFreedomSCHS.com has this call, number 89899, live 5 nights a week, Sunday through Thursday night, plus many other shows where they corral people into not getting the word out about gang stalking. But these people hang out with each other and just repeat the same thing over and over. Now, why might that be? But if they aren't an illicit perp operation, it was at this point that I decided it didn't look like Joe was going to mute me, as he has done so many times before. So I typed in the following statement. I typed this into the chat room. Everything I have typed into the chat room, I am placing into the public domain for the eternity of mankind. It is free for all to republish. When targeted individuals are gang stalked, they are intentionally killed by the perps, deprived of employment, kept isolated loners, especially isolated from each other. Guest 7 said, stop flooding the chat, Van. You never stop, do you? You do not practice what you preach. Now, I have to admit, that there is some truth to what guest 7 said, that on my talk show, number 120297, the one that I'm doing this recording on right now, I do ask flooders in the chat room not to flood, or I mute them. On the other hand, if somebody comes into the chat room and they show some pure intent and they're not spamming a bunch of crud, I would probably mute everybody else, assuming they're a fast typer. And the reason I would mute everybody else, because when the typing starts getting good, the flooders just flood. It's just amazing. It's like an amazing protocol. Anyway, in this case, this was a rare opportunity to speak to Joe's audience where Joe was not going to mute me, and I was going to make the most of it. So I continued. This is on TalkShoe call number 89899, which is a chat room operated by freedomschs.com, a false front operation. They are slow killers of TIs, targeted individuals. Earlier in the audio portion of the call, the user Joe Dixon played a tape about gang stalking of targeted individuals, but he did not record it. The reason Joe didn't tape the call was because freedomschs.com does not want to get the word out about the gang stalking of TIs. Once again, Freedom SCHS is what some people call a false front. They exist to divert the attention of others to get the word out. I continued into the chat room. Now I realize that many of the participants in these hidden calls, they do not know the calls are hidden to the public at large, even though they're in them. And I just kind of think everybody would know, but not so. Some people are just in it for months at a time and don't realize the call's hidden because they just click on an email they got. In other words, nobody else can see or hear the information because the dirtbags at freedomschs.com don't wise up participants to the chat room about it. Many of the participants of these calls do not know they're hidden from the view of public. These people just talk to each other over and over again. The participants of the Freedom SCHS administered calls just spin their wheels. They do not get the word out about gang stalking. Now, to be honest, I think the vast majority of the participants in FSCHS's rooms are secret society filth and TIs who have been turned into perps. Now, think about that. I think the large majority of the participants in the FSCHS rooms that are visible are secret society scumbags and TIs who have been turned into perps. And I go into that on a number of other recordings, why a TI would become a perp to like protect their family or their assets or what have you. Of course, nobody is ever going to admit to being impure, so you can't prove what I just said, but I'm certainly there for many calls about gang stalking. It was at this point that I clearly identified myself. Most of the chat room participants knew who I was anyway, but I put it on the record and I said, incidentally, this is Chuck of Vancouver, Washington, USA. And once again, everything I have typed into the chat room of this call, 89899, is in the public domain, everything that I have personally typed. I'm going to read I told them I continued to type. I'm going to read into the public domain text what I just wrote in my talk show, in my call number 120297, episode number 3019, which is this recording. For the record, I am typing into freedomschs.com's talk show call number 89899, episode number 759. The time here on the west coast of the U.S. At that time was about 10 p.m., Sunday, August 5, 2012. But once again, I specifically stated that my text was in the public domain, which means everyone owns it for all time. I continued to type into the chat room. To the moderator of this freedomschs.com call, number 89899, he is logged in as Joe Dixon, and I want to thank him for allowing me to type this text in unrestricted. However, I waited until after a quarter after midnight to start my recording that I'm doing right now on Sunday, October 6th, 2012. My call, number 120297, is only about gang stalking. None of the wacky sounding false front crazy talk about the Freedom SCHS puts on their calls. I don't accept any of that. And for the record, one way to tell if somebody is making this crap up is when they spew unearthly, unachievable talk that is laughable. If those are some of the elements, you know it's false front, it's crazy talk. It's intended to discredit. is my assertion that the purpose of Freedom FCHS is to make up far-fetched, laughable crap, and that FCHS is what's known as a false front. I then said to Joe, "Thank you for allowing me to say my piece. I have no idea why you usually mute me, but you've allowed me access to the chat room this evening. Again, I want to say that I am no way compensated, expected, threatened, et cetera, just to do this. I'm only doing it on my name. Goodbye," I said, "and thank you for allowing me to say this." And that is the end of this recording.
Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com. Call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. No permission, no notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 9:35 p.m. on Thursday, August 9, 2012. This is episode number 3020. Okay, I'm going to tell you 3 stories. My own personal experience with attorneys, healthcare workers, and cops, a cop. All these professions should be considered trusted authority figures, and they are probably, but not if you're a TI, a targeted individual. I'll start off with my attorney story. There's 6 of them here. The first attorney was recommended by a church. The clergy admitted that he had been harassed, and I tried to get in touch with her, but she would not return my phone calls. I'm not even sure if she got the messages. By the way, this is scripted, and I'm reading it and I wrote it. The next one, I visited an attorney with no appointment on 4th Plain or Mill Plain, I'm not sure which one of those avenues it was in Vancouver. They advised me that they're a family practice. The next attorney I visited was on Main Street in Vancouver, Washington. I walked in, sat down with him, started telling my story, but his phone rang. He left the room, came back, and abruptly asked, "Have you been charged with anything?" I said, "No." He said, "Come back and see me when you have." Now, am I dreaming, or did Perp follow me into that place and lay the negative narrative on him? Incidentally, this would be a perfect setup to film that type of an incident, although I would want to tread softly if you're dealing with attorneys, where the filmer happened to be sitting in the lobby a few minutes before my arrival. But the TI would have to be very tight with the truther, and you wouldn't want to let it on to anybody to catch the perping in action. Another incident, by the way, I went down to Portland, walked into a skyscraper, looked on the reader board. I saw an attorney on the elevator. I forget if it was like the 10th or the 14th floor or something like that. Somebody followed me on to the elevator immediately and pressed the next floor higher than I was going to. Once again, this would have been a perfect setup to catch a perp if they were as they were doing their job. Another person I talked to was an ex-attorney. I didn't know that she was an attorney, but she said she worked in San Francisco and was well aware of government harassment, but she had never heard of the term gang stalking, as I referred to it as. Another story about a visiting attorney in a Portland skyscraper, and this was the straw that broke the camel's back. I personally knew a guy. He was very, very outspoken, and this attorney got him off for speaking out. The charges were somehow removed. I don't know how he did it, but I was fairly impressed when I read about it in the paper. I personally, so I visited the attorney's website, by the way. He was a former prosecutor in another state, a very populated eastern state, but I'm not going to say any more. Anyway, I walked into his office with no appointment. Nobody followed me onto the elevator. Thank you very much. The attorney wasn't there, but the receptionist got him on the phone. He said to call the next day before I came in. Now, by then, I learned not to signal my intent as a targeted individual, but I had no choice in this case because he wasn't there. So I called him the next morning and showed my hand, and I showed up, and I put my business card on his desk. He keyed my name into his Macintosh notebook PC, which was faced toward him and not me. And I swear the sweat beads on his forehead started to appear as we talked. He acted animated. He suggested that I go seek psychiatric help. I mean, I hadn't even talked to him for 2 minutes. And I asked, do I owe you any money? No, you don't owe me any money. Just go. It was then that I realized I was in some deep crap. This is something this is going to be very, very bad. I found the term gang stalking on the internet shortly thereafter. Group stalking, organized stalking. If you Google those terms, you'll see what I'm talking about. But shortly after this incident, I found that term, and this was the tell-off of why the sweat beads were on his forehead. This is a terrible injustice that is being on the streets, that is occurring on the streets where you live. Some of the attorneys could have helped me, but they were silenced, in my opinion. They were handcuffed, and they were threatened. TIs, targeted individuals, are not to be wised up, or the attorney will be gang stalked too. And if you don't believe me, ask an attorney if they're silenced about stalking, and watch for the sweat beads on their foreheads as you do it. And don't tell them what you're doing. Also, I want to tell you my healthcare worker story. Shortly after I found out that I was gang stalked, organized stalked, group stalked on the internet, Google it, I had a doctor's appointment with a routine visit, but the appointment was way before I discovered that TIs, targeted individuals, had better be careful about who you talk to about this. So I was cocky, and I asked, so are you going to have me committed? Ha, ha, ha. And she replied in a very threatening voice, do you want to have me commit you? Have you committed? Once again, I was just beginning to realize how deep this thing is. This is a very deep rabbit hole. Lastly, I will mention cops. Never tell a cop you are being stalked. The only cop I ever spoke to about it with was my next door neighbor cop in the last place I lived. I realized that it was no accident he lived there, because he moved in after me and just happened to be out on the hallway as I came and went. I surmised very soon that there was surveillance in my apartment. Now, I don't think this is too far-fetched. I actually don't think he realized how involved it was until I told him. One time I told him about gang stalking, and he played dumb, and he wanted some examples. And I gave them to him of my harassment and stalking. And he said, well, that just sounds like life in the big city. But, that was the same exact quote that the sweaty Portland attorney used on me. That sounds just like life in the big city. Anyway, the cop said offhandedly that he knew somebody he'd like to set gang stalking on. I realized he was just talking. I hope he was just talking. But I continued to force myself on him every time he just happened to meet me in the hallway as I came home and left. And I was approached with the latest story. I always, when he would happen to be there in the hallway, it got to the point where he would just slam his door. He was just doing the job. He wanted, to let me know that he was watching me. Because they want you to know that they're watching you. The long story short, the authority figures they know about gang stalking and organized stalking. You'd be telling them, if you do, what they already know. And the stinking false front operations such as www.freedomschs.com, FSCHS, and their wacko talk shows on TalkShoe.com. It's their job to mix a generous amount of wild-ass stories in with every one of their BS episodes. And you can tell the storyteller is a liar if they dwell on crazy, unachievable talk. These people are not crazy. They're crazy talkers. It's a false front. The president of FSCHS, his name is Derek Robinson, who admits, by the way, that he used to work with the NSA, the National Security Agency. So now, what do you think? This is your call now. Is this the fox watching the chicken house or what? The people that are supposed to be leading us poor TIs out of this terrible dilemma are the stinking NSA. And FSCHS silences anybody who speaks out about on TalkShoe about their continual shenanigans. Once again, this is TalkShoe episode number 3020. Listen to my episode number 3019 for a few choice words I have to say about the stinking filth at freedomshs.com. Lastly, if you're a TI, a targeted individual, you probably have no friends. They've all been compromised or threatened. So ask yourself, why is such a big, happy family over at freedomshs.com? Because they're a stinking false front. That's why. And I say, they want to suck you into being a perp just like they are. If you're a TI, do not join them, because my experience is there's no turning back once you join them. And that is the end of this recording.
Talk Shoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van, of Vancouver, Washington, USA. This is TalkShoe.com, call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary to find more of these public domain audios. Go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click on the.
Go ahead.
Hang on. Or click on the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 5:25 p.m. on Tuesday, August 21, 2012. This is episode number 3012. Now, once again, this call is being recorded, and right now I've got 8 or 9 callers on my show. So why don't you tell us again how you happened to come in here, please?
Okay, well, as indicated to you before.
But we're being recorded now. So as you said before, I just wanted to get that in. What you said before, I'm asking you to repeat it because now it's on the recording and it's public domain. It'll live forever. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. I was invited here via text message from a coworker of mine, and it was implied that you were bashing truck drivers, and I came in here to hear it, and that's the reason why I am here.
Okay, so somebody called you up, told you that I am a truck driver basher, and you called up, and then you started saying that I was. Why don't you go ahead and say some of the verbiage that you used when you called up, please, about paranoia and what have you.
Well, no, the implication was that I have been told by several others also that you are paranoid and think the government is after you.
No, wait a minute. Several others. Are you saying several other people have told you that I'm paranoid? Now, that sounds like a bit of a stretch.
Then how do you imply a stretch?
You're saying that several, could you come up with a number on what several means?
Oh, at least 5 or 6 that I would be aware of.
Okay, so 5 or 6 people told you that this is a paranoid show and somehow convinced you to call this phone number and to use your voice live for the eternity of mankind and to go live with us. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so why don't you tell me more? They said I was bashing truck drivers, which is a bit ridiculous because I don't even hardly know much about the profession. But they lied to you to get you to call into this call.
Well,
is that right?
If you want to call it a lie, sure.
Yeah, it's definitely a lie. Whoever sent you that text message. Now, how often do you get these types of text messages from a place like you got?
I play with that. Well, I get text messages every day from the leaders that I deal with on a daily basis to go into a conference room, like I told you before, and we talk about different things within the trucking industry. And we don't have solutions to help each other. We have 300 years of combined experience to be able to help us troubleshoot and solve problems with the trucking industry.
Okay, now does it very often involve the harassment of people, or is it just, as you say, it's 98% truck issues.
Correct.
Okay, so have you ever done this type of a thing before? Have you ever called in and started calling people paranoid or things like that? Have you ever done anything like that before?
No.
Okay, so I mean, do you participate in stalking of people out on the street?
No. If I were ever accused of stalking someone and they asked me to leave them alone, I would.
Right. Okay, I got that, but I'm asking not about leaving them alone, but I'm asking, do you participate in in your daily travels as you're out and about? Do you participate in stalking of people, of harassing, of bumping into them, mobbing, things like that? Do you participate in anything like that?
No, and I would consider that an extreme waste of my time and talent.
Yeah, I would too. So I just wanted to know. So this will be a fairly short call, but right now we've got about, in this room, which is totally unusual, we've got like a dozen, 10 or a dozen callers. I've got them all muted, by the way. And for some reason, you were the one that I chose because you're in my state of Washington, USA. Is there anything else that you want to say to the people who are going to be listening to this recording a decade or a millennium from now?
Well, just treat and respect our drivers with a lot of dignity and respect because we do things that you can't imagine.
Say that again, please. A little more clear. You were breaking up there.
Please respect and give truck drivers the respect they deserve because of the hard work we do. That's the only thing I have to say.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. Okay. Washington, anything else that you want to say before I terminate this call?
I'm good.
Okay. So that was somebody from my state of Washington. He's still on the line. That was somebody from my state of Washington. I'm Chuck. This is Talk Show number 120297 out here on the west coast of the U.S. And that is basically an example of what I would call organized stalking. And that is an example of how they duped that guy. They lied to him and told him that I bashed truckers, which is complete nonsense. I never bash truckers. I wouldn't do it. But they lied to him and got his participation in the stalking of myself, a targeted individual. Did I size that up about right there, Mr. Washington? Are you still there?
Yes, Sam. I'm sorry. I was flushing the toilet, which I'm sure you probably didn't want to hear on your recording.
Okay.
So,
yeah. Did I fairly well capture that about right? That
No, I mean it could have been misinformation. You know, I can tell you that a lot of times that the text messages that I get are come down from 6 deep, and and by the time it have your play operator when you were younger. How the
yeah, I remember that. I remember those days. Have those text messages that you have gotten as you're out driving on the road? I mean, you drive what, coast to coast here in the U.S. or?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, so have you gotten text messages like that before, where you've participated in activities or calls or what have you?
Every day.
Yeah. Okay. So, and what can I have an example, please, of some of those other activities that you may have participated in, please?
Helping my fellow truck driver. That's all I do. I don't do anything else.
Okay, but in this case, you called a phone number, which is area code 724-444-7444, and then you entered call ID number 120297 #. That brought you up on my reader board, and I was talking to you. Have you ever done that sort of thing before? Just called in, kind of like a cold call. Have you ever participated in anything like that before?
Oh, certainly. I've done that before a month of times. When I first started calling the truckers' conference and chat rooms, I used to sit in silence and mute in the background and listen.
So you're just listening.
I wasn't there to stalk them or berate them. I was just actually there to see what it was all about.
Sure. Okay. But this is a bit of a different type of a call that you're on right now. I mean, Go ahead.
I understand that, and but the only thing I was concerned with is that I thought you were blatantly attacking truck drivers.
Okay, so I got that, and I think the people that are listening to this got it. And that what I'm telling you is you were used. You were used to participate in what is called organized stalking. That they actually used, and I'm watching 10 or a dozen different callers right now that are where I assume also used to call and participate in organized stalking. And I'm asking you, when you get back to the truck stop tonight, I assume most of you have internet when you're out and about on the road or when you get home. Google the terms organized stalking. Google the term gang stalking. Because that's what you're doing, right?
I can imagine what you're referring to, because I imagine that any type of organized crime type of thing like you're referring to, they would have to have more than one person be able to arrange and to be able to publish something that would be able to have more than one person show up in order to stalk somebody. Because if you look at the definition of the word stalk, that means that you are intentionally following somebody, and we don't do that.
Well, it's a different type of a stalk. It's a different type of a gang, if you will. I mean, this was highly unusual that so many of you showed up on the call. But once again, I don't want to make this call too long. I am going to go ahead and terminate the call, but not without giving you one last chance. Anything that you want to say, please?
Well, unfortunately, one of my counterparts is telling me in a text message that this is a public room. So I do understand why, if you want it to be private, why you don't market it as such.
Say that again, please. Yes, this is a public room. I do, and the reason it's public is I am trying to get the word out about organized gang stalking or organized stalking. This is okay. So while what you're telling me is that while you're talking to me on the phone, that you're receiving text messages on your a different cell phone or the same cell phone, or what's your setup there, please?
Oh, I have a smartphone, and it's capable of doing everything that you're referring to, including I'm speaking on the phone. I can receive text messages and files and everything. So I mean, it's not uncommon that when I'm doing a project for my fellow truck drivers, I can do all at once. I don't have to get off the phone and get off the computer and do all that crap. I can do it live from the comfort of my driver's chair.
Okay, now just one last thing I want to ask. You do realize that you were used? Do you realize that you were used and duped and lied to?
You know what? I get used every day for freight, traffic, or gifts. You know what?
I'm not talking. That's legitimate. I mean, if they're paying you X dollars to move X cargo from A to B, then that's not the kind of used. I'm talking about you were lied to. You were duped.
No,
how does that make you feel? I mean, to call this.
I don't agree, but that's okay. If you want to feel that way, go right ahead.
All right. And once again, I do want to thank my fellow Washingtonian for calling in and for going live on this conference call. My name is Chuck, and that is the end of this recording.
Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com, call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click on the top left purple Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 5:06 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Wednesday, August 29, 2012. This is episode number 3022, as I said. It's by me, Chuck. The title of it is Masonic Silent Dagger, Organized Stalking, Scientology Fair Game. This monologue is about the lie Now, the Freemasons, or the Masons as they call themselves, have a protocol known as silent dagger. Sometimes it's called a secret dagger or a slow dagger, where they get targeted individuals to commit suicide by using their illicit Masonic lie protocol, where they tell lies to the community about the target over a period of years if necessary. You see, the Masons think it's really cool when they can get a targeted individual to suicide themselves. And if it doesn't work, ask yourself, will they kill them anyway? It's your call. Just listen to the rest of this first, though. But don't take my word for it. Do a Google search on these terms: Masonic, Mason silent dagger, Mason secret dagger, or Mason slow dagger. And remember, the truth is secondary to these guys, and the protocol is all based on lies. Google it. And don't be surprised if the flooders have gamed the real results and buried it in the search results. So keep looking and you'll find it. I have some examples, though. On this TalkShoe.com, show number 120297, about a week ago, on August 21, 2012, on my call number 3021, a mob of about 8 to 12 people suddenly showed up on the call. These people were not in the chat room. They were on the call only. Previous to that day, I'd had many chatters in the chat room, but only 1 to 2 callers at a time, rather than the 8 to 12 who showed up on that day. These callers were listening to their telephones, not on their personal computers, I believe. And based on the location stamps, which is all I can see, they were all across the USA. I'm pretty sure that these 8 to 12 people were mostly truck drivers who had been lied to and coached. So I unmuted one guy at random, and his first words out of his mouth were, "I heard there was some paranoid person on here talking about truckers." So I muted him, and the second guy I talked to, paranoid, I suspect, was the first thing out of his lips. It may be by the way, don't forget the word paranoid. When you hear somebody say that word, it may be a stinking Mason covering up the silent dagger. And if somebody else is trying to get you to call someone else paranoid, consider that they may be using you. Anyway, I unmuted the third guy, and all I knew about him was he was from my home state of Washington, USA. Sure enough, the first words to come out of his mouth were paranoid. Now, I don't think it's a stretch to say that these callers were put up to the call mob, that these people were being used. And if I talk with them, they were coached to say the word paranoid in the first sentence. And as I said, I did unmute 3 of them one at a time. But anyway, I engaged in a conversation with the third caller. You can hear that call on this talk show, call number 120297, on my call number 3021. That's 120297, number 3021 at talkshoe.com. The call is just previous to this one, which is number 3022. On that call, I clearly stated 2 or 3 times that it was in the public domain. And this call and my associated chat text, too, are in the public domain for the eternity of all mankind. But anyway, back to the third truck driver from Washington State, USA. He said he arrived here because he had heard on another call somebody say that this call was slandering truck drivers. Now, I assure you that was not true. And we spoke back and forth during the 13-minute call, number 3021. And was talking about perps tell people customized lies to infuriate people, which justifies their mobbing. Or if they're a retailer, it justifies poor service, rude behavior on the street, sometimes entry and exit of neighbors as you are leaving or coming or going from your home, and countless other mobbing issues. And by the way, if a perp makes a statement to a TI or rude behavior, and by the way, if perp makes statements to a TI or rude behavior right next to you, you may not even notice it. You, the average John or Mary Doe, may not even recognize it. It's that subtle. Even ministers may not recognize the behavior in their own church. I kid you not. I've had it happen in church, and I don't think anybody else knew it. Besides the harassment of the TIs, it's intended to be subtle. Therefore, just because perping may occur in a church That does not mean that the local church hierarchy is in on it, because churches sometimes have high turnover at the top, but not at the usher or the perp level. This stinking protocol of organized stalking, gang stalking, has been perfected for many decades, perhaps centuries, but now in the year 2012, we've had the internet around since 1995 or so, and street perps have text messaging capability on their cell phone. It's gang stalking or organized stalking on steroids. That is just one example of organized stalking, of gang stalking being duped of targeted individuals, people being duped into participating in harassing and stalking targets. Incidentally, I, Chuck, do hereby attest that my previous story and the one I'm about to tell you now is true and accurate. Now, I'm not exaggerating. I wrote every word I'm reading, and I hereby place it into the public domain. Use it as you see fit for all eternity. No attribution is necessary. But now I have a second story to tell you. This story is about a guy on TalkShoe. He calls himself Ant Farm. He has used many pseudonyms on TalkShoe, such as Anomic and others. His latest pseudonym, though, is Ant Farm, though. He is a stinking perp, meaning he's a perpetrator, a slow killer of targeted individuals, of TIs. Ant uses a voice changer when he speaks, which disguises his voice. So there may, in fact, be many people using that technology, for all I know. But regarding organized stalking, he focuses on unearthly, crazy-sounding talk. It's unbelievable, unachievable. It's nonsense. That's why I know he's a perp, and the many people that he talks to. His crazy talk is intended to discredit the TI issue. Incidentally, there are many TI calls on TalkShoe. Most are centered around freedomschs.com. They regularly take truth and mix it with unearthly sounding, wacky sounding nonsense. This is what's called a false front. Google that term. To keep people laughing and not believing the situation of targeted individuals. They are professional perps, a paid brigade. Anyway, one day, I was logged in as a guest, not myself, into Ant's chat room at TalkShoe.com on his show, and he was telling 4 to 5 derogatory stories about me. In each story, he had mixed some truth, some lies, some exaggerations, and he omitted some pertinent facts. Each story that Ant told had a shred of authenticity to it, but each story was clearly intended to demonize me. My ears were burning. Ant was making me out to be an unthinkably bad guy. On a couple of the stories, by the way, I was very proud of what he had distorted before he distorted it. And by the way, that doesn't matter to the perp filth such as Ant and the huge army like him. Perps have no soul. They are constantly telling lies about targeted individuals. Telling lies is their illicit job. I knew the real story, but on that day, Ant let me see into the soul of the perp machine using the Masonic silent, secret, slow dagger protocol. It seemed as though Ant was reading from a script, though, possibly one that a devious person had written. My ears were burning, but that's how the stinking perps demonize targeted individuals to other people. Super perps get otherwise good people to believe the lies about the TIs. They always lie in order to paint the target in a bad light, and somehow the stinking perps get neutral people to participate in perping of targeted individuals. Read my lips. I want to see a film on how they do that, like on YouTube, for example. Do the perps hypnotize their audience? How do they get people to blindly believe their lies? And believe they do. Sometimes these dupes look so mad that they have blood vessels bursting out of their forehead. How do the perps get them to believe the lies? I have to know that. I also think the perps tell customized lies to the person hearing them, like the first example, where the super perp was telling the audience of truck drivers he had lied to that I bashed truck drivers. Nothing could be further from the truth, but it didn't stop him from telling the lie. And he did such an effective job of telling that lie that he got 8 to 12 truck drivers flooding my room, ready to inflict revenge. All all of that said, not every Mason would be in on it. The crime of silent, secret, slow dagger example, it would be disclosing. They wouldn't want to disclose that to talkative people, and they must have their share. They wouldn't want to wise them up on a crime so atrocious. After all, the Masons want everybody to think they're legitimate despite such outrages as what I am describing herein. But neither would low-level Masons be in a position to deny organized stalking either. So if a Mason is denying the practice online, denying that organized stalking exists, they are in a high-level Mason, an accomplished liar. But by the way, anytime the subject of stalking comes up in a chat room on the internet, or the subject comes up on an internet phone call or in a chat room, a mob will deny it. They are dispatched from where? I don't know. I have to know that too. However, on my own talk sheet, number 120297, that you're listening to right now, I immediately mute any such nonsense. I suspect, but I cannot prove, that this mob is what's called, much of this mob are called sock puppets, meaning that one person has many logins on standby to flood away any info that comes up which is true, but which negatively impacts their illicit cause. Sock puppets are paid liars. They're flooders. So when somebody conveniently shows up to derail the conversation, to flood away the topic to another topic, anything else, as long as it's not what is being talked about. Lastly, don't forget, when you hear the word paranoid that they have brought up in a negative narrative, they may have brought up in a negative, they're fighting the perp's battle. Or they may be a stinking perp trying to get you so infuriated that you'll fight the battle for them. Lastly, 3 things. Number 1, organized gang stalking. Number 2, Masonic secret, silent, or slow dagger. Scientology, fair game. These are all the same thing. I'm going to repeat that. Number 1, organized or gang stalking. Same thing. Masonic secret, silent, or slow dagger. And Scientology, fair game. These are all the same thing. Attacking the credibility of a targeted individual, a TI. Once again, you can get all the text of all this on TalkShoe call number 120297. 120297, episode number 3022. That's the number that I'm going to put on it. Or at chatgrabber.com, search for 120297, episode number 3022. Also, the text of this, keep in mind that the text of this audio and the verbiage of it are in the public domain for the eternity of mankind. And that is the end of this recording.
Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click on the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 8 p.m. Pacific time on Tuesday, September 4, 2012. This is episode number 3023, and I have on the call with me, and you know what? I didn't even get your name. What do you want to go by on this call? A pseudonym is fine.
Yeah, let's just go by Sydney.
Sydney, okay, SYDNEY.
Right.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, now you said you have been stalked for 20 years. Can you tell me how you, when you came to the realization that you were stalked, and why, and what sorts of things happened back then?
Well, when it first started, I just would see somebody watching me, and when I would look at them, they'd look away real quickly. You know, like
okay.
They would pretend not to be watching me.
Give me another example, please.
People would say things that directly to me that were about me, that they should have no information about. Things that happened while I was at home.
Such as, like what sorts of things that happened at home, please?
Well, we're talking about 20 years ago, so, I'm
Sure.
not so sure I can remember, but it was just so clear that I had not mentioned anything outside of my home.
Okay, other than people seeing you turning away quickly, things that happen in your home, I would call that directed conversation. What else type of thing happened, please?
Oh, people
20 years
broke
ago.
into my house. People broke into my house. There were clear signs of people breaking into my house.
Okay. Other
Over and
examples?
over.
Go ahead. What was run over, you say?
The more recent things that really made me understand there was a big problem.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. I closed the window, though. Go ahead, please. Let's keep the recording going here.
The most recent things that happened were I noticed somebody was breaking into my house repeatedly. There was damage to the door. Slowly, every person I had contact with, whether it was by phone, whether they had been a long-time acquaintance, just acquaintances on the internet, one by one, every person from my life disappeared. The last people to disappear were my three brothers. They just all of a sudden quit speaking to me. Everybody in my life did that to me, except for
now,
my
you say
kids.
this was fairly recently. What does that mean? In the last year? In the last month?
A year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago, is when the last part of that happened, where I lost contact with my family.
Okay, now when you say you lost contact with them, is that because you're living in another state, or what's the deal, please?
I had a brother who I know was logged onto my computer because he kept saying things that showed me that he was tracking me by my phone, GPS, which he paid for, and by my computer, which he gave me. And I started mentioning it on the phone. I was going to take my computers in to have them looked at. I talked to my son and said, somebody's on this computer with me. My sister had said the same thing before she died. And
she
I
said
didn't believe her.
People were on her phone, were on her computer with her?
Yeah, she said, somebody's logged on here with me. Somebody's messing with my computer. I didn't
But
believe
you
her.
didn't. Yeah, okay.
And so
wow.
when it started happening,
how long ago was that? If I may.
2007.
5 years ago.
Yeah, and so when I realized somebody was really on there, I talked to my son on the phone. I said, I'm going to bring these computers into you. I put them in my car, and I went everywhere with them in my car, and then when I got home, I would take them inside the house because I couldn't get to the computer guy yet, and I didn't want anybody to have access to them and remove whatever tracking stuff was on there. And so I finally, I took my daughter to get a blood test one day, and this woman was standing in the clinic, and she stood at the doorway and watched me the whole time and kept looking out into the parking lot. I didn't really think much about it.
Were the computers in your car out in the parking lot, you mean? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. And then as we started walking out into the parking lot, I saw this woman run away from my car. This woman was somebody who I had seen on 3 other occasions, and in a stalking way. And I recognized her, and so I went, oh my God.
What kind of way was she stalking you, please?
Okay,
this woman that was running from your car.
I kept trying to change my phone because I knew I was being listened to. So one time I went into Target. I mean, I had these people following me all over the countryside. And I never told them where I was going. I would just haul ass and try to beat them somewhere. And everywhere I'd go, they'd be there.
Now, when you say over the countryside, are you talking within a 20, 40-mile radius, or are you talking about 2-3 states away?
About that 20 to 40-mile radius.
Okay. And they were there before you?
Yeah, they were either there before me or they were right behind me the whole time. And at first it was the same cars over and over, and so I recognized them. I knew that it was happening, but I didn't really let on that it was happening. And then when I started letting on, they started changing more cars, and it got to be 15 or 20 cars at a time were with me. I called them my posse.
So there were 15 to 20 cars that were tailing you at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Some were in front, some were behind me. I had a couple of incidents where they tried to scare me by coming up on my bumper and, you know, and they would glare at me, and it was just crazy stuff. So back to the lady that I recognized. When I saw her, I realized that this was the same person who had been stalking me. And so I took my computers. I tried to hide them in a box as I was moving stuff back and forth in and out of the house. And I thought maybe they wouldn't see what I was doing. I took them out. I unscrewed a bench in an RV. I put the computers in there. I screwed the top back on the bench. When I came back the next time I looked at them, the wood had been broken. Somebody had access to everything.
When you came back, was that like 5 minutes later? Was it an hour and a half later?
No,
what?
No, it was days later.
Oh, days later. Okay, all right.
I thought I had done a good job hiding them, but they, you know, obviously they were watching me. So.
Okay. Now, what other? You indicated earlier before we started this call they were steps ahead of you. Can you give me an example of what you mean by that?
Yeah, every time I went anywhere, they would be there, and there would be somebody, like in the grocery store, this guy would be whispering, and I would look over at him, and he'd just grin at me, and everybody would be looking right at me.
So he was messing with you.
Oh, yeah. I would go to get gas, and my card would never work. If I was in this little town, my card would never work.
Oh, your card, your gas card. Your car. I forget, was it your car or your card? Are you there? Shoot, we lost Southwest Ohio, the woman that we were talking to, Sydney, and hopefully she'll call back in. My name is Chuck. It's 8:09 p.m. Pacific time today on September 4, 2012. So we're waiting for Sydney to call back in. She was a sudden drop. After a short bit, I'm going to go ahead and terminate this call, but I hope I won't have to do that. Hopefully she'll call back in. Sydney, and I've just unmuted her on the PC here. I just realized I had her muted. So hopefully she'll see that she's been unmuted, or if she's listening to us on the speakers on her PC. We'll see. This is going to get to be kind of uninteresting, hearing me do my best to ad lib in a situation like this, difficult as it may be. My name is Chuck. This is TalkShoe call number 120297. To call into this talk show, you can call area code 724-444-7444. On when it prompts you for the call number, enter 120297 #, and then enter 1 £, and it'll bring you right on my board. At which point I'll see you and unmute you. So once again, we lost Sydney, unfortunately. Maybe sometime tonight, I'll give it a couple more minutes here. We'll see what happens. Always hate this, but this is not an unusual type of thing anyway. I'm out here in Vancouver, Washington. I'm a targeted individual. I'm talking to you right now on the TalkShoe.com network, which is free. You should start your own call regarding this issue of organized stalking. It is my belief, my assertion, that 2/3 to 9/10 of the people that are in this room right now, and there's probably 15, and there have been as many as 20 during this recording of Sydney. Most of them are not TIs. Many of them are just casual listeners. You know, the word went out somehow that this is a place that there was something going on here, because I don't do recordings that often. Once again, if Sydney comes back to her PC, I hope that she calls back in. But anyway, a huge number of what we call perps, or perpetrators here, and they get their perp training essentially by listening into these calls, and they start to emulate some of the things that are said, which is why I try to. My phone disconnects every time I call you, said Sydney. Just typed in. Well, you might just call. Oh, I see. So I guess maybe we'll have to call this call to an end then. Anyway, Sydney just typed in, my phone disconnects every time I call you. Once again, I don't want to make this an overly long interview. This is Chuck. I'm going to shut this call down now. And that is the end of this recording.
Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van, of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to Talk Shoe call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 file, and you do not need to permission, no notification, or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com call screen and search for Vancouver or 120297, the show number, or click on the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here in the west coast of the U.S. is about 8 minutes until 10 p.m. And today is Tuesday, September 4, 2012. I have on the phone with me from the last call where she ran out of minutes on her prepaid cell call phone, Sydney, and how are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Hanging in there, thank you. Now, I've been doing a lot of talking in the chat room, and there are, I don't know how many people are there, but 10 or 15 people in here. What have you learned that what rocks your boat that you've heard?
I'm concerned that nobody's really networking enough. And I don't know how you accomplish that when you're afraid. I don't know how you get to that. But it seems like if things are really going to change, that's one of the things that needs to happen is people need to be able to stick together. And I don't know how you do that other than what is happening with this.
Now, I hate to be defeatist, but I do want to respond to that. You've heard me say that 2/3 to 9/10 of the people that are in this chat room right now, I believe, are perps. What do you think about that? What percent would you give it? What do you have to say about that?
Well, I think you're probably right because I feel that everywhere I go, the odds are the same. That happens
Which is
that I'm around are maybe 50% of them are perps.
Okay, but so there are a lot of perps, and so you're not delusional. You're not making this up. You just think their perps are effing with you where you go, and that's now I haven't had it in a while, but there were times when it was the case with me. Anyway, tell me about the isolation that you've encountered. That's one thing we talked about earlier, and I'm asking you to repeat that, but this time on the recording.
Well, I haven't actually been able to talk to anybody for a couple of years because there are only 3 people that are close to me, and of those 3 people, I live with one, and the other 2 are so tired of hearing about it that whenever I bring it up, they want to get off the phone. And my family's deserted me. All my friends deserted me. Everybody completely deserted me. So I've been in isolation. We stayed home for 8 months in our house in order to keep people from going in there and messing with our things. We kept one of us in the house at all times. And
well, at least you have somebody else. At least you have somebody else to be in the house with that you can share that responsibility. I envy you for that.
Yeah, and that's the thing that has saved. Really is being able to be close to one person.
Okay. And
over the 20 years that this has been happening, I slowly withdrew. I mean, I was kind of a shy person anyway, but I was just starting to find my way. And so I just withdrew into this shell and got to be the kind of person that didn't really associate with anybody because I knew that I couldn't trust any of those relationships. So it stole my life from me, basically.
Okay, but what happened? What event was it that happened? You mentioned 2 years ago where you found out that there was this protocol. What happened, please?
I started noticing that somebody was breaking into my car about 5 years ago, and I thought it was, the original group from 20 years ago, and I still don't know for sure if it was the same group at that time, but I know now they're related, but I don't know if they were related 5 years ago. And I just noticed that somebody had been breaking in my car. I believe what they were doing was putting recording devices in my car. And, the carpet had been pulled out of its metal trim, so somebody was in there because I hadn't touched it. And nobody else gets in my car but me and one other person, and she's not capable of doing that.
But you said something about 2 years ago. You had mentioned 2 years ago that at what point did you become aware of the term organized stalking or gang stalking, please?
I didn't even find out about that until I had left the situation. I became aware because people started treating me differently in all of the stores in this small town. And things were happening on my computer that I didn't do. I knew
like what types of things happen on your computer that you didn't do, please?
Things would disappear, and then people would talk to me about things I had been looking up on the computer that I didn't mention to anybody.
Oh, like you were Googling, you mean, or what?
Yeah, I was Googling things, and then people would mention them. And people would make comments like they had been part of my conversation on my phone, which was absurd because, I know who I talk to. I don't talk to that many people, and I never have. So I knew what I said to which people. I know that one of my brothers was tracking me. He's the one who paid for the phone. He's the one who bought the computer. I noticed my house had been broken into because the door jamb was split. Somebody had split it trying to get in. I talked to a cop about it, and he would not file a report for me. He said not to file a report, to collect evidence first.
But at one point, you made the comment. At what point, I'm trying to drive in on it, did you realize recognize the term gang stalking, organized stalking? At what point did you come up to a term, and how did you come across that?
Last May, when I got set up again with the computer, I started Googling stalking, and I was Googling bullying and ostracizing, and I found the terms organized stalking, gang stalking.
So it was May 2011. That's when you really wised up. Am I putting words in your mouth by saying that you wised up about it?
No, that's exactly what happened. I thought they just hated me and wanted me to leave town. I didn't realize it was some sort of program, some sort of agenda-based thing besides just trying to kick me out of town.
Now, did your targeting increase after that happened, or did it about stay the same? Did it decrease? What do you have to say?
Which time are you talking about? At what time?
May of 2011, when you finally wised up to it.
No, what's happened since then is doctors have blacklisted us. I've seen people here and there. Things have gotten to be less, like they're not as careful about it, but there are fewer of them. But they're still there. There's no question that they're still there, and they still want me to know that they're there.
So they're there, and they want you to know they're there. These people that are screwing with you. Is that what you're saying, please?
Absolutely.
Okay, now how do you know?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
It wouldn't be effective if you didn't know about it.
But you didn't know about it 18 years ago, or 15 or 12 years ago, and it was. How is it different now than it was then, please?
I think it evolved into something else. I mentioned it to an associate of mine who said, yes, I believe you. And as we talked about it, she said, it's just something that got out of control.
And when was this? When was this that you mentioned that associate?
20 years ago. And that told me that she knew about it and that she knew what was happening. And our relationship pretty much ended right then.
Now, you mentioned that at one point, and I'm sorry to bring this up, and let me know if you want me to change subjects or what have you, but you mentioned at one point in our conversation that you saw a therapist and that you felt that your stalking may have increased at that time. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, I was just trying to find somebody to talk to. I was depressed and I was in a bad marriage, and I was irritable with my kids, and I didn't want to be that way. And so I called a hotline, and this woman said, I didn't have any money. I told her I didn't have any money. She said, well, I can find somebody for you. Have you ever heard of this organization? And I said, no, I've never heard of it. And from that time on, I started having somebody following me. But it was just, actually, the therapist was seen 3 times following me. And, odd things would happen. I would just see people watching me, and when I would look at them, they would turn away real quickly. And it really felt like it was pointed right at me. People knew things they shouldn't know about my life, things I hadn't discussed with them.
And they made a conversational comment about it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, it's almost like they forgot that they weren't supposed to know, and they would bring things up to me that they weren't supposed to know. So they kind of forgot that they were talking to me about it, and they weren't supposed to know. And it was just too bizarre, but how... Okay. Go ahead.
So, but you think it was because it may have started because you contacted a hotline.
Right. And there was an organization in place that had an agenda, and they thought that I fit into that agenda, and I believe it was either research-based through a university or research-based through something else. And I don't know what that something else would be. But your therapist actually that the hotline turned you on to was actually doing the following. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that is what I'm saying. And she wasn't the only one, but I did see her. She came out to my house, not actually to my house, but a couple of miles from my house, 20 miles away from where she lived. She came into my place of work with a wig on. And at the end of all of this, she was in the car that she had bought about 15 years ago and was right in line with the stalkers following me around.
Tell me about, now I'm just bringing some ideas off of my list because I made some notes before. Tell me about, you found some porn on your PC and they framed you for it. What do you have to say about that, please?
Oh, that wasn't me, but that was somebody else that said that.
Oh, okay. Said they found it. All right. So a couple of years ago is when you finally put your finger on it about organized stalking. Is that right? And how have things changed? How's your life changed since then, please?
Oh, my life is completely changed. I don't have the freedom to be who I want to be. I haven't had that freedom for 20 years, but it's gotten a lot worse. I used to have hope about being able to pursue my dreams and not be blacklisted everywhere I go. Now I don't believe that's ever going to happen. I don't work out of the house anymore. I don't go out and enjoy myself much. I pretty much stay in the house most of the time. And I may or may not change that in my life. It depends on how things go. I was totally afraid. A year and a half ago, I was really afraid. I'm not like that now. And I don't expect to ever feel like that again unless I'm physically threatened.
Okay,
but
now
I want the word out.
You want the word about why don't you fill in the blank?
I want the word out about gang stalking. I want people to get together and try to do something about it.
Okay, now how do you see people getting together, given that we kind of, I think, agree that in this room right now there are like 20 people, and we think, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what percent of them do you think are perping or here to screw with us?
Well, I'm not looking at the phone numbers, but just based on the people that you had muted earlier, I'm thinking it's probably 50% might be perp.
Okay.
I don't know these people, though. I'm new to this, so, you've probably dealt with some of these people before.
So you've only been around. I don't recognize most of the names either, and I can't see the phone numbers. All I can see is guest number 3, 4, 16, 17, 8, and so forth. Oh. But you think your doctor had you blacklisted? Absolutely. Can you tell us more about that, please?
Yeah. Every time I've been to a doctor, whether it was for me or somebody else in my family in the last 2 years, and even a little bit before that, it's there's always something wrong. You know that they are treating you in a way that is different by comparing how they treat other people.
Sure.
They treat you with disrespect. They give you looks that don't make sense. I went into a federal office for something for somebody to help somebody get something, and they glared at me. They started yelling at me. They accused me of something.
So you're saying in a federal office they actually were outright nasty, perping?
To the point where I went to get a lawyer.
Really?
To take care of the business. Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me about that lawyer, if you would, please. And how many lawyers have you talked to regarding this issue?
Well, I only have talked to that one. I tried to talk to another one, and he immediately started treating me like I was a beast of some kind, and would not listen to my story. Basically sat there and told me he didn't believe anything I was saying. And that lasted about 20 minutes, and then he asked me to leave. And I was very calm, very passionate. I gave him the facts. I said, this is what's happened, and he was prepared for me. I could tell that.
When you say he was prepared for you, how, in what way, please?
I believe that he had been contacted and told something. I don't know what he was told. Nobody's ever told me what it is. One of my brothers did say over the phone before he quit me, he said, it sounds like something you guys did it sounds like it's because of something you guys did a long time ago. My neighbor.
Okay. Now that.
Go ahead.
No, please, you go ahead. You're going to talk about your neighbor.
Before I moved, there was one neighbor who, when I was walking my dog out next to the fence, she bent over and pretended to be picking weeds. And she said to me, if you guys need any help for anything, let me know. But she pretended to be picking weeds, and that's not what she was doing. She was just trying to look like she wasn't talking to me.
So she was trying to help you. She was helpful.
She was, but I couldn't get her involved because I didn't want what was happening to me to happen to her. And so I didn't get her involved. There was no way we could win against the whole town. And there was no point in getting her involved.
Okay. Now the lawyer that you talked about was sounds like the first lawyer. What about the second lawyer regarding this service that you got, harassment in a federal office? Tell me about that lawyer, could you please?
That lawyer was through legal aid and was available for people who are disabled. And when I went in to help somebody get services, the clerk started telling my business to the whole room. I mean, he was yelling at me. He was yelling out all my business. He asked me a question. I tried to explain why I had done something. He started shaking his head and glaring at me, and obviously didn't believe me. And I just said, I think I'm just going to handle this by getting an attorney. I didn't get mad or anything. I just said, I'm going to handle this with an attorney. And I left. And the other time I had been in there, the person who was helping me said, this isn't yours. Like I was trying to get benefits for myself. and it absolutely was not for myself. It was for somebody I love, and I don't even know why he said that, except that I believe I'm blacklisted everywhere I go.
Okay, can you give me an
proof
example?
at all.
Yeah, can you give me an example? I realize there's never any proof when you're a TI, a targeted individual, but can you give me an example of another place where you've been to where you felt blacklisted, please?
Well, I used to go try to get gas in this little town, and every time I would go to get gas, it started slowly. First, it just happened once in a while, but then it got to where every time in this town I stopped to get gas, my card wouldn't work. The clerk was not letting it go through. And they would make me go into the store and pay. And so I started getting gas outside of town, like a few miles away. And that worked. Every time I did it outside of town, it worked. When I would go into the grocery store, I would have people push their baskets right up against mine and sort of push me forward. I had two people. One of them was a local female cop. I had two people just glare at me and stare me down with hatred and rage in their eyes. And it just seemed to me that it just came out of nowhere.
Did you ever get the impression that they were told a story about you, or that they believed, or what do you think?
Oh, I know they were told a story about me, because when part of the time when I went into the grocery store, this happened twice. This guy who I sort of recognize, I'm not quite sure who he is, but I know I've seen him somewhere in my life. He would stand there and talk to a group of people, where they have the self-checkout registers. He would stand there and he'd be talking to everybody, and they'd all turn and look at me. I'm down the road, down the aisle, checking out myself, and everybody all of a sudden turns to stare at me. And as I walk by him, he laughs at me. And everybody's just looking at me like I'm a monster. And I have no idea what it was about.
Okay, other examples of that, other than the store, or other, how many times in the store does that kind of thing happen, please?
Every time I went into the store for the last year I was living there. Every single time, every store.
Was it the same guy? Was it a different guy? What do you think?
Oh, no, it was different guys. And every time I would go to a store, there would be somebody with, the people who were following me all wore baseball caps, and they all had the lights on their cars. So every time I would go into a store, this one store in particular, I would go at 2 a.m. sometimes just to avoid everybody. I went in one time, and this guy in a baseball cap, this kid, he's like 15 years old. I walk in, and the clerk says to this kid, she's here. And he was sleeping on on a booth. They had a little eating area. He jumped off the booth and puts the phone to his ear and pretends to be talking on the phone. And I just walked out of the store. I wouldn't even deal with him. Another time in a different store, the same thing happened. I walked in, and the guy immediately got on the phone. He's another young kid standing there in his cap, gets on the phone.
How young? What's the age? I don't want to dwell on
15,
it.
Probably 15, 14.
Okay, please continue.
When I was in my backyard, a kid 2 houses away that was about 12 was shooting at my house with a BB gun while I was out there. And I just, I stood up and looked at him, and he quit doing it for a few minutes, and then he started again.
Huh.
I had to throw things at my house.
One of the neighbor kids?
Yeah, he was a neighbor. I don't know him. He lived, like half a block away.
Okay. What else were you going to say? They'd throw things? What was that again you were going to say?
I would sit outside. This caused me to start smoking cigarettes again for a while. And I was sitting outside smoking a cigarette, and something hit my house. It's like somebody was throwing rocks at my house. You're cutting out. You're cutting out completely. I guess I've lost you. I can hear you talking, but it's It's not
Okay,
clear.
now she's been up. She's walking around.
Well, I'm sitting still.
Okay, testing 1, 2.
What?
So now, are you there? Because
Yeah,
we're losing our connection.
I can hear you now.
Okay. Okay, why don't you just repeat what you said in the last minute or so, because it was pretty choppy. Could you please repeat that?
What's the last thing you heard?
I don't know. Why don't you just repeat what you said?
Somebody was throwing things at my house. I sat outside and was smoking. This whole stress thing caused me to start smoking. And people were hitting my house with rocks. And go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You're doing great now. I can hear you fine. Please continue, though.
So then at night, a lot of times I would hear things hit my front porch. I went outside, even in the dead of winter when it's freezing and there was snow and ice on the ground. Every time I went outside, somebody's light would come on across the lake at their house. They spotlighted me with this big, huge spotlight. They flashed it at me. And even if I was going somewhere at 2 a.m, which I did a lot of the time just to, get out of the house once in a while, I'd go for a drive by myself. At 2 a.m, I had a posse with me everywhere I went.
How big was the posse?
It varied. In the beginning, it was just 2 cars that would follow me, the same 2 cars everywhere. And then when I started talking about it on the phone to my son and my ex, it increased to 15 to 20 cars at a time. And
now, how many times a week? How many times a week did you go out? Did this happen? From 2 to 15, or
when I was testing it out, it was every day, no matter how many times a day I went out. And that's how I knew that it was actually happening, is because there were 3 entrances into town, and they would be at every entrance. Somebody would be waiting every time I left the house, and then they would start following me. And they were, most of them in the beginning had fire insignia, the fire department insignia on their cars.
So, like, you have a volunteer fire department in your town, or what?
Yeah, it was a volunteer fire department, and I also was right next to the Air Force Academy, and right next to, apparently, all the stuff I've been reading about lately, where they've done, psychological testing and, all kinds of things like that. It's just a hot area, I think.
Now,
a lot of really strict Christian people, a lot of Mormons, and a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses. The Jehovah's Witnesses were in my neighborhood, and they were definitely in on it. I recognized some of them in the group. I recognized a person from Denver where I worked. Somebody from Denver from my work was two different cars were part of the stalkers.
So, now how would you know that they were Jehovah's Witnesses or Mormons?
Oh, because the Jehovah's Witnesses came to my house to try to recruit me. And
so that would be 1 or 2 people, but if you're talking about stalking, we'd be talking about quite a number of people. I'm just asking.
Well,
how you might have ascertained the fact that they were Jehovah's?
Because they told me they were, and I talked to them. And
yeah, but you only talked to 2 of them. There must have been. How many do you think were in on the stalking?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I'm just asking.
All I know is that it was my neighbors, and there are a lot of Mormons in that town and a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses. And I know that my neighbor the neighbor next to the guy with the BB gun, was one of the Jehovah's Witnesses that hung out with the one who used to come to my house and try to recruit me. And they kept saying, I suspect it's partly about my daughter. I think that I got put on a list. I made somebody mad, and I got put on a list. And I think that somebody just went crazy with that to get revenge.
Okay. Now, why would you be put on a list because of your daughter, if I may ask?
Well, because I care for her. She's disabled, and I care for her. And, you know, I've never even spanked my kids. Not once in my life did I ever spank my kids because I believe violence breeds violence. And we just don't have that kind of relationship, you know. And
But
I pissed somebody off.
Go ahead.
I pissed somebody off whose husband is an EMT, and in that small area, all the EMTs and the cops and the firefighters know each other. And they're all buddies.
Of course.
It's a good old boy system.
When you talk about a small area, can you give me an approximate population of that town that you're in?
You know, I don't really know what the population is, but it only had two or three fire department buildings. It had two grocery stores, two big grocery stores, and about 3 convenience stores, and that was it. You know, the rest of it was residential.
Did you get harassed in all 3 of the convenience stores, or?
I got harassed in every single store, every store in town that I went into.
Now, was it the employees of these stores, or was it just people that were customers?
It was mostly the employees. And, you know, it's not like I ever knew them or even talked to them in a bad way or anything like that. You know, I just went in and did my shopping, and all of a sudden everybody was really nasty to me. And you know, they kind of looked at me like I was a freak.
Now, when you say all of a sudden, what do you mean by that? Or did they do that from the first visit, or did it happen after 12 visits, or what say they, please?
I would say after I was in that town for 3 years. I would say after about the first year is when I started noticing it. Maybe they did it before and I didn't notice. But then, you know, all of a sudden, during the last year I was there, it was all the time, everywhere I went.
Yes. Okay. Now, how far away did you get from this town? Did you travel? Did it happen at different towns, at varying distances away?
Not in the beginning. In the beginning, it was just there. And then it started, I would drive into the next county to see if they would follow me that far. And at first, they didn't go there. But then, you know, after a few weeks, they started following me to that county. And then I realized it was happening as I was going into Denver, which was about 45 minutes away. And so it ended up being everywhere I went. Before I left that state, I stayed in a hotel for a few weeks, and it was happening there. It was the same people, one of the same cars, when I went to the hotel, was stalking me in a grocery store in Denver.
And how were things in Denver for a new arrivee such as yourself, who just came there from 45 miles away? Go ahead.
I was still terrified. I was still traumatized, and so not that you ever get over being traumatized by something like this, but I was still in a really sort of a fight or flight mode. And so I stayed in the hotel the whole time, and I had to be with my daughter all the time anyway, but I mean, I stayed in the hotel, and I would step outside the door and smoke a cigarette and go back in. I would go to the grocery store and take care of business and go back in. I was waiting for my car to be repaired, and which, by the way, was a big nightmare from 2 years into that, from 2 years before I left until right now. My car's been sabotaged at the mechanic.
What? By the mechanics or by somebody else?
I think it was by the mechanics.
And what sorts of things are they have been done to your car, if you could please?
Well, they never fixed it. You know, it had problems. It was misdiagnosed 6 times for the same thing. I took it to three different places in that small town, and every time I took it in, they misdiagnosed it, and 2 of them refused to fix it. And it wasn't like it was a big deal. I was going to pay for it. You know, there was no problem. I mean, you take your car in, you pay somebody, they fix it.
Can I ask you what the problem was, please?
It was
the car?
I had several problems. One was a U-joint, which got misdiagnosed and not fixed until the very end. I had a radiator problem, which was misdiagnosed and not fixed. I had a problem with my sway bar, which was misdiagnosed, paid to fix, and not fixed. And that's the problem that kept me in the hotel for 2 weeks. That never got fixed. It was halfway fixed, but it was just a constant thing.
Can you just tell me what year the vehicle is and what year this happened, please?
The vehicle is a 98, but, it's not, these problems that could have been fixed. I know a lot about cars, and these are problems that actually could have been fixed. They just didn't do it. I had the same problem with a strut. How many times do you replace a strut? 3 times in a period of 3 months? Seems unreasonable to me.
So they were gaming you, these repair agencies. Now, how many different auto repair shops were involved in this, please?
4, 5, counting Pep Boys, 5.
And this is in your small town or in Denver, please?
There was one in a town about 10 miles away. There was 3 in the small town, and 1 in a town about 20 miles away.
Now, I'm going to leave this totally up to you if you feel like, and remember, this recording is going into the public domain, and I can tell you right now, it's right up there in my top 25% of my quality recordings. But I'm telling you, I'm probably not going to pull this out of the public. I'm not going to throw this recording away like I do about half of what I do. That said, do you mind telling us what town you were in that 3 of the auto agencies or auto fix-it places misdiagnosed and what have you, and where you received bad service? And I'm sorry for such a long question.
Well, I don't know. What do you think the repercussions of something like that are?
I don't know. Let me tell you that nobody that I've ever interviewed has said their stalking and harassment has gone down because of it. My own experience is I'm a different kind of a guy because I have a talk show and I speak out about this thing all the time. So I don't know. I don't know what the repercussions would be.
Well, but the truth is, they know where I am. There's no doubt in my mind that they already know where I am.
The perps.
Exactly. And so it was Palmer Lake, Colorado. But
okay,
it
and
included people in Denver and Colorado Springs and Castle Rock. The whole line from Denver all the way down to Colorado Springs.
Okay. All right. I thank you for disclosing that. And I think that's about as deep as we want to get into any disclosure. But it doesn't sound like anything that's purely isolated to that area, because I've heard these types of things, although yours would be one of the more shocking stories. I've heard these types of things in other towns. What other sorts of things have happened to you? Let's have some other examples, please.
My neighbor, the day that I think I told you in the last segment that the cops were buzzing me all day long, I called my neighbor over and I said, I am not saying that you know who's doing this or that you're involved in it, but just in case you are, I would like for you to let people know that my daughter does not deserve to be treated like this. Whatever you people may think I've done, it's nothing to do with her. She's defenseless. She's innocent. And it's just unbelievable to me that you would put her through this. And that night, after a certain period of time, absolutely nothing happened. I went out. Nobody followed me. I went out twice. Nobody followed me at all. When I came home, nobody bothered me. Nobody was bugging me at all. And I was just shocked, And the next day, she came over to talk to me again, and she goes, well, last night must have been a relief. And
this is it. Go ahead.
that absolutely confirmed that she was involved in it. She
Sure.
had conversations that about things. She had conversations with me mentioning things that my brother and I had talked about on the phone. So in my mind at that time, she had talked to my brother. Now, she may have just had access to my phone calls somehow. You know, maybe I was wrong about how she got the information, but she got private information about me somehow.
Now, when you said that cops were buzzing your house, what do you mean by that, please?
They just drove by it all day long, back and forth. And they, I called my son to tell him, you know, I told you about them shining the laser at me. When I called my son to tell him about that, there was a whole crowd of cops across the street in a parking lot. And I actually broke down and started crying on the phone when I was talking to him about it, which is rare for me. And they all, you could hear this audible, oh, you know, like, oh, now she's feeling sorry for herself, that kind of thing.
The cops that were across the street in a crowd were saying this.
Yeah.
How many cops were there?
There were at least 3 cars, and you never see that many cars. There were 3 cars, 3 black and whites, which aren't even the color for that town. They're in the town monument that's connected to it. And there was the SUV, the big white SUV was there. And it's hard to see. It was pretty dark, but you know, there was a whole crowd of people over there. And it was
so it's not
scary.
like you're a big threat, you know, like you know, you weren't driving a Sherman tank with a bunch of, you know, heavy artillery on it. You were just you. Right?
Yeah. Yep, one person with a responsibility that, you know, I would not put in jeopardy to fight somebody like that.
Okay, again, though, you used the term the cops were buzzing your house. Can you tell me more about what you mean by that, please?
They just drove by it all day long. Every time I used to sit outside a lot because, like I said, it made me start smoking again. And so I didn't do that in the house with my kid. And so I would sit outside and smoke cigarettes. And I was always watching to see what was going on. I was trying to put the pieces together and figure out who was doing this and why they were doing it. And all day long, they would just go back and forth in front of my house. And you would see them, you know, maybe a few times a day. But this was like 20 or 30 times. And it seemed to be concentrating on me. They looked right at me as they were driving by. You know, it was very
now, how many
pointed.
cops are in this town where you live? How many cops or cop cars do you guess there were?
Well, I only ever saw 2 at one time. I think there were only 2 on duty at one time. I'm not sure about that, but that's all I ever saw.
Now, do you live on a main street?
Yeah, I was on a main street.
Okay, so they could have. Okay, but basically they were looking at you, making it pretty obvious to look at you. These cops, 20 or 30 times a day. 20 or 30 times a day. You're saying the cops in a town of 2 cop cars. The cops would drive by and they'd rubberneck and look at you. Is that? I'm just not pushing. I'm just asking.
That only happened like that one day. The rest of the time, they just went about their business.
Okay, so it was one day, 20 plus times where they drove by and rubbernecked and look at you. Yeah, I've had that happen right here in downtown Vancouver too. You know, where 5 different cop cars were rubbernecking, gawking at me. 2, maybe 3 times. Just 4, maybe 5 cars just gawking at me. It just gives you the creeps. So
yeah,
I have
you can tell
no.
when it's pointed at you. You know.
Yeah. What other sorts of things have happened to you, please?
Oh, let's see. They broke into my car and pulled the carpet out of its metal. You know, the little metal runner thing that holds it in place. And I hadn't been in the back of that car in I don't know how long. And I know I didn't do it. It's not something a mouse could do. It's not something that could have happened anyway except for somebody pulling that carpet out of there in order to get to something underneath it. I'm assuming that that's what they were doing. I believe that happened even before I moved to this town. The first time that happened, like a year before I moved to that town. And I thought it was odd, but I had already been used to people breaking into my house, my other house, and going through my things, so I knew unlocking my windows, I never left unlocked because I had somebody I was protecting, not to mention protecting myself. I never had windows unlocked, never left them that way. And I would come home and find windows unlocked. I found another door jamb broken at that house, the previous house.
So they were messing with you. They didn't have to break your door jams. They didn't have to leave the windows unlocked. They were messing with you. They wanted you to know they've been there. Is that the way you took it?
At the time, I took it that they were trying to leave access for themselves to get in. They did actually have to take the door jam off to get into the house without a key, and at one place. But leaving the windows open, I took to mean that they were trying to leave easy access so that they could just crawl through the window.
Now, how many houses are we talking about that you've lived at? And were they all houses? Were some of them apartments? Did you?
No, they were all houses. They were all houses, and we're talking about 4 different houses that I'm sure people went in and out of.
Okay, now did you rent these houses? Did you buy them, please?
No, they were all rented. And I had, for most of it, I was married. The last house and the one before that, I lived in most of the time by myself. Well, not by myself, with my daughter. And so,
okay.
my ex was always there, and part of the time my son was in these other houses too.
Okay.
And I think they go after people who are by themselves and who don't have many connections.
Okay. What other issues do you want to talk about? We're rounding off to closing the interview down, but I want to give you plenty of opportunity to bring up any other issues that you have to say, please.
Well, I think that one of the things I think is really important is that the people who do this are lacking in self-esteem. I think that they are angry. I think that, like you say, they're killers, that they've probably caused many people to die by ruining their lives, by breaking their hearts, by physical assaults, by taking everything they value from them. I doubt that many of the perpetrators would be able to survive a lot of these things, as well as a lot of us have. And I think that they purposely are making things worse in this world. I don't think anything they're doing is cleaning up the riffraff. I don't think it's helping in any sense of that word at all.
Now, what about these volunteer fire department guys? Do you think, did they know? Did they know about all this, the far-reaching effects of what you just described? Do you think they knew? Do you think
how a rational person could not know that I think the agenda is to push somebody to their death. I believe that that's the agenda for whatever reason, and I don't know who put them up to it, but I really do believe that that's the purpose of it.
Now, how many other people? Go ahead.
Because, I'm a pretty strong person. I've spent a lot of time by myself before all this stuff started happening, and that's why I think I was able to survive it better. But I think it did make me act out some, and if I hadn't been strong, I think that it could have pushed me over the edge, and I think it pushes a lot of people over the edge. But how could you not know that that's what's happening? You see it happening. You have access to somebody 24/7 through surveillance, so how could you not know that?
So these, you think it's volunteer fire departments, and you think there's no way they couldn't know that this is happening? These volunteer firemen.
I think it's a lot of civil servants. I think it's police. I think it's fire. I think it's Joe, normal citizen. I think it's people who think they're helping the world, who don't really have the whole story. But I don't see how any rational person could not know how painful it is to put somebody through that. It's beyond me that somebody would not understand how that works. Because we're wired, we're hardwired, according to some tests that have been done, to when we're rejected or hurt, there's a certain part of our brain that lights up, and every one of us get angry. We're hardwired to do that. The people who are healthier are able to recover from it more quickly. But the ones that have lower self-esteem or maybe don't have as much support in their lives or have been abused don't recover the same way most of the time.
Okay. What do you want to say to those civil servants, to those those cops, those firefighters, those people who most people wouldn't know about this about them? Most people wouldn't know what you're talking about, that they're doing that. What do you have to say to everybody involved? What do you want to say? Now's your time, because this interview is going in the public domain for the eternity of mankind. What do you want to say to them?
I want to say that it could be your kid that's suffering from this. It could be your best friend or your loved one that gets it the next time just because they piss somebody off and somebody puts them on a list. And there might not be anything you can do to stop it, and it might go further than it's gone with some of us. They might die because of this.
Do you think those people know about that there is a list? Do you think they just blindly do what they're told to do? What's your guess?
I think some of them do know there's a list. I know the healthcare professionals do because they have threat assessment teams. And I suspect the local police know because they have threat assessment teams also. And the fire and the police departments in almost every town I've been in are brothers. You know what I mean? They're close. And they work
brothers as in Masons, you mean, or brothers as in
brothers
what?
Brothers as in there's a brotherhood where they take care of each other, like a professional courtesy kind of thing.
Okay.
And I do think some of them know, if not all of them.
Okay. What else? What else do you want to say? It's totally open-ended, and I just want you to get your thoughts out for the eternity of mankind. What do you want to tell people? What do you want people to know about this protocol of organized stalking?
Well, like I said, it's not going to be just limited to the people it's limited to now. This is going to go beyond just going after a few people who you don't want to see in your town. It's going to go to where we're all under control and none of us have any freedom at all. And we're giving people power to do exactly what they want to do to us. And there's a certain percentage of those people that are sadistic, nasty people who are going to take advantage of that power and do things that are unspeakable, just like Hitler did. And if you don't do something about it now, you're going to be sorry that you let it go on.
Okay. God, I cannot thank you enough for coming on here and talking. This is one of the best interviews I've ever done, but I want to give you, as I always do at the end of every interview, I want to give you one more chance. Is there anything else you want to say before we come to a close here?
Peace.
Say what?
That's it. Peace.
Peace. All right. And that is the end of this recording.
Thank you.
Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Hello, this is Chuck, nickname Van, or Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to Talk Shoe, call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297. or click on the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is currently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is about 3:30 p.m. on Friday, September 14th, 2012. Okay, I'm going to read a script which I wrote. This is a shout out to targeted individuals, TIs, or to perpetrators, perps. Once again, this recording is for TIs or perps who want their voice heard on this talk show call number 120297. Also, the creator of justifiablydisturbed.wordpress.com, which I recently found and read. Please note that my talk show and recordings are in the public domain for the eternity of mankind. It is my intent to get the word out about gang stalking. So if you appear on my show, if you are participate in a recording, and if I keep that recording, it will go into the public domain for all time. That means everybody is encouraged to copy, and any recording. By the way, I think Justifiably Disturbed is a targeted individual, but just the same, I recommend that TIs don't give out their personal information until you're absolutely sure, because of the high percentage of masqueraders in this arena. My name is Chuck. I'm a targeted individual. My gang stalkers went overt on me in April of 2006. Going overt means they wanted me to know that I was being stalked and harassed, but perps don't want TIs to be able to prove anything. I finally discovered the term gang stalking on the internet, and it was at that point that everything added up. The continual harassment and head screwing, I was being gang stalked. Google that term, by the way, gang stalking. Though you'll find the results are often flooded with disinformation. That's part of the PSYOP, the psychological operation. Anyway, 3 months later, in August of 2010, I discovered a hotbed of talk shows about gang stalking on TalkShoe.com. I saw much potential on TalkShoe to get the word out about gang stalking. However, most of the calls about gang stalking were then and still are today of crazy talkers. It's a disinformation campaign. The plot had thickened. By the way, justifiably disturbed.wordpress.com mentions the concept of disinformation in her blog. Incidentally, you can count on this. The perp filth will do anything to flood her blog with crazy talk. Mark my words. So don't be surprised if you go there at some future time and there's a bunch of crazy sounding disinfo there. I'm telling you so now. Anyway, at the end of August 2010, on TalkShoe, I started my own call, number 87161. I conducted many interviews and recordings. A lot of those I later recognized were flooded by crazy talkers. So I erased many of them. So some of most of them, but some of the nonsense still exists on the old call number 87161. Incidentally, TalkShoe shut that call down in January of this year, 2012. But thankfully, the 87161 recordings remain to this date. Of the remaining calls, I would estimate that 2/3 of them are authentic. The rest are of disinfo flooders. You decide. In retrospect, I now realize I was trying to be polite to the perp filth, but doing so is a mistake because the perps will take advantage of that. The perps will flood their disinfo crazy talk onto any call they can get away with it. Anyway, I cannot log into 87161 any longer. But 4 months later, in June of 2012, I started a new call, this call, number 120297. Please remember that this call number, 120297, as my talk show has imposters. So it is important to remember my voice and personal interaction. You can listen to my recordings and talk show to determine my sincerity and the lack of disinfo and wacky, unachievable talk. As of this date, September 14th, 2012, this call number 120297 is live every day at 10 p.m. Pacific time, and often I'm not on. I am on much earlier in the day than that. You can go to TalkShoe And in the top right corner, search for 120297 or click on the purple Live Now button in the top left corner of the screen earlier in the day to see if that call is in progress. Please listen in and consider calling in live to do a recording. Also, TIs, targeted individuals, please do not ever state your intent to call in or do anything else for that matter, as the perps will almost certainly interfere with your intent. Please just do it. Phone in at any time with no notice or mention of it to anybody, and please be on the internet when you call in. Once again, as a TI, do not ever state your intent to do anything. Do you get it? To call this talk show, you can call TalkShoe's number 724-444-7444. Then on your phone, enter my call ID number 120297 #, then enter 1 #. Let me repeat that. You can call into this show by calling TalkShoe at TalkShoe.com at 724-444-7444. Then on your phone, enter my call ID number 120297 #, then enter 1 #. And you will appear on my screen, and I will talk to you exclusively. Perhaps to help me authenticate you, you might consider putting a temporary note on your blog or somewhere on a web such as Chuck or what have you. Lastly, by now you must know how deceptive these scumbags are. Thus, please know they will use their every illicit power to have you believing I said something about you or did something to you. They want to keep legitimate callers from calling into my show. Never forget, the number one objective of the perps is to isolate TIs, especially from one another. The last thing the perps want is for TIs to team up with each other. Mainly, TIs, targeted individuals, who have not yet become perp filth. Now, did you get that? Many TIs become TI perps. Do you get that? There are four types of people around here. Number one, perps. Number two, pure TIs. Number three, TIs who have become TI perps for self or family for survival. And number four, people trying to make sense of it all. Now, I'm going to repeat that. There are four kinds of people around here. Number one, there are perps. Number two, there are pure TIs. Number three, there are TIs who have become perps for self or family survival. And number four, people who are trying to make sense of it all. Many TIs become TI perps, and it happens all the time at the drop of a hat. There's no ceremony, no ceremony, and no notice. And perps will do anything to masquerade as a pure TI. Do you understand? Perps will do anything to masquerade as a pure TI. All the best. I hope you call in and are recorded on a public domain call. This message that I have just read goes out to any targeted individual or any perp who wants to come clean. And that is the end of this recording.
Talk Shoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com. TalkShoe.com. Call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording for the eternity of mankind. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary to find more of these public domain audios. Go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297 or click on the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is Wednesday, September 19, 2012 at approximately 12:45. And this is recording number 3026. I have on the phone with me Sydney, who I interviewed on interviews number 3023 and 3024. And how are you tonight, Sydney?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Now, what inspires you to come to this show tonight, if I may ask, of all nights?
Oh, I've been checking in and out under a guest number of all the shows I can find. So I just sometimes feel like talking, sometimes I don't. And I know if I put my name on there that somebody's going to recognize it and want to talk. So, this is one of the nights I felt like talking.
Okay, and I do want to indicate that was September 4 of 2012 that the interviews number 3023 and 3024 occurred. Now, while we were talking in the chat room earlier, Sydney, you and I, you had mentioned that you moved away from Palmer Lake, Colorado, and you moved somewhere else to be closer to a support system. And can you please explain what you meant by that, please?
Well, I got divorced several years ago, and the only two people besides my daughter that I can really talk to are my son and my husband, my ex-husband. And he knew about the whole thing. He knows that there's still something going on. He knows about the blacklisting. And, he was there, so he knew that it was really happening. And he sort of helped support us. And so we decided to go closer to him so that we would have an ally.
Okay. And
moved out of the state and moved to where he is.
Okay. So you're no longer, since September 4, you're no longer living in Colorado even?
No, I haven't been there for a year and a half.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood that you were there before. But you stated earlier that the DU, the University of Denver, was involved in your stalking. And what do you have to say about that, please?
Well, I caught one of my psychology teachers following me one night after class. Of course, if I were to say anything to anybody about that, nobody would believe me because that's too absurd, but it was one of the incidents, that I've been collecting information on all these years. And almost everybody that I dealt with during the last 20 years has either been related to DU or University of Colorado Health Sciences or some healthcare organization.
Now, when you say Department of Health Sciences, does that mean of the mind, of the body? What could you explain that term?
It means everything. It's the medical school there. So, it's
okay.
everything from physical therapy to psych to everything, body stuff.
Okay. And tell me about this EVE, Ending Violence Effectively. Tell me how that fits into what we were talking about.
Well, because when I originally called, I had never been to see a therapist because I didn't think it was really a safe environment. In my head, that was never a safe place to go. And I wish I had listened to my intuition. But I was a little depressed, and I was kind of snapping at my kids, and, I was happy about that. I needed somebody to talk to, so I called the hotline. I had a crappy marriage. I called the hotline. This lady said to me, "Have you ever heard of this organization, EVE?" And I said, "No." And she said, "Well, I can help you with this." And she set me up with this therapist, and I went to see the therapist for, a couple of years, and she was part of that organization. And
now we actually, I think we talked about this on one of the earlier interviews, where your phone minutes or something ran out, and that's why we did the second interview. But we talked about this, but I don't think we mentioned the name of the organization. And now we're getting a little bit closer to the brass tacks of it. What else do you have to say?
Well, she started stalking me, this therapist did. And I would see her at my work, actually in a wig one time. And I saw her out by my house, which was way out in the sticks, on a day when I had canceled an appointment with her and I hadn't gone into town or anything, and I wasn't even going to go to work, but I decided to go, and there she was, and she hid her face from me as I drove by. I got the license plate of the car that she was in because it wasn't her car. The next time I went to my therapy appointment, that car was there, and it matched the license plate number that I had. And I hung around and found out who was driving it, and it was another therapist in her office.
So the therapist, this Eve organization that you were referred to by the hotline, this a couple of the therapists there were actually stalking you. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And there's no question about it.
Okay, now that, and also you had indicated on the earlier discussion that we had that those numbers of that organization disappeared from. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, it was in the phone book. I kept looking up Eve because, you know, when I realized somebody was following me, I was going, "What the hell is this?" You know, and I tried to look up Eve because I thought that it was definitely connected to that, or might be, you know. And I looked it up in the phone book, and I didn't find Eve. What I found was ending violence effectively, and at some point there was some connection to it online, and you know, it's been so long I don't really remember what it was, but when I started complaining to that therapist about it, she didn't. I mean, she tried to talk me out of believing it, but she didn't really go after me. You know, like normally somebody would try to get you committed, or you know, something weird like that if you said something like that, but she didn't even try to do that. She just denied it, and she
she was one of the two who were stalking you. Am I getting this right?
She definitely stalked me, yeah, more than once. And
okay.
It was the craziest thing. You know, at first I really thought I was nuts, but then I wasn't about to tell anybody because I didn't want to be accused of being nuts. So I only told her, and I just sat and watched. You know, I just sat back and watched the different connections, watched which people said things to me that they couldn't possibly have known. You know, you gather a lot of evidence over 20 years. Now, I quit seeing her at some point. Something really tragic happened in our family, and I quit seeing her because I didn't want to play the game anymore. You know, I was tired of it, and I had to concentrate on a trauma thing. And so I tried to stay away from them, and just forget about it. But I couldn't forget about it because they were still stalking me.
Okay. Now, and I'm just curious, where do you think the harassment started? What do you think? What do you think started it in the first place?
I think that I made noises about reporting it to the whatever the governing psychology body is, you know, for Denver or the state or whoever, and that would have destroyed their careers. Had I been able to prove anything, it would have been big trouble for them. What I didn't really understand at the time was that they're all friends and that there's no way anybody was going to let that happen. And in fact, the therapist that I went to after that, I told about this, and she said, I have a feeling if you do that, it's going to turn out badly for you.
So what you're saying is it wouldn't be a good idea for a psych patient, if can I call you that? I hope to turn in their psych.
Right. That's what she was saying. I think she was warning me. That's what it sounded like to me, and that's how I took it. That she was warning me that I wouldn't be able to get anywhere if I tried that. And then she quit me. She said she had to quit me. She didn't tell me why. She just said she had to.
Okay. Now, can I ask, you know, we talked earlier about the woman with the wig and at the Walmart. Could you explain that again? And also, how else were you harassed, please?
So the person at the Walmart was later on in all of this. It was around 2008, and my daughter and I were in the process of moving to Palmer Lake. And this woman, which is the one that's in your area now, was following us around the store. And I was so used to people doing that, normally I just watched and observed and tried to see what kind of car they were getting into or whatever. And this woman has this habit of wearing scarves. It's like a fetish or something. I don't know what it
Okay,
is.
now, and if I may, how else were you harassed, if I may please ask that?
How else was I harassed? People were in my business all the time. People were listening on my phone. People were breaking into my house. They were breaking into my car.
Okay.
Once I started around 2006 or 7, we had these favorite places we used to go eat in Colorado Springs. And all of a sudden, people started turning against us. They were always really friendly to us. Everything was fine every time we went to one of these restaurants. And then all of a sudden, it was like we were really bad, and they wouldn't be nice to us anymore. It was just, they would glare. It didn't make any sense.
Okay, now you indicated that this one person ended up in my area here of Portland, Oregon, and across the river where I am in Vancouver, Washington. How would you know that, please?
Oh, because I looked her up online. I followed her Facebook page, and it said that she went back there. Plus, she was actually in charge of my daughter at times, and was in charge of a group I belonged to. My job was at a healthcare organization, and this woman was, as an intern from DU, was part of all of this. And she was the person who stalked us at Walmart when we were moving. And when I first met her at my job, I didn't really realize who she was. Then I remembered the scarves that she wears, and I realized it was her.
Okay, and I really appreciate your not mentioning any names. I think we can get away with the DU, the Denver University part, but we don't want to mention any names, and I really appreciate your not doing that. I'm just curious, have your children been harassed at all in this?
I don't think so. I think that my son is, I do think that he's being stalked. I don't think that he knows it. I don't think that he can fathom that the person who's doing it would do that to him. It's somebody he's close to.
But now, typically, go ahead.
And I don't know what the agenda is, but I do believe he's being watched. Absolutely.
Now, typically, when we talk on here, we talk about organized gang stalking, that there's people other than just like the hospital. This would be an unusual situation where you know where they actually came from. Have you had other groups stalking you and harassing you?
Well, I think I mentioned this before, that I think it started out to be this therapy person, and then over the years, I could tell it was still happening. I wasn't really sure who was doing it. I didn't actually see, well, I actually did see her car, her van, and her husband in it, in another house I lived in that was way out in the country again. And her van, because of the license plate. And as time went on, I think that when I was working at this healthcare place, I pissed somebody off there, and she actually got fired because I think she's the one that sort of pushed it into more of a regular gang stalking thing, where the whole town came after me. I said something that embarrassed her because she was being really mean. And I saw her in that town twice. I saw her talking to the cop. She was in the same organization, the same health organization. She worked as a receptionist there. I definitely saw her talk to a cop half a block from my house, and she didn't live anywhere near there. She lived in Denver. And I saw her driving down the street. My ex came into town to help me fix my car, and she drove down the street as, going the opposite way we were going, and she just grinned at me because she knew what I was going through. And I really think she's the one who pushed it that far. And so it turned into a big, huge gang stalking thing then.
So what was like the first incident of when this happened?
Of the gang stalking?
Yeah, please.
I went into a Safeway in Palmer Lake, and one of the store employees started following me around, and he was laughing about it. But, every time we'd turn a corner from one of the aisles there, he would be.
Who is the we that you were with, please?
Me and my daughter.
Okay, and please continue.
And then the manager, we always went through the self-pay thing, and the manager started glaring at me. Every time I went in there, he was mean, and he was glaring at me. And so, I told one of my brothers about it, and...
Was it like he was tipped off that you were coming in, or what do you think?
It was just like he hated me. That's the only way I can describe it, is that he was sort of in a rage every time he saw me. And
where else other than that safe? How many times did it happen in that Safeway? And where else might this stalking have occurred, please?
I would say it only happened maybe 3 to 5 times before I just said I'm not giving my business to this guy anymore because he's a jerk. And then I started going to other stores, and one by one, over a period of about a year, they all started turning against me and giving me nasty looks and talking about me and, making a big display. Cars were following me everywhere. And it was just full-blown gang stalking. Every store in town. Then it started following me into Denver, to stop it at this little Mexican place on the way into Denver, because we went there 3 days a week. And all those little restaurants that we stopped at by the end of this whole thing in Colorado were turned against us.
Okay, and this is 3 days a week over how long of a period of time, please?
For about 2 years. And it happened last year that we were doing it. It was like that. Before that, it was still just people who knew too much about me that I hadn't told anything to. And, I would test this by saying things in the privacy of my car. And sometimes my daughter didn't even hear me say them. And then these things would be repeated to me.
So they definitely wanted you to know. Now, how many times did that happen? And can you give me an example, something that you might have said to yourself? You mumbled it to yourself? Is that the deal?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I made sure I said it loud enough so that it could be understood, because I was doing it on purpose. But, I said something sort of violent. I said I was going to do something, and that brought him down on me completely. I mean, that was when it came down on me the worst. It was right after I said that.
So you knew that they were listening in, that they were eavesdropping, surveilling.
Yeah. And I had been doing stuff like that for 20 years because I knew that was going on. That's how I found out, is by saying things that I knew people would react to.
So tell me more about when this started, please. Like you mentioned 20 years ago, but I don't think we got into that the things that far back on the last interview, and I'm just trying to get that out here.
Well, I said I called that hotline, and there was...
And what approximate 10 years, 5 years? How long ago was that?
That was in 1990. is when it started like that. And I saw that therapist
20 years ago, 20-some.
I saw that therapist for about 3 years. But the only reason I stayed there that long is because I was trying to figure out what was going on. I actually didn't need to be in there. I was in there. I had to make up stuff that I was unhappy about in order to be able to stay in therapy so that I could keep collecting evidence. And, you know, and I guess it serves me right for, you know, playing the game for so long. But it was the only way I was ever going to be able to stay connected to it and find out what was going on. If I had just walked away, I was intrigued too, you know, because I didn't know if it was evil or if it was good, or, you know, because there were times when it seemed like they were trying to help me in the beginning.
And the beginning was how long ago, please?
20 years, over 20 years.
Over 20 years.
Yeah.
Okay. And how long have you lived in Palmer Lake, south of Denver?
I only lived there for about 3 years, but I lived in other areas around there. You know, other two other rural towns that were within 15 to 30 minutes from there. And the same things happened. You know, things would start out okay, and then eventually things would go sour. And it's not like there was ever a really apparent reason for it. It just would happen. And I didn't socialize that much, so, you know, I mostly just stayed with my family and my ex-husband. And so it was pretty obvious when things would happen that there was something wrong, because I just didn't hang out with that many people. And I still can't say for sure that it's the group that ended up doing the most damage in the end. Might have come from the person at work, but I know that that therapist was there in the end. I saw her, and I saw another person that had been connected to it early on at the end.
Now, you said you moved out of state now, and has it followed you to your new state, your new location?
Definitely some things have happened that I believe are related. Right now, I've been blacklisted, and that's been going on for years and years, maybe the whole 20 years.
Blacklisted in what way, please? And how would you know that, please?
Because you know how people treat you when you go into a doctor's office. And I've had to have my daughter in and out of the doctor's office her whole life, well, since she was 7. And so I know that, you know, just the way they treat you.
Okay. And other than the doctor's office, how else might you ascertain that you've been blacklisted, please?
Well, I think I mentioned this last time going to SSI. They've been given, of course, they give everybody problems, but when I first went in there, the guy said to me, when I was trying to get money from my daughter, you know, he said, "This isn't yours, you know." He was glaring at me, and he said it in a real snotty way. And he had no reason to say anything like that to me. The only time we were ever on any kind of help like that before, I refused it as soon as I could, you know. I didn't cash the checks because I didn't want to get in trouble, and we were making too much money to really need the help. And there was no basis for him to act like that.
Right.
That just came out of the blue.
Has it helped you to move closer to your husband, or has it gone the other way?
Oh, it's helped me because when there's two people watching out for it, you have to be more careful. So you don't ever see anything happen when he's visiting. When he's at our house or when we're out with him, you never see anything happen. And
really?
Yeah, and it hasn't been, because they already know he knows. They've heard me tell him. They were on my phone. They heard me telling him all the time about it, and they knew he believed me. So, you know, that's...
And was he in on it, do you think, perhaps? Tough question, but I'm asking it.
Well, it's something I've always wondered about, and I go back and forth between thinking he is and he isn't. I do think that he knows something that he's not telling me, because he came the Christmas before we came here. He was there helping me fix my car, and he all of a sudden said he got a phone call, and he goes, "I got to go," and he went off and was gone for an hour and a half. And I had said to him, "Please don't go off and leave me, because I won't trust you. If you leave me for any length of time, I'm going to believe that they got to you and they've turned you, and I won't trust you." But he did it anyway. And I don't know. There's just little things that make me think that he knows more than he's saying, but he still seems to be trying to help us. But, I'm never going to trust him.
These repairs on the car, do you think they were inflicted by perhaps perps, or do you think they were regular repairs?
Some of them
by normal wear and tear.
They did some destruction to the car. On the inside, where my console is, they ripped the top off of it. I guess they couldn't open it, and they ripped that off. There were a couple of knobs that were missing. They messed with the wiring where there's a lighter in the back of the console for the people in the back seat, and that was hanging out one day, which I know I didn't do. It used to be in there tightly, and then all of a sudden it's hanging out and it's real loose. So there were little things like that happened. But the other stuff was mainly, it's an old car, and so I would take it into the shop and they wouldn't fix it. They'd charge me for it and not fix it. And it just kept happening over and over and over. And they started treating me with that same rage in a couple of the shops.
Yeah, we talked about that on the previous interviews, so I would encourage people to listen to those interviews, number 3023 and 3024. Are you, during this time, have you been able to work during this 20-year period? And if so, for how long extents of times and what have you, please?
I have, but it's because I was going to school during part of that time. From 90 to 94, I was going to school and getting a degree, and so I had work-study jobs. I worked in restaurants. None of it for a real long period of time. I would say a year at the most, and I had problems the whole time. There was always somebody trying to pull something, and most of the time I just ignored it. And I was sort of in a good position because I was in charge of the area I was working in. So, and most of the people who were around there were young students, and I was in my 30s already.
Now that was 90 to 94. What about since that time, please?
I've had some restaurant jobs, and I did a little bit of work with my ex, construction work, artistic construction work, and then I had that one job in the healthcare field. So I haven't worked a lot, but I didn't want to work. I wanted to stay home with my kids.
Okay, speaking of which, did they know that this is going on? What do you think? I already asked you that, but I'm asking again.
Oh, yeah, they know. My daughter deals with it every day because she has to watch me, doing the research on the internet and, and listening to Talk Shoe, and my son, in fact, and I just talked about this a couple of days ago, and he knows that something happened, but because of the state of mind I was in, I was sleep deprived for 20 years. And at the worst of it, it was really bad. And you do become paranoid, and you do think that things are happening that aren't. And after 20 years, I pretty much knew which things were just paranoia and which were really happening.
Now, when you say you were sleep deprived, how do you think they did that? What do you think, please?
Well,
What's your guess?
I think I was so, I had so much anxiety that I couldn't sleep.
Okay.
Now, whether or not somebody did something else to me, I have no idea, but I know that I lost my trust of everybody and everything except my kids. And
now,
I never felt safe. I never felt like I could sleep, deeply.
Do you think it's getting better or worse? What say you, please?
Well, for me, it's a little bit better right now. I don't expect it to stay that way necessarily. I would be surprised if it stayed that way, because every time I thought it was getting better over the years, something else would happen that would show me that it was still going on. And, I made a lot of moves, moved out into the middle of nowhere just to get away from it all. And they came out there, broke into my house, and, so it is better right now. And I have been sleeping, which is a big difference because I'm not really afraid anymore. I was terrified when it got really heavy and, the cops were shining a laser at me and, all that stuff. I was really freaked out then, but when I get sleep, I'm just cautious, but I'm not afraid. So it's definitely better right now.
Tell me, what do you think, if you had to put your finger on it, would be the worst thing of the whole experience that you've been through?
So far?
Yeah.
Just the knowledge that somebody has watched you walk around your house naked, that they've taken my my privacy from me. They've taken my ability to feel comfortable in my own house. They have been voyeurs with my daughter, which is kind of like being raped. It kind of feels the same way. And I really think that's the worst of it right there. Well, I mean, I've lost my family because of it. I don't have my siblings anymore. But there were some problems there anyway because we're not compatible.
Do you think it's are they perhaps being harassed and stalked? What do you think?
I think it's possible that they either were or were threatened. And I know that at least one of my brothers participated and tried to get me to say things over the phone that would incriminate me. And I didn't do it. In fact, I brought up things that would incriminate him instead because I realized what he was doing. And he made me stop talking.
Now, other than these 3 interviews, this being the third, and I think probably last interview of the 3, what have you done to publicize this?
This is it. I haven't had the guts to do it until now. I mean, I told my brother. I tried to tell another brother. He wouldn't listen to me. I didn't try to tell the other one. And that's it. Because, if I had started talking about it too much during the time I was trying to watch what was going on, I think they would have been a lot more careful and I wouldn't have seen as much. And I was really trying to keep it quiet so I could try to figure out what was going on. And then there were times when we had some traumatic things happening in the family and it was too hard to deal with, so I just blew it all off. But I would still see that things were happening every now and then.
So other than the family, who else have you gotten support from? Or who have you tried to
nobody.
get support from?
Nobody.
You're pretty much on your own.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, it's my ex-husband and my son and my daughter, and that's it. Nobody else is going to help. Nobody else cares. And they made sure of that.
Now we're getting to the point where about 35 minutes, and I'm going to ask you, is there anything else that you want to say? This will probably be our third and last interview. I really appreciate that you showed up here today, unannounced, which is really important. Never make plans. But anything else that you want to say, which you will think may help round out this whole excursion that you've been through?
Well, for people who are still doubting whether or not there is any kind of program, I absolutely believe there is some kind of program. I think that there aren't as many people stalking you as you think, but they make it look like there are that many people. I think most of the time they're not going to kill people, although they might drive somebody to suicide, and I think there are a few people who have probably been killed. But I think most of the time they're not going to do that because that gets a little careless. I do think.
Now, what do you base that on? Do you think that there may be people that have been killed? What do you base that on, please?
Just on the things I've read. You know, I read a lot of different articles, and in my mind, I don't have any proof, but in my mind, I believe that they will go far enough to do that because there's something serious they're covering up here. You know, these are serious things that they're doing to people, and I think they have to cover them up. And I don't think this is anything new. I think things like this have been going on forever. You know, since history's been recorded, people have been pulling things like this on others.
Okay, and what else do you think they may be covering up, please?
Well, I don't know what it is, but there's obviously an agenda. There's obviously some kind of program. You know, possibly the attacks on people, whether they're psychological attacks or whatever. We know they're happening, and that's something that I do believe they're covering up. You know, maybe there's something we don't know about that they're covering, that they're distracting us, or, you know, maybe they're distracting us and trying to get us to not look at something. I don't know. I can't figure that part out, but obviously there's something that they have to cover up.
Okay.
Just the illegal targeting, you know, is enough.
Okay. Now, what else? Yeah, I'm just asking you one more time, because I always do try to leave it open-ended. If you've got anything else that any more cats in the bag, so to speak, any more what else do you have to say?
Well, I think people should try to stay as calm as they can. I don't think talking about things that people don't believe out in public are most likely going to get you in trouble. I think there's a time and a place for that, but I think that people need to be really careful about where they say those things, and I think they have to have a good support system if they're going to talk about those things. And, you know, it's not that those things don't need to be talked about, because they really do, but it's where the power is right now. It may not be safe for a lot of things to be said. So I think people need to stay as calm as possible. They need to sound as sane as possible. And they need to take care of themselves as much as possible so that they can do those other things. And just try to tough it out for now. Fight it. I mean, you need to fight it in whatever way you can. But don't let them get...
If you had to do it all over again with the Sykes and so forth 20 years ago, what would you do different, knowing now what you know now?
I would have set them up over and over and over and gotten documentation. I would have made sure I got documentation. I was a timid person back then. I'm not timid anymore. And I guarantee if this continues to happen to me, somebody's going down, and it isn't going to be me.
How do you mean that, please? Somebody's going down.
I'm going to expose it however I have to. I'm going to have the documentation. I'm going to expose it.
Okay.
But
and what is it that you're going to expose?
I'm going to expose organized stalking and everything that goes along with it.
Okay. One more chance. I'm asking you to dig one more time. What else would you do different? What if you had to do it over again? The evidence collecting, what would you do different? How would you progress differently, please?
Well, I wouldn't let them intimidate me. The biggest thing that stopped me from getting the information I needed to get so that it was believable to other people was being intimidated, letting them scare me. And I don't feel that way now at all.
Because you pretty much know they're not. You pretty much know they're not gonna kill you now.
No, I don't know that. But if there's nothing I can do about that, if they want me that badly, they will do it, and I can't stop them. But they haven't so far, and I'm not going to live the rest of my life in fear. Like I'm not going to waste another 20 years like I did just because they're scaring me. I'm not scared of them anymore. Even if they decide they're going to do something drastic like what you just mentioned, I'm not going to get scared. Because that's what they're counting on. That's why their system works, is because they terrify you.
Their system works because they terrify you. That's why it works. That's radical. I have not heard that before. Please elaborate on that.
Well, if you're scared to tell somebody about it, then the word doesn't ever get out. If you're scared to live your life, they have you exactly where they want you. If you go ahead and live your life, then it's not as effective.
But that's their job, is to screw with you.
Yeah, that's their job, to push you over the edge, scare you and push you over the edge to whatever conclusion, that is. Whether you kill yourself or whether you get locked up or whether you act out and do something to somebody else. And I'm not saying that people who are targeted are perfect and haven't ever done anything wrong, because I've certainly done some things I'm not proud of. But I don't think I would have done them if I hadn't been terrorized and pushed over the edge several times.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's what happens. That's why people are mass murderers. That some people. That's why people who are bullied have problems, because somebody has terrorized them, and they know that that's going to happen. It's not a big secret anymore.
Okay. Once again, this is Chuck. This is Talk Show number 120297. This is Sydney that I'm talking to. I first interviewed her on September 4 of 2012 on interviews number 3023, which got cut off, and then we went to 3024 a few minutes later. And this is number 3026, the third and probably the last interview. And just one more chance to say whatever you want to say, whatever, and then we'll end it off here, Sydney. What say you, please?
Well, I really do think that the biggest thing that's going to help is everybody getting together and publicizing it and fighting it. I think you're doing a really good thing by getting the word out, and I'm hoping that a lot of other people are willing to do the same thing. And you know what? I may suffer because of this. I don't know, but
because of speaking out like you're doing.
Yes, but if I can't live my life, I'm going to suffer anyway. So at least I can try to do something about it.
Okay. Sydney, I want to thank you very much for speaking out about this. This is definitely, I have to say, these are three of the most shocking interviews that I've done. These little 3-pack that we've got here. Thank you very much for appearing with me.
You're very welcome.
Okay. My name is Chuck, and that is the end of this interview.
Talk Show. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to Talk to You. Call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297. Or click on the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is Monday, September 24, 2012 at about 11, 12 p.m. This is a recording number, I think it's 3029. We have a guy here right now named Brian, and he's logged on with TalkShoe user number 20. What do you have to say for yourself, Brian?
Well, I'm doing just fine. How are you tonight, Chuck?
I'm doing fine, thank you. But you sound like you have a phony voice. What's going on?
Well, you can keep your opinion. It really matters not to me.
Okay, so how did you get TalkShoe user ID number 20? Please explain that to me.
Oh, because we were one of the first to with this site. We were. I was one of the first investors into TalkShoe.
Okay, now when you say we, can you tell me who we is, please?
No, I'm afraid I can't tell you that.
Okay, so it's like it's at a level that you
Just
can't.
an
What else?
organization that looks over TalkShoe.
Okay, how many rings are there around TalkShoe? I mean, how many layers of security are there? Can you tell me that?
No, sir. No.
Do you know that?
Yes.
How many rings are above you?
We have one boss who reports it to a higher position. That's government involved with the government.
Okay, so do you get a government paycheck per se?
Oh yes. We are paid through the federal government.
Okay, and so that's what TalkShoe is, the federal government, and you are employee number 20.
No. TalkShoe is not the federal government. TalkShoe is subcontracted through the federal government. We, however, are not in any way with the federal government.
Now, I had always heard that TalkShoe was initially NASA, in other words, National Aeronautics and Space Administration. What do you say about that? Had you heard that?
I haven't heard anything of such.
Okay, well, we don't want to get hung up on it then. Okay, so what else can you tell me? What can you tell me about the structure of the organization of TalkShoe as it applies to what goes on here?
Basically, what it is, there's a group of assigned people who watch one room to make sure that there's not excessive, let's say, spamming and abusive, threatening language. If that happens, then we kick them off.
Sure. Now I get the kind of, I don't make threats or anything like that, but I get them from time to time. Or what?
Yes, if you just email us, we if one of our codes were to miss that, if you reported it to TalkShoe, then we would take matters into our own heads.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not asking for help. I'm just asking about because I never figured I was gonna get a whole lot of sympathy or help because I'm fairly outspoken. How many the guys that I talked to a little while ago on the previous recording had made the comment that
I'm gonna ask you to mute your chat room if you'd like to go any further with this conversation.
Sure, I will do that. And I've gone ahead and I've muted them. Shoot, now I forget what I was going to ask.
That's their purpose, you see. That's what everyone misses. They want to throw you off so you can not remember your train of thought. That's the old big shebang. That's what it all boils down to. They want to not have you educate your thoughts, so you eventually think you're crazy and you turn yourself into the loony bin.
Now, what's the deal? Are you in law enforcement? Do you look at yourself as a law enforcement kind of a person? What's the deal?
Absolutely not. We're just paid to monitor.
And how many can you tell me how many people are in the group that are
in my sector? There is over 200 people. Just in my sector, they're over. Hell, I don't know, maybe 70,000 different sectors. Who knows?
Yeah, but how many people in the group that oversee TalkShoe is what I meant to say.
It's a group of 170 odd employees.
Now that sounds like just a huge number to me. 170 employees just to watch over.
Plus, in between 170 and 180.
Yeah, that sounds really like about really high to me to just watch over what goes on at TalkShoe. What do you say to that? That's a skeptical response, but what do you have to say to that?
I'd say it's a rather small number, figuring the amount of people that are monitoring other websites, especially government websites.
Now, what sorts of tools do you use to monitor the websites?
I'm not going to get into that one. So.
Okay. All right. What else? Tell me something I don't know. Please. About
know an
TalkShoe.
awful lot. You can pat yourself on the back for that one, Chuck.
Okay, I can pat myself on the back, but tell me something I don't know. Then tell me something I don't know. Tell me something that'll shock these 12 or 14 people that are in the...
Something you don't know is that TalkShoe is such a small venue that you'll never actually get the word out through TalkShoe. It's not a big enough broadcast.
Okay, tell me something else. I've heard that before, and that I shouldn't spend any time here. But the one thing that's pretty cool is that I have not found TalkShoe.
It's also a very dangerous website because we can track your IP addresses, and most people that come around joking tend to end up being the victim in the long run.
Most people that come around wedding, what was that word you used?
Let's just call it stalking or flooding or spamming. It ends up coming to bite them in the rear end because, well,
that they end up being a victim. People that come here to stalk end up being a victim. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, yes, of course.
Can you give me an example of that? Can you just some more elaboration on that, please?
Well, that's all the time I have for today, folks. Have a good night,
okay.
Chuckster.
Okay, now that was Brian, and his ID was number 20 at TalkShoe. And so I have not yet seen the ability. I've seen people have the ability to mimic my name, Chuck of Vancouver, U.S. I've seen people have the ability to do that. And other names, I've seen them logged into my own room as apparently like myself. But if you were to do a mouse over that URL, you would see that the TalkShoe IDs were different. But I've never, ever seen the ability to get a lower ID number than what you have, a different ID number. So I've at one time I had 3 people with my exact name in here, but they all had different ID numbers. But this guy Brian was number 20, and also I will say that lately I have seen this Brian person logged into my chat room from time to time, and I usually left him unmuted because he's never said anything, but tonight was the first time that he's done that. I do believe that this Brian character that I just talked to I tend to believe that he's got some capabilities. I tend not to think that they've got 100 and some odd people that do this sort of thing for TalkShoe. They may be doing it for somebody else too. If TalkShoe is a small part of what they do, I'm going to go ahead and terminate this call. And that will put me in a position where I can start a new call, which I will do in a second, and that is the end of this recording.
Talk Shoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com. Call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver, or better yet, show number 120297, or click on the top left Live Now button, which is purple, to see if the show is live and presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is about 5:45, and the date is Thursday, October 12th, 2012. This is episode number 3033. Once again, this is an episode of www.talkshoe.com, call number 120297, episode number 3033. It's by me, Chuck. The title is Help Me Figure Out How Perps Manipulate Store Personnel to Perp TIs. This and all episodes that I record are in the public domain, so please copy and post these audios as you see fit with no attribution necessary. So let me start out by asking a question. How can perpetrators, or perps, get the obedience immediately and completely from a store clerk to be rude to a targeted individual, a TI? How can that be? Now, perps do, in fact, recruit store personnel to be rude to targeted individuals, to TIs. And happens at lots of other types of places, too, other than just stores, such as the place a TI works, nearby where they live, their form of transportation, be it bus or automobile. But in this recording, I'm only going to highlight stores or retail establishments where the perping of targeted individuals takes place. Now, I'm not talking about one isolated incident of rude behavior at one store. If that were the case, maybe there's just a full moon out that night. What I'm talking about is rude behavior, which is seemingly universal towards targeted individuals. How can that be? At stores of all sizes, from small chain stores to large supermarkets. It happens on a regular basis. One thing to keep in mind, harassment of TIs is subtle. If you are a bystander and not the target being perped, you would not notice it. So please keep that in mind in this next section. Perps follow targeted individuals around, TIs, 24/7. And if they know that a TI is headed for an often visited store, many times the perps are there in advance. Perps block a TI's parking spot if they arrive by vehicle. They step out in front of them as they walk into the store. And when the TI says, "Excuse me," the perp ignores them every time. And just as they grab for an item, which they purchase every time they're at that store, somebody moves their shopping cart to cut them off. Once again, when the target says, "Excuse me," the perp ignores them. Perps do not want to make eye contact. They wear a poker face. Perps don't want to be invited into a conversation. That's why they ignore them. It's a complete head screw. It's a PSYOP, PSYOP. Just as a TI arrives at the end of the aisle with their shopping cart, bam, somebody appears out of nowhere to block their forward motion. Once again, the TI says, "Excuse me," the perp ignores him every time. Now, once again, these things do occasionally happen in real life, but they happen to TIs every time they go to the store, many times per visit, I might say. The target heads down the next aisle for a 6-pack of soda pop, which they buy every time that they're at that store. Bam, somebody blocks their path just as they're ready to grab for the soda. And it happens every time they go to that store. Again, these things don't just happen on one visit. It's every time a target goes to a store, the TI is being sensitized. This is a first-class head screw. It's a psychiatric operation or a PSYOP. It's spelled PSYOP, abbreviated for short. How can this be? Who is doing this? Where are all these people coming from? I suspect largely, many times, it's churches. But listen on. Not everybody in every congregation would be doing it. Maybe only a small percentage of them would be perps, perhaps Satanists, getting off their jollies. In fact, and get this, I suspect some of the cells, I suspect the small cells are in on it. And they don't even know about each other. And if they don't know about each other, then how are you going to know who they are without a lot of studying? Because, like I said, it is very subtle. It's happening in churches, probably even the church you go to, but who knows where else in society. And even if you are not a target, you would not notice because you are not the one being harassed. Say it isn't so, but it is so. It is happening in your neighborhood, and guess what? I'm just getting started. Plus, I've got many recordings at www.talkshoe.com on my show number 120297 and my previous show number 87161, and find this episode number 3033. As of this time, October 2012, I'm on live every night at 10 p.m. Pacific time. That's 1 a.m. Eastern time, plus many times daily. It's just hit and miss, but always at 10 p.m. And I'm always ready to record you if you consent to it. As a side note, and I don't think this is all new either. I think it's been going on a very long time. It started decades before the internet. For example, 40 years ago, when I went on a high school class trip to a big city, a day trip via a bus, I recall people always stepping out in front of me a handful of times, and I said, "Excuse me." They always ignored me. I was only 18 at the time, and I wrote it off as people in the big city just weren't as polite. And I wouldn't have thought much of it, but one kid said people seemed rude. They were always stepping out in front of him. But what really stood out is he said they never acknowledged his "excuse me." I thought to myself, until 30 years later. But now I live in Vancouver, Washington, right across the river from Portland, Oregon. And the same sort of thing began happening to me in April of 2006. But as a bystander, you wouldn't notice this behavior unless you were targeted. It is intentional. They are very subtle. It is a PSYOP. And as I said, you should expect a certain amount of it in real life, but not every day that you go out. Sometimes a mob of people come into a store all at once. They get in front of the TI. They take all day paying or choosing lottery tickets. If this sounds far-fetched, listen on, because I'm just getting started. But and it happens every time, to keep that in mind. But if a TI darts in to a store that's never been visited, he does it unexpectedly. Perps can get caught off guard, and the TI will get respectful service, as should be expected. For new stores, it may take 2 or 3 visits to initiate the substandard service. But how do perps enlist the participation of store clerks? How do perps recruit people in stores to be disrespectful to targeted individuals? This is a very important topic because harassment at stores is one of the most often reported forms of harassment that I hear about. After all, stores are a place in public that TIs must go to often. And that is one place TIs receive regular dosages of subtle harassment. Not all TIs, because the protocol, it is different for everyone. But in my case, that is the case. I do not presume to know how the perps spread their slander about the TIs, but I would appreciate a call if you want to tell me how they do it. As a targeted individual, a TI, I can assure you, a TI can read the contempt in a store employee's face. How can the perps initiate that kind of hatred? To begin with, do perps of a certain training level have a way to hypnotize store personnel, to dupe them into participating? Do perps drug uh, the store personnel, such as spraying a mist at them? Do they use keywords? Do perps use a device like the one that actor Will Smith used in that movie Men in Black, where he shined a light in somebody's eyes? The person immediately turns zombie-like. Do perps have complete control over him after the hypnosis? Now, this may sound far-fetched, like a far-fetched scenario, but once again, stores are commonly reported as places where TIs receive extremely rude service for no apparent reason. So the question is, how do the perps instigate that? I want to restate that this MP3 file that you're listening to right now is in the public domain. Go to TalkShoe.com, search for call number 120297, and find episode number 3033. Please take that MP3 file. It is yours. It is public domain. You have my permission to do with any episode as you wish. Please disseminate it widely to help get the word out about gang stalking, also known as organized stalking. By the way, Google those terms, but keep in mind, a lot of what you read will have been flooded by the perps. They want to keep a lid on this protocol. But anyway, do perps approach, then threaten personnel, store personnel? One targeted individual stated it was as though that the people had been scripted or coached. Is there some kind of directed sound device used on the merchant, which results in the store employee's desired contempt at the TI? By the way, search for, and here's a new topic, listen to a stranger. Search for that term on YouTube, and you'll see a so-called private investigator flashing a badge at a customer, at customers of a store. Is the PI's badge a hypnotic device? After all, the badge could have been bought at a dime store or over the internet, or there could have been some special gizmo inside of the badge. At any rate, the PI was a very good fast talker. On that video, based on the private investigator's advice, a duped woman actually stole a stroller, which she thought had a baby in it. Now, in reality, the woman was actually duped by an actor, but she thought she was stealing a baby. So search for that video on YouTube using youtube.com, using keywords listen to a stranger, and watch a normal woman who'd been conned into committing what she thought was stealing a child, all for a good cause, of course, I say facetiously. Call my show to let me know what you know. Go live with me on a public domain recording. One TI said, I think it's all official-looking people with passing out photos and assorted BS. By a professional liar. Do perps tell a BS story to merchants in order to get their participation and participating in poor service of the TI? At this time, I don't know how they do it, and it's been happening to me for 2.5, nearly 3 years. But help me out here. How do the perps, as complete stranger, obtain the complete obedience from store employees at the drop of a hat? I want to know how they do it. Please tell me what you know. By the way, I suspect there may be a time delay, so please tell me about the time delay when you call in. By that I mean, in my experience, during my first visit to a store that I've never been to before, which the service is usually great, but as a TI, if I return to that store a second or a third time or regularly, the service deteriorates. And this is a statement I've heard from many other targets. Maybe the stories told to dupe people are different depending on the circumstances. For example, if a perp is spreading slander to a Christian worker at a store, the perp might tell the target they're an occultist. If the person is an occultist, the perp would tell them they're a Christian. You get the idea. Christians and occultists may dislike each other, but the perp wants them both to pile on the targeted individual. So either way, the perp enlists the participation in targeting the TI. Perps have a whole menu of lies like this, depending on the person hearing it. Is that the way they do it? There's also the possibility that the perp could subtly threaten the job of the merchant or mention keywords about something that only they know about, just like they do to the TIs, the targeted individuals. Is this all about threats? If so, how can perps know so much about so many people? Is the database that huge? And guess what? You would be on the list too if somebody has been pushed into perping, as somebody who would be pushed into perping one day potentially. If so, this must go up to the highest levels of government. And absolutely remember this: the perps know where to find the store employees, but the store employees don't know where to find the perp. Keeping in mind the perp is often different each time. So this thing is really big with a huge army of liars. When a TI, and are they mind controlled, by the way? When a TI reads the rage in the face of a complete stranger that they have never, that has heard the negative narrative and believed it, and they've never met that person before. If you have taken a course in telling lies, call me up. I want to hear all about it. Let's record the whole thing. Let's get it out in the open. Let's hear how the manipulation of lies is used in this scenario. Everybody has something to hide. Therefore, the perp database would need to contain the dirt on each store employee. After all, it often isn't until the TI visits a store until the second or third time that the employee's rage at the TI really begins to show in their face. On one show at TalkShoe, I listened in as a perp to a perp show, and he was a perp pretending to be a good guy hosting a show. And he was slandering me with 4 or 5 stories. The stories sounded like they were recently repaired. He would start out each story by stating a true fact. Then he would add a lie, and he'd omit a fact. The end result was always distorted, and the distortion is what the perps want, lies. There must be a certain kind of training course to teach him how to be a professional liar. In fact, some of those 4 to 5 stories I was really proud of, but he turned each story negative. Everything he had to say turned negative. It was very eye-opening because it was about me. So this is a perp's job, complete negativity, to discredit the targeted individual, the TI. If you have taken a training course on telling lies, call me up. I want to hear all about it. Let's do an instant, unscheduled, public domain interview that will live for the eternity of mankind. Remember, it should be unscheduled. Just show up. I'm always ready to record. And as one TI said, I think it's official-looking people possessing official-looking files and photos and associated BS. Of course, none of this can be called evidence. Evidence is ever left behind. And if you are one of the perps and you tell me how it works, give me a call. Personally, I do not think they show. I think they show pictures on a cell phone screen, and there was no way that people would expect you to leave the cell phone behind. One targeted individual reported that a perp followed them into a store and briefly whispered something to the person at the cash register. Can it be that simple? What could have been said that would be so awful that the merchant would never repeat it to the TI? But catching the perps while they are slandering the TI would be doable, but not easy. Remember, there are 3 kinds of people involved. Number 1, the targeted individual, the TI. Number 2, the person telling the lies, the perp telling the lies. And number 3, the merchant employee. I'm going to repeat that. There are 3 kinds of people involved. Number 1, the targeted individual, the TI. Number 2, the person telling the lies, who is a perp or perpetrator. Number 3, the merchant or employee. But how to get to the truth could involve a 4th person, a truther. Now, this might complicate things, but somebody has to know the drill. But what if the merchant and employee and the truther were the same person? This would greatly simplify things to get to the truth. Although remember, targeted individuals are on a 24/7 surveillance. They are being watched. So it would be difficult for the merchant and truther to wise up a TI, and the truther wouldn't get a second chance to spill the beans. The beans of how the perps spread their lies. But once again, The perps, if they know you're onto them, they will change their approach. You can count on that. The perps are immoral, but they're not stupid. So why not catch them and expose their procedure? But remember, the truth would risk setting yourself up to be a TI if you do spill the beans. But when you're ready to spill the beans, call this show at talkshoe.com. Show number the phone number is 724-444-7444. Then the call number is 120-297. And at this time in October of 2012, the show is live every night at 10 p.m. Pacific, which is 1 a.m. Eastern time. Plus, I'm on many, many other unscheduled times per day. And I'm always ready at the drop of a hat to do an unscripted recording. Remember, all episodes of this show are in the public domain, and you are authorized to use any or all of the audios as you see fit. The perps are very sophisticated, sending pictures of a TI to the cell phones of nearby perps to help identify them. That all sounds elaborate, but once you've been a TI for a while, it doesn't seem so far-fetched. But it is doable with today's technology. It is what I refer to as boots on ground. I could use help getting to the bottom of this, how perps enlist people at stores to pile onto targets and provide rude service. If you're listening to this, and if you are a TI or a perp who wants to come clean, call me to participate in an immediate public domain interview. And as of today, in October 2012, talk to you number, as I said, 724-444-7444. Show number 120-297, then enter £1 and we'll go live on the interview. But I recommend that you do not tell anybody that you will be calling in. Do NOT not tip your hand to anybody in any way, or the perps will likely derail your plans. Do not tell anybody you'll be calling in. Don't kid in your daytimer, as they say. Just do it. No plans, no notice to anybody. And to end this off, as one TI said to me, I think there are standard procedures that they use to discredit TIs. If you can help shed light on this, give me a call. Let's get it into a public domain audio for the eternity of mankind. My name is Chuck, and that is the end of this recording.
Talk shoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com, show number 120297. This is episode number 3034. Today's date is Saturday, October 13th, 2012 at 4:25 p.m. on the West Coast time zone. I have with me on the call Jeff of Chelsea, Massachusetts. I've interviewed him on here before, but today he's going to do what he calls a public service, and he's going to read the webpage at harassmentterror.wordpress.com/category/chemical-weapons. Let me repeat that. It's harassmentterror, all one word, .wordpress.com/category/chemical-weapons. And the title of it is Gang Stalking, Organized Psychological Harassment, Poisoning, Spying, and Destroying Lives. And Jeff is going to read this page for us. And how are you, Jeff? And are you ready to go?
Chuck, I'm doing just fine. And Chuck, this article is in the public domain, and I am performing this as a public service. So if anyone wants to make a copy of this message, it is a strict reading from top to bottom.
Your reading, if I may correct you, your reading is in a public domain. The article, we don't know whether it's dated November 2006. I assume it's not in the public domain.
The reading is in the public domain. Sorry about that. The reading is in the public domain. I will start right now.
Go.
Psychological terror, harassment, multi-stalking /gang. At the beginning of the article, gang stalking / organized psychological harassment, poisoning, spying, and destroying lives, dated November 25th, 2006. Presented here is, from my own point of view, the most accurate description of what is going on with gang stalking thing. No one seems to understand how these strange harassments happen. No one is able to believe any reasons as to why they happen. In the text below, presented to Gang Stalking World as an anonymous post, we can see how an enterprise has evolved, one that is criminal and has brought organized crime and the common citizenry together. Deceit, fabrication, threat, and technology seem to have made such a union possible, adding that such a union aims to destroy innocent people's lives, if not to bring them to their death. What is most disturbing in the text below is the salient argument standing out in the first paragraph that states that gang stalking is primarily about poisoning, drugging, and attempting to chemically inducing psychotic-like symptoms in the targets of the crime and contaminate their physical health. Evidence to support this through individual accounts are not necessarily mounting, but from my own personal experience with this terror/gang stalking phenomena, as well as from what I have gathered by researching this, the more equipped and modern these groups are, the more money that has been thrown at them, the more they are apt to use highly covert fumigations, poisonings, and daily incremental druggings in their effort to cause undue suffering, pain for someone they have been hired to target. I have edited the piece of writing below, hopefully highlighting points of importance. If you have not been or are not being poisoned and or drugged, you are not being gang stalked. Gang stalking is described on websites as a bunch of people just following you around, doing strange skits. That would just be annoying compared to what it really is. Although it might be possible that the victims are not aware of their symptoms of where their symptoms are coming from. I thought I was physically ill at first, but then began to see a relationship between my illness and what could only be described as felony assault. Anonymous post from www.gangstalkingworld.com. Full post here. Gangstalking is a catchphrase name describing what has become part of traditional and new organized crime that is networking through the United States and some other countries. Organized crime groups and some criminal elements from all walks of life use or hire for pay criminal organized stalking crews to assault targets to cover up financial or other crimes. These criminals contract with covert organized assault crews, to silence any potential witnesses or troublemaker, whether real or imagined, that could possibly affect their lives. Contract / assault squad to discredit and silence using their criminal gaslighting methods. These organized criminal crews assault victims' family, friends, neighbors, and many people in the community. There is always a reason someone is targeted, and most will know why and who started it, but apparently, some victims never know what happened to them, why it is happening, or who triggered the overwhelming assault. This is probably because the trigger event was irrelevant and meant nothing to the victim, but was perceived as possibly damaging by the criminals involved. The victim could have upset. Now that the person wants revenge, I would see that as a waste of time, thought, and money. But I guess some people would be just that way. I have seen estimates of the number of victims of this type of crime, but nothing I consider credible. One victim is too many. I wouldn't even try to guess how many career criminals participate in this. It can't be many as compared to general population. A very lucrative enterprise. This is a very lucrative enterprise for many of the perpetrators. People considered important to the success of a hit are offered large bribes to become a perp and start working the victim. Advanced communications. Advanced communications such as internet, cell phones, and voice over internet protocol have accelerated the growth and networking of these organized criminal groups. Their day-to-day stalking activities depend on the same technologies plus GPS and other high-tech devices, electronic spy, harassing equipment. Law enforcement agencies are aware of these criminal groups and are gathering information on them. I have not read about a targeted individual that would have believed this could happen to anyone had they not become a victim themselves. These criminal stalking groups go to extreme lengths to cover every aspect of their covert operations. They try to have a plausible explanation for everything. The crimes they commit are well planned and easy to do, but easily deniable. Well planned. A victim might see many work projects in the area, small or large, constant maintenance all around the neighborhood involving new workers you have never seen before, endless traffic of all descriptions, mobbing activities near your home, on the highway, in stores, and on the street. These are mostly perpetrators or all perps in some cases. They will always have a ready-made reason to be where they are before they are dispatched. Poisoning and drugging. If you have not been or are not being poisoned and or drugged, you are not being gang stalked. Gang stalking is described on some websites as a bunch of people just following you around doing strange skits. That would be just annoying compared to what it really is. Although it might be possible that victims are not aware of their symptoms, where their symptoms are coming from, I thought I was physically ill at first, but then began to see a relationship between my illness and what can only be described as felony assault. The mental and physical effects described by most targets are achieved by covert poisoning, using more or less common neurointerrupters, organic phosphorate pesticides, psycho, psycho, psychotomimetic agents, drugs, and irritants. Some of these chemicals are mixed when needed with additives to make them behave in desired ways. Some are intended to absorb through the skin, and others are intended to be outgassed. They are not all used in the described ways. Some, what I call irritants, are sprayed on the target and act locally on the skin or spread out slowly with various effects. One perpetrator will divert your attention while another one sprays from a breath spray size can on bare skin behind you or where you won't notice. They always make a noise like clearing their throat so you won't hear the sound. I caught them doing this too. Some drugs are mixed with dispersants to make them outgas. These are squirted at or near the isolated target using covert methods in remote places where possible constant area gassing is done from neighboring houses. The perpetrators spent a couple of days at my neighbor's installing the devices they use to disperse their chemicals. I'm sure they are well hidden, but I know where I can find them. These house devices have been refilled on a regular basis since they were installed. Passing cars or trucks with an electronic squirting device are being used, each squirting an outgassing mixture as they pass by. These were almost constant for several years and are still coming. On the road, perps will squirt outgassing mixtures from the backs or the front of their car's trucks at your car truck. When they can get away with it, perps even do this while walking past in order to gas the target. The chemicals will outgas quickly or slowly depending on their intended use. The most dangerous assault is the direct assault from car trucks that has been electrically powered, high-pressured squirting device behind the grill. These unusually squirt pesticide that is intended to stay put, then absorb through the skin. This attack can penetrate thick clothing and is usually done in a parking lot or anywhere they can get close to you in a car. Beware of cars pausing near you or aiming at you in parking lots. An individual perp on foot will work their way behind you and squirt your lower back using covert rigs. This is what I first caught one of them doing. The chemicals can be administered by flipped coworkers, neighbors, friends, family, local strangers, and old or new professional paid perps. Neurointerrupters have a cumulative effect. With successive poisoning, there is a gradual decrease in cognitive functioning, with is what is intended by the perps. I read an account of one victim who had been poisoned to the point he could no longer speak. A perp will always wait close by to observe the condition of the victim after assault. A protection against this is waterproof or impermeable clothing or any barrier that will block what is essentially a high-tech squirt gun. If the victim fails to protect themselves, they will go down as a result of these assaults. Some psychotomimetic agents, usually LSD or similar, will be applied to the surfaces the victim will ordinarily touch: door handles, cabinet drawers, or any place in their home, car, and places at work. Daily vitamins, coffee, shampoo, or anything used or consumed on a daily basis is a potential contamination target, especially single-use items. And the home milk is often contaminated with OP pesticide. It is possible if put in any clear liquid, because the liquid becomes cloudy. Gloves and clothing might be turned inside out and treated. Time to change your cloth. Don't forget the shower. The perps will start slowly, only contaminating a single item or items they have control over, so no evidence will remain in case law enforcement so no evidence will remain in case law enforcement investigates. After they believe they have compromised the victim's credibility, they'll become more active and aggressive with contamination and all other aspects of organized assault. The following, as well as this entire scam, may take place over the course of many years. Community infiltration and influence. Co-workers, neighbors, friends, family, law enforcement, and the general public are told, planned, consistent lies about the victim target. This will start with law enforcement long before the actual assaults begin. They will do this to set up the target, hoping law enforcement will believe their lies and ignore the victim when they first report the crime. Perp may show a bogus investigation file or flash fake badges in the community as part of the scam. Hire local lawyers, private investigators. Perps might hire local lawyers and private investigators in a ruse to legitimize the scam. Later, the perps will report crime or trip alarms in the area, so the police will have to drive by the target's home. This will make the target believe the police are part of the stalking. They will pull fake fire alarms for the same purpose. Ongoing double assault. While working the chemical attack, the perps perform street theater around the target. They hope the poison drug target will panic, then report and try to describe the bizarre skits to law enforcement. The goal is to create poison and drug-induced psychotic episodes, paranoia, and actions that could, the perps will say, appear to be schizophrenic. If only you are not educated about schizophrenia, you would believe this. The perps often launch large drug assaults against a target in public. If a target is affected enough, they'll report or encourage a bystander to report the target to the law enforcement, saying the target is schizophrenic, crazy, or psychotic. Some of the perps are bold enough to say the cops do what they have them to do, indicating the perps are making fools of and are smarter than law enforcement and the targets. Many in law enforcement are aware of the perp stalker tactics now, and they would like nothing better than to bust this criminal enterprise or anyone in it. People in community tricked or conned. Some people in the community are tricked or conned into participating. They are told clever lies about the target. They may even be deluded into thinking they are doing a community service. If they knew the truth of what they were involving themselves with, they would not cooperate willingly. Others accept money or other forms of compensation. Many who know or are close to the target are forced to take part in this criminal scam. It's essentially the offer they can't refuse. Some are set up for various crimes and blackmailed for any existing secrets they want to keep from coworkers, family, friends, or the community at large. Those close to the target that resist are threatened or poisoned using the same methods until they obey. After they are flipped, they are coached by these criminals in their methods and assault and supplied with covert equipment to topically spray or squirt these chemicals on or around the target in their food or drink. This will be done at every opportunity at the target's home, at night to wake you up or away on foot or in the car. Technology watching privacy invasion, confusing the victim. Anywhere the target is or goes, the perps will work together using surveillance, advanced communications, stealth, and simple diversionary tactics to draw the target into position for an assault that will not be detected by the general public. The perps have their own websites and shills to spread misinformation and disinformation to the internet. Some pose as support for victims trying to disrupt the actions of those who are really trying to help victims. There are perps posing as victims. These perps post intensely crazy sounding accounts describing bogus satellite attacks or advanced electronic weapons and the ever popular mind control, which they stretch way beyond anyone's imagination. They want to frighten and confuse real victims with a mix of real and bogus information that they hope will be believed and repeated by victims. These posers will also befriend a real target to gain information to launch yet another attack. They also will tell targets things like get out and live your life. What they really mean is come out where we can get a clear shot at you. I read one victim's account that they knew a man that started their stalking and that the man had a reward poster with the victim's picture in a target on his office wall. I think the victim said the offer was $25,000. If you're a target, that will make you think, won't it? Some credible sounding things about this I read on the internet are gone now, disappeared. I like to think I just can't find them, even though that probably isn't the case. Cyber stalking. Cyber stalking, everyone knows what that is or can look it up. Just like all things, these guys it's pretty much business as usual. They take the information they have gathered about the target and present it in a way that is supposed to make the victim wonder, how did that stranger know that? It's the same directed conversation stuff they do to targets at stores and on the street. Well, the internet is a big place and you won't have to go where people get their jellies jerking you around. As a matter of fact, you don't have to go there at all except maybe to do a little business now and then. And you don't have to share your thoughts or business on the phone or out loud. You don't have to provide them with information to use against you. When you have to speak around perps, use only the words you need. If you don't talk unless needed, the perps will just have to wonder what you are thinking. Reality of poisoning cloaked with misinformation. Common symptoms used search engines are four described poisons are attributed to bogus secret weapons. Electronic weapons of sorts are real, but I have been unable to verify and find credible information on existing electromagnetic weapons as they are described in this strange internet chasm. Also, some of the victims described could be attributed to simple harassment electronics and some of the itching or burning powders that the perps sprinkle on the target's beds. They will contaminate your bed with various drugs in an attempt to make you freak out while trying to sleep. Guarding against illegal entry, keep the perps out of your home. The perps might be able to open any lock that uses a key. That leaves some type of combination only lock. If you can afford one or more, install them and learn how to change the combination. Disable all other lock entry key slots with water soluble wood glue. It can be removed later. Secure all windows. At least know if they are inside. Video cameras. Video cameras anywhere, outside or inside, are a good thing to slow the perps down or keep them away if done correctly. Your own well-hidden camera or listening equipment inside might keep them out. Powdered promotion of asthma. The perps also use powders that will cause an asthma-like attack. Don't panic, an inhaler will stop it, or it will go away after you have gotten it away from the source. Simple electronic promoting ear ringing. The perps will use amplified high frequency above human hearing, kind of like high-powered electronic dog whistle, transducer speakers to make your ears ring. These can be purchased, but it's fairly easy to build a big one with adjustable volume range. I have seen this ear ringing as well as body vibrations associated with non-existent satellite weapon attack. The satellite to earthbound human attack is still science fiction in this writing, and perps can produce transducers of the type used in industrial sonic baths and mechanically fix them with screws or floor joists or wall studs underneath repaired drywall, completely hidden from view of normal inspection. The transducers will make your floor vibrate and probably cause heat. They won't spend a lot of time hiding their stuff in houses or apartments, so it won't be found under simple visual inspection. If someone really decides to start looking, they will start finding these things. These tactics are part of never-ending smoke and mirrors routine. Apparently, the perps get a charge out of inducing false perceptions. Misinformation summary. This con artist information attack is intended to further psychologically terrify the victims. Hopefully, they will react as if crazy. After all, that is what it's all about. If the victim feels to protect themselves, they have already been poisoned and drugged. So what the perps hope is an excited state of reduced cognitive ability. At this point in time, the victim is usually attacked by the criminal's very real covert weapon. This is most often done at night because it can be effective at waking you up and keeping you awake. It might also be hard to hide or get away with in the daytime because of sound, size, location, etc. This weapon was originally developed as a crowd-controlled device by a company called Scientific Applications and Research Associates Incorporated of Huntington Beach. It is an acoustic sonic weapon that will make internal organs resonate. These effects have been described by victims of these assaults. The weapon I have seen in video demonstration is based on a combustion chamber that releases multiple ignited fuel charges through a waveguide to produce directional, very low frequency, below human hearing waves. These waves at the time are hard to control over distance as a beam, but as used, it probably doesn't matter that much. This would most likely be used on a detached house. There are electrical versions of these weapons that use transducers that could be used from a shorter range, such as adjacent apartments in an apartment building. The electrical versions I read about require a very large amount of power, were large and only manage a short pulse before needing recharging. These weapons could be greatly improved by now as far as size and power are concerned. The fuel combustion type I, I saw would be carried by one man. These weapons have undergone some military testing and are not really secret, but I haven't been able to find current up-to-date information. For an old 1997 story, search U.S. News Wonder Weapons by Douglas Pasternak. Telecommunications and bugs. Almost all victims are aware their phone and computer are tapped or will be. Information is gathered from every possible source in order to custom tailor the many various assaults and street theater to the individual. The surveillance information is used and intended to give the target the impression of an all-knowing Orwellian or Big Brother type of situation. Some are not aware that using a hard wire tap, cutting the wire, or inserting a computer interface, that the perps can use computer software to digitally edit your call on the fly. They try to elicit angry responses from victims through constant harassing phone calls or even harassing in public. They digitally record these and clean them up for later use. When you call someone, usually a service that records calls like a telephone company or even 911, they will cut you off after a completed sentence or seamlessly insert an out of context, angry, ranting remark you justifiably made at another place or time. The more crazy it sounds, the better. Just imagine how they laugh after one of these edits. They can also use this method to create a false recorded conversation to turn people you know or others against you. Imagine they record a public conversation at a store checkout counter and someone asks about a person you know. You say only good things about this person. Later, in another conversation, they ask you about Osama bin Laden, and you say everything but good things. The perp simply switch a few sentences around and clean it up some. They have what they want, and it is much easier than altering a photograph and using Photoshop. It's almost impossible to detect. Tiny cameras collect victims' every move. Let's talk about covert as if anything is not covert. Cameras in or around your home. I have gathered information that indicates that live video of targets in their homes or while being stalked might be entertainment content for an internet website or a site run by the perps. What would really be bizarre is if some people were paying to view this stuff. At least it is the least viewed constantly by your local perp. You might even be appearing in the best of insert your perp given TI name here video of the week. Your picture and perp created profile and possibly a website for all perpville to view, manufactured fictitious information disseminated to all who have perp web address or could be passed out in a hard copy. Audio bugging, you bet. They'll do it if they can, and they'll do it if they can, and they can. Just a note here, hiring someone to do a bug scan is useless. It's a highly specialized field that takes an experienced expert, and any of them worth anything will tell you it can be done completely covertly because good bugs can be turned off while a scan is in progress. I'm sure the perps might know the guy coming because they already have you under surveillance. If you use your phones for contact, that is foregone conclusion. If the bug is in an adjacent apartment, of course, they will just turn it off. And if it is a hardwired bug, there won't be a signal to pick up anyway. If the perps can't get inside the bug your home, they might use laser to window, a parabolic or shotgun mic. You won't catch them doing any of these. It's not impossible to catch them, but no, just highly improbable. One thing about the scam is that they need to hear your business to work the scam by the book. They can't do any directed conversation anywhere without this information, and it's harder to set up mobbing and coordinate moving surveillance when they have to guess what you are doing. Anyone can pick up voice easily from a safe distance using a parabolic or shotgun mic. The conclusion is it's okay to look every now and then for covert cameras or bugs yourself after a little schooling on this subject, but don't expect to find anything because you probably won't. And don't worry about it. Just go about your business. You can figure out if perps are repeating things you said over the phone or something you said out loud in your house or apartment. Where did you say what they repeated? You have control over what you say and where you say it. Call redirection landline cell. Don't forget about call redirection or landlines and cell phones. Know who you are talking to. Do you think you called and talked to someone in law enforcement? Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. Redirecting calls, you try to make to law enforcement is something the perps do. They will pretend to be a law enforcement officer and tell you there is nothing that they can do to help. And they will make suggestive remarks about your sanity or reputation. They may refer you to another bogus officer to work you again. Always get the name and badge number of officers you speak with over the phone. Always verify anyone you speak with over the phone. If you suspect your phone is tapped, intercepted, redirected, and if you are being gang stalked, it will be, don't use it. You can use a random payphone if you have to. All victims should report this as soon as they can do. So in a reasonable manner, it will never be stopped if no one ever reports it. Reporting the crime. When you report this crime, always go in person with well-planned information you have compiled, including a journal, video, audio, perp names, anything else you can get. If you have been gang stalked for a long period of time and you don't have any evidence of any kind, just do just what you have been doing all this time. Be organized and complete but brief. Don't elaborate on important everyday details you can't prove anyway. Don't go into gaslighting details. All the particulars are not important. You don't have to file a complaint against anyone. You are only providing information about a crime. Don't tell anyone you are going to do this. If the perps know, there may be a parade of them lining up to give you the treatment all the way there and even into the law enforcement building. Be prepared to do this at any time when you think the time is right to deviate from your normal routine and do it. You can even make practice runs to check logistics, such as where to park, where to go inside the building, and there are surveillance cameras, big plus, in the parking lot or building. Any test run will also test the perp's reaction. Going there a few times to learn the area roads won't be noticed by anyone but the perps. Sound diffusion, bugs, and taps. While at home, you can leave the radio or other things going on all the time to disrupt the perp's probable recording activities on some levels. It's not hard to separate the multiple sounds, and I'm not sure that it would end up good enough for their purpose. The perps don't have to get into your home to install a hook switch or infinity device. It's a type of phone tap that after your the phone is answered manually or by machine, the switch on the microphone of the tapped phone is hooked and remains on after hanging up. It becomes an effective listening device that can easily pick up conversations in an average-sized room. This device can be installed anywhere on the phone between your phone and the local central office. It would usually be fairly close to your home or in an apartment building. It can be called and activated for listening up from any phone anywhere in the world. For some, I guess, obvious reasons, the perps like using these. They can be defeated after a call by unplugging the receiver, the phone, or installing an off switch on the phone microphone. Secure phones that turn off the microphone automatically are available but are expensive considering what little is involved. The perps can also sign up for GPS tracking too. They only need a moment with your cell phone to enter a code, and you will be just like one of their children. Tracked everywhere you will go with the phone on. They will use your email or their own to verify the GPS account. If you haven't already, don't leave your cell phone anywhere unintended. If they get your number, which is easy, they will monitor and can redirect, edit your cell phone calls using what is known as a portable base station. Scanners are used too, but are less effective and only for listening anyway. They have or can get all the latest electronics that can be had by anyone. Always use an SSH2 encrypted stateside VPN service for internet. Don't use a server offshore for skit that skirts the law. If a perp does something illegal, you want them to be caught. If you find a VPN anywhere that is or is said to be a government honeypot for cyber crooks, that is definitely the one you want to use. The purpose will work to shut down service using their botnets, if only temporary. And be aware that even after a clean reload install of your OS, they will try to get the latest Trojan, keylogger, or virus to you in an email attachment from a formerly trusted source. Sadly, it might be that cute email card from a family member or friend. If they have the run of your home, it takes only a minute to load spy software using CD or USB memory drive. If you can't keep them out of your home, back up your data, reload the OS, lock the drives down so they won't boot on startup. Keep your OS locked down or hardened against any known attack methods too. The real bottom line, on any communication service, as long as it runs through a wire, cable, fiber that is accessible to the perps, they can get on it. If they've got your number, common cell phones are not much better as far as interception manipulation is concerned. The article is older, but it is interesting. Tapping computer data is easy. www.textfiles.com hacking /hacking/data.tap. Criminal lineage organization. These organized criminal groups have an appointed leader that controls everything they do. They operate much like a computer botnet, receiving orders, tracking the target, and dispatching a stream of perps. Take appropriate measures to protect yourself from their assaults and stay safe. Be aware of your surroundings and don't respond to baiting tactics. What I've described is just part of what these criminals do. And if you are not a victim, you are probably saying to yourself, I can't believe a large group of criminals are getting away with crimes like this. The reason they are getting away with it is because this large group of criminals literally hijack the community using the methods described above. It took stalking of well-known celebrities and a death before anyone started taking effective action against stalking. Many people know this is very real, and I know it's being investigated. there are many laws that can easily be applied to these crimes, but no specific laws. A task force is usually appointed to tackle tough crimes. That may be what is needed to address this. You have permission to repost or print any part of this information by anonymous post www.gangstalkingworld.com. Displayed in the above are some points that may bring to light how gang stalking operates. The use of high-tech communications and surveillance equipment by tech-savvy criminals or highly planned gang stalking initiatives do what they do. They are covert and pervasive. They have mastered a cell and hire a lawyer and others to do their PR and disseminate hate, BI slander. Recruiting uses all venues from con and threat to presentations of fabricated character profiling. The use of technology to manipulate photography and recorded sound support the fabricated character profiles. Through keeping on noted highlights from the above text, we can see that gang stalking / covert harassment is not only about ostracizing, isolating, and gaslighting someone into the hallways of behavior services and psych wards. It may be no question as to whether or not these protracted criminal initiatives, gang stalking, use poisons, chemical gases, and psychotomimetic agents, chemical weapons that act on the human mind. Gang stalking's covert harassment that include creating mishaps and complications, gets on the street that direct conversation toward the victim using victim's personal information, street theater, baiting the victim to react emotionally or violently is planned in stage situations. See here for more tactics. These altogether can very well tax a person as well as emotionally and mentally cripple to extent one who has been isolated through a widespread covertly done slandering campaign. Thus said, evidence points to an underlying chemical element to these street-level harassment tactics by covertly chemically undermining of the victim's psychological well-being from the author's own experience. Chemicals, certainly, and perhaps poisons are distributed in covert ways and incrementally, usually avoiding outright drugging poisoning effects, and have a more subtle effect that is generalized through day and night from the authors of this blog's personal account of being gang stalked. What stands out most are fumigations, chemically laced items of consumption, pervasive, strong, unnaturally smelling scents and odors, clothing, food, drink, bedding, rooms. It seems only logically from this that gang stalking is not necessarily exclusively about isolation, gaslighting, and Danny, can you hang up the phone, please? Sorry about that. Gaslighting and orchestrated mishaps to cause someone to lose it and become mentally unstable. It is about contaminating a person's life with poisons, chemicals, in conjunction with the street-level workplace harassment. From my point of view and my case, these criminals undermine a victim's psychology through felony assaults, chemical substances, and drugs covertly administered in an ongoing fashion. Personally, the perpetrators have made it impossible for me to have a non-taste of corrupted cup of coffee and perhaps poisoning me with tactics that I have long thought were simply taste and odor harassment. The entire enterprise is scary, even horrific, in that common people are recruited into such efforts to basically kill someone by inducing suicide through a low and incredibly torturous method that includes isolation, psychological and moral violence, as well as drugging and poisoning. To have such activity as covert poisoning / drugging take place in ongoing fashions and involving victims who claim to be targets of gang stalking / terror stalking / multi-stalking point directly towards some sick element in contemporary life. The media pays no attention and the United States as a nation and its government, as well as point to human rights abuses around the world. Yet there is an insidious crime called gang stalking, using slander and psychological terror to wreck lives and drive victims to their death. Right here in North America, do these criminal enterprises have so much power that they have the federal level investigators at such a loss as to how they can tackle it? Has the war on terror caused such a diversion of attention and energy for domestic law enforcement and the Fed so much that since 2001, this pernicious covert criminal activity aimed at innocent people could grow into a lucrative enterprise and skirt the authorities? Are there seemingly law-abiding folk and wealthy or well-connected that have used gang stalking to eliminate enemies, targets of hate, or people they see as being a threat? Stop covert poison fumigation. Stop criminal covert harassment. Support.
Okay.
Yes.
That's good. Thanks a lot, Jeff.
Welcome,
Once again, that was Jeff from Chelsea, Massachusetts, and he just read the webpage at harassmentterror.wordpress.com/category/chemical-weapons. I'm going to repeat that one more time. Harassment terror, all one word, .wordpress.com/category/chemical-weapons. Jeff, anything you want to say before we terminate this call?
Oh, well, I just hope that people read it. The reading is in the public domain. I did the very best I could do reading it. I'm sorry about the interruption from my friend, and I just hope that people get something out of it. That's all I'm talking. I'll let you go.
Thanks for calling in, Jeff, and doing that reading. The text itself, I gave the URL at the beginning and the end, and Jeff stated that his reading of it is in the public domain, so please do with this recording as you wish. This is Talk Show number 120297. And episode number, 334, I think. Yeah, episode number 3034. And that is the end of this recording.
2 minutes.
Talk show. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com. Call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish all or any of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click on the top left purple Live Now button to see if the show is presently on live on the West Coast. It is 3:15 right now, p.m. on the West Coast. It is Monday, October 15, 2012, number 30. This is recording number 3035. And I have on the phone with me right now Jeff of Chelsea, Massachusetts. And he's the one who did the reading on recording number 3033. And Jeff, how are you? And why don't you do the setup on what this recording is about, please?
Well, this recording is basically a commentary on the reading I did the other day, and to put our 2 cents into the reading, and basically just to set the record straight that not everybody gets chem attacked who's gang stalked, and I believe that gang stalking is manifested in various different forms.
That's the point I wanted to say. I adhered to 98% of the article, but it started out with, it sounded like the article had been gamed, and it made that you have to be chem attacked or you're not gang stalked. And although I am chem attacked, chemicals, in other words, I smell chemicals. It's just terrible. I don't believe that's true. Jeff, why don't you go ahead and finish it up, and let's go ahead and end off the recording. Go ahead.
I don't believe it's true either, and again, I mean, it's they custom make the attack per victim, And I personally believe one of the most common ways on boots on the ground is the street theater and the imitating the victim. That's the easiest way to do it because that's custom making the gang stalking to the victim. I mean, for the other stuff, you have to have a lot of infrastructure, a lot of money, and quite frankly, most people would not want to go through the headache of doing all that stuff.
Okay. Now, there is just one other thing that you made the statement, well, in our conversation before that you think there's two levels of people. There's the Chemitac people who are paid by the government, and then you think the boots on ground people who are harassing out out in the open are lower level. Why don't you go ahead and address that issue, if you would, please, because I think that's an important issue.
Well, I mean, the bugging, the real sophisticated stuff. I believe that's on a higher level. Like if you're a Patriot talk show host, for instance, you're going to get what I call the full treatment. But if you just have a minor irritant, then some of the fancy exotic stuff like Chemitax and stuff would actually not be used. It'll be more boots on the ground. Your face and likeness will be on Facebook. Something that any Joe Blow can do. The government agency.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. Is there anything else that you want to say that you think would be appropriate for this particular recording? Once again, this is recording number 3034, which is an addendum to 3033. Is there anything that you want to say on this recording that you wish had been pointed out on the last one, please?
Well, you know, I do now give the article about an A-. And it is well done, except for that part you talked about, Chuck. And I just hope that people read the article, get something out of it, listen to my reading of it, and do your own research. You know, the money's going to run out sooner or later, and I believe there's going to be defectors who are going to come to our side, who are going to put on the record what they've done, and you know, that's pretty much it. We're living on borrowed time.
Okay. Once again,
interview.
Go ahead. All right, Jeff, I hope I had lived up to my part of the deal on this discussion that we just had, and that is the end of this recording.
Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com. Call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver, or better yet, show number 120297, or click on the top left purple Live Now button to see if the show is underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is about 10 till 5 p.m. on Saturday, October 27, 2012. This is episode number 3036. Okay, now this is an unusual situation where I have about 4 guests, and I have Joe. He's Joe Dixon. He's got one of his login names, but he's logged in right now as Guest 500, and that's his login ID name. And he's from Freedom SCHS, Freedom from Covert Surveillance and Harassment .com, freedomschs.com. And Joe is going to grace me by calling into this recording here. And now I have to say I've been badgering him to call me in here, and he's not called in, but I know he's there because he's typed into the chat room. He's typed in things like, I heard your, I guess that wasn't him. He's typed in things so that he knows, and he is listening to me right now. Okay, so once again, my name is Chuck, and I want to talk to Joe, and I want to talk to him about some of the shenanigans that the scumbags over at his operation, Freedom from Covert Surveillance and Harassment.com, are pulling on targeted individuals, because it's my now, once again, if he calls in, he's going live right away, and he will know that this is in the public domain for the eternity of mankind. So he has shows here at Talk Show, and they're hidden. Now, if Freedom from Covert Surveillance and Harassment wanted calls, why wouldn't they appear on the Live Now list? If you can click on that purple Live Now list, and his shows would show up as visible, but they're not visible. And he's got them on 5 nights a week, Sunday through Thursday at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m., give or take, depending on the night, Pacific time on the West Coast time zone. And then on Friday night, you got various other calls, and most of which are hidden, HIDDEN. They're not visible. Now, if you're with Freedom from Covert Surveillance and Harassment, why would you hide your calls? If you want to get the word out about organized gang stalking, why would you hide your calls? Why wouldn't you make them visible so that everyone would know about this atrocity? But it is their objective to hide the injustices that are being done to targeted individuals. And Joe is very welcome to call in here right now. I'm looking at him in the chat room right now. And his pulse is probably a little bit raised, as is mine, because I want to get this out into the open. And one way to get it out into the open is to talk about it. But you can't talk about it when you have hidden calls. So Joe, who I have a lot of contempt for, and I will admit, in case you haven't picked up on that yet, as well as Nigel and Derek, on his call number 66339, which is visible, but John Wojciechowski's call number 92750 on Friday nights is not visible. Now, why do they have all these invisible calls? These calls that don't appear on the Live Now screen? Why would that be? You know, if they're such a pure organization, if they really do want to get the word out about organized stalking, why does Derek have another call? Number 99191 on Monday, sometimes Tuesday nights. Why do they have all these hidden calls? Tell me, why do they do that? Why does this organization, who claims to be the premier organization for targeted individuals, but they have hidden calls? Now, why would that be? Could it be that freedomfchs.com, freedomfchs.com, could it be that they are what's known as a false front? One individual that I know calls it controlled opposition. Could it be that Freedom SCHS, that FSCHS is controlled opposition, a group which appears to oppose gang stalking, organized group stalking, community stalking, but are in fact controlled by gang stalkers, whose purpose it is to round up those who oppose it? As one person here on TalkShoe said, that's like the inmates that are in charge of the asylum. Because what you have is you've got the organization. I'm telling you, you've got the organization called freedomfchs.com, and I'm telling you, they're dirty. They're dirty. freedomfchs.com, and Joe Dixon is in my chat room right now, and he can explain why. And he is very competent. You know, I don't have a lot of time for him, but he is an extremely competent individual technically, and he knows exactly how to call in. And freedomschs.com, what they do, they sit over there and they talk in a hidden room. They're not trying to get the word out. They're beating their head against the poles, and they're not trying to get the word out, and they're going nowhere. It's like they got a budget to spend and they spend it. Okay, once again, my name is Chuck. I'm in call number 120297 on TalkShoe.com. I am on live every night at 10 p.m. Pacific time. That's 1 p.m. on the East Coast time zone. I'm on live every night, and I'm visible. My call is visible because I want to get the word out about organized stalking. But the organization, and I am not being compensated in any way. I'm not expected to do it, and I'm not paid to do it in any way, shape, or form. But these guys are the premier organization. These guys claim to be the big guys with the bully pulpits, but they don't try to get the word out because they're stink. They're dirt. Freedom SCHS is a bunch of filth. They don't try to get the word out. That's what their objective is to be controlled opposition, a group which appears to oppose organized stalking, but they are in fact controlled by the organized stalkers. Their objective is to round up and to silence those who oppose it. And they have an army of people who call in. And if anybody should call in to their show and talk about this issue, they will be flooded. And what I mean by that is there will be a handful of people who will call in and flood them. But I have my finger on the mouse button, the mute button, and I can mute anybody who calls in. And if Dirty Joe Dixon calls in right now, guest 500, who's in my chat room, if he calls in, he's going live, and he's going to know that this call is going into the public domain for the eternity of mankind. This call, whether he calls in or whether he does not call in, this call is going in. Okay, now this is becoming a very uninteresting recording because I'm repeating myself a lot, but there is this issue on our streets where we live. It is called organized stalking. Gang stalking, it's sometimes known as. There are people, and they essentially mob people. Okay, so and it happens daily, and it happens to many targets, and these people are known as targeted individuals. And there is this organization who wants to make up a lot of nonsense. You know, that's what they do. They don't really talk. If you should be so abrupt as to speak about organized stalking, you'll be flooded. You won't be able to get your word out because they'll talk about a bunch of wacky talk, which is very, very uninteresting to listen to. Okay, now I want to, yeah, that's okay. Hang on, I'm going to read a web page to you. Oh, I should have had it on the screen. I guess I'm not going to read it. Basically, it appears to me that freedomschs.com, the filth operation, the people who do not want to get the word out about organized stalking, they don't want to get the word out. It appears that they're not going to call in, but they're going to have a show on tonight, and they'll sit there and beat the drum, and it's one of the only 2 live shows per week. But then you got Joe, who used to have a live call every night, and there were crazy talk calls, and they laugh about it. And there's these people, and they're with stinking secret societies. And I think that Joe and Derek, the president, who was formerly with the NSA, the National Security Agency. Now, I'm not lying about this, and Derek will not own up to it, and he will not admit to it. But if you pressed him enough, they might mute you, or somebody else might flood you away. But they don't want to talk about it, because what I'm talking about, it's the cat watching the hen house, or however you say that they don't want the word to get out about organized stalking. So they hired an NSA piece of scum to come in and run freedomschs.com's website, and right here on talkshoe.com. And Joe is in this room right now, guest 500. That's Joe Dixon. Joe, call me, buddy. Call me. Let's hear it. Let's hear it, Joe. Let's hear why Freedom SCHS is not trying to get the word out about gang stalking, about organized stalking. Come on, Joe. Give me a call, buddy. 724-444-7444. Once again, that's area code 724-444-7444. And then enter call ID number 120297. And then just follow the prompts on the screen. That'll tell you what number to hear. But you know all that, because you've been a competent show host for a number of years now. And I've been on here like every night. I've been your worst nightmare. And I've been digging at your heels to get the word out. But you don't want to talk about organized stalking. What you want to talk about is a whole bunch of crazy nonsense. It's unearthly. That's what Freedom focuses on. These Freedom guys. What a name, Freedom. You know, it's such an honorable name. But there's really a bunch of dishonorable people, and there's secret society filth that are involved in it. And I'd like to talk to you about that, Joe. You can call me anytime. I'm going to go ahead and end this recording, and then I'm going to start the show up again. What that will enable me to do is to click on the green start button, and that is the end of this recording.
Talk shoes. Recorded live.
This particular call is entitled Chemical Smell Assaults Used Against Targeted Individuals, TIs. It is perhaps the most important recording I've ever done because it gets down to the brass tacks of how perps attack targeted individuals with chemicals. Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any part of this MP3 recording file, with the exception of near the end, where I do clearly state that it's not in the public domain, by the way. You do not need permission, though, for anything else. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver, or better yet, show number 120297, or click on the top left Live Now button to see if the call is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 5:05 p.m. on Tuesday, October 30, 2012. Okay. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to read a paragraph from the webpage. It's on gangstalkingexposed.webs.com/chemicals. Once again, that's called gangstalkingexposed.webs.com/chemicals. It's by pseudonym Animal Lover. Okay, and here I'm going to read this one paragraph. This has been my experience with friends that try to help me. A very close friend got furious for no reason. This is how they destroy relationships. Chemicals are used to change moods. Her friend couldn't smell the chemicals, but she could. And by the way, I can vouch for that. You have acute sensitivity of smell, and after a while, and they can't smell it. He was almost exactly physically violent, but because I dropped something on the floor. I know that this is what they're doing. Imagine the power that gives them. Imagine if people feel the power to make someone else violent and angry. I've seen two of my friends become very angry when I was smelling chemicals. I had one person after another become verbally violent with me for no good reason. I thought they were perps sent to harass me, but maybe they were assaulted by chemicals. If some chemical is working on your central nervous system, how are you supposed to have control? This is a deliberate attempt to weaken and destroy our relationships. And that's the end of her reading. I want to interject something about my own personal experiences with the chems, the chemicals, the offensive smells, the stink, or you may refer to it as something different. I've been gang stalked. I had been gang stalked from 2006 until 2010, when finally I learned of the term gang stalking, organized stalking, on the internet. At that point, in May of 2010, the chemical attacks, the stink, which I thought of at the time as the stink campaign, started. However, I didn't tie the two together, the stink campaign, the chemical assault with the organized stalking, and until just recently, 2.5 years later. Once again, in 2010, I immediately started talking to people about the stalking, of which I had just learned, to a lot of people. And then the chemical attack started at that point when I look back at it and put two and two together. But when I mentioned the smells to one person, she said she had referred to it as a different offensive smell in 5 or so different rooms of her house. And she blamed it. I said, I think it was a boots on the ground, dirty tricks campaign. She said she didn't see the difference. And I'm still kind of shocked on that one. But I totally believed her offensive smell story that she told me. So there she was on her hands and knees, scrubbing the floor, trying to get those stinks away. And you have to ask yourself if the gang stalkers, the organized stalkers, had a portion of their people sick enough to do this. If they're sick enough to plant devices, radio activated perhaps, in many rooms and giggle as they watch it on closed circuit TV, regarding my personal experiences in Portland, Oregon, one day a guy walked by me on the Max, which is the light rail down there. Did he spray me as he kept on walking by? I have no way of proving it. There's no way ever to prove anything when you're a TI. In my last apartment, on a handful of occasions, there was a garbage smell near the front sliding door to the balcony, and I had to leave the door open actually to get that stink out of the room. And there was a different smell of exhaust fumes near the hallway, even though I was not on the ground floor. I've had smells in this apartment too. When I first got here, 4 to 5 times. Lately, the chem smells are even more frequent and pronounced so, and has happened on perhaps 24 occasions. This could be a payback because I'm being a lot more aggressive about getting the word out about organized stalking, gang stalking. Also, while riding the buses in downtown Vancouver or in the city of Vancouver, Washington, USA, on perhaps 5 different occasions within, say, a couple of weeks, I had someone sit near me and they smelled offensively. One time, like with a guy with an old army coat that smelled like it had been soaked in beer, but I can't remember what the other smells were, but they were all different. And on these talk show calls, an elderly woman, she frequently complained about offensive odors, and a nasty witch in the chat room aggressively backstabs her whenever she talks about it. And the elderly woman doesn't have a computer, so she can't see the backstabbing. But does this warn off anybody else who's in the chat room who may want to talk about that issue, but is afraid they'll be backstabbed too? They would be backstabbed by that darling witch with a sexy voice. But let that be a notice to anybody who wants to speak out about chemical smells or any other issue about gang stalking. A similar sweet-sounding person may ridicule you to shut you up. But are you going to go down on your terms or theirs? Incidentally, I think the rotten perps like her run most of the targeting-oriented talk shows on TalkShoe.com. They clearly have the run of the place. I'm only talking about the vast majority of the organized stalking shows, which are like 7 or 8 of them. I'm not referring to the TalkShoe infrastructure or any of the other calls. Also, be careful who you give your name out to. In another case, one guy who doesn't want his name used repeatedly and frequently said chems are a common part of the gang stalking, the organized stalking. I'm glad he kept repeating it too, or I may not have put 2 and 2 together. Now, once again, everything I have just read is in the public domain, but what I am about to read is came from various web pages which are noted on gangstalkingexposed.webs.com. And here is an excerpt, which is not, N-O-T, not in the public domain. These operatives, usually paid dupes, use a variety of chemical agents administered creatively and covertly to influence the behavior of targets. The targets might be completely unaware they're being dosed with these substances. And by the way, I can attest to that. You don't know that you're under the influence and that your voice sounds bad. You don't know it, but unless you record yourself. Some of these chemicals are intended to cause anger or an outburst or provocation. They're trying to establish a false chemically induced pattern of behavior. This may be done, this has been done to me, the guy says, many times. I became aware of the perp's intentions after a few of these assaults. I also realized my reactions are being induced chemically. Most of the assaults against me now are now obvious. She goes on to write, Animal Lover goes on to write another excerpt. But by the way, I think it helps to hear these excerpts from other sources, from many sources. From this website is interesting observation that suggests that DEW weapons, direct energy weapons, are actually chemically induced. The reality of poisoning cloaked with misinformation. Common symptoms are the aforementioned poisons are bogus secret weapons, electromagnetic weapons or sorts, but may be nothing more than chemical weapons. And that is the end of this recording. Let me read my lead-in first.
Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com, call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver, or better yet, show number 120297, or click on the purple top left Live Now button to see the show. By the way, is if the show is underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is about 7:35 p.m. on Sunday, November 4, 2012. This is episode number 3039, and I have on the phone with me, she goes by a pseudonym Linda4444, and she's not my biggest fan. But what do you have to say, Linda?
Hi, Chuck. Thank you for taking my call. I'm
sure.
finally glad to be able to speak to you because
now this sounds scripted to me. Are you on a script?
Of course not.
Okay, so what do you
write everything out before I speak? Well, if you're going to take my call, Chuck, can I finish a sentence and then you?
Yeah, you can finish the sentence. Let's just keep it going. We need to speed it up here to make it interesting for people. What do you have to say?
Oh, are we in a rush? Okay.
Yes, we're in a rush. I'm always in a rush.
Okay. Well, if you're going to do recordings, I think you need to let the guests.
Well, you do that on your own recordings. What do you have to say? I'm getting ready to terminate this interview.
Okay.
What do you have to say?
Chuck, what I want to say is the first day I started TalkShoe, which was October 11th of this year, I entered your
2012.
Time, and I was very pleased to find that there was a forum for targeted individuals. And you asked me to call you, which I did. And
call me at my on my personal cell phone, which is area code 360-334-1234. Go ahead.
Okay. So that's what I did. And after I told you about some of my experiences, which I have personally experienced, and that I would probably start a show, I know you got very upset.
No, I didn't get upset. I just didn't believe it. I frankly didn't believe it because most of the issues sounded far-fetched to me, and it looked like you were gaming me. I didn't believe most of it.
Well, I don't game anybody. I am who I am, and that.
Okay, well, I just didn't believe most of what you were saying, and you didn't get to that part until well over 5 or 10 minutes into the conversation. What else do you want to say?
Can I ask you why you wanted me to call you?
Well, I wanted you to call me because it looked like you were a legitimate person in the chat room on the show, number 120297 here on TalkShoe.com. But after that, you called up on you called me on the cell phone, and that's when you turned wacky talk.
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
Well, let me respond to that statement.
Sure.
Afterwards, I put up a website, as you saw, so people could see I am real. Okay.
Why don't you give the URL of that website so that people will know what it is? Let's get that on the audio here, please.
That's where souls reside.
WATRESOULSRESIDE.com.
That's correct. I put my face out there. Okay.
Okay.
Pictures, people I know. I was in the film industry. I was a
okay. Yeah. Well, this show is about organized stalking.
That's
what do you have to say? Do you believe in that? Do you believe in organized stalking?
I think you better read my update where I'm targeting.
Yeah, I'm just asking. I don't have time to read your website. Besides that, this interview is going to the public domain for the eternity of mankind. I'm just asking you, do you believe in organized stalking?
Of course I do. I'm a targeted individual at least since 1969, Chuck. Okay?
So that's 40 years ago.
That's correct. All
okay.
Right, now,
so what sorts of things were happening back in 1969, please?
I just updated my website. I put it all up on there. Okay, there's 22 things that I put down about my particular targeting, whether I was being tailgated by white vans, whether I had people stalking me out of state, out of the country, on cruise ships, and of course they mess with my finances.
What sorts of things did they do on the cruise ships, please?
Well, there was a couple. who were around me every time I turned around, and I saw that they, had no type of expressions. They were there to watch me. I was with a friend. See, my particular story has witnesses, so I was with a friend. People have known I have been stalked for many, many years. I was set up. I used to be a private investigator in North Hollywood, all right? I had no experience whatsoever working with the police, and I was approached while I was working in real estate, and they told me, we want you to come and train with us and to work undercover. I said, excuse me, I have no experience in that. I'm not interested. And they said, name your price. Well, anyway, that whole situation, my first day on the job, a police officer was training me. And
okay. Well, this is about organized stalking. Now, you have said to me that you think I'm hacking your computer. Now, do you really believe that I'm hacking into your computer, Linda?
I wasn't born yesterday, Chuck.
Okay, so you're accusing me of hacking into your computer.
Look, I thought you wanted.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Are you accusing me of hacking into your computer? You're saying that you weren't born yesterday. What a radical statement. Come on, answer the question.
Hey, calm down, okay?
Just answer the question. Do you think I'm hacking into your computer? And if so, how?
Other people have complained and said you have. Yes or no?
Oh, other people. Now, how many other people are there, Linda?
James? How's that for one?
Huh?
James?
Oh, James. Okay. So you got one other person. Is that right? One other person? You're saying other people.
I've heard.
Come on, Linda. Pull your thumb out of it. Let's go. We're going to do an interview or not here. Let's go. I don't have all day.
You need to calm down. You want to do an interview? Then you need to act like a human being for a change.
How many people, Linda? How many people? James and who else? James and who else? Who else, Linda? Come on. Let's have it.
Will you be quiet so I can.
How many other people, Linda?
I have seen at least another person mention that while I was.
And you, of course, don't want to give this other person's name. Is that right? And you the three of you who are all against me here because I'm trying to get the word out about organized stalking of targeted individuals. But you want to turn it crazy, don't you, Linda?
So let me ask you one question. Do you think that targeted individuals should only speak about the experiences they had, regardless of whether somebody thinks it's wacko or not? Yes or no? Answer the question, Chuck.
Yes.
Good.
I do. I think anybody. I'm gonna elaborate on that. I think anybody that talks about a whole bunch of other crap is a dupe. I think anybody that allows to be bullied into talking about a bunch of other wacky talk, such as the stuff that you've talked about, has been so far-fetched. I'm not gonna host that kind of talk. If you want to talk about that, start your own show, which, by the way, I wish you would do.
I am going to start my own show. Now, did you just hear yourself? Didn't I just ask you, Chuck, do you think people should only talk about their targeting based on their own experience?
Yes, I think people should only allow talk about what they really believe in. I think anybody that allows their show to get directed into the wild and the woolly, the wacky, the crazy stuff that you talk about. So far-fetched, you've got just like a long menu of items that you talk about. You want to talk about it, I say, good, start your own show, but you ain't talking about it here.
Chuck, I'm not talking about it here. I am going to start my own show. I am just telling you, you need to get off your high horse and act as if you're a damn expert because you didn't experience it. Got it?
I got it. Yeah, I got it. I totally got it. And I'm telling you, if you want to talk about all that wacky stuff, start your own friggin' show. But you're not talking about it here. I'm not letting it get on my airwaves.
I am not talking about it here. Okay? I have
there
a
you go.
For you. We should only talk about the things that we have personally experienced, right? Do you disagree with me? Yes or no?
Say that again, please.
I said, did you just agree with me that we should only talk about things we have personally experienced? Yes or no, Chuck?
I'm just saying, I don't know about what you should. Yeah, I believe that you should talk about what you personally experienced. And I believe if you allow yourself to get sucked in to talking about a bunch of nonsense, you're kind of a dupe.
Stop it. Okay. Since you have already put it in the public domain where you say you were a Scientologist,
I said I hung around that cult, that stinking cult. I hung around them for 5 weeks, and it was one of the probably the most stupid thing that I've ever done.
Okay. So
have you ever been involved with that cult, by the way? Yes or no?
You know what?
Have you ever been involved with that cult? Yes or no?
They tried to recruit me.
Have you been involved? Did you get recruited? Did you set foot into an org? Yes or no?
You know what they did? You know what they did after they tried to recruit me, and after they gave me that goddamn $300 number questionnaire and give me all this bullshit of all their stuff, the fish swim, the birds fly, and all this clearing crap. Okay, I was with the big boys. I was up there in San Francisco. All right.
So you have set foot into a Scientology org. Is that what you're saying, Linda?
Yes, I'm saying that because the organization.
And over how long of a period of time did this last, please?
Let me explain myself. If you would.
How long of a period of time did this last? Was it a year? Was it a decade? It's a real simple question.
Can I speak?
Just answer the question. How long did it go on?
Back in the 80s, my entire office went there because the owner wanted everybody to get Scientology skills for this particular career.
Really? Okay.
Are you kidding? Everybody was into it in the 80s. I'm from LA, okay? Been there, done that. All right?
Okay, so there you were in San Francisco in the 80s, and you went into an office. And so how many people got sent to the Oregon? Over how long of a period of time did that last, please?
Well, I was the office administrator, so I took some of my staff. So there must have been about, at that time, maybe 3 or 4 people. I had no clue about Scientology.
That's how they suck you in. So over how long of a period of time did this last, please?
One day, okay? When I went in there, and they put you down, they make you sit down in this exercise where your trainer is sitting right across from you, and your knees.
How long? So you're saying you went in for one day and you never went back again?
They threw me out because I told them this is a bunch of bullshit. This is mind control code.
Hey, good for you. There's a woman after my heart. So they threw you out because you told them it was a crock.
They threw me out.
What about the other 3 or 4 people that you went in there with?
Hey, they were my staff.
And did they go out too? Did they throw them out too, or did they keep them? Did you lose your job as a result of that?
Absolutely not. I run the business, okay? Everybody does what I say. We take care of people.
Okay, so you're saying that, and how long did you keep that job after you said this is bunk? How long did you keep that job?
20 years.
You kept the job for 20 years, and that was your private detective job? Is that what it was?
No. I'm talking, I have been an entrepreneur. I have had many jobs. I was a administrator in health.
But you were under the roof of this place for 20 years. Is that right?
They were under my roof, okay? Did you not hear what I said?
Oh, so it was your roof. No, you're right. I didn't hear that. So it was your roof.
You don't pay attention because you don't listen. That's your problem.
Yeah, you probably got that right.
That's right.
Guilty, Your Honor. Guilty.
Hey,
guilty.
That's right. You need to look in the mirror, Chuck. Got it?
Got it.
Good. That's what I like to see. Person put the mirror up and look at themselves.
Okay, so tell me something about this. So you're going to run this show on gang stalking. Now, so tell me about how that's affected your life.
Are you kidding? I was a woman who made a lot of money, and I saved my money, and I had retirement.
I know. I want to hear about the money. I want to hear about the gang stalking. Tell me how they gang stalked you.
Oh, do you want me to tell you the 20 things? Or you can just go to my website and read it. Okay?
I don't want to go to your website, Linda. This is interview. Just let's go. One, bam, 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 bam. Let's go. I don't have all day.
Stop it. You need to calm down. That's your problem. All right? You need to stop being a goddamn Nazi control freak, Chuck.
That's me,
all
man.
Right? That's you. You need to stop it.
Okay, let's. You spend a lot of time talking about the barking and the Nazis, but you haven't talked about what sorts of things did they do to harass you, please.
Well, they tampered with my mail, put a false bottom in my mailbox at the UPS store. They have tailgated me. A couple of my friends have died. They have implanted some of my family to harass me. They took away all my money and investments in home, left me penniless. They turned my family against me. They did some major ass shit. So,
Yeah, sounds like it.
just go look at my damn targeting website that I put up.
Again, I'm not. We already gave your website out. I'm telling you, this interview is going to live for many decades, maybe perhaps 100 years, and your website's not going to be around then. So I want to get it on the interview here.
Get off it and let me finish talking.
Keep going.
Then be quiet. They have hit me with electronic weapons in my brain that came from all sides, about 20 times on the side and the back and so forth.
How do you know that? How do you know they hit you with
I know that.
I'm asking you. It's a fair question. How do you know that? How do you know they hit you? Go ahead. How do you know that?
You need to be silent. If you're
how do you know that? I don't have all day, really. This is becoming a very uninteresting interview. I'm just saying, how do you know they've done that to you?
Well, maybe because I felt sharp pains in my brain. How about that, Chuck?
Okay. What else? How else do you know it?
Jesus Christ. This happened.
Once again, I hope we can keep any sayings like that not on this tape, because I do want to be able to keep it.
Then you need to chill out and calm down.
Oh, so it's all my fault that you're saying profane words and saying things like that, huh?
I'm the sweetest, nicest person. I'll bend over backwards for anybody.
All right.
When somebody tries to treat me like a piece of shit, I will bark louder. Got that?
Yeah, I got it.
Good.
Tell me more about how you've been harassed and stalked, please.
I would have to go to my website and look at all that shit.
Well, you have to go to a website. You say you've been harassed and stalked for 40 years, and all of a sudden you've got to go to a website to get some examples. I want some examples, woman.
Okay, quiet. I was cut on my torso with 13 marks, some of them 2 or 3 inches long. They're on my website. The pictures are there. I had witnesses.
How do you know it was your torso? Is your face in there?
You know what? I will talk about that on my show. You just said, you didn't want to know about it. I'll talk about that on my show.
Okay, well, tell me how else have you been stalked and harassed? Do you have to go to your website to do this, or can you just rattle some things off the top of your head?
Look, I already told you the electronic weapons in my brain. Okay, I got burn marks. I got a radiation burn on my chest overnight. Okay, that was about 11 by 10 inches.
Sounds like a crock to me. I don't believe you.
Well, I don't give a shit whether you believe me or not, because I had a witness.
So you had a witness there while you were burned, huh?
I call. Because I don't care whether you believe it or not. Because everything you say, oh, that's wacky. Oh, that's this. Well, guess what, Chuck? This world that we live in is not only in the 3D world. Okay, you need to grow up.
All right, I'll grow up. And that is the end of this interview. And I want to thank you for listening.
Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com. Call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 7:15 p.m. Pacific Standard Time on Monday, November 12, 2012. This is episode number 3041. Now, I just had a visit in my room from Derek Robinson, who goes by the pseudonym of freedomschs.com. He actually typed 2 things, a dot, and then he says, I got to run. I gave him every opportunity to call in. I told him that, now he's with freedomschs.com, who I believe is essentially a dirty operation. I told him that half of the talk time I would not drown him out. He's going to have the ability to talk. I have the ability. I have never had more people in the room. I had Stinking Joe was in the room 3 times under guest 500. Nano Man and something else, one of his 20 or 25 pseudonyms. Those are just the ones that I know of. I have a lot of questions that I want to ask Derek, basically. I want to talk about a lot of things because us TIs, us targeted individuals, are constantly being harassed and harangued. And he knows about it. And he's with the organization that's supposed to be leading us out of this, but he's not. I believe he is. I believe he is dirty, and he knows. He knows that I believe that, and he knows that he had the opportunity. He still does. It's an open opportunity. It's an open call. But I tell you this: if he comes on here ever and agrees to be and goes on the interview, I can tell you the interview will go into the public domain for the eternity of mankind. There is nothing that will take out his interview, other than perhaps somebody clicking a terminate button or something. I'm telling you, he was probably in here for 5 or 10 minutes. He's been in here 2 or 3 times before, and he was probably in here, and he's never said anything. Actually, today he typed dot, and he typed gotta run. You know, he just is not, today wasn't gonna be the day for him to do this interview. And really, this venue, it is the only place in the entire planet Earth that is entirely, I want to get the word out about organized stalking and nothing else. I don't care about all that other stuff that they want to talk about over on their call. I'm gonna shoot down all that crazy, wacky stuff if they bring it up, you know. And I do it frequently. I'm going to keep this short. I wanted to let you know that I had a visit from Derek Robinson, that he actually typed in input a couple of times. It doesn't look like he's going to come back in. He said, I got to go. And he flew the coop. And I'm sitting here with a dozen or so users, half of whom are guests. And all the nanomans left. And basically, the only thing I can tell you is this is the place to come and get the word out about one thing: organized stalking of targeted individuals. That is what I do. That is the only thing I do. And I don't let this call get diverted into all those wacky nonsense topics. You know, I don't know that. What I can tell you, that is the end of this recording.
Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. This is Talk to You Show number 120297. We have something a little different today. We have Open Truth Radio, and he's going to read an article which came from nowpublic.com. It's by Scrivener, S-C-R-I-V. Hang on, God's sakes. S-C-R-I-V-E-N-E-R. It's by Vic Livingston, and he's going to do this reading. His reading, he has said, is going to be in the public domain. We have neither of us has the ability to put the text that he's going to read in the public domain. And without further ado, how are you, Open Truth Radio, and are you ready to start your recording?
I am fine, and I am ready.
Okay, let's go.
All right. It says officials confirms what thousands of victims have long known. An evil U.S. shadow government is considering a covert, taxpayer-funded genocidal purge of American society, while Congress and apparently entertained Obama administration sleeps.
And if I can interject the title of this, once again, this is on nowpublic.com. It's U.S. government runs gang stalking vigilantism, says ex-FBI official. It's by Get Political by Vic Livingston. Please continue.
Also, on the author's note, former FBI official Ted Gunderson died of cancer on July 31st, 2011. Was his illness induced by silent electromagnet assault or by other nefarious means? We will never know, and that's just the way certain entities want it. A former senior official of the Federal Bureau of Investigation says rogue military intelligence and law enforcement units of the federal government oversee a nationwide network of community-based gang stalking, harassment, intimidation, and domestic terrorism directed at thousands of U.S. citizens who have been extrajudicially targeted as descendants or undesirables. Ted Gunderson, 82, who has served as the special agent in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles, Memphis, and Dallas field offices, have stated in a series of public speaking appearances that he is now targeted by these same elements and fears for his life and for the safety of his family. He reports that the windows of his home have been shot out, and he believes he has been poisoned and physically sickened by those seeking to silence him. Since his retirement from the FBI in the 1979, Gunderson has been a Southern California-based private investigator. He is most noted for his defense work on the murder case involving former Army physician Dr. Jeffrey McDonald. The ex-FBI official's comments represent the most compelling testimony to date, indicating that black operations of the federal government are dedicated to waging a covert war of terror and persecution targeting American citizens. Based on my 30 years experience and research, I have determined there are thousands of victims who have been targeted by an illegal U.S. government rogue criminal enterprise, military intelligence, probably tied into CIA and FBI and so forth, that is active 24 hours a day throughout the United States. Gunderson stated in an October 2008 speech posted last fall on YouTube. And that was it.
Yeah, and we should note that there is a link there in this article, but you're also going to tell us what they can search for Gunderson and so on. Reach that note, if you would, please.
All right. The link is youtube.com/watch?v equal.
Yeah, that's right. They're not going to get that, but if you could read beginning with a NOTE note colon and from that on, please.
Okay, yes. Okay, I didn't see that. I'm sorry.
Sure.
All right. It appears that the link to the Ted Gunderson YouTube video has been sabotaged. Please search Ted Gunderson and YouTube, which is in quotations, and look for the link to his speech at the Gulf Symposium. I believe this is more blatantly illegal and malicious interference with telecommunications by operatives of Lockheed Martin under the contract to U.S. Homeland Militant Intel or another entity representing the agencies, commands, and corporations of the U.S. Fusion Center Network. It is far too extensive to be controlled by a private enterprise, Gunderson said. I believe this well-organized and sophisticated operation has a central command located somewhere in the United States, with multiple satellite offices scattered throughout the country, said Gunderson. It appears yes.
Go ahead.
I just had to scroll down. Sorry. It appears those who administer the program can call any location in the United States for surveillance, a telephone tap, or harassment directed at a victim, and immediately dispense manpower to the source. This well-greased covert operation makes the old FBI counterintelligence program, codenamed COINTELPRO, look like a Sunday school.
COINTELPRO. Right. Sorry.
Like a Sunday school class. Gunderson also maintains that federal security and law enforcement agencies and commands have been infiltrated by members of secret societies such as the Illuminati, which he has described as a satanic criminal cult. Sorry.
Sure.
This correspondent has reported that Lockheed Martin the world's largest defense contractor and the prime cybersecurity and information technology supplier to the federal government, coordinates the communications and trains the team leaders of nationwide Gestapo-like apparatus, which has tentacles. Yeah, I got that.
Sorry.
Tentacles into
Sorry.
every. I'm sorry. Sometimes I read fast because I'm a fast reader. I'm trying to slow it down.
Sure.
Tentacles into every security and law enforcement agency in the nation, including state and local police and 72 regional fusion centers administered by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. According to company literature, Lockheed Martin has operations in 46 of the 50 states.
And I should point out there is a now public link there, but you're going to continue with the Lockheed Martin also has.
Okay. Lockheed Martin also has operational command and control over a U.S. government microwave radio frequency weapon system deployed on cell tower masts throughout the United States that is being used to silently torture, impair, subjugate, and electronically incarcerate so-called targeted individuals. The nexus of this American torture matrix appears to be Lockheed Martin's mission in combat support solutions, Central Command Center in Norristown, Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, which employs several thousand workers. The defense contractor's global headquarters is in Bethesda, Maryland, just outside the nation's capital. Lockheed Martin, under contract to U.S. security and intelligence agencies and commands, also conducts warrantless surveillance of the telecommunications of targeted persons and routinely censors and tampers with content of their communications, as this reporter has documented in a series of articles.
And those articles are listed. There's 4 of them. They all come off of nowpublic.com under Scrivener. Please continue.
All right. Thousands of Americans, including this veteran journalist, have publicly reported being the victims of silent electromagnetic assault and community-based home intrusions, vandalisms, and even the poisoning of food, water, and air. Federal and local law enforcement routinely dismiss their reports as the product of delusions or mental illness and refuse to investigate their complaints.
And there's 5 more links that are linked there. This is a well-documented article. Please continue.
These targets and their families have been physically harmed and financially destroyed as a result of taxpayer-funded psychological operations, police-protected community, stalking, harassment, and malicious vandalism, and other covert programs of personal destruction, including government-assisted financial sabotage. Many appear to have been targeted as a result of their politics, their activism, or corporate whistleblowing activities, their ethnic background, or as a result of score selling, vendettas by persons in positions of power in government and in the private sector. The former FBI executive's remarks are only now attracting widespread exposure on this and other websites. This correspondent believes that recent revelations of government-sponsored domestic terrorism against U.S. citizens have prompted some conscientious
insiders to call attention to Gunderson's public statements. No problem.
Yes. Gunderson has said the government-sponsored gang-stalking terrorism is financed through illegal black operations such as sales of illegal drug, gambling, prostitution, even sexual exploitation of children. But this reporter believes it's more likely that the programs of government-sponsored domestic terrorism are funded from the military and security black ops budgets that have been illegally diverted to covert domestic programs administered and conducted primarily by defense contractors. Last year, the New York Times disclosed that an official of the U.S. Air Force has set up an unauthorized military intelligence spy ring in Pakistan and Afghanistan run by Lockheed Martin and funded by these defense appropriations.
There's a link to a NewYorkTimes.com article there. Please continue for this last paragraph.
All right. This correspondent suspects that a similar arrangement could be funded government-sponsored gang-stalking operations throughout the nation and has urged Congress to immediately hold public hearings as a part of a comprehensive investigation of military-style black ops targeting American citizens and their families. A silent, slow-kill genocide motivated by ideology and hate.
And there are a number of feedbacks. There's like hundreds of feedbacks, and we can't cover them all. Open Truth Radio, I really want to thank you for doing that reading for us.
All right, thank you as well, and I'm glad to be here, and you have a good day, Chuck.
You too, and I'm going to go ahead and click on the end key right now.
Talk show. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to Talk Show call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain for the duration of mankind. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click on the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is roughly a quarter after 5 p.m. on Friday, November 16, 2012. This is episode number 3043. I have on the phone with me Clee. And she just called in, and how are you, and what's going on?
Okay, well, I had just discovered that, well, I'm a member of FFCHS, and I discovered that, the reason I called was I wanted to find out more about what happened to Derek last night.
Yeah, well, FFCHS, for those people who are listening in, it stands for Freedom from Covert Harassment and Surveillance. And to the best of my knowledge, all I know is what I read on a log that somebody pointed out that they evidently there was some type of falling out on his safe house. Once again, though, go ahead.
No, well, here's what the situation was. Everybody sort of pitched in and to help put that thing together over there, and he moved and everything out of Ohio, go all the way to California. And what happened was, I thought they were painting the place and fixing the place and doing everything to fix up her property. And then all of a sudden she just drops the axe. And
so some type of a safe house. Now, we should explain to the listeners of this show, for a decade from now, a millennium from now, we should explain that a safe house, why don't you tell the people what a safe house is, please, Clee?
Oh, well, I'm not exactly schooled in all of these things, but from what I understand, a safe house is a place where people or targeted individuals can go to join together and be safer as a community together, protecting each other and so forth and so on.
The one thing that always bothers me about those freedom calls is they never address the issue of what happens if a perp is among the people that are in the safe house.
I agree on that. I do agree on that one.
And how often do you think that happens, based on the things on the calls that you've listened into?
I think it might happen. It might happen quite often, but you just don't know. That's the problem.
And there's no test per se to
there's no security on that issue.
Okay. And so Derek pulled up stakes in Ohio, and he drove all the way to Southern California, San Diego, I guess it was, and he went to some house. Go ahead.
Yeah, and there was such a positive movement as far as he was concerned, and everyone was concerned who was involved in it. And I've heard her speak, the owner of the house, that she wanted it to be called Freedom House, and that she wanted it to be, a very public thing with by redoing the garage and making it, and having parties there and so on and so forth, and homes for the targeted individuals. And then he moved there, and he brought some other people there, and I saw pictures of them painting the place and fixing the place and all this other stuff. And then all of a sudden,
now, where did you see these? Where did you see these pictures, please?
Oh, on the newsletters.
Okay, so you have given them your email address, and they mail you out a newsletter from time to time. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, please continue.
Oh, so anyway, that was the situation, and I was under the impression that this thing was going to advance to a higher level, and everybody was going to be, you know, happier, and that we expand the TI community in this manner in a positive way, and then all of a sudden, he wrote an email to everyone last night saying that she was she told everybody to get out and that she was turning off the electricity the same day. And so, you know, it's hard to believe. I mean, I'm not saying it's a lie. I'm just saying I just can't believe that someone could do that. But
well, I mean, but you can believe that. Do you really think that you can get herself and as I understand it, having read the email, there were three other people, Derek and two others actually. So yeah. There was 4 people. Do you really think you can get that many people together? You can have visitors come and go, and there's not going to be any perping that goes on. What do you think about that?
Oh yes, sir. I do think that, you know, that's a possibility, and I do think. I
think it's almost a certainty. Yeah, especially if freedom is involved.
Especially if you don't know. I mean, especially if you have no security clearance on who is involved.
Yeah, how would you have a security clearance? How would you?
There has to be some kind of way to understand a person's background and in some way or another to make sure that, you know, they're not messing around like that. But I guess, I mean, I'm not really a hardcore investigator, or, you know, I'm just, you know, and I'm just not, you know, not into all that stuff. But what I can say is that, you know, I wish that that it had turned out to be a better situation. And that
I want to read something to you. Somebody just pasted in that email that Derek supposedly wrote, and is this your understanding that it was November 15, 2012, that was last night or yesterday, and he says, to the FSCHS community, things at the Freedom House here have deteriorated dramatically with the homeowner. All the residents here have tried to work with her to salvage the place to no avail. So as of today, we have all been given a vacate notice, and she plans to turn off the electricity as well today. Any recommendations for a place to go for the 3 of us, either separately or together, in the short term or the long term, would be appreciated. He signs it Derek, and he gives his phone number, which I'm only going to give the area code 513. Is that the letter that you got?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's the one. And I read that, and I thought that was, you know, shocking. I was shocked.
Yeah, well, again, I just together in the short term. Yeah. Again, we've covered the issue of the Freedom House enough, but what say about the issue of perping? How many perps? What percentage? How long have you been hanging around these calls on TalkShoe.com? These freedom calls.
I just stop in once a week.
Once a week, okay.
But
that's
I'll tell you what has happened. I will tell you what has happened in the last 3 weeks. I have been unable to get any sound on the program. Strangely enough. And I can't get any sound on your program either.
And that's why you're called in.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I might just suggest that you try a different browser if you're using Windows. And there's 5 browsers, and I don't want to turn this into a support call, but that's interesting that for the last 3 weeks you have not been able to get any sound. We occasionally hear that, and who knows why that is. But, you know, also, one of the things, they had a call, again, today is Friday the 15th. It wasn't last week. It was the Saturday before, so I'm having trouble doing my math. I think it would be on the 1st of November. They had a guy call in, and the call appeared to me to be scripted. And then once he got done, they started taking the questions, and then the guy admitted, essentially, that he had not a Freedom House, but supposedly a house. I think it was here in Washington State, up north of Seattle, if I'm not mistaken. And essentially, the perps they were involved. They just took over the house, or I don't know. There was a perp or two
really?
involved there.
Wow.
Yeah, and he admitted it. So
that's
and
not
there's
good. Not good.
yeah, it's not good. I mean, it's just. But how do you prove somebody's authenticity?
That's the problem. That's the problem. You have them sign a certificate of authenticity before they enter.
I mean, you really think that the perp wouldn't sign some certificate of authenticity just to get in there and raise Cain and to perp the people that are in the supposed safe house?
Well, I don't know, but I mean, I don't know. You know, I don't know the depth and the breadth of what a perp consists of. But you know,
to me, a perp is just they're part of an infrastructure that just screws with TIs, with targeted individuals. That's their life, their job, their expectations.
Well, they probably did that a long time before. They were targeting TIs. They were probably doing it a long time before that in their family life and so ever.
So let me ask you, Clay, how long have you been hanging around this quote-unquote community? Is that like a year or 2 or 5?
I've been, you know, listening in on the calls about once a week for a couple of years.
Really?
But only because, you know, I'm curious to see what this is all about, because it's something I've been dealing with, and you know, I like to try to learn what this is all about. It's a horrible situation.
Okay, so do you mind helping me out here a little bit? What sorts of things are you dealing with?
Oh my God, it's just you know, it's crazy. I live in a fairly nice neighborhood. I don't live in a wealthy neighborhood, but you know.
Yeah, what sorts of things are happening to you, please, if I may ask?
Well, you know, I'm just, you know, constantly harassed. But it's hard to explain. I'd rather not really go into it.
Okay, that's no problem. I want to thank you. You know what I want to do is I want to keep this recording a little bit short since we're not given a lot of examples of the harassment.
Yes, sir.
But is there anything else that you want to say before I terminate this interview?
Let's see. Are you going to be giving an outline of what your harassment is?
Oh, what is, please?
Harassment.
Oh, my harassment, I've talked about a lot on this show, and I don't want to put it on.
I'm interested in knowing, you know, and then I can compare, and, you know.
Yeah, well, you can come back to this show. I don't want to get into my harassment on this particular call. I want to keep each recording down to less than 15 minutes as I can.
Yes.
Once again, this is call ID number 120297 on TalkShoe.com. And there are plenty of examples and plenty of recordings that talk about this sort of thing.
Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. And that is the end of this recording.
Righto. Thanks.
Sure.
Okay, so that's Chuck Langenberg audios starting at number 1 all the way to audio number 33. And I looked at the YouTube time, and it's getting maxed out. So